Chapter 0. Facian Sect, Su-Menger. On the Tianyuan continent, in the eastern wilderness, lies the Facian Sect. Perched atop a verdant mountain peak is a modest courtyard, where a young man clad in white leisurely reclines on a rocking chair, exuding an air of tranquility. This mountain, known as Lingyao Peak, serves as the sacred ground for cultivating spiritual herbs within the Facian Sect. The young man lounging in the courtyard is none other than the peak's master, Ruff. However, unbeknownst to all, the current Ruff is no longer the same individual from before. He is a traveler from another world. 2.5 years prior. Ruff, who had been living on Blue Star, met an untimely demise at work due to a sudden heart failure. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, granting him a second chance at life, allowing him to inhabit the body of another Ruff in the Facian Sect. Moreover, Ruff activated an indispensable golden finger, the invincible sign-in system. True to its name, the principal function of this system is signing in, which comprises daily, monthly, yearly, and special location sign-ins. The moment the sign-in system was activated, Ruff unhesitatingly chose to sign in for the first time, only to be astounded when the system granted him an astounding cultivation of 1 billion years. In the Tianyuan continent, the cultivation levels ascend from low to high, classified as Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation void, refinement, tribulation crossing, great ascension, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, supreme saint, ancient saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor with. Each level further divided into 9 stages. With merely the use of 10,000 years of cultivation, Ruff, once bereft of any power, catapulted himself to the pinnacle of the emperor's 9th stage. Beginning his journey with invincibility, Ruff, who had been worn down by the trials of life in his previous existence, chose to embrace a life of leisure. Thus, over the subsequent 2.5 years, aside from signing in, Ruff tended to the spiritual herbs of Lingyao Peak. In his remaining leisure hours, he basked in the warm sunlight within the courtyard, enjoying the serene ambience. During this time, he accumulated an abundance of top-tier martial arts techniques, weapons, elixirs, and an array of other items within his system space. Should these treasures be revealed, they would form towering heaps surpassing several mountains. "Uncle Master, I have come again." As Ruff lay basking in the sun, a melodious and lively voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, the leisurely Ruff slowly opened his half-closed eyes. Moments later, a figure bounced joyfully into his courtyard. "It is little Manga," he remarked. "What brings you here today?" Before him stood Su-Menger, the disciple of the sect master, who had demonstrated extraordinary talent for cultivation since childhood. Merely 10 years of age, she had already reached the 9th stage of Qi refining, just a step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Ever since Ruff's powers were stripped away and he became the master of Lingyao Peak, Su-Menger frequently visited him, seeking his company in contrast to the indifference displayed by the other disciples of the sect. Su-Menger always wore an innocent and charming smile when she was around Ruff. "Hey, Master Uncle, I come to play with you, and to help water the spiritual herbs as well. If it were just you tending to this entire mountain's medicinal garden, you'd surely be toiling until dusk." Observing Ruff, who was seated in a rocking chair, Su-Menger spoke cheerfully. "Ha. Then I must trouble you. Little Manga, just that patch of herbal field over there. Once you've finished watering, I shall reward you with a little something." Ruff did not refuse Su-Menger's enthusiasm. Instead, he raised his hand to indicate the smallest patch of herbs. This was not the first time such an exchange had occurred, nor would it be the last. "All right, Master Uncle, I'm off. I'm quite swift." Upon hearing about the reward, Su-Menger's face lit up with joy, her enthusiasm palpable. Without further ado, Su-Menger skillfully made her way to the location of the watering pot, filled it with spiritual water, and then skipped joyfully towards the garden outside. The courtyard. Watching Su-Menger's jubilant demeanor, Ruff shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Before long, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense had passed. At this moment, Su-Menger had finished watering the herbs and returned to the courtyard, bubbling with excitement. Master Uncle, I'm done. Weren't you going to reward me? What is it?" Placing the watering pot back in its place, Su-Menger eagerly approached Ruff. "So soon. Truly impressive. Little Manga, Li Ruffeng feigned surprise upon hearing her question. Indeed, I am quite fast. Master Uncle, please show me the reward. I've been eagerly anticipating it. After proudly responding, Su Ming'er continued to urge him. Very well, here you go. Li Ruffeng, no longer hesitating, retrieved a pill from his system space and handed it to Su Ming'er. Seeing this, Su Ming'er quickly accepted the pill with both hands. Master Uncle, what kind of pill is this? Can it be consumed? Su Ming'er leaned in to sniff the pill and then curiously inquired. This is a Foundation Establishment pill, intended for breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Little Ming'er, you have already achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement. Consuming this will allow you to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. Go ahead and take it now. I shall protect you. I Ruff explained in response to Su Ming'er's inquisitive nature. A Foundation Establishment pill. I have heard from my master that this pill is exceedingly precious. I cannot accept it. Master Uncle, please take it back. Upon learning it was a Foundation Establishment pill, Su Ming'er's little face displayed shock, and she immediately prepared to return it to Li Ruffeng. It's merely a Foundation Establishment pill. I have plenty more. Accept it. If you refuse this time, do not come to me again. I Ruffeng spoke with a calm demeanor. His words were indeed truthful within his system space. He possessed no fewer than 10,000 Foundation Establishment pills. There was no question of them being consumed in their entirety. Very well, then I extend my gratitude to you, Master Uncle. Compared to the Foundation Establishment pill, Su Ming'er was more concerned about Li Ruffeng's refusal to allow her to return to the Spirit Herb Peak. Seeing that Su Ming'er no longer hesitated, Li Ruffeng promptly said, "All right, quickly consume it." Without further ado, Su Ming'er swallowed the Foundation Establishment pill in her hand. In the next moment, she hurriedly sat cross-legged to absorb the medicinal power. After a few breaths, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to converge towards Su Ming'er, forming a vortex of spiritual power. Li Ruffeng, witnessing this scene, nodded slightly and waved his hand, creating an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Spirit Herb Peak. Having completed these actions, Li Ruffeng closed his eyes once more to rest. Master Uncle, I have broken through. I have broken through. I am now in the Foundation Establishment realm. Time passed without her noticing, and Su Ming'er's jubilant exclamations once again roused Li Ruffeng from his slumber. Foundation Establishment, 3rd layer. Not bad. Not bad, it exceeds my expectations by 1 layer. Qin Feng remarked with satisfaction upon sensing Su Ming'er's true realm. This is all thanks to your Foundation Establishment pill, Master Uncle. Indeed. As she spoke halfway, the joyful smile on Su Ming'er's face suddenly vanished, and her little head drooped down. Noticing Su Ming'er's abrupt change in demeanor, Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" "It is about your cultivation leveled. If only your cultivation had not been wasted," Su Ming'er said weakly, her expression tinged with sadness. "I thought it was something serious. A wasted cultivation is merely a trivial matter. Having one's cultivation wasted does not imply one cannot cultivate anew." Seeing the little girl feel sorrow on his behalf, Li Ruffeng was somewhat comforted and teased her lightly. One can still cultivate again after a wasted foundation? Master Uncle, do not deceive me, I am but a child. Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, the previously crestfallen Su Ming'er immediately lifted her head, her disbelief evident in her voice. Only a puppy tells lies that should suffice, right? However, you must keep this matter a secret. I wish to continue resting for a while longer. After his jest, Li Ruffeng cautioned Su Ming'er. Really? Yea, I knew Master Uncle was the most formidable. Rest assured, this will be our secret, and I shall certainly keep it under wraps, as Su Ming'er said with a hint of delight. Then, before Li Ruffeng could speak, Su Ming'er continued, "By the way, Master Uncle, since your cultivation has recovered, will you attend the sect's recruitment conference? Tomorrow, the recruitment conference?" Upon hearing this news, Li Ruffeng felt momentarily bewildered. However, after rummaging through his memories, he finally grasped the specifics of the recruitment conference. Chapter 0. The Recruitment Conference, a clash of aspirations. The recruitment conference of the Flying Immortal sect, held once every 3 years, draws a multitude of young cultivators eager to participate. If fortune favors them, they might be directly accepted as disciples by the esteemed elders of the sect. However, for me, this prospect seems to hold little allure. After all, I am already invincible. What purpose would taking on disciples serve? Wait a moment. It does appear to have a slight benefit. Perhaps having a disciple could assist me in watering the spiritual herbs daily, allowing me to recline in ease. Indeed, upon reflection, it seems prudent to acquire a disciple as a means to an end. Nonetheless, not just anyone can become my disciple. Thus, the matter of accepting disciples shall be left to fate. As my thoughts wandered, a notion swiftly emerged in Li Ruffeng's mind. Master Uncle? Master Uncle? Why are you silent? It dawned on him that every time he visited, his Master Uncle lay languidly in the courtyard, clearly disinterested in the recruitment conference. Noticing Li Ruffeng's prolonged silence, Su Ming'er assumed he was completely indifferent to the event. Ahem, While I may not have much enthusiasm for the recruitment conference, it wouldn't hurt to join in the festivities. Li Ruffeng replied, breaking his reverie. Well then, since you are going, I shall accompany you, Su Ming'er replied with a smile. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to catch the elder's attention this time. We shall find out tomorrow, Li Ruffeng stated. It is getting late. You have just made a breakthrough and should return to solidify your cultivation. Once your realm stabilizes, I shall teach you a formidable technique. Really? A formidable technique? Could it be the sword art you created, Master Uncle? Su Ming'er inquired. Her curiosity piqued at the mention of a powerful technique. That's a secret. You shall discover it in due time, Li Ruffeng responded, feigning mystery at her question. All right then, I shall take my leave for today, Master Uncle. I will visit you again tomorrow, Su Ming'er said, seeing that Li Ruffeng had no further comments. Very well, Li Ruffeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Su Ming'er skipped away from the Flying Immortal sect, her face radiant with joy. The following day, the entire Flying Immortal sect buzzed with excitement. The sect's plaza was already brimming with individuals eager to partake in the recruitment conference, each harboring a heart filled with aspirations for enlightenment and a desire to join the sect. As the morning sun ascended, numerous elders had already gathered in the plaza. Meanwhile, at the spiritual herb peak, Su Ming'er once again arrived. Master Uncle, have you awakened? Time is of the essence. We must head to the recruitment conference. As Su Ming'er stepped into the courtyard, she noticed the absence of Li Ruffeng's figure and thus called out loudly towards a nearby building. Suddenly, with a creak, the previously closed doors swung open from within, and Li Ruffeng emerged slowly from the room. Master Uncle, you look exceptionally handsome today, Su Ming'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she beheld Li Ruffeng, who had donned a new outfit. Cough, does it even need mentioning? When have I ever not been handsome? Li Ruffeng replied with a slight smile, before turning to leave the courtyard. Oh right. Realizing the moment, Su Ming'er quickly nodded and hurried to match his pace. Before long, the pair departed from Lingyao Peak, making their way towards the sect's plaza. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the plaza, 7 figures had already taken their seats. Among them was the sect leader of Feishan sect, Shun Xinghe, who was also Su Ming'er's master, along with the 6 peak masters of the sect, Tianjin Peak, Tiangang Peak, Tianyin Peak, Tianxiong Peak, Tianling Peak, and Tianshuang Peak. Each peak master was a formidable expert at the nascent soul stage, with the most powerful being Nangong Lai, the master of Tianjin Peak, who had achieved the 7th level of the nascent soul. Only the sect leader Shun Xinghe surpassed him in cultivation. Although Li Ruffeng was an exception due to his unique status, Lingyao Peak had recently been declared the 7th peak of the sect by Shun Xinghe, thanks to Li Ruffeng's influence. However, the disciples and elders within the sect understood that Lingyao Peak was merely a nominal title, and thus, it was largely overlooked. Master, all the participants have arrived. Shall we commence the recruitment assembly? Nangong Lai suddenly inquired, standing to address Shun Xinghe. Shun Xinghe glanced at Nangong Lai and replied, Master Nangong, let us wait a moment longer. There are still some who have yet to arrive. The mention of Li Ruffeng's attendance at the assembly had been casually brought up by Su Ming'er to Shun Xinghe the previous day, which explained the latter's response. Still some? Nangong Lai was taken aback, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. It was understandable, as he would never have anticipated that the so-called crippled Li Ruffeng would show up today. As Nangong Lai surveyed Shun Xinghe and the other 5 peak masters, he noticed an empty seat at the far end. In that instant, a suspicion formed in his mind. Master, are you referring to Li Ruffeng? He has already lost all his cultivation. Is it really necessary to wait for him? After all, his presence would merely be for the spectacle and would not impede the commencement of our recruitment assembly. Upon hearing Nangong Lai's words, Shun Xinghe's expression faltered momentarily, revealing a trace of discomfort. The leader of the Nangong sect, I am aware that there were some past grievances between you and Leader Li, but those are bygone matters. Regardless, he deserves a measure of respect, as his current predicament is a consequence of the sect. After a brief silence, Shun Xinghe spoke softly. Before Li Ruzhong joined the Flying Immortal sect, apart from Shun Xinghe, Nangong Lai was the preeminent figure in the sect in terms of both strength and prestige. However, this status was irrevocably altered with Li Ruzhong's arrival. With his strikingly handsome visage and astonishing cultivation talent, he quickly overshadowed Nangong Lai, leaving him gasping for breath in less than a year. Consequently, the relationship between the two has remained quite frosty. Since the sect leader has voiced such sentiments, I shall refrain from further comment. However, I must point out that you are mistaken, sect leader. His current plight is entirely a result of his own arrogance. With no connection to the sect, had he not pursued that opportunity, he would not have encountered an ambush along the way. His current state is a self-inflicted consequence, driven solely by greed. Nangong Lai spoke in a nonchalant manner, oblivious to the awkward expressions that had surfaced on Shun Xinghe and the others' faces. Oh, you say I am arrogant, and that everything is self-inflicted? At that moment, Li Ruzhong's teasing voice suddenly interjected. The unexpected voice caused Nangong Lai to turn around immediately. Li Ruzhong, am I not speaking the truth? If you had not pursued that opportunity, would you be in your current predicament? I hear that you had to resort to secret methods merely to salvage a sliver of your life. Am I wrong to say it is all self-inflicted? Even in the presence of Li Ruzhong, Nangong Lai showed no intention of tempering his words, continuing with an icy demeanor. Since you, Nangong Lai, are aware that I employed secret methods, you should also know that I still have one sword left to wield, right? So do you wish to test it? Li Ruzhong's expression remained calm, showing no sign of taking Nangong Lai's mockery to heart. I shall not stoop to your level. Upon hearing Li Ruzhong's words, the previously cold and dismissive Nangong Lai lost his temper and obediently returned to his seat. It is said that Li Ruzhong's secret method comes at the cost of all his cultivation, yielding 3 lethal strikes in return. To preserve his life, he had already employed 2 strikes. Indeed, only 1 remained, which should be his final trump card. Li Ruzhong, do not be too arrogant. Once that trump card is exhausted, I shall make you acutely aware of the consequences of threatening me. In his heart, Nangong Lai mused, his gaze towards Li Ruzhong growing increasingly shrewd. This scene did not escape Li Ruzhong's notice. Chapter 0. The Eternal Body of Primordial Chaos. Ranking of Fortune's Killing Intent. Quite amusing. Li Ruffing took his seat, already sentencing Nangong Lai to death in his mind. Beside him, noticing that Li Ruffing had ceased his argument with Nangong Lai, Shen Xinghe slowly rose. He then stepped forward a few paces and announced, Ahem, I am Shen Xinghe, the sect master of the Flying Immortal Sect. Today marks the triennial recruitment conference of our sect. I shall dispense with unnecessary words. Let us formally commence the recruitment ceremony. All those under the age of 20 who wish to join the Flying Immortal Sect may line up to test their realm and talent before the Realm Steel and the Talent Stone. Only those who reach the 6th level of Qi refinement shall qualify as outer disciples. Should anyone achieve the Foundation Establishment stage, they will be directly promoted to inner disciples. Furthermore, those with talent rated at the mystic level or above may have the opportunity to become direct disciples of the elders. These are the regulations. Let the testing of realms and talents begin. With that, Shen Xinghe returned to his original seat. The crowd in the square began to orderly line up for the testing. Initially, most were at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refinement, with talents barely reaching the lowest grade, entirely unworthy of entering the Flying Immortal Sect. As the testing continued, gradually, individuals meeting the criteria began to emerge. Meanwhile, from his vantage point above, Li Ruffing surveyed the participants with an air of nonchalance. However, after a considerable time, he had yet to spot anyone of remarkable talent. All are of mediocre ability. Noticing the lack of gifted individuals, Li Ruffing let out a slight sigh. Ding! Special sign-in location detected, Sect Square. Would the esteemed host like to begin the sign-in? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed within Li Ruffing's mind. Oh, a special sign-in location? System, sign me in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have obtained the Eternal Body of Primordial Chaos. Would you like to receive it now? Yes. Without hesitation, Li Ruffing affirmed the system's inquiry. This was the first sign-in that granted a physical enhancement in 2.5 years, bringing a flicker of delight to his heart. In the next moment, a tremendous power surged into Li Ruffing's body. After a few moments, he seamlessly integrated the Eternal Body of Primordial Chaos. At that instant, Li Ruffing felt his strength multiply at least tenfold. Although his realm remained at the pinnacle of the Emperor's stage, his combat prowess had vastly improved. Truly, the Eternal Body of Primordial Chaos was a remarkable gain from this sign-in. Sensing the power coursing within him, Li Ruffing nodded in satisfaction. By the way, system, could you help me discern if there are any exceptionally talented individuals among the crowd below? Waiting any longer would be dreadfully tedious, at least half an hour more. At that moment, Li Ruffing suddenly pondered the possibility of enlisting the system's assistance to identify individuals endowed with exceptional talents. This would significantly expedite the process of waiting. Very well, esteemed host, the system responded. However, I recommend examining the fortune values of these individuals directly. Some may possess modest talents, yet their immense fortune can still lead them to the pinnacle of greatness. Oh, in that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Li Ruffing found the system's proposal quite reasonable and thus did not decline. Please hold on, esteemed host. As Li Ruffing spoke, the system began to assess the fortune values of all those present. Moments later, a display interface materialized before Li Ruffing, listing the fortune values of the individuals in the square from highest to lowest. Such promptness is indeed commendable, Li Ruffing mused, offering a compliment to the system before he began to scrutinize the rankings. Wasting no time, he focused on the top 3 individuals, as the rest held no interest for him. First place, Su Yang, with a fortune value of 1,500. Second place, Wu Hao, with a fortune value of 999. Third place, Lu Ruyan, with a fortune value of 888. Upon reviewing the information of these 3, Li Ruffing felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such high fortune values among the attendees of this recruitment convention. A fortune value exceeding 1,000. Truly, they are children of destiny. Interesting system. Please provide me with their appearances. Certainly, esteemed host. Soon, the system transmitted the images and locations of the three individuals to Li Ruff. Coincidentally, they were positioned just a few meters apart, particularly Wu Hao and Lu Ruyan, who were almost side by side. Suyang, I did not expect you to attend this recruitment convention for disciples of the Flying Immortal Sect. However, your foundation has been utterly destroyed, and you shall never have the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Do you truly believe the Flying Immortal Sect would accept someone as useless as you? I advise you to recognize your situation and leave now. Perhaps you can salvage a shred of your pitiful self-esteem. Ha! In an inconspicuous corner of the square, Wu Hao mercilessly mocked Suyang. Indeed, what Brother Wu Hao says is correct. Suyang, I know you attended the recruitment convention for the sake of pursuing me. However, we are no longer on the same path. Only someone as exceptionally talented as Brother Wu Hao is worthy of me. Therefore, I urge you to relinquish any hopes of being with me. In this lifetime, I could never choose someone as worthless as you. Following Wu Hao, Lu Ruyan directly derided Suyang as well. Moreover, she deliberately leaned into Wu Hao's embrace, appearing exceedingly intimate. Bah, you two should go away and indulge in your antics. I once regarded you as a brother and you as my shining moonlight. Now, at last, I see through your grotesque facade. And you, Lu Ruyan, we were once betrothed, yet here you lie in another man's embrace, truly a woman devoid of shame. How dare you claim that I came here for you? I, Suyang, would rather embrace solitude for eternity than choose a brazen woman like you. The mere sight of you disgusts me. Be gone at once. Beside him, Suyang retorted coldly, barely restraining himself from resorting to violence. Suyang, what did you just say? You dare to call me shameless and unprincipled? Lu Ruyan whimpered, turning to Wu Hao in distress. Suyang, your words are merely the jealous ramblings of a man who cannot win Lu Yan's affection. Regardless, I shall demand an explanation for your slander against her today. Given our acquaintance, I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize to Lu Yan, and I shall reluctantly let you off this time. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. You are no match for me now. Under Lu Ruyan's influence, Wu Hao was instantly captivated, losing all sense of reason. At that moment, all he desired was to impress Lu Ruyan and win her favor. Huh, I didn't realize you, Wu Hao, had a talent for being a sycophant. This is the Flying Immortal Sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If you wish to make an impression, you ought to exercise some intellect. Do not let the day come when you fall victim to a woman and remain oblivious. Suyang regarded Wu Hao's threats with utter disdain, a trace of scorn evident on his face. You. Fine, Suyang, just wait. Not being able to strike now does not mean I won't be able to later. Once I join the Flying Immortal Sect, taking your life will be as simple as crushing an ant. I am curious to see if your tongue remains as defiant as it is today. A reminder from Suyang made Wu Hao hesitant to act against him in the presence of the Flying Immortal Sect. However, he was not overly concerned. He knew that as long as Suyang could not join the sect, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate him later. Ignoring Wu Hao's words, Suyang deliberately distanced himself from the two. This spectacle left Wu Hao and Lu Ruyan momentarily shaken. Next, after a considerable wait, it was finally Wu Hao's turn to step forward for the test. He cast a smug glance at the distance where Suyang stood, then strode confidently toward the boundary stone. Without hesitation, Wu Hao placed his hand upon the stone. Chapter 0, Celestial Talent, a Waste of Qi Refinement. Foundation Establishment, First Level. In the next moment, the astonished exclamations of the elder in charge of the testing reverberated throughout the entire square. Prior to Wu Hao, the highest level attained by any participant was merely the 9th level of Qi refinement. The sudden emergence of a Foundation Establishment realm individual was undeniably astonishing. Not only were the spectators in the square left in shock, but even Shen Xinghe and his companions above displayed expressions of surprise. Of course, Li Rufu maintained his usual calm demeanor, showing little reaction. This young man possesses remarkable potential. If his talent reaches the Xian level, I shall take him as my direct disciple, thought Nangong Lai, observing Wu Hao's figure. Talent A. Mid-tier, Earth level. Moments later, the elder in charge of the testing gasped once more. Talent is innate and can be categorized based on its level into Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, and Emperor. Each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. A mid-tier Earth-level talent had not been seen in the Faxian sect for hundreds of years. Even the previously Rufu barely qualified as having an inferior Earth-level talent. At this moment, Shen Xinghe and the others could no longer remain seated, all rising in unison. This individual shall be my direct disciple. I implore you all to grant me this favor, as though I owe you a personal debt. Nangong Lai urged, hastily cupping his hands before the other peak masters. Absolutely not. Nangong Lai, do not assume that your strength compels us to yield. This person possesses a mid-tier Earth-level talent. We cannot simply concede. Indeed, do you truly believe that your personal favor outweighs that of a mid-tier Earth genius? Soon enough, the remaining peak masters collectively voiced their refusals. This scene made Nangong Lai feel as though he had been dealt several resounding slaps to the face. Humph. If that is the case, let each rely on their own capabilities. Aware that the others would not easily relinquish Wu Hao, Nangong Lai could only respond coldly. Very well. Let us discuss this matter once the remaining individuals have completed their tests. If it comes to it, we shall allow the individual to choose for themselves. In this way, there will be no need for contention among you. Noticing the tense atmosphere among the peak masters, Shen Xinghe quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Agreed. We shall heed the sect master's words and allow the individual to make their own choice. After hearing this, Nangong Lai replied coolly before returning to his seat. The other peak masters nodded in agreement, settling back into their positions. Only Li Rufu, seated at the edge, remained utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation. As the testing continued, while Lu Rian's performance did not shine as brightly as Wu Hao's, it still elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Being at the Foundation Establishment realm as well, Lu Rian possessed a talent that reached the supreme tier of the Xian level, just a notch below that of the Earth level. However, this was not the main attraction. Primarily, it was Lu Rian's graceful and enchanting figure that captivated most of those present. The final participant. Soon, the testing approached its conclusion, with only Su Yang remaining to undergo the assessment of his realm and talent. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Su Yang took a deep breath and stepped forward. Following the prescribed procedure, he commenced the realm assessment. The result revealed he was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Next came the talent evaluation. What? This is astonishing. A heavenly grade talent of the highest order. Indeed, the revelation left everyone present in awe. At that moment, before Nangong Lai could react, Shen Xinghe swiftly approached Su Yang. Would you consider taking me as your master? Without allowing Su Yang a moment to respond, Shen Xinghe directly posed the question. Sect. Sect Master, I greet you, Sect Master. Upon recognizing Shen Xinghe, Su Yang felt a mix of surprise and elation. There's no need for excessive formalities. Since you are aware of my status, do you wish to become my disciple? Shen Xinghe waved his hand dismissively and continued to inquire. I am willing. The prospect of becoming Shen Xinghe's disciple was something Su Yang could scarcely refuse, and without the slightest hesitation, he was about to voice his agreement. Wait, Sect Master, you cannot accept him as a disciple. At that moment, Wu Hao suddenly interjected loudly, startling many onlookers. Goodness, does this person seek his own demise? How dare he interrupt the Sect Master's decision to take on a disciple? Murmured the crowd, shocked by Wu Hao's audacity. If the Sect Master were to become enraged, we might all face dire consequences soon. The plaza buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe turned to Wu Hao and spoke. You are the one with the earthly grade talent. Speak then. If it were an ordinary individual, they would not even have the opportunity to explain themselves. You assert that I cannot accept him as a disciple. I expect a reasonable justification for your claim. Considering Wu Hao's own talents were not insignificant, Shen Xinghe did not immediately challenge him. Thank you, Sect Master. The reason I intervened is that he is currently rendered a waste. If a waste were to become your disciple, would it not tarnish your reputation? Wu Hao stated with confidence, offering Su Yang a smug smile. If you do not believe me, you may inspect his condition yourself. A waste? Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's initial eagerness to take on a disciple immediately waned. In the next moment, he extended his spiritual consciousness to probe Su Yang's body. After a brief pause, he withdrew his consciousness, his expression darkening. Alas, his foundation is entirely destroyed. It seems unlikely he will advance further in this lifetime. Such a pity for one of heavenly grade talent. Realizing he had acted impulsively, Shen Xinghe added, forget my earlier remarks. However, you may join the Flying Immortal sect as an outer disciple. A genius who remains at the Qi refinement stage throughout his life bears little distinction from an ordinary individual. As the leader of a sect, Shen Xinghe could not possibly accept such a person as his direct disciple. Indeed, thank you, Sect Master. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in Su Yang's heart, being accepted into the Feixian sect was, for the time being, a sufficient consolation. It is evident that people in this world are invariably pragmatic. So be it. An outer disciple is an outer disciple. I refuse to believe that I shall never transcend the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, Su Yang had gained considerable insight and no longer harbored grievances over the recent events. Su Yang, you nearly soared to greatness. With your lack of merit, you dare to aspire to be the disciple of the sect master? You are merely a frog wishing to feast upon swan meat, lost in your delusions. Only a genius like myself is worthy of becoming the sect master's disciple. In the future, I shall ascend to become the leader of the Feixian sect. Observing Shen Xinghe's departing figure while casting a glance at the contemplative Su Yang, Wu Hao felt an immense sense of pride. The evaluations were completed, and those who did not meet the requirements of the Feixian sect were free to depart. Upon returning to the high platform, Shen Xinghe slowly began to announce, those who have been eliminated may now leave. With his words, the rejected individuals shook their heads in disappointment and made their way out of the Feixian sect. Soon, fewer than 100 remained in the square. Apart from Wu Hao and Lu Ruyan, All others were at the chi refinement stage. Next, the process of assigning these individuals commenced. At that moment, the leaders of the 6 peaks stepped forward to begin selecting suitable disciples. In quick succession, one after another, candidates were chosen by the various peak leaders. Wu Hao ultimately selected Nangong Lai as his mentor. Shen Xinghe showed no intention of taking on disciples, and Wu Hao had no recourse in that regard. As for Lu Ruyan, she naturally chose to remain with Wu Hao. In the end, only Su Yang was left standing alone in the square. Wu Hao's earlier remarks had already alerted the 6 peak leaders to Su Yang's predicament. A disciple stagnating at the chi refinement stage was undesirable to any peak leader. This scene rendered Shen Xinghe somewhat awkward. He had just assured Su Yang of his acceptance into the Faxian sect as an outer disciple. Yet now, none of the 6 peaks expressed interest in him. Was this not a slap in the face? Regardless, he possessed decent talent. Do none of you truly wish to take him on? Faced with this predicament, Shen Xinghe reluctantly addressed Nangong Lai and the others. Sectmaster, no matter how high the talent, if one cannot cultivate, what use is it? I'm afraid my Tianjin peak does not harbor idlers. Nangong Lai was the first to respond. I concur with this sentiment. A person incapable of cultivation is not welcome at my Tiangang peak either. One after another, the peak leaders expressed their disapproval. The continuous rejections from the 6 peak leaders left Shen Xinghe at a loss for words. Chapter 0. Taking on Su Yang. The gardener a gathering of foolish and arrogant individuals. Since you all seem to reject him, I shall gladly accept. Observing the antics of Nangong Lai and the others, Li Ruffeng could no longer remain a passive observer. Thus, disregarding Shen Xinghe, he rose and made his way down to Su Yang. Indeed. We have been talking here for quite a while. How could we have forgotten him? Sectmaster, aside from our 6 main peaks, there is also Li Rufeng's Spirit Herb Peak, is there not? I believe it would be most fitting for that individual to go to the Spirit Herb Peak. After all, tending to herbs requires merely the cultivation of a chi refinement stage. Upon noticing Li Rufeng's movement, Nangong Lai immediately spoke in a mocking tone. As his words fell, the others turned their gazes toward Li Ruffeng in unison. Sigh. At this point, it truly seems to be the best course of action. Very well. You all may return with your new disciples. This matter need not concern you any further. After Nangong Lai's reminder, Shen Xinghe finally recalled Li Rufeng's Spirit Herb Peak. We take our leave then. Soon, Nangong Lai and the others departed the sect's plaza one after another. Meanwhile, Li Ruffeng had already approached Su Yang. Young man, do you yearn for power? After observing Su Yang for a moment, Li Ruffeng suddenly inquired. Taken aback by Li Rufeng's words, Su Yang momentarily found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend their meaning. Are you asking if I desire power, or if I wish to remain trapped in the 9th level of chi refinement for eternity? Li Ruffeng spoke calmly. Su Yang hesitated. Think carefully before you answer. Li Rufeng's voice resonated again. I desire power. Ever since my foundation was shattered, I have endured the scorn of others incessantly. This feeling, I have had enough, I have grown numb to it. Yet, I am powerless to change my circumstances. As he spoke, Su Yang's tone suddenly turned somber, his face reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. Excellent. As long as you have not given up, all is negotiable. Observing Su Yang's reaction, Li Ruffeng nodded in satisfaction. I have a way to help you grow stronger. All you need to do is take me as your master. Of course, there are a few other minor requirements, but I shall elaborate on those once you make your choice. Now, the decision lies with you. Young man, are you willing to become my disciple? Upon finishing, Li Ruffeng regarded Su Yang with a serene expression. You can truly help me grow stronger? If so, I bow to you, master. Without hesitation, Su Yang knelt down and offered Li Ruffeng a formal gesture of apprenticeship. You are quite resolute. Do you not wish to inquire who I am? Are you not afraid that I may have been deceiving you just now? Upon witnessing Su Yang's forthrightness, Li Ruffeng couldn't help but tease him slightly. I have utmost faith in my master, Su Yang replied, devoid of excessive explanation, his words stemming from genuine emotion. How amusing. Rise now. I am known as Li Ruff, the head of Lingyao Peak. As the name suggests, Lingyao Peak is a place for cultivating spiritual herbs. Currently, aside from myself, you are the first to join Lingyao Peak. After introducing himself, Li Ruffeng inquired, do you recall the modest request I mentioned earlier? Please, master, do tell. Whatever the request may be, I am entirely agreeable. Su Yang responded earnestly. Very well. My demands are few. Firstly, from now on, the responsibility of watering the spiritual herbs will rest entirely upon you. Secondly, regarding matters of cultivation, I shall not intervene. Similarly, I shall not concern myself with matters unrelated to cultivation. In essence, do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Thirdly, I have yet to conceive any further requests. I shall communicate them should they arise. Fourthly, refer to the third point. Li Ruffeng spoke calmly, his face unperturbed. Upon hearing these words, Su Yang stood momentarily in stunned silence, doubting his own hearing. Since there are no questions, I shall consider your silence as consent. Now, let us return to the peak. There are numerous herb fields to water today. It would be prudent to return swiftly so you may commence your tasks. Without affording Su Yang a moment to interject, Li Ruffing turned and began walking towards Lingyao Peak. I can't shake the feeling that this master is somewhat unreliable. Su Yang murmured softly before calling out, Master, wait for me. He hastened after Li Rufing's retreating figure. Not far off, Shen Xinghe observed this scene and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he was perplexed as to why Li Ruffing had taken Su Yang as a disciple, the mere fact that Li Ruffing accepted him was enough to satisfy Shen Xinghe. Moments later, Shen Xinghe too turned to leave the square. What is your name? On the journey back to Lingyao Peak, Su Ming'er, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, approached Su Yang and inquired with curiosity. I am Su Yang. And you are? Su Yang asked, slightly bewildered by her sudden presence. Su Yang, it is a pleasure. I am Su Ming. By seniority, you must address me as senior sister. She replied with a playful smile. Senior sister? Are you also a disciple of the master? But didn't he mention that I was the first to join Lingyao Peak? Su Yang inquired, puzzled. The master accepted you as a disciple? Humph, that mischievous master, claiming disinterest in the recruitment ceremony. Upon learning that Su Yang had become Li Rufing's disciple, Su Ming'er immediately displayed an expression of surprise. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Li Ruffing, overhearing Su Ming'er's remarks, was left in a state of exasperation. However, Li Ruffing understood that Su Ming'er was merely jesting, so he did not pay much heed to her words. As a disciple of the sect master, it was entirely reasonable for her to be addressed as senior sister. Li Ruffing then proceeded to explain. As she was the sect master's disciple, her innate talent must indeed be exceptional. Upon discovering that Su Ming'er was a disciple of Shen Xinghe, Su Yang felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the young girl, who appeared to be around 10 years of age, held such a distinguished status. Actually, my talent is not that remarkable. To this day, I have only reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and that was with the assistance of my uncle master, Su Ming'er said cheerfully, bouncing over to Li Rufing's side. How much? The 3rd level of foundation establishment? You consider that not high in talent? Truly, comparison can be disheartening. At 10 years old, I had just barely entered the 1st level of qi refinement. In that moment, Su Yang felt as though his own cultivation paled in comparison to Su Ming'er's prowess. Xiao Ming'er, I never realized you could be so boastful. Li Ruffing teased as he noticed her approach. Please don't discourage my newly accepted disciple. I still need his help in tending to my many medicinal gardens. Understood, Uncle Master. From now on, I shall refrain from excessive boasting in front of junior brother Su Yang. Su Ming'er replied playfully, rolling her eyes with a smile. Yes. At least wait until he has finished watering before you speak. Li Ruffing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as Su Yang listened to the exchange between Li Ruffing and Su Ming'er, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, observing the camaraderie between Li Ruffing and Su Ming'er, he realized for the first time that not everyone in this world looked down upon him. At least from their words and actions, there was no trace of mockery. This realization was invaluable to Su Yang. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Li Ruffing, along with Su Yang and Su Ming'er, returned to the courtyard of Lingyao Peak. Soon after, Su Yang began to water the spirit herbs under Su Ming'er's guidance, while Li Ruffing reclined comfortably. The thought of no longer needing to concern himself with the matters of the spirit herbs filled his heart with an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Chapter 0, Midnight Pursuit and Covert Conspiracy. The day passed swiftly, and nightfall arrived sooner than expected. By this time, Su Yang, having recently arrived at Lingyao Peak, had succumbed to slumber after a day of arduous toil. However, Li Ruffing remained awake, stepping into the courtyard to gaze upon the resplendent moonlight. In the next moment, Li Rufing's figure vanished silently from sight. Simultaneously, atop Tianjin Peak, the peak master, Nangong Lai, fortuitously did not rest either. After casting a vigilant glance around, he departed from Tianjin Peak, soaring towards the outskirts of Feishan sect. This nocturnal excursion of Nangong Lai was entirely observed by Li Ruffing, who was concealed at a distance. Intrigued by the latter's late-night venture, Li Ruffing decided to follow discreetly. After a brief interval, Nangong Lai arrived at a secluded forest. Upon landing, he made his way directly into a cave. Just moments after Nangong Lai entered the cave, Li Ruffing's silhouette emerged at the entrance. Casting a glance at the cave, Li Ruffing stepped inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, Nangong Lai had reached the innermost depths of the cave, where a figure awaited his arrival. Master of Nangong Peak, it seems you are late today. Has something detained you? The figure, cloaked in black, spoke with an air of intrigue. Nothing significant, merely a trivial matter. Let us proceed to the main topic. When do you plan to act? Or have you reconsidered at the last moment? If so, let us not squander each other's time. Nangong Lai replied calmly. Haha, Master of Nangong Peak, I did not anticipate your eagerness surpassing ours. Rest assured, we shall fulfill our promises. According to our plan, we intend to make our move in 3 days. At that time, with your cooperation, capturing Feishan sect will be a mere trifle for us, the black-clad man responded, his tone brimming with confidence. Very well. As I mentioned before, I have no issue with cooperation. However, I expect you to assist me in ascending to the position of sect master of Feishan sect, Nangong Lai declared. That is certainly agreeable. Elevating you to the position of sect master will only strengthen our collaboration. Such a favorable arrangement is indeed mutually beneficial, the man in black nodded, readily acquiescing to Nangong Lai's request. Excellent. How many individuals do you plan to mobilize for this operation? Shen Xinghe has already reached the 9th level of Yuanying, mere steps away from the transformation realm. He possesses formidable strength. If we cannot contend with him, all plans will be in vain. Additionally, there is that Li Ruffeng. Although he has suffered setbacks, he still retains a deadly trump card. Initially, he had indeed slain a formidable adversary at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage with merely those 2 techniques. Thus, Li Ruffeng must also be taken into consideration. If one can neutralize his final lethal strike, he would become nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, destined for demise. Speaking of Li Ruffeng, Nangong Lai's tone noticeably chilled. Oh, is that so? However, Master Nangong, there is no need for concern. This time, it is a collaboration of 2 major sects against the Feitian sect. Furthermore, with your insider knowledge, Shen Xinghe and Li Ruffeng do not pose a significant threat. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, we have deliberately invested considerable resources to enlist a cultivator at the transformation stage. Even if Shen Xinghe is formidable, can he surpass one at the transformation stage? The man in the black robe replied. The transformation stage. I see. In that case, dealing with Shen Xinghe is practically assured. I shall return and await the execution of your plan. I preemptively wish us a delightful collaboration. Upon hearing of the transformation stage cultivator, a reassuring smile graced Nangong Lai's lips. Ha ha ha. Very well. Then Master Nangong shall return to make preparations. Oh no, I should address you as Sect Master Nangong. Ha ha. With that, the man in the black robe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Nangong Lai reveled in the flattery from the man in black, leaving with an air of buoyancy. Soon, he departed the cave, heading back towards the Feitian sect. Yet, unbeknownst to Nangong Lai, every word he exchanged with the man in black had been overheard clearly by Li Ruffeng, who was concealed in the shadows. At that moment, within the cave, so this is how it is. I never expected Nangong Lai to collude secretly with the other 2 major sections. Very well, I had originally intended to resolve this matter tonight. Since you, Nangong Lai, have chosen to rebel, I shall grant you that opportunity. I hope many will come, otherwise, it might be rather dull. After some contemplation, Li Ruffeng did not rush to confront Nangong Lai. After all, there were still 3 days remaining, and Li Ruffeng possessed the patience to wait. Before long, Li Ruffeng exited the cave and made his way back to the Spirit Medicine Peak. Subsequently, he entered his chamber to rest. Time swiftly passed, leading to the morning of the following day. Early that day, Su Yang, who had just finished watering the spirit herbs, approached Li Ruffeng with an expression full of anticipation. Master, Su Yang hesitated momentarily. Speak freely, do not hold back. Upon opening his eyes and noticing Su Yang's bashful demeanor, Li Ruffeng spoke calmly. Yes, Master. Did you not mention yesterday that you had a method to help me grow stronger? Therefore, I wish to inquire what that method entails. Prompted by Li Ruffeng's words, Su Yang immediately expressed the thoughts that had been weighing on his mind. Oh, I thought it was something significant. It is merely this matter? Very well. Had you not asked, I would have nearly forgotten. Li Ruffeng leisurely began to speak. Well, upon hearing his words, Su Yang was immediately struck by a wave of confusion. Master, what method do you refer to? Instead of dwelling on the awkwardness of the moment, Su Yang became more concerned about the means through which he could enhance his strength. Ahem, I possess 2 approaches. First, I can restore your damaged foundation, allowing you to continue your cultivation and breakthroughs in the future. Second, without the need to repair your foundation, I have a cultivation technique. If you practice it, you will become stronger. Choose. With that, Li Ruffeng relinquished the decision to Su Yang. Cultivation technique. Master, what exactly is this technique that can enable me to grow stronger without addressing my foundation? Could it be of heavenly rank? No. Even heavenly rank techniques may not possess such capability. Only a sacred rank, or perhaps the legendary imperial rank techniques, could have that potential. Could it be that the technique you speak of is of sacred rank? Compared to the traditional method of restoring one's foundation, Su Yang found himself far more intrigued by the technique mentioned by Li Ruffeng. In the Tianyuan continent, cultivation techniques are classified into several tiers: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, and imperial. A mere earth rank technique is sufficient to incite frenzied competition among countless individuals, let alone those of higher ranks. As for why Su Yang hesitated to mention the imperial rank technique, it was simply because such techniques are typically found only in transcendent places like Zhongdu. In contrast, Eastern Wilderness, a remote region, had not even heard of the existence of imperial rank techniques. Additionally, Eastern Wilderness is subdivided into 7 states, with Feitian sect located in one of them, Qingzhou. Unfortunately, Qingzhou is situated in the most remote area of Eastern Wilderness and is the weakest among the 7 states. On the surface, Qingzhou lacks even a heavenly rank technique. Su Yang dared to speculate that Li Ruffeng's reference to a sacred rank technique was already a considerable exaggeration. Chapter 0. The art of chi refinement, self-destruction of foundations. Are you intrigued by martial arts? Alas, you are mistaken. My technique is devoid of rank. Li Ruffing stated impassively. 5th rank. Are there other levels of martial arts? Su Yang inquired weakly upon hearing Li Ruffing's response. There are no ranks. It does not even qualify as yellow rank. Li Ruffing explained helplessly, observing Su Yang's bewildered expression. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Do not overthink it. Although the technique is unranked, even an imperial-level martial art may not possess its value. Noticing Su Yang's prolonged silence, Li Ruffing felt compelled to clarify in order to ease the awkward atmosphere. More precious than an imperial-level technique. Master, I have not encountered much of the world. Please do not deceive this child, Su Yang replied with skepticism. Useless. With your demeanor, I wouldn't even bother to waste time deceiving you. Quickly take this technique and go aside. I wish to rest. The most effective way to quell Su Yang's doubts about the technique was to simply hand it over to him. Li Ruffing was confident that once Su Yang perused his method, any uncertainties would vanish. Very well. Taking the technique tossed over by Li Ruffing and glancing at the now closed eyes of his master, Su Yang ultimately chose to acquiesce. He then settled down cross-legged and began to examine the method in his hands. The art of chi refinement. Glancing at the title, Su Yang promptly turned to the first page. Note, to practice this technique, one must first self-destruct their foundations. Reading the content on the first page, Su Yang was struck for the first time by the peculiarity of such a technique in existence. Other martial arts required either formidable talent or extraordinary comprehension. At the very least, one must be capable of normal cultivation and breakthroughs. Yet this book demanded one to cripple their own foundation right from the outset. One might mistakenly assume it to be a malevolent technique. Disregarding the first page, Su Yang continued to the next. If one does not destroy their foundation, they may still practice this technique. The price, a lifetime confined to the chi refinement realm. Should one possess a realm above chi refinement while practicing this technique, their realm will automatically regress to chi refinement. Note, once cultivation begins, it cannot be halted. To practice this technique, think carefully and remember. Having finished the second page, Su Yang was rendered speechless. Since one could practice without destroying their foundation, what purpose did the statement on the first page serve? Forget it. The crux lies in the cost, a lifetime stagnation at the chi refinement realm. Furthermore, once one commits to this technique, there is no turning back. It appears that Master was already aware of this, which is why he entrusted the decision to me. Given the circumstances, I am eager to discover whether this technique is as extraordinary as my master has proclaimed. Thus, Su Yang diligently perused the entirety of the Chi Refinement Manual. As he delved into its pages, he found himself utterly captivated by its content. Unbeknownst to him, as he finally closed the manual, over an hour had slipped away. At that moment, Su Yang's previous doubts and skepticism were replaced by a visage of awe and elation. It was astonishing that such a formidable and peculiar practice existed in the world. No wonder his master deemed it more precious than even imperial-level techniques. While imperial techniques are indeed remarkable, their rigorous cultivation requirements limit practitioners to merely breaking through to the great emperor realm. In contrast, this Chi Refinement Manual is accessible to anyone without any restrictions. Moreover, should one persist in their training, transcending to the exalted realm of immortality may well be within reach. Having just become a disciple, I have been bestowed with such a powerful technique. This kindness is something I can never repay in my lifetime. It seems I shall need to tend to the medicinal fields more diligently in the days to come, lest I feel unworthy of my master's nurturing. Yes, that is settled. Now, let me personally experience the might of this technique. After expressing gratitude in his heart for Li Ruffing, Su Yang commenced his practice of the Chi Refinement Manual. In less than 10 breaths, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted from within his body. However, this energy was peculiar. It was not the sensation associated with breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Has this truly led to a breakthrough? Chi Refinement Level 10. Haha. This technique is indeed powerful. Not only has it surpassed the limitations of Chi Refinement Level 9, but I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Given this, I shall press on and see how far I can advance on my first attempt. Having tasted the sweetness of the Chi Refinement Manual, Su Yang intensified his efforts in his cultivation. Thus, intermittent bursts of breakthrough energy resonated throughout the courtyard. Observing this from his rocking chair, Li Ruffing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He understood that from this moment forth, a person destined to be invincible in the Chi Refinement realm had emerged. The Chi Refinement War Emperor. The thought of this spectacle was utterly intriguing. Haha, I hope this lad does not let me down. I am eager to witness such a scene with my own eyes. As the sunlight bathed the surroundings, Li Ruffing decided it was time for a brief slumber. No longer paying heed to the earnest cultivation of Su Yang. As time passed, 3 days swiftly went by. On this day, the appointed time between Nangong Lai and the man in the black robe had arrived. At the break of dawn, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the flying immortal sect. Particularly atop the Sword Peak, the silence felt eerily pronounced. On this day, Li Ruffing also rose early from his slumber. Although aware that Nangong Lai had colluded with outsiders to strike against the Faxian sect today, Li Ruffing did not harbor excessive concern regarding the matter. For him, patience was key. The moment Nangong Lai took action would mark the time for his own intervention. Meanwhile, outside the Faxian sect, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, surrounding the sect entirely. Shenxinghe, come out. Soon, a voice resonated through the skies, reverberating across the entire Faxian sect. Who dares to be so audacious within my Faxian sect? Upon hearing his name called directly, Shenxinghe bellowed in response. In a brief moment, his figure materialized above the sect. At that instant, he finally discerned the appearance of the person who had spoken. It is you, Gu Quanxing. Why have you left your Kongling sect to come here? The Kongling sect, one of the three great sects of Qingzhou, alongside Faxian sect and Yunqiao sect, had always maintained a balance of power among themselves. Gu Quanxing was the sect master of the Kongling sect, possessing strength at the 8th level of Yuanying, just one level beneath Shenxinghe. Ha! Shenxinghe, are you feigning ignorance? I have come here specifically to find you. I shall not waste words. I will state this once. Surrender your position as the sect master of Faxian sect, and cripple your own cultivation, and I may spare your life, Gu Quanxing declared coldly. What? Gu Quanxing, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe that you alone can compel me to relinquish the Faxian sect? Shenxinghe retorted, incensed. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have yet to lose my temper. I advise you to retreat, as far as you can. Shenxinghe was furious. When had he ever been subjected to such threats? Shenxinghe, the more you live, the duller your wits become. Surely, you do not think that I am the only one who has come today? Gu Quanxing suddenly revealed a smug and enigmatic smile, addressing Shenxinghe. Chapter 0. Betrayal and Peril. What do you mean? Upon hearing Gu Quanxing's words, Shenxinghe's expression instantly grew grave, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Brother Zhang, since Shenxinghe is at a loss, why don't you elucidate the matter to him in person? Observing Shenxinghe's serious demeanor, Gu Quanxing burst into laughter. In the next moment, a figure materialized beside Gu Quanxing. It was none other than Zhang Luo, the leader of the Yunqiao sect. Zhang Luo, he has also arrived. This is bad. They intend to conspire against my Faxian sect. This is troublesome. The instant Shenxinghe glimpsed Zhang Luo, his countenance darkened completely. He understood that a fierce battle was likely imminent. Shenxinghe, what is the situation now? I believe I need not elaborate further, Gu Quanxing continued with a menacing tone. As I stated earlier, relinquish your position as sect leader and renounce your cultivation. Do so, and I may spare your life today. Otherwise, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. Seeing the apprehension in Shenxinghe's expression, Gu Quanxing grew even more arrogant. You wish. Do not think that your numbers intimidate me. You are merely at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Even united, I do not fear you. With my own strength at the 9th level of the nascent soul, I possess a sliver of confidence. Shenxinghe, you truly are one who does not shed tears until seeing the coffin. I admit that together with Brother Zhang, we are not your match. However, if we can stall you for a time, the other members of Faxian sect will surely meet a tragic end. When only you remain, what choice will you make then? Gu Quanxing sneered disdainfully. You dare? Shenxinghe retorted furiously. Do you truly believe that Faxian sect lacks defenders? Where are the peak masters and esteemed elders? Our sect is under siege, and I require your assistance. Upon hearing Gu Quanxing's intention to harm the disciples of Faxian sect, Shenxinghe was filled with righteous indignation. Soon, 6 peak masters gathered behind him, and other elders emerged in succession. Gu Quanxing, did you not claim that I am the sole survivor of Faxian sect? If that is the case, allow me to witness your capabilities. Today, your visit to Faxian sect will be the most foolish decision of your lives. Peak masters, join me in the fray. The remaining elders shall protect the disciples. With the 6 peak masters at his back, particularly the formidable Nangong Lai at the 7th level of the nascent soul, Shenxinghe felt a surge of confidence. However, he was perplexed by the unwavering calmness displayed by Gu Quanxing and Zhang Luo, who remained entirely unfazed despite the arrival of the 6 peak masters. This peculiar behavior struck Shenxinghe as deeply unusual, leaving him momentarily uncertain about their true intentions. Shenxinghe, are these few individuals truly your source of confidence? If that is the case, then you are indeed rejoicing prematurely. 4. If one does not take action at this moment, when else shall one? Suddenly, Gu Quanxing uttered a perplexing statement. Upon hearing this, Shenxinghe momentarily lost his focus. It was at that very instant that Nangong Lai made his move, followed by the other prominent leaders. With a swift and powerful strike, the 6 launched a surprise attack on Shenxinghe, leaving him no opportunity to evade. After the assault, Shenxinghe coughed up a mouthful of hot blood and plummeted downwards. Thud. As expected, he landed heavily on the ground, creating a substantial crater in the plaza. Cough. You all, I have treated you well, why then do you betray me? Rising from the deep pit, Shenxinghe directed his furious inquiries at Nangong Lai and the others. At this moment, Shenxinghe's heart bore the weight of immense betrayal. He could scarcely fathom that those around him would turn against him. Severely injured from the ambush, he realized he was no match for Gu Quangxing and the others. And despair surged within him. Sect Master, do not blame us. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Even if we did not rebel, do you truly believe you could stand against their two great sects? At this juncture, allow me to unveil the truth. They have even enlisted the aid of a formidable expert at the transformation stage to deal with you, rather than accompany you to death. It is far wiser to align with them. However, you need not worry, Sect Master. Even in your demise, the Faxian sect shall endure, and I shall be the next Sect Master of Faxian. Surprised, are you, esteemed Sect Master? Ha! With that, Nangong Lai burst into laughter. Nangong Lai, you. Very well. You are quite something. Colluding with outsiders and betraying the sect. Should I perish, you shall not find peace. In that moment, Shen Xinghe finally saw through Nangong Lai's true nature, his heart filled with rage and regret. Aware of his impending doom, he resolved to take a few down with him before his end. The first target of his wrath was naturally Nangong Lai. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You seek to self-destruct and take me with you, do you not? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. You may proceed on your journey to the next life. Gu Sect Master, Zhang Sect Master, I entrust the matter to you. I hope you shall not forget our agreement. Ignoring Shen Xinghe below, Nangong Lai immediately cupped his hands and addressed Gu Quangxing and Zhang. Haha, no problem. Rest assured, once Shen Xinghe has met his end, you shall become the new Sect Master of Faxian. However, the condition is that you must provide us with half of the sect's cultivation resources. Moreover, in the years to come, the Faxian sect must supply our two great sects with a specified amount of cultivation resources annually. Master Nangong, you would not refuse this, would you? Gu Quangxing remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Gu Quangxing's proposition immediately caused Nangong Lai to waver. Noticing Nangong Lai's delay in response, Gu Quangxing's tone turned icy. Sensing the shift, Nangong Lai quickly replied, very well. We shall proceed as Master Gu suggests. I truly admire someone like Master Nangong, who knows how to adapt to the times. Oh no, I should refer to you as Master Nangong now. Now that our negotiations are concluded, it is time to send Shen Xinghe on his way. With that, Gu Quangxing cast his gaze downward at Shen Xinghe, gathering his power. Perish. In the next moment, Gu Quangxing unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at Shen Xinghe. How could I be left out of this? Zhang Luo also launched an attack towards Shen Xinghe. Below, as Shen Xinghe beheld the two assaults descending upon him, he struggled to circulate the spiritual energy within him to mount a defense. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resounded, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, Shen Xinghe was seen sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, utterly motionless, teetering between life and death. Still breathing, quite resilient, aren't you? How will you respond to this next move? Vanish completely. Soon, Gu Quangxing launched another ferocious attack aimed squarely at Shen Xinghe's life. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Lai's heart swelled with delight, a smile unmistakably gracing his lips. At that moment, everyone present believed without a doubt that Shen Xinghe was doomed. Even Shen Xinghe himself, clinging to the last remnants of life, shared this grim expectation. Yet, just as the attack was about to descend upon him, a figure appeared before Shen Xinghe like a specter, defying the imminent danger. Chapter 0. The destruction of both sects in the path of space. Alas, it is indeed tragic. Should you perish, little Meng would undoubtedly grieve. Nevertheless, despite your lackluster performance as the sect leader, the Faxian sect still relies on your governance. Disperse. With Li Ruffing's utterance, the imminent attack that was poised to strike him instantly dissipated into thin air. This spectacle left Gu Quangxing and the others utterly astonished, rooted in disbelief. How is this possible? Merely a single word was sufficient to neutralize my assault. It cannot be. After a few moments, Gu Quangxing's mind erupted in a frenzy of thoughts. At that moment, not only Gu Quangxing, but the others too began to harbor doubts about the authenticity of the earlier scene, particularly for Nangong Lai, who was the most profoundly shaken. Li Ruffeng, you must have employed your final trump card. It has to be so. Do not think that this will intimidate us. Esteemed sect leaders, this is the Li Ruffeng I mentioned. His cultivation has long been rendered useless. He merely resorted to his last resort to fend off that attack. He poses no threat to us now. Do not be swayed by his earlier display. As Nangong Lai spoke, he grew increasingly convinced of his own assertions. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ruffeng below was observing him with a bemused expression akin to that of a mere jester. Well said, having delivered your final words. It is time for you to depart. With a chuckle, Li Ruffeng unleashed a formidable aura that surged towards Nangong Lai and the others in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but wisps of crimson mist, as their bodies were obliterated into sanguine vapor. The souls of Nangong Lai and his companions gradually materialized. To ensure the preservation of their souls, Li Ruffeng had deliberately restrained his power. In the next instant, Li Ruffeng grasped an object that emanated a peculiar black mist. Gather. Upon his command, the souls of Nangong Lai and the others were wholly absorbed into the item he held. Excellent, excellent. The power of my human sovereign banner has been further augmented. Now, it is your turn. Li Ruffing mused to himself, suddenly fixing his gaze in a specific direction. Boom. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist materialized in the air. This mist belonged to the formidable god transformation expert summoned by Gu Quangxing and his cohorts. Tragically, he met his end without ever revealing his face. Instantly slain by Li Ruffing, his soul also drawn into the human sovereign banner. Having resolved these matters, Li Ruffing turned his attention once more to Xinxingha, who lay on the ground, his breath fading. Subsequently, Li Ruffing produced a medicinal pill and forcibly infused it into Xinxingha's body. As the pill took effect, Xinxingha's injuries began to gradually mend. I shall leave the aftermath to you. I must take my leave from the sect for a while. Indeed, I find trouble to be quite bothersome, so it suffices for you to understand today's matters. Without waiting for Xinxingha's response, Li Rufu vanished from the spot. At this moment, Xinxingha's consciousness had fully returned, and he had heard Li Rufu's earlier remarks. Although he did not witness the grace of Li Rufu's actions firsthand, Xinxingha was acutely aware that Li Rufu's prowess had not waned. Rather, it had escalated to an extraordinarily formidable level. In that instant, Xinxingha felt a twinge of relief, grateful that during the years when rumors circulated about Li Rufu's diminished abilities, he had merely maintained a degree of aloofness without committing any egregious acts. Furthermore, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Su Menger, for he understood that Li Rufu's act of rescue was not motivated by his status as sect leader. However, Xinxingha was too weary to dwell on these matters any longer. His singular desire was to survive and to heed Li Rufu's guidance thereafter. After departing from the Facian sect, Li Rufu navigated directly towards the Kongling sect, guided by the recollections etched in his mind. He understood the principle that allowing weeds to grow unchecked would only lead to their resurgence. Thus, he had no intention of sparing the remaining members of the Kongling sect. Moreover, the Emperor's banner required an abundance of souls to augment its power. These individuals were presenting themselves willingly, and Li Rufu had no intention of letting them escape. After all, he was an emperor, not a saint. Compassion was not a necessity in his realm. Before long, Li Rufu arrived above the Kongling sect. Without hesitation, he summoned the Emperor's banner. Within mere moments, its power experienced a slight enhancement. Beep. Detected a special sign-in location, Kongling sect. Would the esteemed host like to commence the sign-in? Just as Li Rufu was about to depart, the system's notification echoed. Sign in. Without a moment's pause, Li Rufu opted to proceed with it. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host, for signing in to acquire the innate treasure, the God-slaying spear. The God-slaying spear? The kind that kills without entangling with karma? Indeed, esteemed host. Not too shabby, I suppose. I possess the Emperor's banner. Karma is merely a trifling matter. It is time to move on. With that, Li Rufu lingered no longer and departed from the Kongling sect, heading straight towards the Yunxiao sect. Subsequently, the inhabitants of Yunxiao sect, akin to those of Kongling sect, became nourishment for the Emperor's banner. Moreover, at Yunxiao sect, Li Rufu executed yet another special location sign-in. Compared to the God-slaying spear, he found the reward from the Yunxiao sect sign-in to be quite satisfactory. The reward was the path of space among the 3,000 avenues. In that instant of receiving the reward, no one in this world could surpass Li Rufu in the realm of the path of space. Upon mastering the path of space, Li Rufu instantly teleported back to the Facian sect, completely eliminating the need to waste time traveling. Moreover, Li Ruffing casually experimented and discovered that he could instantaneously arrive at any location within the Tianyuan continent, provided he wished to do so. With this convenient ability, Li Ruffing could traverse to any destination without any constraints. While he was still reveling in the ease afforded by the path of space, Xinxingha's figure appeared at the foot of Lingyao Peak. Glancing up at the summit of Lingyao Peak, Xinxingha ultimately made his way upward. Moments ago, having recovered from his injuries, he learned that Li Ruffing had returned and thus hastened to meet him. In this instant, Xinxingha had wholly shed the demeanor of a sect leader, his countenance somewhat reserved, as though he harbored a degree of trepidation about confronting Li Ruffing. Before long, Xinxingha arrived at Li Ruffing's courtyard. Li Feng. Esteemed senior, he addressed respectfully, observing Li Ruffing reclining in a rocking chair. Is there something you need? Li Ruffing inquired, seemingly indifferent to Xinxingha's presence, merely posing a simple question. Well, it is my belief that the position of sect leader of Facian sect is somewhat ill-suited for me at this juncture. Perhaps it would be better if you, esteemed senior. Xinxingha replied. Listen, cease that line of thought. I have no interest in the position of sect leader. I believe the role of the Peak Master of Lingyao Peak suits me quite well. Enough. I understand your concerns. You should continue in your role as sect leader. As long as you do not cause trouble, I shall not interfere. Additionally, please send some individuals to visit Kongling's sect and Yunxiao sect when you have the opportunity, and retrieve their cultivation resources. A comprehensive reform is also necessary within our sect. It is utterly unacceptable that all 6 peak masters have betrayed us. Their disciples, along with any elders with close ties to them, must be dealt with accordingly. The remaining disciples and elders should all be made to take a heavenly oath. Future recruits, wishing to join the Facian sect, must also pledge their eternal allegiance to the sect. I fail to comprehend how a sect leader can mismanage an entire sect. If Facian sect were to collapse, where would I find such a splendid place to continue my repose? Disregard the last remark. In concluding, Li Ruffeng promptly halted his discourse, refraining from elaborating further. Chapter 0. The Great Competition of Tianyuan and the Chance to Ascend. Very well, I shall defer to your wisdom. Esteemed elder, might I inquire if there are any further instructions? Shen Xinghe ventured cautiously. None for the moment. If there is nothing else, you may proceed with the affairs of the sect. I require some rest, Li Ruffeng replied with an air of indifference. Elder, I have a question I wish to pose. Concerning the members of Kongling's sect and Yunxiao sect, you. Shen Xinghe hesitated, but the implication was unmistakable. Rest assured, as you suspect, these 2 sects will no longer exist in Qingzhou. Li Ruffeng responded with calm assurance to Shen Xinghe's inquiry. In that case, esteemed elder, should we not seize the opportunity to annex the territories of these 2 formidable sects, thereby establishing ourselves as the preeminent sect in Qingzhou? A glimmer of anticipation flickered across Shen Xinghe's visage as he spoke. Is this your desire? Li Ruffeng regarded Shen Xinghe with a measured gaze and inquired. I would not dare presume. I shall abide by your guidance. Shen Xinghe quickly lowered his head, conveying respect, fearing Li Ruffeng might disapprove of his thoughts. Is there a benefit to this plan? After a brief pause, Li Ruffeng articulated his query. Indeed, esteemed elder, there is something you may not be aware of. Every decade, the 7 great states of the Eastern Wilderness engage in a grand competition, the 7 States Tournament. The states that rank higher are rewarded generously, whether in the form of exquisite spirit stones or powerful techniques and weapons. Furthermore, the top 3 states earn the privilege to represent the Eastern Wilderness in the subsequent Tianyuan competition. In the past, each state would send 5 participants, all under the age of 25. If Kongling's sect and Yunxiao sect were still operational, we 3 sects would have to vie for those 5 slots based on merit. However, if Facian sect were to become the paramount sect in Qingzhou, those slots would belong solely to us, with all rewards accruing to Facian sect. As the head of a sect, Shen Xinghe was privy to knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In response to Li Ruffeng's inquiry, he disclosed everything he knew without reservation. I hold no interest in the rewards of the 7 States Tournament. Pray tell, what exactly is the Tianyuan competition? Li Ruffeng inquired with a detached expression. In response to your question, esteemed elder, the Tianyuan competition is a contest where 10 individuals from each of the 5 regions, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Plains, Southern Frontier, and Western Domain, compete in a ranking battle among the prodigies. The top 10 competitors earn the right to cultivate in the central capital, a realm teeming with formidable cultivators and resources far surpassing those found in the Eastern Wilderness, universally acknowledged as a sanctuary for cultivation. There, even imperial-level techniques are not entirely out of reach. Moreover, the Tianyuan competition offers a coveted reward that entices all, an opportunity to gain entry to an ancient secret realm. However, my knowledge regarding these ancient secret realms is regrettably scant. It has been said that within the ancient secret realm lies the opportunity for ascension to immortality. For countless millennia, no one has transcended to the realm of immortals in the Tianyuan continent, although many have relinquished hope, even deeming the opportunities for ascension within the ancient secret realm to be mere myths. This has not deterred individuals from fiercely competing for the chance to enter it. Shen Xinghe spoke slowly. The chance for ascension. It still holds a certain allure. System. Did you not mention that even if one possesses the requisite cultivation to ascend to the higher realms, there are circumstances that inhibit such a breakthrough? What precisely do you mean by those circumstances? Furthermore, is the opportunity for ascension within the ancient secret realm reliable? Previously, Li Ruffeng had not contemplated the notion of ascension. Thus, he had not inquired thoroughly with the system. However, now, prompted by the matter of ascension opportunities, he intended to seek clarity. Dear host, the specifics are somewhat intricate. In simple terms, there are those in the higher realm who do not wish for the people of Tianyuan continent to ascend. As for the opportunities for ascension within the ancient secret realm, they are indeed real, yet also deceptive. What do you mean by both real and deceptive? Can the opportunity for ascension truly exist in duality? Do you liken it to SCHR Dinger's cat? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Ruffeng was instantly engulfed in confusion. Do not fret, dear host. Allow the system to elucidate. All right, I am listening, replied Li Ruffeng. The reason the system claims that the opportunity for ascension is real is that it can indeed facilitate a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, enabling one to ascend to the higher realms. However, the assertion that the opportunity is deceptive stems from it being a trap devised by the higher realms. A trap? What do you mean? Li Ruffeng inquired curiously. Indeed, all who ascend by virtue of this opportunity shall become puppets of the higher realms. Thus, The opportunity for ascension is a cunning ploy. What a masterful scheme. Exploiting the desire of those from the lower realms to ascend, they deliberately cast such a bait. It is unlikely that this secret is known to many. I suspect that in their desperation to transcend the limits of mortality, even if they were aware of becoming puppets for the higher realms, they would still eagerly leap into this trap. System, I am indifferent to others. Surely, I shall not remain confined to the Tianyuan continent for eternity? Dear host, you are overly concerned. With the system by your side, all schemes of the higher realms shall be rendered futile. Moreover, if you so desire, you could forcibly elevate your realm and ascend to the higher realms at this very moment. Of course, the consequence would be that the Tianyuan continent would shatter under the weight of your power. Very well, since you say so, I shall find solace in your words. As for the timing of ascension, let us defer that discussion for another occasion. Upon hearing the system's response, Ruff felt a sense of relief concerning the uncertainties of future ascension. Meanwhile, Xinxingha stood respectfully at a distance, displaying no signs of impatience. Clearing his throat, Ruff spoke, "Very well, I acknowledge this matter. You may take charge of the sect affairs as you see fit. I am merely the peak master, and my opinions should not weigh heavily on your decisions. However, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My Emperor's banner has several vacancies yet to be filled. For other issues you can address, please refrain from troubling me." "Yes, Junior understands. I shall take my leave," Xinxingha replied, feeling fortified by Ruff's words. With this assurance, he approached his tasks with renewed confidence. Soon after, under Ruff's guidance, Xinxingha commenced a comprehensive reform of the Flying Immortal sect. Concurrently, he undertook the meticulous gathering of resources from both the Ethereal sect and the Cloud Sky sect. 5 days later, the announcement of the Flying Immortal sect's status as the sole sect in Qingzhou swiftly circulated throughout the region. Simultaneously, neighboring states in the eastern wilderness received this significant news in succession. Although Qingzhou was perceived as the weakest, it did not mean that other states completely disregarded its existence. In fact, many factions in the surrounding states, upon hearing of the Flying Immortal sect's unification of Qingzhou, began to harbor a newfound interest. Chapter 0. The Heir of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The One of Destiny. Young Master, are you certain this is the right direction? Qingzhou is the weakest region of the eastern wasteland. How could a place like this possibly harbor your destined individual? Several hundred miles away from the Faciant sect, a young man and an elderly man were making their way towards the sect. The youth, named Ji Wudao, was the heir of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion in Xianzhou, Eastern Wasteland, renowned for his prowess in predicting the future and deciphering celestial mysteries. The elder, known as Elder Mo, was Ji Wudao's protector on this journey, possessing formidable strength at the 6th level of the Great Ascension. Elder Mo, I am certain. I have a premonition that my destined one lies in this direction. However, it appears that this path leads to the Faciant sect in Qingzhou. Along the way, I have heard whispers regarding the sect. Logically, given the Faciant sect's power, it should not have been able to annihilate the other 2 major sects of Qingzhou in such a short span of days. Could it be that the person I have divined is indeed within the Faciant sect? Is it possible that they were involved in the downfall of the other 2 sects? Gradually, a daring hypothesis began to form in Ji Wudao's mind. Yet, a conjecture remains merely a conjecture. To verify it, one must investigate personally. With this thought, Ji Wudao quickened his pace. Alas, it matters not. As long as I am in Qingzhou, no one can harm the young master. Let everything proceed as you wish. Young master. Watching Ji Wudao's figure speed away, Elder Mo shook his head and followed suit. Meanwhile, in another direction, a group was hastening towards the Faciant sect. Are our men really perishing here? A being of the god transformation realm has fallen in such a place as Qingzhou. How utterly disgraceful. A man cloaked in black spoke coldly, flanked by a dozen others in similar attire, each adorned with a prominent shadowy emblem. Elder, calm your fury. It is possible that our adversary employed some underhanded tactics to ambush our men. However, whoever dared to strike us shall find no refuge in death. A black-robed man behind him flattered. Humph, death would be too lenient for him. Those who dare to provoke our blood shadow pavilion will experience the torment of a living hell, the black-robed elder retorted coldly, hastening towards the Faciant sect. The others immediately followed suit. Faciant sect. After days of meticulous cleansing, the sect had begun to flourish once more. However, numerous disciples were unable to accept the conditions of the Heavenly Path oath and chose to withdraw from the sect. This is an unavoidable reality. Many individuals, despite possessing only average talents, often harbor dreams of one day being recognized by influential figures, leading to a meteoric rise. If one vows allegiance to the Celestial Ascension sect now, they can never depart from it to join another faction. This notion is utterly unacceptable to many. Among those who have left the sect are Wu Hao and Lu Ruyan. It must be noted that these two are indeed individuals of fortune. Shortly after departing from the Celestial Ascension sect, they caught the attention of an elder from a prominent force during his travels, who subsequently whisked them away from Qingzhou. Consequently, when Su Yang encounters them again in the future, he will undoubtedly be taken aback. At the Spirit Herb Peak, Li Ruffing reclines in his rocking chair as usual, while Su Yang diligently waters the spirit herbs atop the peak with a kettle. Through days of arduous training, Su Yang's strength has surged, progressing from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 20th. Although he remains in the Qi refinement stage, his combat prowess now rivals that of a 3rd-level foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, his daily routine has become a cycle of watering the herbs in the morning, practicing diligently in the afternoon, and attending to Li Ruffing in the evening. Master, I seek your counsel on a matter. May I inquire if you have a moment? Su Yang approached Li Ruffing with a beaming smile after completing his watering duties. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ruffing slowly opened his previously closed eyes. Speak, he replied, glancing at Su Yang with a calm demeanor. It is as follows, Master. My strength grows stronger each day. I wish to know if you possess any formidable martial techniques. After all, having a high realm without powerful means significantly diminishes my true combat capability. Su Yang finished, gazing at the reclining Li Ruffing with eager anticipation. Martial techniques. Is it? Do you have any thoughts on this? For instance, what type of martial technique do you favor? Sword techniques? Blade techniques? Or perhaps another form? Li Ruffing inquired. Master, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. Since childhood, I have been enamored with the spear, and prior to joining the Celestial Ascension sect, I studied several spear techniques. However, those were merely low-tier techniques, lacking significant power. Thus, I wonder if you might possess any superior spear techniques? Su Yang responded, a grin spreading across his face. After spending several days together, Su Yang has come to understand Li Ruffing's character. He appears quite lazy, showing little interest in either cultivation or other affairs. However, once one initiates a conversation with him, despite seeming somewhat reluctant and impatient, Li Ruffing is willing to share whatever knowledge he possesses. Otherwise, Su Yang would not dare broach the subject of martial techniques with him. Spear techniques? I believe I have some here. Reflecting on the rewards amassed over the past 2.5 years of signing in, Li Ruffing vaguely recalled several martial arts techniques related to firearms, each of considerable rank. However, the myriad of skills he had collected over the years lay haphazardly piled together, making it a daunting task to locate those particular techniques. Naturally, Li Ruffing felt disinclined to expend effort in searching for them. After all, he could utilize that time for more leisurely pursuits, such as indulging in sleep. In his previous life, he had succumbed to exhaustion from overwork, and in this life, he vowed not to squander precious moments on trivial endeavors. Really? Then Master, please reveal them to me. Upon hearing that Li Ruffing indeed possessed firearm-related martial arts, Su Yang's face lit up with delight. Since the last time Li Ruffing had presented the Qi Refinement Manual, Su Yang instinctively believed that any martial arts Li Ruffing could produce must be of exceptional quality. There are quite a few techniques. You'll have to search for them yourself. After some hesitation, Li Ruffing devised a clever plan. He would allow Su Yang to seek out the techniques he desired. This way, not only would Su Yang's request be fulfilled, but Li Ruffing could also preserve his invaluable sleeping hours. Find them myself? Su Yang responded with a hint of confusion. The next moment, under Su Yang's bewildered gaze, Li Ruffing waved his hand, causing an array of martial arts books to cascade from the air. This spectacle continued for several breaths before finally coming to a halt. What in the world? At that moment, confronted by a veritable mountain of martial arts techniques, Su Yang was utterly flabbergasted, slowly lifting his gaze to behold the towering pile, which loomed several meters above him. Su Yang's expression was one of sheer astonishment. In his daze, he casually picked up the nearest martial arts book and glanced through it. In the next instant, he felt his mind whirl, his understanding completely upended. Chapter 0, A Visit to the Facian Sect, the Bestowal of the Divine Transformation Pill Emperor. Emperor level. Haha, this must be a dream, truly a dream. As Su Yang gazed at the Emperor-level martial technique in his hands, his mind went blank, and his hands began to tremble. In that moment, he comprehended the extent of his fortune in having Li Ruffing as his master. What are you dawdling for? Do you not seek martial techniques? Hurry and search for them. Must I personally assist you in your quest? Li Ruffing remarked, casting a glance at the naive Su Yang beside him. Oh, I shall begin my search at once. Master, please take your rest. Such trivial matters shall be handled by your disciple. Su Yang, roused from his stupor, hurriedly responded. Very well, then, do your best. With that, Li Ruffing turned away and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Su Yang, like a ravenous wolf, plunged himself into the collection of martial techniques. Even the one he casually picked up was an emperor-level technique. Su Yang could hardly fathom how many desirable techniques lay within this treasure trove. Ding! Detected the presence of a person with great fortune approaching the Facian sect. Would the esteemed host like to view the individual's information? As Li Ruffing settled into silence, a prompt from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. A person of great fortune? Let us take a look. With a sense of idleness, Li Ruffing decided to examine the information. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Ji Wu Dao, Realm, 5th stage of Golden Core, Fortune value, 1888. Background: the young master of the Xian Prefecture's Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Naturally adept in the art of heavenly mechanisms, he has come to the Feishan sect due to a prediction that a fated individual resides here. In no time, detailed information regarding Ji Wudao and his intentions surfaced in Li Rufeng's mind. This fortune value surpassed Su Yang's. Truly, one skilled in heavenly mechanisms possesses great fortune. A fated individual, and the Feishan sect harbors such a person? Never mind, it is of no concern to me. After a cursory glance, Li Rufeng dismissed thoughts of Ji Wudao. He never indulged in matters that would only bring unnecessary worry. At that moment, at the entrance of the Feishan sect, Ji Wudao had already arrived. His presence quickly attracted the attention of the sect's disciples, who reported the matter to Shen Xinghe. Upon hearing of an outsider's visit, Shen Xinghe promptly made his way to the entrance of the sect. Before long, Shen Xinghe encountered Ji Wudao and the elder Mo beside him. The instant he laid eyes on elder Mo, a sense of vigilance surged within Shen Xinghe, for he realized he could not see through elder Mo in the slightest. Akin to facing Li Rufeng. Within mere moments, Shen Xinghe concluded that elder Mo was a formidable expert. I am Shen Xinghe, the sect leader of the Feishan sect. I greet you both. May I inquire what brings you to our humble sect? Although surprised by the presence of a formidable individual at the Feishan sect, Shen Xinghe felt a sense of calm, knowing that Li Rufeng was overseeing the sect. The immediate priority was to discern the visitor's intentions, prompting Shen Xinghe to approach and inquire. I am Ji Wudao, and this is elder Mo. We have come uninvited, so please do not take offense, Sect Master Shen. My purpose for visiting your esteemed sect is to seek a certain individual, Ji Wudao replied. Your presence is indeed an honor for Feishan sect, though I am curious as to whom you seek. If you could provide some specifics, I would be glad to send someone to assist you, Shen Xinghe responded politely. You are too kind, Sect Master Shen. In truth, I am uncertain of the exact appearance or name of the person I seek. However, I believe you may know who it is, Ji Wudao continued. Really? Is it possible for you to elaborate? Shen Xinghe asked, his expression revealing a hint of confusion upon hearing Ji Wudao's words. Certainly, if my deductions are correct. This individual is the one who assisted your sect in extinguishing the other two major sects in Qingzhou. Does this clarify matters for you, Sect Master Shen? Ji Wudao observed Shen Xinghe's reaction intently. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Shen Xinghe's face, a reaction that Ji Wudao noted with keen awareness. It seems the inquiry is directed towards an elder. Despite all efforts to conceal it, such matters inevitably come to light. Let us leave the decision to the elder. Shen Xinghe pondered before ultimately resolving his thoughts. I see now. I do know the individual you seek, yet that elder prefers solitude and dislikes disturbances. Therefore, I must consult with that elder regarding your request. If the elder is unwilling to meet you, I am afraid there is little I can do, Shen Xinghe stated. Very well. I would appreciate it if you could convey my visit on my behalf. Mentioning Ji Wudao from the Tiangong Pavilion, Ji Wudao replied with a respectful gesture. Understood. Please wait here, Shen Xinghe said before turning to leave, heading towards Lingyao Peak. Once Shen Xinghe had distanced himself, elder Mo could no longer restrain himself and addressed Ji Wudao. Young master, why not simply enter the Feishan sect directly? I have sensed that Shen Xinghe is the only one here with notable strength, and he does not even possess the transformation realm. I doubt the elder he mentioned truly exists. I suspect they are merely stalling for time to find an opportunity to escape. Elder Mo expressed his skepticism towards Shen Xinghe's earlier statements. Were it not for Ji Wudao's presence, old Mo would have already stormed into the Flying Immortal sect. Instead of standing idly by, waiting, it is worth noting that he is a formidable figure of the Great Ascension realm. Never before has he been treated with such disregard. Old Mo, one must not act impulsively. Your inability to sense that person's presence only reinforces the accuracy of my calculations. Only an individual of unparalleled mystery could be my destined opportunity. Dismiss those earlier words. When we meet that esteemed elder, you must remain silent and follow closely behind me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing Old Mo's words, Ji Wudao not only disagreed, but became even more convinced that the person he sought was within the Flying Immortal sect. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe had arrived at the peak of spiritual herbs. Without delay, he relayed the entire situation regarding Ji Wudao and Old Mo to Li Rufeng. Are they seeking me? Could it be that the person he deduced as his fated one is actually me? At this moment, Li Rufeng finally grasped the situation. Beside him, Shen Xinghe stood quietly, awaiting Li Rufeng's command. Very well, let them come. By the way, you are the head of a sect, yet your current cultivation level is somewhat lacking. Here, take this. It will assist you in breaking through to the transformation of spirit realm. With that, Li Rufeng casually tossed a pill to Shen Xinghe. The transformation pill. Upon receiving the pill and glancing at it, Shen Xinghe's heart surged with excitement. In Qingzhou, not only was it exceedingly difficult to acquire the transformation pill, but even gathering the spiritual herbs required for its refinement was a formidable task. Moreover, even if one managed to obtain the herbs, Finding an alchemist capable of crafting the transformation pill was nearly impossible. Thus, the only option to acquire such a pill was to venture to other provinces to seek it out. Consequently, upon seeing the transformation pill, Shun Xinghe's emotions were in turmoil. "Thank you, esteemed elder." He reverently tucked the transformation pill away and expressed his gratitude to Ruff. "Enough with the display. It's just a transformation pill. Do not act as if you have never seen the world before. Go on and strive for an early breakthrough. Once you succeed, return to me, and I shall provide you with a suitable cultivation technique." After speaking, Ruff waved dismissively at Shun Xinghe. "Yes, I take my leave." Shun Xinghe, filled with exhilaration, quickly departed from the peak of spiritual herbs. Soon after, he returned to the entrance of the sect. "The elder has granted permission. Please follow me." Without waiting for Ji Wudao's response, Shun Xinghe turned and walked away. Observing this, Ji Wudao immediately followed suit. Old Mo, though somewhat skeptical of the elder Shun Xinghe spoke of, had no choice but to trail behind Ji Wudao, for should anything happen to him, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall upon his shoulders. Before long, Shun Xinghe led Ji Wudao and Old Mo to the foot of the peak of spiritual herbs. Chapter 0. Ji Wudao seeks a master. Raising his hand to vanquish foes, the esteemed elder is above. "Now, you may ascend on your own. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you further." Shun Xinghe paused, then turned to Ji Wudao and spoke. "Thank you, Sect Master Shun, for your guidance," Ji Wudao replied courteously. Nodding, Shun Xinghe departed. Earlier, Ruff had bestowed upon him a transformation pill, and now he was eager to return and commence his breakthrough. After Shun Xinghe left, Ji Wudao cast a glance at the summit of the Spirit Herb Peak, then proceeded upwards. In no time, Ji Wudao arrived alongside Elder Mo at the courtyard of Ruff. "Is this truly the person I seek? He appears so youthful." Upon discovering Ruff in the courtyard, Ji Wudao was taken aback. He had anticipated Ruff to be a venerable elder with white hair, or at the very least, a profoundly mature, middle-aged man. Yet, the figure before him seemed no older than 20, only a few years his senior. What an intriguing individual. I cannot fathom him. Could it be that I have misjudged? Those who elude my perception must either possess cultivation far superior to mine, or wield some concealed aura through artifacts or secret methods. Never mind. I shall discern his true abilities after our interaction. In that moment, Elder Mo began to shift his initial perception of Ruff, though a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. Soon, Ji Wudao stood beside Ruff. "I am Ji Wudao, a junior, and I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Ji Wudao greeted him with utmost reverence. Hearing Ji Wudao's words, Ruff slowly opened his eyes. "I understand you seek me. Speak, what is your purpose?" "I am not one for idle chatter. Let us get to the point." Gazing at Ji Wudao, Ruff spoke with a calm demeanor. Faced with Ruff's composed nature, Ji Wudao felt no aversion. Rather, he became more convinced that Ruff was no ordinary man. "In that case, I shall speak plainly. I possess some knowledge of the way of heavenly secrets. Previously, I divined for myself and discovered the emergence of an individual of great significance to my fate. I am now certain that you, esteemed elder, are that person. I have traveled great distances to seek your guidance, hoping you will accept me as your disciple. I earnestly request your acceptance." Upon finishing, Ji Wudao knelt before Ruff. "Young master, you." This scene utterly astonished Elder Mo. Having accompanied Ji Wudao for so long, he had never witnessed him kneel before anyone. Even in the presence of the prominent figures of Xianzhou, Ji Wudao had merely bowed his hands in greeting. "Elder Mo, this is my affair. You may remain at the side," Ji Wudao hastily cautioned, concerned that Elder Mo might act impulsively. Beside him, Ruff cast a glance at Ji Wudao, who knelt on the ground, and a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. It was the first time he had witnessed someone kneel so readily. Just as Ruff pondered what words to utter, an uninvited group arrived at Facian sect. "Come out." A cold, indifferent voice reverberated throughout the sect. The speaker was none other than a member of Blood Shadow Tower, who had approached the Facian sect with palpable menace, clearly not there for amicable purposes. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shun Xinghe had just ingested a transformation pill and was in the critical phase of his breakthrough, rendering him unable to confront the intruders from Blood Shadow Tower. "Come out, or I shall annihilate your sect." The lack of response ignited the fury of the Blood Shadow Tower members. Meanwhile, Ruff had already taken note of their presence, as had Ji Wudao and Elder Mo. "Isn't that the attire of Blood Shadow Tower? What are they doing here?" Ji Wudao whispered softly. "Blood Shadow Tower? What is that?" Ruff inquired upon hearing Ji Wudao's murmurs. "Esteemed senior, Blood Shadow Tower is an assassin organization. It is said that with sufficient remuneration, they can eliminate even a sage. Among the numerous forces in the Eastern Wilderness, Blood Shadow Tower ranks within the top 10, especially due to the mysterious figure behind it, whose visage remains unseen by anyone to this day." Though puzzled as to why Ruff was unaware of Blood Shadow Tower, Ji Wudao explained the situation candidly. "Oh, an assassin organization? What could their purpose be in Facian sect? Regardless, even if Shun Xinghe succeeds in his breakthrough, he would not be a match for these individuals. I shall go and confront them." In the next moment, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the rocking chair. This, so swift. I didn't perceive a thing. Elder Mo was utterly astonished, realizing he could no longer underestimate Li Rufeng. In an instant, Li Rufeng appeared before the assassins of Blood Shadow Tower. Who are you? The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower elders was taken aback upon seeing Li Rufeng, hastily asking. Enough noise. Li Rufeng dismissed the inquiry, raising his hand to obliterate all members of Blood Shadow Tower. He then seized control of their souls and commenced a soul-searching endeavor. Moments later, he unraveled their intentions. It turned out the individual from before was indeed from Blood Shadow Tower. He had initially wondered what it was all about. What a waste of my time. I shall grant you the privilege of residing briefly within my human sovereign banner. Having comprehended the circumstances, Li Rufeng produced the human sovereign banner and drew the souls into it. After accomplishing this, he returned to the spiritual medicine peak. Upon his return, he discovered that Ji Wudao remained kneeling on the ground. Enough. Rise, he commanded. If you wish to be my disciple, there are conditions to consider. Should you meet them, I shall accept you as my student. Although Li Rufeng held no substantial expectations of taking on a disciple, the prospect of free labor presented to him was not something he felt inclined to dismiss. Please, senior, state your terms. I am certain I can fulfill them. Ji Wudao exclaimed with fervor upon hearing Li Rufeng's words. Ahem, Suyang, Li Rufeng called, observing Ji Wudao's eager expression, yet having no intention of speaking further himself. Suyang soon emerged from his chamber. He had been engrossed in his cultivation and had only vaguely registered the arrival of Ji Wudao and his companion. However, upon being summoned by Li Rufeng, he promptly approached. Upon seeing Suyang and hearing him address Li Rufeng as master, Ji Wudao realized that Suyang would be his future senior brother. Yes, inform him of my stipulations. Li Rufeng instructed nonchalantly. Stipulations? Suyang initially appeared puzzled, not comprehending Li Rufeng's intent. The conditions for becoming my disciple, Li Rufeng clarified in a calm tone. Oh, I see. Understood, Suyang responded, now fully grasping the situation. He turned to Ji Wudao. Greetings, brother, I am Suyang. You may call me Wudao. Ji Wudao promptly introduced himself. Very well. Since the master has spoken, I shall elucidate the rules of our spirit herb peak to you. Come, let me explain them in detail. With that, Suyang led Ji Wudao to a nearby open space. Li Rufeng cast a glance in their direction before turning away, no longer concerned with Su Yang's endeavors. Meanwhile, Elder Mo observed Ji Wudao with a curious expression. Chapter 0. One deceiver, one believer brother. Might you enlighten me on the customs of apprenticeship? It was the first time Ji Wudao found himself in the embrace of a man. Had Suyang not been destined to be his future senior brother, Ji Wudao would have certainly retaliated with vigor. Ahem, since you are so eager, I shall share with you the essentials, Suyang began. To join the Spirit Herb Peak and take my esteemed master as your mentor, you must adhere to 4 fundamental rules. First, my master values his solitude. Therefore, whether in cultivation or other matters, we must resolve our own issues. Of course, should you require techniques or skills, you may request them from my master, but do not expect any guidance on how to practice. Suyang assumed a brotherly demeanor as he imparted this wisdom to Ji Wudao. I see, that poses no problem. As long as I have the techniques, I can manage my own cultivation. What about the remaining rules, brother? Ji Wudao inquired earnestly. Ahem, second, as disciples, we naturally bear the responsibility of alleviating our master's burdens. Do you see those spirit herbs? They require regular watering. Previously, I tended to this task for my master. Henceforth, should you choose to be my apprentice, the responsibility for watering will fall upon you. Do you comprehend? Suyang continued. Watering? So, brother, if I understand correctly, this task will now be mine. What about you? Ji Wudao asked timidly. Well, ahem, since you've asked, I will clarify. This watering duty is, in fact, a test imposed by our master on each new disciple. Consider it. Who is my master? If he wished, he could summon rain with a mere gesture. Why would he require such tediousness? I previously watered only because my master had not accepted any new disciples. Now that you have arrived, I, as your senior brother, cannot usurp your task. This is a trial from our master, and should I assist you, you might find yourself expelled from the Spirit Herb Peak. As your future brother, I am certain you do not wish to be cast out so soon after arriving, correct? Surely not. Is it conceivable that someone would abandon the opportunity to cling to such a prominent figure? Suyang mused, nearly convincing himself of his own rhetoric. Ji Wudao, feeling somewhat exasperated, suspected Suyang was merely toying with him. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I shall take on the responsibility of watering the spirit herbs. I promise to fulfill this task diligently every day. Despite a lingering doubt regarding Suyang's sincerity, Ji Wudao chose to trust, as he certainly did not want to be dismissed from the Spirit Herb Peak over such a trivial matter. Ah, that's the spirit. I am merely looking out for your best interests, dear brother. Ah, by the way, when watering, remember not to employ any spiritual power. This is a test from our master, and should one resort to cunning, I assure you, the master would be quite displeased. Seeing that Ji Wudao had finally been led astray, Su Yang felt a profound sense of relief. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I shall keep it in mind. Now, senior brother, do you not have for stipulations? What are the remaining ones? Ji Wudao continued to inquire. Oh, the rest are straightforward and easily comprehensible. The third, I have yet to conceive. Once I do, I shall inform you. The fourth, refer to the third, Su Yang concluded. Deliberately posing a question, how does that sound? Is it not quite clear? At that moment, Ji Wudao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The difference between what was said and what was unsaid was negligible. What you say is indeed quite comprehensible. Thank you, senior brother, for sharing these regulations. Though Ji Wudao felt tongue-tied internally, he knew he must maintain appearances, for Su Yang was to be his future elder brother. No need for thanks, just perform well henceforth. When our master takes on another disciple, you shall be liberated. Su Yang clapped Ji Wudao on the shoulder, his heart blooming with joy. With Ji Wudao tasked with the watering duties, he could now focus solely on his cultivation. Indeed, it seemed essential to promptly bring someone else into the fold. However, to become a disciple of a senior is a rare opportunity. Thus, the phrase bring someone down felt inappropriate. Clearly, not just anyone could become my junior brother or sister. It was imperative that I deliberate carefully. Prompted by Su Yang's casual remark, Ji Wudao swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Ruffing remained oblivious to the fact that, despite his desire to remain idle, his disciple was determined not to allow that. Master, I have thoroughly discussed the regulations with my junior brother. He has expressed his acceptance of them. Right, junior brother? Upon returning to Li Ruffing's side, Su Yang inquired of Ji Wudao. Yes, I can accept these regulations. Ji Wudao quickly nodded in affirmation. Very well, then you shall remain at the Spirit Her Peak. Su Yang is your elder brother now. For any matters, seek him out, and even when there are none, you should still consult him. By the way, we are short on rooms. You will need to sort that out yourself. All right, that will be all. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. I wish to continue resting. With that, Li Ruffing closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to Ji Wudao. Yes, thank you. Master, as you rest, I shall not disturb you. With Li Ruffing finally accepting him as a disciple, Ji Wudao was overwhelmed with joy. Soon, Ji Wudao and Su Yang took their leave. Observing this, old Mo quickly followed suit, departing alongside Ji Wudao. Before long, Ji Wudao led old Mo outside the courtyard, mindful to avoid disturbing Li Ruffing with their ensuing conversation. Young master, do you truly intend to remain here? If so, how shall I explain this to the Lord? Old Mo glanced at Li Ruffing in the courtyard, then leaned closer to Ji Wudao and whispered, Old Mo, I am resolute in my decision to stay, especially since I have finally succeeded in becoming a disciple. As for my father, please relay the truth to him. Inform him that this is entirely my choice, and thus he cannot hold you accountable. Very well, let it be as such. If there is nothing more, you should hasten back to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. By the way, regarding my association with the Flying Immortal Sect and my apprenticeship, please refrain from disclosing this to anyone except my father for the time being. If this information reaches the wrong ears, they will undoubtedly come seeking me, and it would be undesirable to disturb Master S. rest. Ji Wudao instructed. Understood. Then, young master, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, I will promptly contact the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Old Mo recognized that once Ji Wudao had made a decision, there would be no alteration, so he complied with Ji Wudao's directive and departed from the Flying Immortal Sect. Father, I hope you can comprehend my choice. No amount of pondering will change the situation. I should focus on finding a place to sleep tonight. How could it come to this, that I, the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, find myself without a place to rest? Well, I suppose I shall have to share a room with senior brother for the night. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for my own accommodation. Shaking his head, Ji Wudao dismissed further thoughts and turned back to the courtyard. He cast a glance at Li Ruffing in the distance, then directed his gaze towards Su Yang's room. In the next moment, Ji Wudao strode purposefully towards Su Yang's quarters. Though he had successfully become Li Ruffing's disciple, Ji Wudao resolved to deepen his understanding of Li Ruffing's character through his interactions with Su Yang, thus enabling him to better secure his position beside Li Ruffing. Chapter 0. In the Abyss of Despair, ingesting forbidden drugs in the desolate land of East Wilderness, nestled within a mountain range, lies the Blood Shadow Tower. Are they dead? Indeed, all perished. Such incompetence, to fall in that insignificant Qingzhou, despite being so numerous. Dispatch the Blood Hand. This time, if we fail to uncover the truth, let him not return. Understood, master. Within a dimly lit grand hall, murmurs of conversation drifted softly. Soon, a contingent of approximately 30 individuals departed from the Blood Shadow Tower. Leading them was the Blood Hand, the premier assassin of the Blood Shadow Tower, whose prowess had reached the 8th level of tribulation. The demise of over 10 assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower in Qingzhou ignited fury among the higher echelons of the organization. Since its inception, no one had dared to eliminate so many of them in one fell swoop. This was a blatant provocation. and the Blood Shadow Tower could not allow the instigator to escape unscathed. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the orchestrator was Li Ruffling. Had they known of Li Rufeng's strength, even 100 times their courage would not have compelled them to seek vengeance. Meanwhile, on the border of Qingzhou, a striking figure was swiftly making her escape. Not far behind her, 5 silhouettes were closely pursuing. The woman, named Chu Yi, was a disciple of the Yuansheng sect. The relentless pursuers were members of the Yuming sect. Just months prior, the Yuming sect had clandestinely allied with other sects to annihilate the Yuansheng sect. In that battle, nearly all of the thousands within the Yuansheng sect were silenced, with only a few fortunate souls escaping due to external missions. Yet, to ensure the complete eradication of the Yuansheng sect, the Yuming sect issued a bounty. The slaying of any remaining disciple of the Yuansheng sect would yield a reward of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately for Chu Yi, she was discovered by 5 disciples of the Yuming sect, forcing her to flee to Qingzhou. Even after such a distance, those from the Yuming sect showed no signs of relinquishing their pursuit. After all, Chu Yi's head was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial resource for any ordinary disciple of the Yuming sect, and none would easily abandon such a prize. Moreover, Chu Yi's exquisite beauty ignited not only a desire for her life, but also a yearning to toy with her. At that moment, were it not for the blood-soaked vendetta she bore from her sect's annihilation, Chu Yi might have surrendered to despair. The memories of her fellow disciples and elders, who had shown her kindness and perished at the hands of the Yuming sect, fueled her hatred, compelling her to continue her desperate flight. Yuming sect, as long as I, Chu Yi, draw breath, I shall one day bring ruin upon you all. Yet, will I survive this day? Must I resort to that thing? As she turned her gaze towards the approaching disciples of the Netherworld sect, a flicker of despair ignited within Chu Yi's heart, accompanied by a sudden, terrifying thought. Where do you think you can escape to, Chu Yi? Surrender obediently. If you serve us well, perhaps we might spare your life. Ah! Just as Chu Yi felt her resolve waning, mocking voices echoed from behind her. Bah! You shall not succeed. I would rather die than submit to such indignity. She retorted with fierce indignation. At that moment, one among the 5 surged forward with increased speed. Mere moments later, sensing an imminent threat of death looming behind her, Chu Yi hastily swung her sword in defense. Bang! Splutter! Due to her delayed reaction and the dwindling energy within her, she ultimately fell victim to a surprise attack. Crashing to the ground, it was then that the 5 disciples of the Netherworld sect seized the opportunity to encircle her. Outnumbered, are we? Huh. In a fair fight, none of you would stand a chance against me. Realizing there was no longer any escape, Chu Yi resolved to fight to the death against the disciples. Heh. The little lady has quite the stamina. After chasing for so long, we're all exhausted. Soon, I shall enjoy your taste thoroughly. With a close view of Chu Yi's alluring figure and enchanting visage, especially the fair skin revealed through her tattered garments, their desires ignited fervently. Why waste words? Let us subdue her together. Afterwards, we shall do as we please, one of them remarked, his gaze leering at Chu Yi. Upon the conclusion of his words, the 5 disciples drew their weapons and began to close in on the center where Chu Yi stood. Witnessing this scene, her expression turned increasingly cold and grim. You leave me no choice. If I cannot live, neither shall you. Cornered, Chu Yi steeled herself and decisively retrieved a pill from her storage ring, swallowing it whole. This sudden turn of events caused the 5 disciples to halt in their tracks. In the next instant, wisps of dark energy began to emanate from Chu Yi's form. Gradually, her hair turned white at a visible pace, and her eyes transformed into a striking crimson. This spectacle startled the disciples of the Netherworld sect. This is bad. She's gone mad. Run. She dares to consume forbidden drugs. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, one disciple shouted as he fled. What? It's a forbidden drug. Damn it. We encountered a tough opponent. The remaining 4, upon realizing the nature of the drug, hastily scattered in fear. The so-called forbidden drugs are elixirs that are not openly sold, crafted, or permitted for use. Although they may temporarily enhance one's cultivation, the cost is the sacrifice of a significant portion of one's lifespan, with the most severe consequence being the loss of sanity, plunging the individual into a state of madness. In such moments, those who consume these forbidden substances become consumed by a singular urge to kill, slaying anyone who appears before them until their own demise. At this juncture, it could be said that Chu Yi has effectively declared her own death. Even with her unwavering will and unbroken sanity, the depletion of her lifespan means she has but a few days left to live. You shall all perish. As she gazed upon the fleeing 5 members of the Netherworld sect, Chu Yi resembled a vengeful deity, charging directly toward them. No, why pursue me? Why not chase them? With a swift motion, she plunged her palm into the back of one assailant, extracting his heart. The first. With her blood-soaked right hand, Chu Yi coldly declared. She then pursued the second target. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Chu Yi ultimately eliminated the last of them. At that moment, the murderous intent within her heart gradually subsided. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her vitality waning instantly. Huh, am I still destined to die? Yet before my end, I managed to slay 5, a small victory. As for the vengeance against my sect, alas, I shall have no opportunity for that. Ugh. With that, Chu-yi once more spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Moments later, she lay prostrate, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 0. Illusory Figure. The person of the future. As Chu-yi lay on the ground, slipping into unconsciousness, an unusual phenomenon suddenly enveloped her. A brilliant red light radiated from her being. Once the light dissipated, an ethereal figure materialized beside her. Strikingly, the visage of this apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the unconscious Chu-yi, appearing almost identical, yet the ethereal figure exuded a more mature and alluring charm. Ah, truly, it is myself. This temperament remains unchanged from my memories. Yet, this is for the best. Through this ordeal, you shall grow swiftly. Although I can intervene, doing so risks exposing my essence. Those individuals will not idly stand by while I disrupt the fabric of time. You must hasten your growth. Our time is limited. Observing the prostrate Chu-yi, the ethereal figure sighed softly. This apparition was none other than Chu-yi herself, yet a future version. Having traversed the river of time to reach the past. To traverse the river of time is a grave offense against the order of time, which explains why the future Chu-yi refrained from intervening during her predecessor's peril. In her memories, the Faxian sect was destined to be obliterated by the other 2 major sects of Qingzhou. Yet now, the outcome seemed inverted. Could my appearance have altered the past? This notion felt implausible. I have never taken action nor interacted with the Faxian sect. Logically, the sect could not persist. It is peculiar that I cannot fathom such a minor sect. Alas, what has transpired cannot be undone, and pondering further bears no fruit. Thus, it would be prudent to visit the Faxian sect directly. In my current weakened state, I require a sanctuary, and perhaps the Faxian sect would serve as an adequate refuge. After a moment of contemplation, the future Chu-yi resolved without hesitation, lifting her past self from the ground as she soared toward the Faxian sect. This spontaneous decision would irrevocably alter Chu-yi's destiny. At Lingyao Peak, as noon approached, Ji Wudao finally completed the watering task. Having never performed such labor before and unable to utilize spiritual power, he felt a pervasive soreness throughout his body. How could the illustrious young master of the Tianji Pavilion have ever experienced such hardship? Yet, there was no alternative. He was at Lingyao Peak, not Tianji Pavilion. Regardless of his fatigue or reluctance, Ji Wudao was obliged to fulfill his watering duties. Junior brother, well done. You've completed the task much faster than I did on my first attempt. Truly, you possess a talent for this endeavor. Ji Wudao, weary yet proud, returned to the courtyard where Su Yang awaited, eager to offer his praise. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Ji Wudao found himself at a loss for words. He felt that Su Yang was deliberately mocking him, and with considerable assurance. Senior brother, has no one ever mentioned that your laughter is rather lewd? Glancing at the still laughing Su Yang, Ji Wudao spoke weakly. In the next moment, Su Yang's expression suddenly froze, and his smile faded. Ahem, well, I shall refrain from jesting with you any longer, junior brother. Speaking of which, you have just arrived and surely lack any proper cultivation techniques, right? Now that you have finished watering, I shall take you to request some excellent techniques from master. No longer teasing Ji Wudao, Su Yang shifted to serious matters. Cultivation techniques? Senior brother, is that really necessary? To be honest, I am practicing the celestial grade techniques of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and my martial skills have reached the earth grade. In the Eastern Wilderness, that is already top tier. Even if master possesses some, they likely do not differ much from my own. It would be more beneficial for me to continue refining my own skills, rather than exchange for techniques I've already cultivated for over a decade, Ji Wudao explained. Oh, junior brother, are you certain? Celestial grade? Earth grade? TSK, TSK, TSK. Junior brother, I do not mean to criticize, but are you truly satisfied with such inferior things? Sigh, I had intended to help. Since you have your own thoughts, I shall say no more. It seems I must seek master on my own, Su Yang concluded, placing his hands behind his head and casually making his way towards Ruff, completely disregarding Ji Wudao, who stood frozen in place. Wait, senior brother, hold on. In the blink of an eye, Ji Wudao was suddenly alarmed and hurried after Su Yang. Just moments ago, he had distinctly seen the expression on Su Yang's face, as if he were regarding a fool. Oh, junior brother, do you have something to say? Su Yang halted and turned, smiling as he inquired. Well, actually, I have long felt my techniques are somewhat lacking. Since it is senior brother's goodwill, I shall humbly accept. Let us go find master together, Ji Wudao stated earnestly, ignoring Su Yang's expression. Weren't you just refusing to go? Fine, considering you are my junior brother, we shall go together. However, do not act like a country bumpkin and make a scene, or you shall embarrass me, Su Yang remarked before continuing towards Ruff. Am I a country bumpkin? I am the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. What grand occasions have I not witnessed? Ji Wudao thought to himself while hastily following Su Yang. Soon, the duo arrived beside the resting Ruff. Is there something you need? Sensing the presence of Su Yang and another, Li Ruffeng spoke. Master. My junior brother has just embarked on his journey and lacks profound martial techniques. Thus, I have brought him to seek your guidance, hoping he might select a few suitable methods. Su Yang replied with a smile. Very well, as per our usual practice, choose for yourself. Without hesitation, Li Ruffeng revealed all the martial techniques stored within the system space. In an instant, 2 small mounds appeared before Su Yang and his companion. Thank you, Master. Su Yang nudged his still reacting companion, Ji Wudao. What are you waiting for? Express your gratitude to Master. Oh, thank you, Master. Ji Wudao promptly responded, spurred by Su Yang's reminder. Enough of such formalities. I am not swayed by flattery. The techniques are before you. Examine them at your leisure. Li Ruffeng casually remarked. Understood. Ji Wudao replied, then turned to the pile of techniques, not wishing to disturb Li Ruffeng further. So many. Even the celestial and earthly ranks are astonishing. Yet, why do I have a foreboding feeling? How strange. Contemplating this, Ji Wudao randomly picked up a martial technique to peruse. Meanwhile, Su Yang looked on with eager anticipation, curious to witness the unfolding expression on Ji Wudao's face. Imperial rank. It is imperial rank. I had thought it would be of greater stature. How lofty. Imperial rank. Like Su Yang before him, Ji Wudao's expression turned completely dazed as the realization struck him, leaving him utterly bewildered. To confirm his vision, he rubbed his eyes repeatedly. In Su Yang's eyes, this scene was comically entertaining. Had it not been for Li Ruffeng's presence, Su Yang would have erupted into laughter. Just as Su Yang stifled his amusement, Ji Wudao happened to glance up and caught sight of Su Yang's expression. In that instant, Ji Wudao felt his face flush with embarrassment, already envisioning the countless times Su Yang would tease him about this moment in the days to come. Chapter 0. The bestowal of the God-slaying spear and the selection of the divine calculation technique. Alas, after over a decade of scheming, I find myself outwitted this time. No, such an embarrassing incident cannot be mine alone to bear. I must hasten to find a junior disciple, so I can share in the merriment of their misfortune. Yes, that shall be my course of action. With this thought, Ji Wudao commenced his search for a martial art suitable for himself. After all, having already lost face before Su Yang, dwelling on it further would be futile. It would be far better to promptly acquire an imperial-level technique to redeem my dignity. As Ji Wudao engaged in serious matters, Su Yang ceased to observe him, for the forthcoming events promised little spectacle. Master, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. I hope it is convenient for you. Su Yang turned, contemplating the intentions of Li Ruffeng. Ask away, and I shall determine the convenience thereafter. Li Ruffeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Su Yang momentarily faltered, nearly forgetting his intended question. I wish to inquire if you possess any suitable weapons for me? He continued. Of course, this is merely a question. If you do not have any, I shall consider other alternatives. A moment later, Su Yang smiled as he spoke. Ever since witnessing Li Ruffeng effortlessly produce numerous imperial-level techniques, Su Yang had been convinced that Li Ruffeng possessed a treasure trove of exceptional items. It seemed only reasonable for a disciple to seek out superior resources from his master. A weapon? You brat. Do you take this place for a treasure trove? Just ask for what you desire directly. Yes? Li Ruffeng opened his eyes and glanced at the beaming Su Yang, then spoke weakly. Ahem, master, such words. My intentions are, in fact, for your benefit. For as long as my strength increases, I can alleviate some of your troubles. Thus, you would be able to rest more effectively. Wouldn't you? Su Yang attempted to defend his position. Do you truly believe that? Li Ruffeng retorted, though a hint of truth lingered in his response. The stronger you become, the more I can indeed rest, properly. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a weapon that is quite suited for you. Consider it a gift. Li Ruffeng added generously, taking into account Su Yang's status as a valued disciple. With that, Li Ruffeng produced the God-slaying spear, recently acquired. Upon sighting the spear, Su Yang was utterly captivated. After a brief moment, he inquired, Master, what is this? The God-slaying spear. Nothing extraordinary. I hope you do not find it lacking. Li Ruffeng replied, tossing the spear to Su Yang. Su Yang immediately caught it with both hands. The instant he grasped the God-slaying spear, an overwhelming aura emanated from it, enveloping him in a chilling embrace. Master, beneath the terrifying aura of the God-slaying spear, Su Yang felt as though his very soul was on the verge of annihilation. Silence. In response to this unsettling situation, Li Ruffeng swiftly turned and glared fiercely at the spear. In an instant, the spear's oppressive aura dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Phew. To call that merely ordinary would be an understatement. The energy emitted by the spear moments ago could have extinguished my life countless times over. Indeed, my master is the most formidable. With just a single utterance, he has subdued the God-slaying spear. Gazing at the spear in his hand, Su Yang felt a profound sense of survival from the jaws of death. At that moment, he truly believed he was destined to perish. Master, what just transpired? Now settled. Su Yang curiously inquired about this bizarre weapon he had encountered for the first time. Do I need to elaborate? It is simply that you are too weak, so weak that the god-slaying spear does not acknowledge you. Its fear of me does not extend to you. The weapon is now yours. Whether you can wield it is entirely up to you. Moreover, the god-slaying spear is far beyond the realm of imperial-grade weapons. Additionally, using it to take lives does not entangle you in karma. Thus, earning its full acceptance is no simple task. This time, you've survived because of my presence. What about next time? If you still cannot master it, you may very well meet your end. Of course, you could choose to abandon it. The decision lies with you. With that, Li Ruffing ceased to speak further. Some words are best left unspoken. Revealing too much diminishes their significance. Upon hearing Li Ruffing's words, Su Yang bowed his head, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he slowly raised his gaze to meet Li Ruffing's. Master, I have made my decision. It shall be mine. If I cannot even master the god-slaying spear, I am unworthy to be your disciple, master. In that moment, Su Yang seemed to transform into another person, his eyes growing profound and resolute. Very well, go forth. Do not fret too much. At worst, I shall manage your affairs in the end, and the god-slaying spear shall serve as your burial companion. Li Ruffing spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Thank you, master. Su Yang felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Yet, knowing these words came from Li Ruffing, he dared not retort, even if he found them unpalatable. Unbeknownst to him, both Su Yang and the god-slaying spear had heard Li Ruffing's words, though Li Ruffing appeared indifferent. The notion of being a mere burial companion would instill an everlasting fear in the spear. After all, should Su Yang perish, regardless of the cause, the spear would have to accompany him. Thus, among those who would least desire Su Yang's demise, the god-slaying spear undoubtedly ranked high. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, master. I take my leave. After speaking, Su Yang strode toward the courtyard's exit. Next, he intended to test the formidable power of the god-slaying spear, necessitating a spacious location. Furthermore, he must keep a distance from Li Ruffing to avoid disturbing his rest. The spiritual herb peak was not insignificant. Thus there were indeed places that met Su Yang's requirements. Shortly after Su Yang departed, Ji Wudao had already discovered a technique that piqued his immense interest, the divine calculation art. To calculate the heavens, the earth, and all living beings, such a grandiose art. One that he found utterly appealing. Merely glancing at the first page of the technique left Ji Wudao profoundly stunned. The way of heavenly secrets was inherently a gamble against the heavenly path, aiming to seize that elusive thread of ethereal information. Throughout his life, Ji Wudao had been instilled with the notion that one must never oppose the heavens, especially for those like him, who frequently divulge heavenly secrets. Vigilance against heavenly retribution was paramount. Thus, upon encountering the divine calculation art for the first time, he was irresistibly drawn to it. In Ji Wudao's heart, contending with the heavens was the true essence of the way of heavenly secrets. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity. Now, it had materialized. Without a hint of hesitation, Ji Wudao promptly chose the divine calculation art. Master, I have made my selection, he announced joyfully, approaching Li Ruffing, who slowly opened his eyes and cast a glance at the divine calculation art in Ji Wudao's hands. Is it merely the technique? Li Ruffing inquired after a brief pause. In response, Master, one cannot overindulge. I plan to first master the divine calculation art before considering other martial techniques. Moreover, in the realm of heavenly secrets, the significance of the technique surpasses that of martial skills, as fighting is not my forte. Calculating the heavenly secrets is. Ji Wudao replied. As long as you understand. Li Ruffing nodded. Very well, you may proceed with your cultivation. He then set aside a multitude of martial techniques and gestured for Ji Wudao to go. Yes, disciple takes his leave, Ji Wudao responded, and immediately rushed to a corner of the courtyard with the divine calculation art, where he settled into a meditative position to begin his cultivation. Thus, with Ji Wudao's extraordinary comprehension of the way of heavenly secrets, he began to enter a state of profound understanding in less than the span of an incense stick. At that moment, an inexplicable and wondrous force enveloped him, and beneath him, a pattern resembling the bagua emerged. Ding! Concurrently, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Li Ruffing's mind. Chapter 0, Calculating Destiny. Deceiving to ascend, detected a person of great fortune approaching the flying immortal sect. Would you like to view their information panel? Another one? Could it be they are seeking me? System, please proceed to check. Understood, esteemed host. Name, Chu Yi. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment. 7th layer, Fortune value, 2,100. Information, originally a disciple of the Destiny Birth sect. She was forced to flee to Qingzhou after her sect was annihilated and has been relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, she was coerced into consuming a forbidden drug, resulting in a drastically shortened lifespan. Her days are now numbered. System, how can her fortune value be so high yet her lifespan so limited? 2,100. Doesn't that make her the epitome of a destined individual? Surely a mere forbidden drug should not claim her life? Having read numerous novels in his previous life, Li Ruffing understood that those endowed with great fortune typically experience fortuitous outcomes. Even in circumstances of certain death, for such children of destiny, the odds are often skewed favorably. Esteemed host, do not be anxious. Allow the system to elucidate. Although Chu Yi's time is indeed limited, there will be someone to intervene and save her when the moment arises. The assertion of her limited time refers solely to her current predicament, not her future. Oh, you mean the one destined to save her is not me, right? As she approaches the flying immortal sect, I alone possess the capability to assist her. Tell me, if I do not intervene, can she truly survive? Li Ruffing inquired with curiosity. Esteemed host, even if you do not take action, she will not perish. This is because she will not allow herself to meet her demise. As long as the current Chu Yi takes action, she is guaranteed to survive. Wait. System, hold on a moment. Let me clarify my thoughts. What do you mean by this Chu Yi and that Chu Yi? Are there multiple Chu Yis? Li Ruffing asked, utterly perplexed. Esteemed host, this matter is quite comprehensible. In simple terms, within the current Chu Yi's body exists a fragment of the future Chu Yi's soul. With the future Chu Yi present, she cannot stand idly by and watch her current self perish. The future Chu Yi? A fragment of the soul? Oh, I see. So, the future Chu Yi has traversed back to this era, where I reside. The notion of two Chu Yis existing in a single timeline is rather intriguing. With the guidance of her future self, she will surely navigate her cultivation journey with fewer missteps. Li Ruffing pondered slowly. However, this matter does not concern me. Perhaps this encounter is merely coincidental as she passes by the flying immortal sect. I ought to rest and indulge in slumber. Despite Chu Yi's high fortune value, it remains of little interest to the invincible Li Ruffing. However, although Li Ruffing harbored no interest in Chu Yi, it did not imply that others shared his disinterest. At that moment, Ji Wudao, who was diligently practicing the art of divination, abruptly opened his eyes wide. A person of great fortune is approaching, and moreover, this individual possesses a connection with our spirit herb peak. How fortuitous. I had yet to seek them out, and yet, the destined one has come to my doorstep. I can afford to momentarily set aside my cultivation endeavors, but it is imperative that I entice this person into the spirit herb peak. Thus, I shall secure myself more time for cultivation in the future. Yes, this shall be my course of action. With this contemplation, Ji Wudao immediately ceased his practice and rose to leave the courtyard. Simultaneously, concerned that he might not be able to persuade the individual alone, he decided to bring Su Yang along. With Su Yang's presence, Ji Wudao felt assured that he could easily extricate himself from the role of a mere watering tool. Junior brother, while I do not hinder you from seeking your next scapegoat, you are well aware of our master's formidable abilities. Thus, not everyone is worthy of being accepted as a disciple by him. After Ji Wudao conveyed his intentions to Su Yang, the latter promptly cautioned him. Senior brother, I am fully aware of this. Rest assured, the person I seek is far from ordinary. Furthermore, through my calculations, this individual possesses a remarkably high fortune, at least surpassing both you and me. Understanding Su Yang's thoughts, Ji Wudao swiftly elucidated. Fortune? You can discern such things? Su Yang expressed a hint of astonishment. For fortune has always been an enigmatic concept. Ji Wudao explained, originally, it was beyond my capabilities, but now, having cultivated the divination technique bestowed by our master, I can ascertain the fortunes of others. Although I cannot determine the precise extent, I can certainly gauge it roughly. Seeing Su Yang's surprise for the first time, Ji Wudao felt a swell of pride within. All right, you took my words too seriously. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you to see for myself. However, I cannot promise that I will persuade them. After all, if they are unwilling to be a disciple, I cannot possibly point a gun at their head, can I? Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Indeed, if she is unwilling, we cannot force her. Brother, let us hasten, for I believe the person we seek must be nearing Fei Xian's sect. Once everything was agreed upon, Ji Wudao urged Su Yang to proceed. Very well, let us go. I too am curious to see just who this person of great fortune is that you speak of. Su Yang ceased his rejection and swiftly followed Ji Wudao towards the foot of Spirit Herb Peak. Meanwhile, with assistance from her future self, Chu Yi had arrived outside Fei Xian's sect. Positioned here, she would soon be discovered by those within. I cannot reveal myself just yet. I can only escort you to this point. Moreover, there are aspects of this Fei Xian sect that I cannot fathom. As she spoke, the future Chu Yi raised her gaze towards Lingyao Peak. How intriguing. It seems that I am not the only variable at play. This is advantageous. The greater the number of variables, the higher the likelihood of thwarting that event. Someone is approaching. I must conceal myself. Sensing the presence of individuals from the flying immortal sect, the future Chu Yi hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of crimson light that entered the body of Chu Yi. Moments later, two figures appeared at the entrance of the flying immortal sect. Junior brother, let us wait here, Su Yang said to his companion, Ji Wudao. When the person you mentioned arrives, we shall engage in conversation. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, Su Yang spoke. Wait, brother, look over there. Is there someone lying on the ground? Ji Wudao had not finished his sentence before he spotted Chu Yi sprawled on the ground, and he immediately alerted Su Yang. Hearing Ji Wudao's words, Su Yang turned to glance into the distance. Indeed, it was true. Let us go and assess the situation. Given that this incident occurred at the sect's entrance, Su Yang decided it prudent to investigate further. Soon, Su Yang and Ji Wudao arrived at Chu Yi's side. Observing her bloodied form and shockingly white hair, both men exchanged astonished glances. Brother, this individual has likely consumed forbidden substances. Alas, it is a pity. Once such a drug is ingested, there is little hope for recovery. However, as Ji Wudao spoke, a look of confusion crossed his face. But what? Su Yang interjected impatiently. Could you please finish your thought? You are making me want to strike you. Su Yang replied weakly. Do not rush me, brother. I am merely speculating. Allow me a moment to deduce. Ignoring Su Yang's remarks, Ji Wudao retrieved a compass and prepared to perform a calculation. As his divination technique commenced, the compass in Ji Wudao's hand began to spin wildly. After a brief interval, the compass abruptly came to a halt, and at that moment, Ji Wudao opened his eyes. Chapter 0. Bringing back Chu Yi. Persuadingly ruffling, it is she. It is indeed her. Amid Su Yang's bewilderment, Ji Wudao pointed at the Chu Yi lying on the ground, his excitement palpable. Smack. Hey, why did you hit me, senior brother? Ji Wudao immediately covered his head and questioned Su Yang. What do you think? Could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? Or is it that all of you fortune tellers are just asking for a beating? Su Yang spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Who exactly is she? That was unnecessary. Ji Wudao retorted. But let us focus on the matter at hand. This person is the one I spoke of, the one destined for great fortune. I never imagined she would resort to forbidden substances. This complicates matters greatly. After so long, I finally encounter someone fated to inherit my task. And she turns out to be on the brink of death. Ji Wudao lamented, his face a mixture of despair and frustration. Is it truly her? Is there a way to save her? If we can revive her, wouldn't that resolve everything? Su Yang, taken aback, realized that the woman lying before them was indeed the one Ji Wudao had predicted to be of great fortune. Senior brother, are you hearing yourself? If it were that simple to save her, would it still be considered forbidden substances? I have no means at my disposal. I could send a message back to my father. Perhaps he knows something. But I doubt it, as even if there is a way to save her, the required items would certainly be precious. You are aware that our eastern wilderness is the weakest region. We have nothing of value. If we were in the central capital, there might still be hope, Ji Wudao replied. Are you foolish? We still have our master. He possesses unparalleled abilities and must have a solution to save her. Su Yang looked at Ji Wudao as if he were a simpleton. Ah, you are right. How could I forget about our master? What are we waiting for? We must take her to him quickly, lest she lose her breath. Even our master, no matter how powerful, cannot resurrect the deceased, Ji Wudao exclaimed, urgency overcoming him. Indeed, we must hasten to bring her to our master. So, junior brother, why are you still standing there? Su Yang observed Ji Wudao's urgency, then spoke calmly. Ji Wudao appeared momentarily bewildered by Su Yang's words. What do you mean, If you want to save her, shouldn't you, junior brother, carry her to seek our master? You cannot be expecting me, your senior brother, to exert myself for you, can you? Su Yang replied meekly. I am truly at a loss. I, the esteemed young master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, have fallen to such a state. But alas, for the sake of not having to water daily in the future, I shall endure. Upon the tragic realization of Chu Yi's demise, and the impending loss of her watering duties, Ji Wudao quietly approached her lifeless form, hoisting her from the ground. Let us depart, senior brother, he urged, sensing her fading breath. If we delay any further, I fear she may truly succumb. With that, Ji Wudao hastened his steps towards the direction of Lingyao Peak. What's there to fear? Su Yang scoffed. Isn't it said she possesses great fortune? If her life can be extinguished so easily, can she truly be deemed fortunate? In contrast to Ji Wudao's anxiety, Su Yang remained rather nonchalant about the prospect of Chu Yi's death. Nevertheless, acknowledging her potential as a future junior sister, he quickly pursued Ji Wudao. In no time, Ji Wudao arrived before Ruff, bearing the almost imperceptibly breathing Chu Yi. Master, please, we need help. Without pausing for respite, he implored Ruff. Upon hearing his call, Ruff slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Ji Wudao. Soon noticing the plight of Chu Yi lying on the ground, after a thorough examination, he withdrew his gaze. Her vital energy is waning, her lifespan nearly spent, her meridians are ruptured, and her dantian is damaged. There is no hope. It is best to find a place to bury her and erect a monument. Ruff stated matter-of-factly before closing his eyes once more. What? This Ji Wudao stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, even you cannot save her? A sigh escaped him. Alas, such is fate. It appears this is her destiny. After a brief pause, he cast a regretful glance at Chu Yi. In that case, I shall not disturb Master S' rest any longer. With Ruff's inability to assist, Ji Wudao resigned himself to the notion of finding a suitable resting place for Chu Yi. Wait a moment, junior brother, You are still too inexperienced. Allow me to demonstrate. Su Yang interjected softly, halting Ji Wu Dao as he attempted to carry Chu Yi away. He then approached Li Ruffeng. Master, I have something to say. Without hesitation, Su Yang began. There is no hope left for her. If you seek my assistance to save her, it is unnecessary to ask. Master, I am aware that with your abilities, you surely possess a means to save this individual. If you hesitate, it must be due to the arduous nature of the healing process and the time it consumes. However, Master, saving her would not yield no benefit, Su Yang stated calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Continue, Li Ruffeng replied coolly. Yes. Firstly, according to junior brother Ji's calculations, this woman possesses great fortune. In time, she is destined to become a formidable force. At that time, any matters concerning the Master could be entrusted to her. This way, wouldn't the Master have ample time to rest? Moreover, our spirit herb peak is predominantly comprised of men. Even if we wish to serve the Master, it would be somewhat inconvenient. However, she is different. She is a woman. Whether it is serving tea or preparing meals for the Master, she would be more than capable. Su Yang spoke gradually. As his words fell, Ji Wu Dao was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Goodness, senior brother. To have the future junior sister serve the Master with tea is one thing, but to also have her wash clothes and cook. Incredible. You are the most audacious person I have ever encountered. Why not suggest she warm the Master's bed as well? At this moment, Ji Wu Dao was internally ridiculing the situation. This sounds agreeable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Just then, Li Ruffeng's voice unexpectedly resonated. Uff, is that even acceptable? Forget what I just said. Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Ji Wu Dao was nearly stunned to the point of bloodshed. Hehe. Thank you for your approval, Master. Convincing Li Ruffeng brought an immediate smile to Su Yang's face. Then, Master, how should we proceed with her? Su Yang inquired further. In response to his question, Li Ruffeng did not reply, but instead rose from his rocking chair. He then approached Chu Yi and scrutinized the woman lying on the ground once more. Other matters could be discussed, but the primary concern was that of lifespan. In his recollection, consuming forbidden drugs, even those elixirs capable of extending life, would not be effective. System, do you know how to resolve this issue? You have indeed posed the right question to the system, esteemed host. In fact, resolving the after effects of consuming forbidden drugs is quite simple. The reason why ordinary longevity elixirs are ineffective is that the lifespan they offer is merely too minimal to have any real impact. If it were a potion that could extend lifespan by several thousand or even 10,000 years in one go, this problem would be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 0, A Swift Rescue, a Bloodletting Elixir, and the Elusive Longevity Pill. Is there truly a pill capable of extending one's lifespan by millennia? To my knowledge, such a potion does not exist within the realms of the Tianyuan continent. Even the most esteemed of emperors possess a mere lifespan of 10,000 years. If such a miraculous concoction were to be found, it would surely have been seized by numerous emperors in a frenzy. Are there any other viable alternatives? Li Ruffeng inquired once more. Indeed, there are other methods, and presently, the esteemed host is capable of achieving them. Oh, what might that be? Have you forgotten that you possess a peach tree? Consuming a single fruit can significantly enhance your longevity. A peach tree? Do I truly have one? I have no recollection of it. Never mind. The rewards from signing in are so abundant that I can hardly keep track. Let us proceed with this method. Li Ruffeng chose not to dwell on the matter of the peach tree. Whether it existed or not mattered little to him. Its presence would only be a boon. Soon, he plucked a large, round, and succulent peach from the peach tree within the confines of the system space. Master, what is this? Su Yang immediately inquired, his curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the peach in Li Ruffeng's hand. A peach that can augment lifespan, Li Ruffeng replied succinctly, then proceeded to crush the peach in his grasp, forcefully infusing its essence into the body of Chu Yi, who lay on the ground. As the peach entered Chu Yi's body in this unconventional manner, her condition began to improve. Next, it was imperative to address the other injuries within her. Without delay, Li Ruffeng retrieved several healing pills and similarly integrated them into Chu Yi's body. In no time, her meridians and dantian were gradually restored, and the wounds upon her body began to heal. That will suffice. Take her down now, Li Ruffeng instructed Su Yang and his companion after assessing Chu Yi's condition. Without awaiting a response, he returned to his designated rocking chair. Understood. In the aftermath of realization, Su Yang and his companion promptly carried Chu Yi away from Li Ruffeng's vicinity. Brother, where shall we place her? We do not have any spare rooms available here. Once they reached a nearby area, Ji Wu Dao turned to Su Yang and asked, I believe the courtyard will suffice. Let us lay her down there. When she awakens, she can arrange for her own accommodations. Su Yang pondered briefly before responding earnestly. Regardless, she is still our junior sister. This seems inappropriate. Ji Wu Dao remarked timidly. Do not speak recklessly. When has Master ever indicated that he would accept her as a disciple? Junior brother, surely you do not wish to water the plants to this extent? Su Yang replied with a hint of indifference. Did he not say so? If Master saved her, was it not with the intent of taking her as a disciple? Ji Wudao expressed his confusion. Master's rescue of her was solely due to her potential to serve tea, wash clothes, and cook meals. Enough. The matter of accepting disciples is solely at the discretion of the master. We need not dwell on it further. Moreover, even if the master were to take her as a disciple in the future, that is a matter for another time. There is no necessity to treat her with undue care simply because she is a woman. Of course, if my junior brother is willing to relinquish his room and choose to sleep outside, then let it be as if I never spoke. Having said that, Suyong turned on his heel and strode towards his own chamber without a backward glance. The esteemed heir of the Tianji Pavilion, sleep outside? Ahem, my senior brother speaks true. This courtyard is indeed quite fine. To slumber here under the starry sky is a delightful prospect. Yes, she would surely feel the same. With that thought, Ji Wudao also turned to his own room. As for Chu Yi, she was unceremoniously left on the ground by the two. At this moment, within Chu Yi, her future self observed the scene unfold entirely. Who are these two? It is but a single room. They exhibit no understanding of cherishing the fairer sex. Carelessly casting the original body aside. Never mind. The priority now is to uncover the truth about that man. The peach he presented earlier possesses astonishing effects, rivaling that of the elixir of immortality. How have I never heard of such a thing? Furthermore, I cannot perceive him in the slightest. This is utterly impossible. Though I am currently but a wisp of spirit, I am not so diminished as to be unable to discern a mere mortal from the lower realms. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Either he possesses immense strength beyond my comprehension, or he wields a treasure that conceals his aura, of no insignificant grade. Regardless of which, he ought not to be an obscure figure. Why have I encountered no information about him in the past? It seems the survival of the Facian sect is largely connected to him. This adds to the enigma. Events of the past should not be easily altered. After all, with that group present, they would not permit any disruption to the flow of time. Chaos ensues. Everything has begun to unravel beyond my expectations. Should I continue to wait for the original body to grow, or should I engage with this individual? If his strength is indeed formidable, perhaps there lies an opportunity to alter future events. At this moment, the future Chu Yi found herself in a profound quandary. She could not ascertain whether Li Ruffeng was friend or foe, nor could she gauge his true strength, being entirely unaware of any information regarding him. A misstep could render all her prior efforts futile, which is her greatest concern. Just as the future Chu Yi wrestled with her thoughts, Li Ruffeng on the rocking chair suddenly opened his eyes. The aura he exuded was similar to that of before. He has returned. Sensing the rapid approach of numerous individuals towards the flying immortal sect, Li Ruffeng promptly rose to his feet. Moments later, his figure vanished from the spot. How swift! I nearly failed to perceive it. That power just now was the force of space. He has mastered the spatial power with such perfection. Gazing at the place where Li Ruffeng had disappeared, the future Chu Yi was filled with astonishment. Even in her future era, she had never encountered a formidable being capable of wielding spatial power with such finesse. At that moment, she made a bold decision in her heart. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the flying immortal sect, Li Ruffeng's figure materialized. Shortly thereafter, dozens of individuals clad in black robes approached him, for they were the members of the Bloodshadow Hall. Halt! Upon noticing a figure standing in midair not far away, the leader, Bloodhand, abruptly halted his advance and commanded. Hearing Bloodhand's words, the other assassins from the Bloodshadow Hall immediately came to a standstill. They all turned their gazes towards Li Ruffeng, who stood with his hands clasped behind him. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Discovering that he could not discern Li Ruffeng's cultivation level, Bloodhand took the initiative to inquire coldly. The master of Bloodshadow Hall is indeed quite considerate, realizing that I have numerous vacancies in my human sovereign banner, thus sending over quite a few individuals this time. Moreover, the strength of this group surpasses that of the last. Such souls will further nourish my human sovereign banner. Observing over 30 formidable beings, all at least at the void refinement realm, Li Ruffeng's lips curled into a faint smile. Come in and have a seat. Without affording the Bloodshadow Hall members a moment to react, Li Ruffeng directly summoned the human sovereign banner, absorbing the souls of all those present. The remaining bodies, with a mere flick of his hand, exploded one after another like fireworks. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling blood mist, emanating a pungent scent of blood. Indeed, the effects of powerful souls are significantly enhanced. It would be even better to have some Sacred Realm experts next time. Of course, having an emperor would be the pinnacle of desires. Feeling the strength of the human sovereign banner had increased several-fold, Li Ruffeng murmured with satisfaction. Subsequently, his figure vanished from the spot. The members of Bloodshadow Hall had arrived swiftly and departed even faster, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, the life tokens of Bloodshack and the others within the Bloodshadow Hall shattered all at once. Chapter 21. Chu Yi awakens. The Saint King moves Lingyao Peak. After lying in the courtyard for an entire night, Chu Yi finally regained consciousness early the next morning. Upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar place, a sense of confusion mixed with caution enveloped her. I remember succumbing to unconsciousness after slaying those individuals. How did I end up here? Moreover, my body feels completely restored. Rising from the ground, Chu-yi pondered with countless questions swirling in her mind. You are awake. At that moment, a voice resonated from not far away. Upon hearing the voice, Chu-yi swiftly turned to face its source, her expression still laced with wariness. Do not be so tense. If I intended to harm you, do you believe you would still be alive? Approaching her was Su-yang, speaking calmly. Who are you? Did you rescue me? After a moment of contemplation, Chu-yi acknowledged the reasonableness of Su-yang's words, allowing her vigilance to wane considerably. You overestimate me. I am unable to alleviate the side effects of the forbidden drug. It was my master who saved you, Su-yang replied, shaking his head. Your master? Where is he now? I wish to express my gratitude in person. Naturally, Chu-yi desired to convey her thanks for the life-saving intervention. My master is still resting. He is likely to awaken in a while. You may express your gratitude to him then. Before that, however, there are some matters I need to clarify with you, Su-yang said, his tone suggesting deeper implications. What matters? Chu-yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do not rush. This story begins from the moment I discovered you. Su-yang proceeded to narrate the events of the previous day in a succinct manner. He omitted trivial details, focusing instead on the aspects closely related to Chu-yi, particularly the reasons behind Li Rufeng's decision to save her. After the passage of a short incense stick's worth of time, Chu-yi finally grasped the full context of the situation, a myriad of emotions flickering across her face. I have said all that needs to be said. At that moment, in order to save you, I had no choice but to speak as I did. You do not mind, do you? Su-yang asked with a composed demeanor. Not at all. Given the life-saving grace, it is only right that I assist the elder in some capacity. Chu-yi understood Su-yang's intent and responded without hesitation. That is good to hear. I was concerned you might be unwilling. In that case, feel free to look around. I must return to my cultivation. Remember, do not disturb my master under any circumstances. If you do, the consequences will be yours to bear. After imparting this warning, Su-yang paid no further heed to Chu-yi and departed the courtyard. Watching Su-yang's figure gradually recede, Chu-yi found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Subsequently, Chu-yi began to stroll around the courtyard. Before long, Ji Wudao emerged from his chamber. As soon as he stepped outside, Ji Wudao immediately spotted Chu-yi in the distance. Upon seeing her awaken, a smile spread across his face, and he made his way directly towards her. The sound of his footsteps quickly drew Chu-yi's attention. Soon, she turned around and saw Ji Wudao approaching her. You seem to be recovering quite well, Ji Wudao remarked cheerfully as he drew near. Thank you for your concern. However, may I ask who you are? Chu-yi inquired with curiosity, having never seen Ji Wudao before. Oh, I am Ji Wudao. And may I ask your name? He responded smoothly. Chu-yi, she replied. Chu-yi, very well. Now, Miss Chu, are you aware of why you are here? Ji Wudao suddenly asked. Yes, someone just informed me. Chu-yi nodded slightly. That's good to hear. It saves me the trouble of explaining. Miss Chu, I have an important question to pose to you, and I hope you can answer it earnestly. Ji Wudao's expression turned serious. What is the question? Chu-yi asked, intrigued. Miss Chu, would you like to take on a mentor? Ji Wudao asked directly. Take on a mentor? Whom would I be apprenticing under? Chu-yi was momentarily taken aback before asking. Who else could it be but my revered master? The one who saved you? So what do you think? Are you interested? To become my master's disciple is a rare opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that you barely qualify, I wouldn't even be discussing this with you. Ji Wudao feigned solemnity. But my aptitude is mediocre, and my cultivation is average. I fear. Chu-yi spoke hesitantly. No. Some things cannot be judged solely on the surface. Take my elder brother. For instance, the person you met earlier. You must have noticed that his realm is merely the chi refinement stage. Yet, he was still accepted as a disciple by my master. Temporary mediocrity means little. Have you heard of fate? Even someone with the most unremarkable talent can become a formidable force if they possess great fortune. And you, my dear, are endowed with such fortune. While I cannot measure it precisely, I am certain that your future achievements will be significant. So what do you say? Would you like to apprentice under my master? If you express your desire, I can assist you. Such a fortuitous opportunity is rare. Miss it now, and you may not get another chance. You must grasp this moment firmly. Ji Wudao, suddenly channeling a persuasive spirit, began his charm offensive. And what would I need to offer in return? After contemplating for a moment, Chu-yi felt that Ji Wudao's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, which instantly aroused her caution. Contribute? No. Such a trivial matter hardly requires your investment. If one must say something, it would be that after becoming my disciple, you will need to undertake a test assigned by my master. However, you need not worry too much. The task is quite simple, akin to watering a plant. And I am confident you will manage it effortlessly. Ji Wudao replied after a brief pause for thought. A test task? Isn't it customary to first pass the test before accepting a disciple? Chu-yi inquired, puzzled. You mentioned customary. My master is no ordinary individual. Thus the process of accepting disciples naturally deviates from the norm. Ji Wudao replied meekly. Well, all right. I just feel that my chances of being accepted as a disciple by a senior are rather slim. Chu Yi expressed her lack of confidence. That is something you need not concern yourself with. Leave everything to me. Now, dear future junior sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Oh, and remember to secure a room. Otherwise, you will be forced to spend the night outside. Farewell. With a cheerful demeanor, Ji Wudao exited the courtyard. Even after Ji Wudao had walked far away, Chu Yi still felt there was something amiss about him, though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Let's take it one step at a time, she thought, deciding to refrain from dwelling on it any further and redirecting her gaze. After wandering for a while longer and considering her accommodation for the night, Chu Yi resolved to construct a dwelling for herself. Meanwhile, in the eastern wilderness, at the location of the Blood Shadow Tower, the atmosphere within a grand hall was chillingly calm. Above, a man clad in black robes, his face concealed by a mask, sat imperiously. Below, dozens of elders of the Blood Shadow Tower stood attentively. Qingzhou, you have thoroughly captured my attention. Have you discovered where the Blood Hands met their demise? The masked man's indifferent voice suddenly echoed. Reporting to the master of the tower, our investigation is complete. Our people perished within the territory of a force known as Facian Sect. My subordinate suspects that this matter is 90% related to the Facian Sect. One elder promptly responded. Facian Sect? Have you ascertained the strength of this sect? The masked man continued to inquire coldly. Yes, the investigation is clear. According to our intelligence, the strongest individual in the Facian sect is their leader, Shen Xinghe, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the nascent soul. The elder continued to report. The 9th stage of the nascent soul? Surely you jest. A mere nascent soul insect could possibly contend with the Blood Hands? The masked man questioned coldly. Master, please remain calm. When I received this intelligence, I too found it hard to believe, yet the facts are as such. However, I harbor suspicions that the Facian sect is likely guarded by a hidden powerhouse. Not long ago, the two major sects of Qingzhou, which were comparable in strength to the Facian sect, were inexplicably annihilated. It is difficult to believe that the perpetrator had no connection to the Facian sect. The elder hastily elucidated that Bloodied Hand could very well have met its demise at the hands of this enigmatic strength from the Facian sect. A mysterious powerhouse. How intriguing. Yet, anyone who dares to lay a hand upon me shall face death, regardless of their strength. The masked man declared coldly. He issued a command to dispatch 1 Saint King and 5 saints to the Facian sect. This time, I seek but one outcome. The complete obliteration of the Facian sect. Moments later, the masked figure rose and coldly articulated his intentions. Understood. In unison, the elders below responded. At this moment, Hadley Ruffing known that the Blood Shadow Tower had indeed dispatched powerful beings to the Facian sect, he would likely have rejoiced for an entire day. Shortly thereafter, the Saint King and Saint-level warriors departed from the Blood Shadow Tower, accompanied by over 100 others. It was evident that the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower was genuinely intent on utterly annihilating the Facian sect. Yet, no matter how he speculated, he could never have anticipated that he had provoked someone he should never have challenged. Chapter 0. The Grand Competition approaches. In-depth communication. Meanwhile, as the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion made their way to the Flying Immortal Sect, a solitary figure had already arrived at the sect. Within the Grand Hall of the sect, Master Shen Xinghe was currently receiving a visitor who had come to the Flying Immortal Sect. Master Shen, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am here to deliver the quotas for the 7 provinces Grand Competition. According to the established regulations, each province is allotted 5 slots. Given that the Flying Immortal Sect is now the largest sect in Qingzhou, you shall have the authority to decide on these 5 slots. The man in the hall spoke calmly. The Grand Competition is scheduled for a month from now, to be held at the usual venue, the Divine Martial City in Shenzhou, one of the 7 provinces. Understood. Rest assured, the people of Qingzhou will be ready to participate in the Grand Competition, Shen Xinghe promptly replied. Very well. Having conveyed my message, I shall take my leave, the visitor said, rising to depart from the Flying Immortal Sect. Once the man had left, Shen Xinghe immediately made his way to the Spirit Herb Peak. Respected elder, the date for the Grand Competition has been confirmed. It will take place in 1 month. We have 5 slots available. Who do you think we should send? Shen Xinghe inquired with great reverence upon reaching Li Ruff. A month from now, 5 individuals. Since we are participating in the Grand Competition, we must select the 5 strongest contenders. As for the specifics of the selection, you are the sect master. So the decision lies with you, Li Ruff replied indifferently. Elder, can your disciple participate? Shen Xinghe asked. That is their matter. I do not intervene, Li Ruff answered casually. Understood, esteemed elder, Shen Xinghe said, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression upon hearing Li Ruffing's response. The lack of intervention implied permission to participate. Those chosen by the elder would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. If he could persuade them to join forces, Qingzhou would not be relegated to the last place in the upcoming Grand Competition. With this thought in mind, Shen Xinghe departed from Li Ruffing's presence without hesitation, seeking out Su Yang and Ji Wudao. Upon hearing about the Grand Competition, Suyang agreed without a second thought. Conversely, Ji Wudao hesitated for a considerable time. As he was not originally from Qingzhou, representing Qingzhou in the competition would surely invite scrutiny from many. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Ji Wudao ultimately acquiesced to Shun Xinghe's request. With the affirmation of both individuals, Shun Xinghe left the Spirit Herb Peak thoroughly satisfied. In his view, with Su Yang and Ji Wudao participating, Qingzhou's chances in the grand competition were significantly bolstered. Even if they did not secure first place, a position within the top 3 was well within reach. Consequently, the Flying Immortal sect would receive a substantial reward. With this batch of rewards, the strength of the Faxian sect will ascend to new heights. Under the night sky, atop Lingyao Peak, Chu Yi sat wearily on the edge of her bed in a newly constructed room. Just as she intended to retire for the night, a crimson light began to emanate from her body. This spectacle instantly banished her fatigue, igniting her curiosity as she fixated on the glowing red hue in the air. Moments later, a figure slowly materialized before her. "You, this is impossible. Who are you?" Chu Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I understand that you have many questions at this moment. Allow me to clarify everything for you." The future Chu Yi said with a gentle smile as she regarded her original self. "Then first, tell me, who are you? How did you emerge from my body? And why do you look exactly like me?" Chu Yi inquired, her voice trembling with a mix of intrigue and disbelief. "Well, except for that one thing," she added shyly, feeling her words were imprecise. "Uff. Ha, silly girl, I've seen jealousy towards others, but never jealousy of oneself." The future Chu Yi chuckled heartily, amusement dancing in her eyes. "What do you mean?" Chu Yi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I mean, I am you. And you are me. To be precise, I am the future you. Now, do you understand why I find it amusing?" The future Chu Yi replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "What? The future me? This cannot be true. I refuse to believe it," Chu Yi retorted, her skepticism unwavering as she regarded the woman who mirrored her appearance. "Oh, you do not believe me? That is quite all right. I will soon provide you with proof. Everyone harbors deep-seated secrets or matters they keep hidden, even as they face death, and they would not share these with anyone. As for your secret, I know it well. And that is..." The future Chu Yi glided closer to her original self and whispered a few words in her ear. In an instant, the previously doubtful Chu Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You, how could you possibly know this? I have never told anyone," she stammered, her heart racing as she began to believe that the woman before her truly was her future self. "I told you, I am you. Your secrets are my secrets. Is it so strange that I know them? Now, this is of little importance. What I must convey next is of utmost significance. You must listen carefully," the future Chu Yi said, her demeanor suddenly turning serious. Noticing the change, despite being overwhelmed with countless questions, Chu Yi nodded slightly, prepared to hear what was to come. In the following hours, the two engaged in an extensive and profound conversation. During this time, Chu Yi transitioned from a state of confusion and uncertainty to one of astonishment and revelation. It was not until the late hours of the night that she gradually came to accept everything. "Little Yi, the one who saved you is shrouded in mystery. Even I cannot discern his true nature. Therefore, you must take him as your mentor. Perhaps with his guidance, you may someday surpass me. Only then will you possess a glimmer of hope in facing that ordeal. Otherwise..." The future Chu Yi spoke softly, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Big Yi, I understand. But what if the elder is unwilling to accept me as a disciple? What shall I do?" Chu Yi expressed her concerns. "What is there to fear? You still have your senior brother Ji, do you not? I believe he is even more eager for you to become that person's disciple. Moreover, your talents are no less than those of the other two. Otherwise, do you think I would be here? To traverse the river of time and arrive here is not something just anyone can achieve. Thus, if they can be his disciples, you certainly can as well. At worst, little Yi, you might have to sacrifice a bit of yourself. With your beauty, no man could possibly refuse your advances." The future Chu Yi teased. "Then why don't you make that sacrifice? I find you even more irresistible than I am," Chu Yi remarked, casting a glance at the future Chu Yi's figure, before adding weakly, "Ah, I wish I could. Alas, I am but a wisp of soul at present and incapable of such endeavors. However, if it were that person, I would be more than willing to engage in a profound exchange." The future Chu Yi laughed. "Enough of this. How did I become such an unseemly person in the future? I shall retire for the night." Without further regard for her future self, Chu Yi lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. "Truly, you are easily amused." Shaking her head, the future Chu Yi transformed into a beam of red light and entered Chu Yi's body. That night, Chu Yi found it difficult to fall asleep. Chapter 0. The annihilation of the Blood Shadow Pavilion by the Holy King. A day later, the formidable Holy King dispatched by the Blood Shadow Pavilion finally arrived at the Flying Immortal sect. Early that morning, a dark cloud enveloped the skies above the sect, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere below. Is this the Flying Immortal sect? Their strongest member barely attains the transformation realm, And yet the pavilion master sends me to confront such a minor faction. You may act at will. A swarm of ants such as these hardly warrants my involvement. I wish to conclude this matter swiftly and return. In a place like Qingzhou, where even the spiritual energy is so scant, it's no wonder it is deemed the weakest region of the eastern wasteland. The Holy King, hovering in the sky, disdainfully uttered these words. Indeed, came the unified response from the other members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Following this, several powerful beings at the Saint Realm, along with 100 individuals of no lesser strength than those undergoing tribulation, launched a ferocious assault toward the flying immortal sect below. In an instant, a barrage of attacks surged forth, threatening to engulf the sect. What is happening? Are we to meet our demise? No, I do not wish to die. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. I cannot perish. Someone, please save us. Below, the disciples of the flying immortal sect had already succumbed to despair. Under the oppressive weight of the incoming attacks, they found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to flee for their lives. Mere insects. Faced with death, they can only kneel and beg for mercy. Alas, you have provoked the Blood Shadow Pavilion. No one can rescue you now. High above, the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion regarded the desperate pleas of the flying immortal sect's disciples with mocking expressions. However, their laughter was soon extinguished. Just as the assaults were about to descend, an uncanny stillness enveloped the entire flying immortal sect. Both the attacks and the disciples became immobile, as if time itself had come to a halt. What is happening? This power. I see now. It is no wonder the pavilion master sent me here. If you have made your move, then reveal yourself. Sensing the formidable might of the unseen force, the Holy King addressed the void below, his tone calm and measured. As his voice echoed, a figure materialized before him, none other than Ruff, a Holy King and 5 saints. Quite impressive, a robust soul force indeed. Ruff mused to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Who are you to disregard me so? And was it you who dispatched my comrades from the Blood Shadow Pavilion? Seeing Ruff not even spare him a glance, let alone acknowledge him with anything but a smile, the Holy King was consumed by rage. Never before had anyone dared to be so audacious before him. This was clearly a path to self-destruction. Your final words are indeed numerous. With an indifferent tone, Ruff made his move. A single palm strike dispatched all into tranquility. The blood-soaked figures of over 100 members of the Blood Shadow Tower, including that formidable Saint King, were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist. In the next moment, Ruff deftly summoned the soul of the Saint King into his grasp. In the realm of Shenzhou, mere moments later, Ruff extracted the information he sought from the soul. Subsequently, the souls of these individuals were wholly absorbed by the Imperial Banner. With the acquisition of a Saint King's soul, the power of the Imperial Banner surged to over tenfold, enveloped in an even denser shroud of black mist. After attending to these matters, Ruff vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the stronghold of the Blood Shadow Tower in the eastern wasteland. A figure suddenly descended from the heavens. I had intended to continue this game with you, but after lying dormant for 2.5 years, I have rested sufficiently. It is time for a change in my way of life. Starting with your Blood Shadow Tower. Speaking softly to himself, Ruff then unleashed a palm strike downward. In an instant, a colossal hand, capable of eclipsing the sun, descended upon the Blood Shadow Tower. Moments later, the attack struck, utterly annihilating the very ground upon which the tower stood. Everyone within was reduced to mere dust, without exception. Even the master of the Blood Shadow Tower, a peak 9th layer saint, did not react before meeting his demise. Thereafter, Ruff summoned the Imperial Banner, absorbing all the souls below. Once this was accomplished, he departed from the scene and returned to the flying immortal sect. Shortly after his departure, the cataclysmic event at the Blood Shadow Tower attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon witnessing the horrific spectacle, they were rendered speechless with shock. Soon, the news of the mysterious expert's annihilation of the Blood Shadow Tower spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Furthermore, many factions began to feel a sense of impending dread. After all, if even the Blood Shadow Tower could be so effortlessly dismantled, no force could be certain that they would not be the next target of this enigmatic figure. One day after the fall of the Blood Shadow Tower, atop the Spirit Her peak, Ruff, unusually, did not recline in his rocking chair. This change puzzled both Su Yang and Ji Wudao, who exchanged bewildered glances. Brother, what is the matter with our master today? Have you done something to displease him? Ji Wudao whispered to Su Yang, glancing at Ruff, who was behaving out of character. I would say it is more likely you're doing. I have been diligently cultivating these past few days, leaving no room for offense. Yet, you seem to have been conspiring to have our master accept Chui all this time. Observing the situation, Su Yang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems that master has caught wind of this matter. My dear junior, you are in quite a predicament indeed. Surely not. Could it really be me? What shall I do? I can't possibly be expelled from the sect, can I? Panic gripped Ji Wudao as he broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing with anxiety. Alas, you must seek your own fortune in this regard. I have always maintained that the matter of taking disciples is solely within Master's purview. You should hasten to apologize. Perhaps Master will show you mercy this time. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall do so at once. Without further hesitation, Ji Wudao made his way towards Li Ruffeng, who stood not far off. Soon, Ji Wudao arrived beside Li Ruffeng. Master, the fault lies entirely with me. I humbly beseech your magnanimity to forgive me this once. I assure you, such an error shall not be repeated. Without waiting for a response, Ji Wudao knelt down, his expression earnest. What? Turning towards Ji Wudao, Li Ruffeng was instantly filled with confusion at his words. Master, please do not say anything further. I am fully aware of my mistake. If you are willing to forgive me this time, I would be amenable to any request you might have. Ji Wudao, assuming Li Ruffeng feigned ignorance, interjected directly. I was already quite perplexed, and now I find myself even more bewildered. Please rise. Li Ruffeng instructed after a brief silence. I have forgiven you. However, I must admit, I do not quite understand what it is you wish me to pardon you for. Chapter 0. Encountering the soul of the future, inquiring about future matters. Master, do you truly not know, or are you merely pretending? Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Ji Wudao felt a momentary shock in his heart, and then tentatively inquired. What is it that I should know? Very well. Do enlighten me about the matter at hand, Li Ruffeng replied, casting a sideways glance at Ji Wudao, his tone indifferent. Oh, it is like this. Ji Wudao stood up from the ground and recounted to Li Ruffeng the words Su Yang had just shared with him. As Li Ruffeng listened to Ji Wudao's explanation, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Is that so? Do you truly believe such nonsense? Can't you see that Su Yang is merely toying with you? Enough of this. Focus on what needs to be done. The grand competition of the 7 states is approaching. Since you have chosen to participate, do not bring me shame. Take advantage of the remaining time to diligently cultivate. Before long, Li Ruffeng instructed Ji Wudao in earnest. Yes, Master, I shall commence my training immediately. At that moment, Ji Wudao finally comprehended the situation, filled with an overwhelming urge to confront Su Yang. Had it not been for Su Yang, he would not have made such a fool of himself before Li Ruffeng. As Ji Wudao turned to seek out Su Yang for questioning, he discovered that Su Yang had already slipped away. Realizing this, Ji Wudao hesitated no longer. He exited the courtyard in search of Su Yang. Meanwhile, observing Ji Wudao's departure, Li Ruffeng shook his head slightly. He then disregarded Ji Wudao and turned towards Chu Yi's chamber. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, and it was soon opened from within. Senior, please come in. Upon seeing Li Ruffeng, Chu Yi immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, ushering him into her room. Li Ruffeng nodded, entering Chu Yi's quarters. Following this, Chu Yi closed the door and approached Li Ruffeng, pouring him a cup of water. May I inquire if there is a matter you wish to discuss, Senior? After pouring the water, Chu Yi took the initiative to ask. Li Ruffeng, however, remained silent, lifting the cup to drink leisurely. With Li Ruffeng not speaking, Chu Yi dared not press him, standing quietly in place, awaiting his response. After a while, as the cup of water neared emptiness, Li Ruffeng gradually set it down and directed his gaze towards Chu Yi. Come forth. Li Ruffeng glanced at Chu Yi and spoke in a calm tone. As his words fell, a stunned expression overtook Chu Yi's face, followed by a sudden jolt of alarm within her. Could it be that the senior has uncovered my secret? Chu Yi pondered quietly. Must I formally invite you before you will emerge? Noticing that the spirit within Chu Yi remained concealed, Li Ruffeng's tone grew noticeably firmer. When did you first notice me? At that moment, a figure emerged from Chu Yi's body, curiously inquiring. Since you approached the Facian sect. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance. Should I call you Chu Yi, or perhaps something else? Observing the figure, identical to Chu Yi, Li Ruffeng responded with calm composure. You are undeniably enigmatic. I am indeed Chu Yi. My curiosity about you continues to grow. The future Chu Yi remarked with a smile, gazing at Li Ruffeng. Haven't you heard the saying? Excessive curiosity can lead to one's demise. Now tell me, how did you arrive in this era, and why have you manifested here? I dislike being deceived, so it would be best if you spoke the truth. Despite the alluring smile of the future Chu Yi, Li Ruffeng remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering, unaffected by her beauty. You are the first person I have encountered who speaks to me with such composure. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share these matters with you, for they are not secrets that cannot be revealed. With that, the future Chu Yi retracted her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. During the ensuing conversation, she recounted the reasons and manner of her arrival in this current era to Li Ruffeng. After comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Li Ruffeng bowed his head in contemplation. After an indeterminate period, he slowly lifted his gaze to the future Chu Yi. I never imagined such events would transpire in the future. According to your account, you faced failure? Do you believe that by attempting again, the outcome can be altered? Li Ruffeng inquired thoughtfully. No, I do not know. Perhaps it can, or perhaps that event will inevitably repeat itself. Yet, I have no choice. Even if the outcome cannot be changed, I cannot simply surrender. If I do not act, there is no possibility for alteration. If I do, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Besides, is it not true that you are here as well? As she concluded, Chu-yi suddenly turned her gaze to Li Ruffeng and spoke a perplexing statement. Me? You traversed the river of time to the past. Your strength must be considerable. If even someone of your caliber cannot achieve this, why do you believe I can? Li Ruffeng inquired, his tone measured. Intuition. The future Chu-yi replied. Intuition? Li Ruffeng questioned, a hint of perplexity on his face. Yes, intuition. Though, it is merely that. Intuition, she reiterated. How intriguing. I must admit, your intuition is indeed quite accurate. However, it is a pity you will not witness the outcome. Li Ruffeng smiled and replied. Senior, what do you mean by that? Before the future Chu-yi could respond, the present Chu-yi, unable to contain her curiosity, interjected. After several days of interaction, Chu-yi had fully embraced the existence of her alternate self. She had even developed an inexplicable affection for this other version of herself, akin to the bond shared between sisters. Therefore, upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, she instinctively began to worry that the future Chu-yi might drift away from her. Oh, you haven't told her? Or do you intend to keep it a secret from her forever? In response to Chu-yi's inquiry, Li Ruffeng refrained from answering and instead turned his gaze towards the future Chu-yi. What? Big E, is what the senior said true? What else are you hiding from me? You said I am you, and you are me. So why do you still conceal certain matters from me? Realizing the implications, Chu-yi promptly spun around to question her future self. Sigh, are you doing this on purpose? Now you've put me in an awkward position. Facing the inquiries from her original self, the future Chu-yi began to express her grievances towards Li Ruffeng. I am merely assisting you. Whether said now or later, the truth must eventually come to light. It is better to clarify matters now. Otherwise, this issue will become a mental obstacle in your cultivation journey. After all, she is my disciple, and I do not wish to witness this scene unfold, Li Ruffeng remarked with a serene smile. When did you take her as your disciple? Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's statement, the future Chu-yi immediately challenged him. Chapter 0. The 3,000 Paths. Time respected. Oh, is there none? Then can it not be done now? Li Ruffeng turned his head and inquired of Chu-yi with a hint of indifference. To accept me as your disciple? Yes, I am willing. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu-yi knelt before Li Ruffeng. This scene caused the future Chu-yi to stiffen, her expression revealing a touch of awkwardness. Very well, rise. From now on, you shall be my third disciple. As for your cultivation, no one can teach you better than yourself, wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Li Ruffeng deliberately turned to the future Chu-yi and asked, You take on disciples, and yet I am to teach? What then is your role? What purpose does it serve to pay you homage? The future Chu-yi could no longer suppress her barrage of questions, observing Li Ruffeng's inscrutable smile. As for me, I can save you. How about that? I still hold some value, do I not? Li Ruffeng replied with a calm demeanor. Save me? What do you mean? The future Chu-yi's expression darkened as she inquired earnestly. What do you think? You are from the future. If the past were to change, do you think you could continue to exist? You should understand this principle better than I do. Since your arrival in this era and your contact with your past self, the butterfly effect has already commenced. The reason you have not yet vanished is simply that the current changes have not yet impacted the future. Therefore, your disappearance is merely a matter of time. Am I not correct? Li Ruffeng spoke with a measured tone. What? Is this the truth you have kept hidden from me? Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, the original Chu-yi suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that I did not wish to disclose it to you. Moreover, there is truly no necessity to inform you. If I were to vanish, it would merely signify that the future is altering. Thus, the purpose of my journey to the past would be fulfilled. Though I may disappear, you shall not. In that sense, I remain undying. Therefore, you need not overly concern yourself with this matter. The future Chu-yi slowly articulated her response to her original self. Yet, you will still disappear, and I do not wish for that. Chu-yi spoke softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. Enough of your flirtations. I have no desire to continue listening to this. Besides, this is merely the typical circumstance. There are still solutions available. The more Li Ruffeng observed the two Chu-yis, the more he sensed the atmosphere becoming unsettling. To avert witnessing an inappropriate scene, he hastily interjected, Solutions? Master, do you have a way to prevent the Yi from disappearing? Hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Chu-yi, without a moment's hesitation, eagerly pressed for an answer. Indeed, Li Ruffeng replied with a slight nod. Impossible. The past has changed, and the future cannot remain unaltered. This is the immutable law of the Great Way of Time, a rule that no one can transgress. Although I find you somewhat inscrutable, even your strength cannot defy the laws of the Great Way. Chu-yi from the future retorted, having witnessed Li Ruffeng's nod. Oh, are you so certain? Li Ruffeng inquired with a subtle counter. Naturally, for I have cultivated the Great Way of Time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to traverse to the past. Though the Great Way of Time is profoundly intricate, I have only grasped a mere fraction of its essence. Yet it is precisely for this reason that I am more convinced that the laws of the Great Way are inviolable, the future Chu Yi asserted confidently. Thus you have only scratched the surface of the Great Way of Time. How can you comprehend it when you do not even know the true nature of the Great Way? Li Rufeng remarked indifferently. The true Great Way of Time? What do you mean? The future Chu Yi inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. There are myriad paths, but time reigns supreme. The weak navigate time. The strong become time, and those beyond the strong transcend time itself. If I were to cultivate the Great Way of Time, would I be bound by its rules? Rules exist to restrain others, and I shall regard them with disdain. Li Rufeng declared calmly, as his words lingered in the air. The future Chu Yi stood stunned, her mind replaying Li Rufeng's previous statement. Even the present Chu Yi was struck by the profundity of his words. To transcend time and regard it with disdain, what audacity, what arrogance, what manner of person is he? The more I interact with him, the less I discern his true essence. Thought the future Chu Yi, her gaze towards Li Rufeng shifting to one of deep reverence. In that moment, she no longer underestimated him. That is enough for now. In the time to come, focus on your cultivation. You should also partake in the Seven States Grand Tournament a month from now. Do not let me down, Li Rufeng concluded, rising to depart the room, leaving both Chu Yis in a state of astonishment. It was only after Li Rufeng had been gone for some time that Chu Yi slowly emerged from her stupor. Truly, master, even the simplest of utterances is imbued with such profound wisdom. I seem to have gained some insight. I shall commence my cultivation. Without further regard for Yi, Chu Yi settled onto her bed in a meditative position and closed her eyes. In the next moment, a subtle and mysterious force enveloped her body, manifesting as the nascent form of the Great Way of Time. Everything has become chaotic. The timing of this realization was premature. Nevertheless, this may ultimately prove beneficial for her. The rapid pace of change has rendered the future increasingly unpredictable. I can only hope he possesses a means to assist me. Otherwise, it may not be long before I cease to exist. Observing Chu Yi, who has begun to grasp the essence of time, Yi felt a mix of astonishment and sorrow. Although she had previously spoken lightly of the matter, the thought of truly disappearing from Chu Yi's side weighed heavily on her heart. At this moment, even Yi could not articulate the nature of her predicament. Little Yi, why do I find myself increasingly reliant on you? This sensation is peculiar. After all, we are but one entity. Indeed, my allure is unparalleled, to the extent that even I cannot resist it. I genuinely wonder if that fellow is truly a man. He seemed so composed earlier. Could it be that he has no affection for women? Shaking her head, Yi dismissed such thoughts and approached Chu Yi, ready to offer her assistance. Meanwhile, not long after departing, Li Rufeng let out a resounding sneeze. Time flies, and a month has swiftly passed. This day marks the registration for the 7 Provinces Tournament. All participants must arrive at the Divine Martial City in the Eastern Wilderness today. Ding! You have one opportunity to sign in today. Would the esteemed host like to proceed with the sign-in? The system's notification echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. Oh, has a month truly passed so swiftly? System. I shall sign in, he remarked with a sigh. Chapter 0. Unveiling New Functions. Departing from the Flying Immortal Sect. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a precious treasure, the River Diagram and Luo Book. The River Diagram and Luo Book? This artifact holds little value for me. I shall bestow it upon Ji Wudao instead. After a brief contemplation, Li Rufeng confirmed the allocation of the treasure. The grand competition of the 7 states is set to commence tomorrow. Thus it is time for me to leave the sect today. Having resided in this world for quite some time, this marks my inaugural journey beyond the familiar. It occurs to me that I have yet to truly explore this vast continent. I shall seize this opportunity to wander and behold its wonders. Initially, Li Rufeng intended to continue lounging at the spiritual herb peak, yet the monotony of lying around had begun to induce discomfort in his back. Therefore, he resolved to embark on a leisurely excursion, which would serve as a delightful means of relaxation. Beep. Detecting a significant shift in host's emotions, the system activates new functions. 1. System malfunction activated, concurrently initiating kill points. Defeating enemies grants kill points. The greater the number of foes vanquished and the higher their strength, the more points acquired. Kill points may be utilized in the system mall to procure any desired items. 2. Initiation of the apprenticeship recompense function. Whenever a disciple achieves a breakthrough in cultivation, the host shall receive a corresponding amount of cultivation as recompense. 3. Activation of the disciple synchronization function. The host may directly comprehend and master any abilities possessed by the disciples, achieving perfect mastery instantly. 4. Launch of the disciple location function. At any moment and in any place, the host can instantaneously arrive beside any disciple, disregarding all obstacles. The functions are now activated. These enhancements will undoubtedly facilitate a more enjoyable journey for the host. System, this seems quite excessive, truly it does. However, given your thoughtful nature, I shall reluctantly accept this. The series of functions unveiled by the system left Li Ruffing feeling somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, he relished the sense of being pampered by the system. System, Su Yang and the others are already my disciples. Why has the reward not been issued? Returning to his senses, Li Ruffing inquired of the system. Please hold on. Host, the rewards are being dispensed now. Detection confirms that the host has accepted Su Yang, Ji Wudao, and Chu Yi as disciples. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Reward, perfect mastery of the path of the spear, the path of heavenly mechanisms, and the path of time. Detection indicates that the host has defeated a considerable number of enemies. Statistical analysis commencing. Statistics complete. The host is awarded 50,000 kill points. System. Does that mean the foes I previously dealt with also count towards kill points? The apprenticeship reward is one thing. But Li Ruffing never anticipated receiving such a substantial amount of kill points from the system. Dear host, do not doubt. This system is dedicated to serving you wholeheartedly. And naturally, everything must be executed to perfection. The system is indeed exceedingly generous. Unlike those unscrupulous employers from my past life who imposed incessant overtime without compensation, and even withheld regular wages. Reflecting on the miserable existence I endured previously evokes a torrent of emotions within Li Ruffing. Master, when shall we embark? Just as Li Ruffing was lost in thought, he realized that Su Yang and his companions had quietly approached him from behind. Are you all prepared? Upon hearing their voices, Li Ruffing dispelled his reminiscence and turned to inquire of Su Yang and the others. Yes, there is really not much to prepare. Su Yang replied with a playful grin, scratching his head. In that case, let us set forth. We shall first visit the main hall of the sect. With that, Li Ruffing cast a final glance at the place he had called home for the past 2.5 years, then turned and descended the mountain. Su Yang and the others promptly followed suit. Before long, the quartet arrived at the grand hall of the Flying Immortal sect, where they encountered Shen Xinghe. Greetings, senior. Upon seeing Li Ruffing, Shen Xinghe immediately addressed him with utmost respect. Have you selected the remaining 2 individuals? Li Ruffing nodded, swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. In response, senior, the disciples of the Flying Immortal sect possess rather mediocre talents, none under the age of 25, with the strongest merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Even participating in the 7 states competition would yield little benefit. Thus, I entrust this competition entirely to your esteemed disciples. Shen Xinghe replied candidly. I am agreeable to this arrangement. Therefore, I shall proceed to Divine Martial City. Before I depart, please accept these items. After all, we are fellow sect members. The contents herein should suffice for the development of the Flying Immortal sect for a millennium. If utilized properly, it is conceivable that it could become the foremost sect of the Eastern Wilderness, or even the entire Tianyuan continent. He continued, moreover, Xiao Ming'er possesses commendable talent. Nurture her well. This is a gift I have prepared for her. Kindly deliver it to her. Shortly thereafter, Li Ruffing produced 2 prearranged storage rings and handed them to Shen Xinghe. Inside were not only martial arts techniques and weapons, but also an abundance of spirit stones. This time, Li Ruffing had no intention of returning, at least not in the near future. Although his attachment to the Flying Immortal sect was minimal, one individual did linger in his thoughts, Su Ming'er, who frequently tended to his needs and engaged in conversation with him. Nevertheless, since he had once been a member of the sect, leaving behind these cultivation resources could be seen as a gesture of gratitude. Having conveyed all this, Li Ruffing departed the sect hall with Su Yang and the others. Once outside, he summoned a flying vessel, and the 4 of them boarded, setting off towards Shenzhou's Divine Martial City. When Shen Xinghe finally emerged, he could only behold the fleeting silhouette of the swiftly departing flying vessel. After a considerable time, he withdrew his gaze and stowed away the 2 storage rings he held. Shen Xinghe understood that this was likely his final encounter with Li Ruffing. Although a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, he recognized that someone of Li Ruffing's caliber could not possibly remain within the confines of his humble Flying Immortal sect. Soon, he came to terms with the reality of Li Ruffing's departure. Subsequently, Shen Xinghe sought out Su Ming'er and entrusted her with the storage ring that Li Ruffing had given him. He also conveyed the news of Li Ruffing's departure to Su Ming'er. At that moment, she merely assumed that Li Ruffing had temporarily left the sect to participate in the grand competition of the 7 states and did not dwell on it further. Little did she know that by the time they would meet again, everything would have irrevocably changed. In addition to handing over the storage ring to Su Ming'er, Shen Xinghe issued a directive concerning the Spirit Herb Peak, particularly that courtyard, forbidding anyone from approaching or disturbing it. Those who contravened this decree would be summarily expelled from the Flying Immortal sect. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary regulation would endure for many years to come. That courtyard would eventually become a forbidden ground, passed down through generations within the Flying Immortal sect. Chapter 0. The Blood Emperor's Legacy. Assistance from Ji Wudao on the flying vessel. Li Ruffing, standing at the forefront admiring the scenery below, suddenly called out to the rear. Master, are you looking for me? Upon hearing Li Ruffing's summons, Ji Wudao promptly approached him from behind. This is for you. Li Ruffing produced the He Tu and Luo Shu, casting it backward without a glance. Ji Wudao, witnessing this, swiftly caught it with both hands. Master, what is this? The moment he grasped the object, Ji Wudao felt an irresistible allure emanating from it. It is the He Tu and Luo Shu. It should be of some assistance to your cultivation. The specifics I cannot elucidate. It depends on your own comprehension. With that, Li Ruffing offered no further explanation. I see. No wonder it feels as though this treasure was destined for me. Ji Wudao expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed with appreciation for his master. Having long envied the precious artifact that Su Yang possessed, bestowed by Li Ruffing, Ji Wudao felt immense gratitude now that he too had received a treasure, alleviating him from the daily annoyance of Su Yang's flaunting. Subsequently, Ji Wudao hurried to find Su Yang, flaunting the He Tu and Luo Shu before him for a considerable time. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Chu Yi, who observed keenly from the side. You need not be envious. This item resonates harmoniously with your senior brother's path of destiny, likely prepared specifically by your master for him. Now that you have comprehended the path of time, finding a compatible weapon will be quite challenging. Your master currently possesses none of such treasures. When he acquires them, he will undoubtedly grant you one. Noticing the flicker of desire in Chu Yi's gaze, De Yi communicated telepathically. I understand. Even if there are none, it matters little. As long as I have my master, that is sufficient. Chu Yi turned her gaze towards Li Ruffing, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ah, little Yi, you aren't developing feelings for your master, are you? Such thoughts are perilous. Do not commit any acts of grave disobedience. However, considering our close bond, I can assist you with this matter. De Yi jested. You are overthinking it. I have no such inclinations. It is you who should refrain from claiming my identity in the future. I fear it would bring me shame. Chu Yi retorted. De Yi was left momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, as the two were exchanging playful banter, several figures approached Li Ruffing from a distance. Before long, they had entered within 10 miles of the flying vessel, drawing Li Ruffing's attention. When this group neared the vessel, Su Yang and the others also became aware of their presence. Master, are they enemies? The three individuals swiftly gathered around Li Ruffing, and shortly thereafter, Su Yang inquired. What should we do? I do not know. Let us assess the situation first. Li Ruffing replied with a gentle shake of his head. As those figures drew closer, Li Ruffing discerned their appearances. At the forefront was a youth clad in white, fleeing swiftly, his body marked by numerous wounds, blood streaming from them. Behind the young man, 6 individuals pursued him relentlessly, each wielding a weapon. By heavens, you better not let me escape today, the youth declared with venomous intensity, glancing back at his relentless pursuers. If you do, I shall personally ensure your demise on a future day. Humph, relinquish your treasures, and we may spare your life. If you remain obstinate, upon catching you, your end is certain. A burly man with a scruffy beard threatened ominously. Bah, I obtained these treasures first, just because you failed to acquire them. You wish to seize them by force. Even if I lose them, I shall not surrender them to you. The youth retorted, his indignation palpable. Despicable. Were it not for my injuries and your numbers overwhelming me, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Is that a flying vessel? He pondered. Should I seek assistance from those aboard? Yet, what if they prove no match for these 6? Would that not endanger them? Forget it. I shall take another route. Only due to my benevolence do you find yourselves fortunate to encounter me. After a moment of internal conflict, the youth resolved to change his escape direction. On the flying vessel, Li Ruffing observed this unfolding scene with growing intrigue towards the young man. Ding, detected a person of great fortune. Would you like to view their information? Oh, is it possible to encounter such a being? He mused. View. Name, Ho Ching. Cultivation level, 6th stage of golden core. Fortune value, 1666. Information, a rogue cultivator who, through fortuitous circumstances in his youth, inherited the legacy of the ancient blood emperor, thus embarking upon the path of blood. His most formidable technique involves manipulating blood for attack. The path of blood? An intriguing way indeed. No wonder he is pursued wherever he goes. Watching Ho Ching, chased by 6 individuals at the nascent soul stage, Li Ruffing internally scoffed. Master, this individual has intentionally distanced himself from us. He fears attracting trouble upon us. Should we intervene to assist him? Su Yang remarked, noting Ho Ching's sudden change of direction with newfound admiration. After all, in the cultivation world, it is rare to encounter someone who considers the welfare of others. We must save him. Ji Wudao interjected eagerly. I perceive great fortune in his countenance. It would be wise to rescue him. This could forge a bond with a future powerhouse, an invaluable investment. Only 80%? Su Yang teased lightly. I must say, junior brother, your discernment seems to have waned. Come, senior brother, let's see what skills you possess. Ji Wudao retorted sharply. Enough, both of you. If you continue, the people will have long departed. 6 in the Yuan-ing realm, and the 3 of you have been cultivating for over a month. It is time to test your mettle. I wish to see whether you have been diligent during this period. Li Ruffing interjected, putting an end to their bickering and issuing his command. "Yes, master," the disciples replied in unison. "Do not worry, master. Merely Yuan is no match for us. We shall go." In no time, Su Yang brandished the god-slaying spear and soared into the sky, pursuing Ho Qing. Ji Wudao and Chu Yi followed closely behind. Soon enough, the trio caught up with Ho Qing and the 6 formidable Yuan experts, positioning themselves directly in their path. The sudden appearance of Su Yang and his companions swiftly drew the attention of the 6 Yuan cultivators. "Aren't these the ones from the flying vessel? How did they arrive here? 1 in the Qi refinement realm and 2 in the golden core realm. This is absurd. This is not how one seeks death." Ho Qing remarked, speechless, as he sensed the cultivation levels of Su Yang and the others. "Who are you? I have no time for you now. Be gone as far as you can." A burly man among them coldly rebuked upon seeing Su Yang's group. "Nothing much. You are simply too unsightly for my liking. So I wish to teach you a lesson. Today, you shall be our practice dummies. What do you say, junior brother and junior sister? Shall we take one each?" Su Yang replied calmly, paying no heed to the 6 individuals before him. "Ahem, senior brother, you know me. I am merely a fortune teller, not skilled in combat at all. It would be quite remarkable if I could hold one at bay. Perhaps you should take on an extra opponent?" Ji Wudao replied, feigning a lack of martial prowess in response to Su Yang's inquiry. In an instant, Su Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Those 2 are mine." Just as Ji Wudao finished speaking, Chu Yi suddenly interjected and boldly charged at 2 of the Yuan experts. This unexpected turn of events startled Su Yang and the others. "We shall join you." With no time to deliberate further, Su Yang quickly followed suit with the god-slaying spear in hand. Sigh, after all this, I have become the jester. Nevertheless, it has been a while since I last engaged in battle. I am eager to discover the extent of my growth. In the next moment, Ji Wudao produced the river map and Luo book, summoning an 8 trigrams formation beneath his feet. Without further ado, he too joined the fray. Not far off, as he observed the onset of the fierce battle, Ho Qing remained focused, hastily consuming several medicinal pills in one go. Ho Qing understood that Su Yang and the others had intervened to assist him. However, he did not seize this opportunity to flee. Instead, he focused on swiftly restoring the spiritual energy within his body. Chapter 0. The conclusion of combat. Taking on disciples. What is the situation with these individuals? Their realms are clearly not superior to mine, yet they exhibit such ferocity, especially that one in the Qi refining stage. Are they even human? How is it possible for someone at the Qi refining stage to pursue a nascent soul stage cultivator in combat? These individuals are undoubtedly extraordinary. As I await the regeneration of my spiritual energy, my astonishment only deepens. Initially, I believed myself to be exceptional for being able to transcend a significant realm to vanquish foes. However, I now find myself encountering 3 others of the same caliber all at once. Well then, although I have only restored 70% of my spiritual power, it is sufficient to deal with one individual. In a short while, I cease to observe the battle and instead soar towards the fray. Even if I remain on the sidelines, those 6 individuals are essentially doomed. However, having been pursued for so long and reduced to such a wretched state, I am determined to exact my revenge personally. At the very least, I must eliminate one to alleviate my pent-up fury. It is time to set forth. The God-slaying spear. The first strike of the 9 styles of God-slaying. Heaven's punishment. Meanwhile, having gauged the situation to his satisfaction, Su Yang has lost interest in his opponent and promptly unleashes his ultimate move. With a single thrust, the bodies of 2 nascent soul stage cultivators are instantly pierced, leaving them no chance of survival. "Sister, I shall assist you." After dispatching the 2 foes, Su Yang glances at the ongoing battle elsewhere and ultimately decides to aid Chu Yi. With Su Yang's intervention, the 2 adversaries confronting Chu Yi are swiftly eliminated. "Brother, your strength is astonishing. Anyone who dares to underestimate you in the future will surely face dire consequences." Observing Su Yang, who, despite being in the Qi refining stage, exudes an aura no less formidable than that of a nascent soul cultivator, Chu Yi is filled with amazement. "Haha, all credit goes to our master. When it comes to talent, I fear I cannot compare to you or our junior brother. Had it not been for the techniques bestowed by our master, my current prowess would not be nearly as formidable. However, do not lose heart, sister. Your current strength may not exceed mine, but that does not imply you will not surpass me in the future. You are cultivating the path of time. I am genuinely relieved that you are not my enemy. Otherwise, I would surely have to eliminate you. The mere thought of an adversary who wields the path of time is daunting." Su Yang chuckles softly, then speaks slowly. "Thank you for your kind words, brother. I too am grateful that we are not adversaries," replies Chu Yi. "Is that so?" "Ha." Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Su Yang bursts into laughter. On the other side, "Brother, do you require assistance?" Noticing that only Ji Wudao's enemies remain unresolved, Ho Qing hastens to offer his aid. "Oh, certainly. But what of your injuries?" Ji Wudao inquires, casting a skeptical glance at Ho Qing, who is covered in wounds. "It's just minor injuries. They are of no consequence." Compared to the wounds upon my body, I yearn to unleash my pent-up fury with my own hands. Ho Qing clenched his fists and spoke vehemently. If that is the case, then you shall take action. I will take it upon myself to restrain them. Ji Wudao replied promptly. Initially intending to reveal a fragment of his prowess, he found himself reluctantly accepting the role of a tool in the presence of a willing aide. That fellow, my senior brother, must have done this on purpose. After assisting his junior sister, he merely stood there, observing the spectacle. Should the opportunity arise, I shall assuredly find a way to take advantage of him. He chuckled to himself. Ji Wudao then cast a glance at Su Yang, who stood not far away, his heart brimming with grievances. Soon after, with Ho Qing's assistance, the final two adversaries were dispatched. It was only after the battle concluded on Ji Wudao's side that Su Yang leisurely approached with Chu Yi. How shall I address you, my good brother? Your earlier display was quite impressive. It is the first time I have encountered an attack that manipulates blood, Su Yang inquired with a smile as he approached Ho Qing. I am Ho Qing, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance, Ho Qing responded politely. No need for such formality. It was a trivial matter. By the way, my name is Su Yang continued. I am Ji Wudao. This is Chu Yi. They both introduced themselves in quick succession. Ah, so it is Brother Su, Brother Ji, and Miss Chu. Ho Qing greeted them once more with courtesy. Eventually, following a lively exchange, Ji Wudao adeptly persuaded and led Ho Qing back aboard the flying vessel. Junior Ho Qing, I am honored to meet you, Senior. Upon encountering Li Ruff, Ho Qing expressed his utmost respect. In his heart, he believed that anyone capable of mentoring someone as formidable as Su Yang must possess exceptional abilities. Ho Qing, during your youth, by fortunate coincidence, you obtained the legacy of the ancient Blood Emperor. Am I mistaken? Li Ruffing assessed Ho Qing before speaking slowly. What? How do you know? In an instant, Ho Qing's expression changed drastically, instinctively retreating to create distance between himself and Li Ruffing. The fact that he had acquired the ancient Blood Emperor's legacy was something he had never disclosed to anyone, not even to those closest to him. Hence his profound reaction to Li Ruffing's words. The legacy of the ancient Blood Emperor? No wonder your methods of attack are so peculiar, Su Yang realized. Enlightenment dawning upon him. Do not be alarmed. I have no intentions regarding your legacy, Li Ruffing remarked calmly, observing Ho Qing's vigilant demeanor. Then, what is the senior desire? Aside from this legacy, I possess nothing of value that might pique your interest, Ho Qing replied. Indeed, apart from the ancient legacy, there is nothing of worth on you. However, in my eyes, you are the most valuable one. I do not wish to squander time either. Your fortune is not insignificant. You barely meet my criteria for accepting a disciple. So what say you? Do you harbor intentions of becoming my apprentice? Upon uttering these words, Li Ruffing gazed calmly at Ho Qing. Become an apprentice? Upon hearing this, Ho Qing finally comprehended that Li Ruffing wished to take him as a disciple. However, the notion of directly pledging allegiance to a master upon their first encounter left him somewhat hesitant. Brother Ho, to be able to have my esteemed master as your mentor is a stroke of luck one may not encounter in 8 lifetimes. What are you still pondering? Ji Wudao interjected promptly, sensing Ho Qing's reluctance. Though I possess a lineage and could cultivate independently, having a master offers a reliable support system for future endeavors. Moreover, Su and the others are formidable in strength. Aligning with them as comrades will undoubtedly provide assistance in times of need. Accepting him as a master is not merely advantageous. It is a tremendous gain. Listening to Ji Wudao's words, Ho Qing began to ruminate internally. Disciple Ho Qing pays respects to the master. After careful consideration, he knelt before Li Ruffing. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced Li Ruffing's lips. Rise. From this moment forth, you shall be the 4th disciple of your master. The 3 before you will be your senior brothers and sisters. Here, I impose few rules. As long as you do not betray me, I shall not interfere. However, should I discover any treachery, I shall personally ensure your passage to the next realm. Yes, disciple understands. Rising from the ground, Ho Qing promptly assured with utmost sincerity. Rest assured, once a disciple, I shall never engage in actions that betray you. Good. Within this, you will find some cultivation resources. Take them for your training. Soon, we shall journey to Shenwu City to participate in the 7 states competition. You are welcome to join. After bestowing upon Ho Qing a storage ring and imparting a few more instructions, Li Ruffing ceased further dialogue and continued to pilot the flying vessel towards Shenwu City. The 7 states competition? Senior brother, which state are we representing? After receiving the storage ring, Ho Qing curiously inquired of Su Yang, who stood nearby. Qingzhou, Su Yang replied. Ah, Qingzhou, the weakest of the eastern wilderness? Ho Qing was taken aback, finding it hard to fathom that someone as extraordinary as Su Yang hailed from the most feeble Qingzhou. Is there a problem? Su Yang queried, noticing Ho Qing's astonishment. And no issue. I merely find it somewhat astonishing. It seems this 7 states competition will indeed be quite thrilling, Ho Qing replied thoughtfully. In the time that followed, Ho Qing engaged in further conversation with Su Yang and the others, deepening their mutual understanding. On the other side, Li Ruffing reclined in a rocking chair, gazing vacantly at the fluffy white clouds drifting across the sky. Chapter 0. In front of Divine Martial City, the guard's provocation ding. Detected that the host has accepted Ho Qing as a disciple, now issuing the disciple acceptance reward. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Reward, perfect mastery of the blood path. Detected that the host's disciple has slain 6 individuals at the nascent soul stage. Reward of 300 kill points. Before long, the system's notification echoed in Li Rufeng's mind. System, I can also gain kill points when my disciple defeats enemies? Indeed, esteemed host. Excellent, system. You are quite considerate. Serving the esteemed host is the duty of this system. System, please open my panel. Certainly, esteemed host. Name, Li Rufeng, Realm, Emperor 9th level, lower realm limit. Physique, primordial immortal body. Killing points, 50, 300. Remaining cultivation reward, 999, 999. 999 years. Weapon, 10,000 souls banner. Mastered paths, space path, spear path, heavenly mechanism path, time path, blood path, disciples. Su Yang, Ji Wudao, Chu Yi. Ho Qing, soon. Li Rufeng's panel manifested before him, gazing at the information displayed, particularly the seemingly infinite years of cultivation reward. Li Rufeng felt that he had indeed arrived at the right place in this other world. Subsequently, Li Rufeng closed the information panel and rested his eyes. When Li Rufeng reopened his eyes, he found himself within Divine Martial City. One cannot deny that Xinzhou is truly the mightiest state in the eastern wilderness. Within Divine Martial City alone, the aura of many sacred sovereigns permeates the air, and there are several supreme saints above them. In the eastern wilderness, being a supreme saint signifies an absolute powerhouse, for no stronger beings have emerged in tens of thousands of years. So, this is Divine Martial City? It is indeed bustling. Master, let us enter quickly. This is my first time witnessing such a grand city. Su Yang, eager to explore, gazed at Divine Martial City with uncontainable excitement. TCH, inexperienced. Senior brother, considering our brotherhood, I shall take you on a tour of Divine Martial City later. Ji Wudao chimed in beside him. Oh, are you quite familiar with this place? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Not exactly familiar, but I visit a few times each year. I know some of the fun spots within Divine Martial City. Ji Wudao replied proudly. Very well, I shall rely on you to guide us then. To avoid wasting time wandering aimlessly. Su Yang spoke softly. All right, let us first find a place to settle down. After that, I shall leave you to your own devices. With that, Li Rufeng strode towards the gates of Divine Martial City. Seeing this, Su Yang and the others immediately followed suit. Soon, Li Rufeng arrived at the entrance of Shenwu City. Halt. To enter, you must first pay the city fee. At that moment, several figures blocked Li Rufeng's path. These individuals were the guards stationed at the entrance of Shenwu City. Oh, how much? Noticing that many nearby were producing spirit stones to hand to the guards, Li Rufeng quickly grasped the situation. 10 superior spirit stones per person, one guard replied. What? 10 superior spirit stones per person? Why don't you go rob someone? Before Li Rufeng could respond, Ho Qing shouted loudly from behind. Prior to becoming Li Rufeng's disciple, all of Ho Qing's cultivation resources were self-sourced. 10 superior spirit stones would suffice for half a month's training. Although he now possessed the storage ring gifted by Li Rufeng, he still wished to conserve his spirit stones. Get lost if you can't pay. A bunch of country bumpkins, it's clear you have no spirit stones. Shenwu City is not a place for just anyone to enter. Either pay the spirit stones or get lost. Don't force us to take action against you. Hearing Ho Qing's exclamation, one guard coldly barked without reservation. Heh, a mere guard dares to be so arrogant? We are here to participate in the 7 States Grand Tournament. According to the rules, we are exempt from the city fee. Step aside, or I shall show you why the flowers are so red. At this moment, Ji Wudao also couldn't help but interject. Participating in the 7 States Grand Tournament? Which state do you hail from? Upon learning that Li Rufeng and his companions were there for the tournament, the previously arrogant guard's tone softened slightly. After all, if he offended someone from a formidable faction, this small guard would certainly regret it. Qingzhou, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Qingzhou? Ahahaha, I thought you were something impressive. But you tell me you're from Qingzhou? Who doesn't know that Qingzhou is the weakest region in the eastern wasteland? Therefore, I'm sorry, but people from Qingzhou are not qualified to enter Shenwu City. However, considering you are participating in the 7 States Grand Tournament, I won't make it too difficult for you. 100 superior spirit stones per person, and I will let you in. Oh, I almost forgot. You are from Qingzhou, so you certainly can't produce that many spirit stones. How about this? 99 superior spirit stones per person. How does that sound? I'm being quite generous, aren't I? Haha. Upon discovering that Li Rufeng and his companions hailed from Qingzhou, the guard not only ceased to restrain himself, but openly mocked them. These few are actually from Qingzhou to participate in the 7 States Grand Tournament? I recall that Qingzhou has consistently been at the bottom. Look, that person is merely at the qi refining stage. How dare he come to participate in the tournament? Perhaps it would be better to cancel Qingzhou's qualification for the tournament altogether. After all, their presence makes little difference. Whereupon, Your statement is indeed flawed. The people of Qingzhou possess their merits. At the very least, their participation ensures that the outcome of each grand competition is devoid of suspense, culminating in a predictable last place. Haraha. Shortly thereafter, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, with some audaciously mockingly Ruffing and his companions. Everything unfolding around them was fully observed by Li Ruffing and his comrades. How infuriating. This group of rascals, I could easily dispatch them with a single shot. Su Yang, unable to tolerate such humiliation, declared his intent to take action. Brother, do not act impulsively. It may be simple to eliminate these few, but their backing from the divine martial city complicates matters significantly. Should you proceed with violence, you can be assured that a formidable figure from the sacred realm would emerge to retaliate. Observing Su Yang's rashness, Ji Wudao promptly stepped forward to restrain him, offering counsel. Shall we simply endure their taunts? Su Yang retorted coldly. Certainly not. Brother, do not be anxious. Leave this matter to me. I assure you, I will handle it with great finesse. Upon concluding his statement, Ji Wudao wore a mysterious expression as he approached the guards. Master, what is our junior brother up to? Su Yang inquired softly, perplexed by Ji Wudao's intentions as he sidled up to Li Ruffing. Do not fret, let him proceed. With me here, there is no cause for concern, Li Ruffing replied calmly. Meanwhile, Ji Wudao had arrived before the previously arrogant guard. What do you intend to do? The guard, eyeing Ji Wudao's approach, cautiously retreated a few steps, questioning him with a cold demeanor. Oh, nothing much. You desired spirit stones, did you not? I am here to deliver them. Ji Wudao responded with a slight smile. Really? Very well, then present them. Upon hearing Ji Wudao's promise to deliver the spirit stones, the guard's face lit up with delight as he stepped closer to Ji Wudao, completely lowering his guard. All right, but you better hold on tight. In the next moment, Ji Wudao's smile vanished as he reached out to seize the guard by the throat. You! Crack! Before the guard could finish his words, a crisp sound resonated throughout the venue. Chapter 0. The sudden death of General Gong in the city of divine martial arts. How dare you kill our captain? Quick! Summon help. On the side, the other guards, having regained their composure, swiftly produced their signaling tokens to call for assistance. I await your arrival. Unfazed by their actions, Ji Wudao remained indifferent. Before long, an overwhelmingly powerful aura materialized at the city gates of divine martial arts. The newcomer was a towering figure clad in black armor, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure merely by standing there. We have seen General Gong. In the next moment, all the guards at the gate bowed respectfully to the imposing man. This formidable figure was Gong Yi, the general responsible for the order of divine martial city, whose prowess had reached the Saint Sovereign level. What transpired here? Gong Yi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the guard lying lifeless on the ground, before coldly inquiring. Reporting to the general, it was him. He suddenly attacked our captain. Please, general, ensure justice for our fallen leader. One guard stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Ji Wudao in response to Gong Ye's question. Is what he claims true? Following the guard's gesture, Gong Yi turned his attention to Ji Wudao, speaking in a chilling tone. This fool seeks death. Dealing with him is merely a trifling matter, Ji Wudao chuckled softly, exuding an air of calmness devoid of fear or anxiety. Excellent. Your admission suffices. I care not for his past actions. However, for killing him, you shall pay with your life. Gong Ye's voice was frigid, and his aura surged violently, his gaze towards Ji Wudao filled with murderous intent. Oh, is that so? That merely indicates your limited experience. Today I stand here. I am eager to see if you dare to lay a hand on me. A subtle smile graced Ji Wudao's lips, his words exuding an air of lofty confidence. This fellow. I must ensure that I do not let such an excellent opportunity to showcase my prowess slip away next time. Su Yang observed Ji Wudao's audacious demeanor with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Young man, you are quite arrogant, are you not? Given this, I shall extend you an opportunity. Speak, who are you? Who do you rely upon? Noticing Ji Wudao's unwavering composure, Gong Yi momentarily grew cautious. Although he was a Saint Sovereign, there were still a few individuals in the eastern wilderness whom he could not afford to provoke. I had expected you to be formidable. Yet it appears you are but ordinary. Listen closely, I shall only say this once. Ji Jushuan, have you heard of him? He is my father. Recognizing Gong Ye's tendency to bully the weak, Ji Wudao displayed a look of disdain before calmly continuing. Ji Jushuan? The name seems familiar. Ji Juxian. Ji Jiu. Ji. It's him. You are Ji Wudao? After a brief pause, Gong Yi suddenly inquired. Oh, it seems my father's name holds considerable weight. Now that you know, you should promptly leave. Surely, you wouldn't want my father to personally seek you out for a discussion, would you? Ji Wudao spoke in a calm tone. My apologies, young master, please enter. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and clear the way. Upon realizing it was Ji Wudao, Gong Ye's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Not only did he retract his imposing aura, but his tone also became significantly more respectful. Soon, under Gong Ye's reprimand, the guards cleared the path into the divine martial city. Now, that is more like it. Next time, Do not allow such foolish individuals to guard the city gates. After Ji Wu Dao finished speaking, he disregarded Gong Yi and returned to Li Rufeng's side. Master, everything has been arranged. We can proceed now. I have also considered our accommodations. My heavenly machine pavilion has a branch in Divine Martial City. You can simply reside there. Master, Ji Wu Dao said with a face full of flattery. Very well, I shall heed your advice. After glancing at Ji Wu Dao, Li Rufeng gave a slight nod. I must ask, junior brother, is your father truly formidable? Why did that fellow appear utterly deflated upon hearing your father's name? Su Yang, curious, leaned closer to Ji Wu Dao. Naturally. Have you forgotten who I am? There are no more than 10 saint-level experts in the Eastern Wilderness, and my father is one of them. But that is not the most significant aspect. Numerous powerful beings have sought my father's assistance, including several saints, who, to a large extent, owe him favors. Although my father's strength among the saints is rather ordinary, the number of debts he holds is impressive. Throughout the Eastern Wilderness, everyone must give my father some respect. It is quite normal for a mere general to fear my father, isn't it? Ji Wu Dao spoke with immense pride. So, it turns out it's merely a case of a dog relying on its master. Look at that smug expression of yours. Do not provoke me, or I might have to teach you a lesson. Su Yang replied with a deadpan expression. Ji Wu Dao was left speechless. Enough, let us proceed. At that moment, Li Rufeng uttered softly, then strode towards the entrance of Divine Martial City. Su Yang and the others ceased their conversation and quickly followed Li Rufeng's pace. Soon, Li Rufeng approached Gong Yi. Without pausing, he walked past him. In your next life, remember not to reveal your murderous intent so casually, and there will be no next life for you. It was at this moment that several voices reached Gong Yi's ears. You. Startled by the sound, Gong Yi was about to say something, but Li Rufeng offered him no opportunity. Thud. Without any warning, Gong Yi collapsed heavily to the ground. Until the very moment of his demise, he remained oblivious to the reason behind his death. What is the meaning of this? The commotion instigated by Gong Yi instantly captured the attention of Su Yang and his companions. However, as Li Rufeng continued his stride without pause, Su Yang and his associates momentarily hesitated before dismissing the fallen Gong Yi. Shortly after Li Rufeng and the others had distanced themselves, chaos erupted at the city gates. The sudden death of Gong Yi rapidly spread throughout the Divine Martial City. Numerous formidable figures began to covertly investigate the circumstances surrounding his demise. Ultimately, they all arrived at a singular conclusion. Gong Yi had perished due to the direct extraction of his soul. This revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of many powerful beings. For one to so silently and efficiently sever the soul of a saint-level expert was an endeavor beyond even the mightiest of great saints. Thus, the only plausible answer remained. It must have been an emperor. Yet, it had been countless millennia since an emperor had graced the Tianyuan continent. The sudden emergence of such a powerful figure would undoubtedly leave all strong practitioners in the realm astounded. Meanwhile, at the branch of the Tianji Pavilion, Li Rufeng had arrived and settled in comfortably. Su Yang and his companions, under the guidance of Ji Wu Dao, began to meander through the streets of Divine Martial City. Before long, feeling a tinge of boredom, Li Rufeng too departed from the Tianji Pavilion branch, intending to explore the wonders of Divine Martial City. Concurrently, Su Yang encountered a person he had fervently wished to avoid. Chapter 0 Tang Chuan of the Tang family and Wu Hao meet with death. Senior brother, who is she? Ji Wu Dao inquired softly upon witnessing such a terrifying expression on Su Yang's face for the first time. Nothing much, merely an unabashed woman, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. I did not expect to encounter her here. She was once a disciple of the Flying Immortal sect, but she later withdrew from the sect. As Su Yang cast his gaze toward Lu Rian lying in another embrace, Lu Rian happened to notice him as well. It's him, that worthless fool. Humph, how did he end up here? Could it be that he followed me all this way? She mused with a smirk. How persistent. In that case, I shall humiliate him thoroughly, ensuring he gives up on me entirely. The moment Su Yang came into her sight, Lu Rian began to contemplate deeply. What's wrong, Rian? You seem unwell. Is something bothering you? The man holding Lu Rian asked with concern. Nothing, Tang Xiao. I simply encountered someone I detest, Lu Rian replied, shaking her head, her expression suddenly turning obsequious. It's him. A voice of astonishment resonated from behind. Huh, Wu Hao, who is he? The man, referred to as Tang Xiao, questioned Wu Hao directly. Indeed, Tang Xiao, do you recall me mentioning that someone has a marriage contract with Miss Lu? That individual over there, he is Su Yang. The man who has a betrothal with Miss Lu. Wu Hao pointed towards Su Yang as he responded. Since leaving the Flying Immortal sect, Lu Rian and Wu Hao had been brought to the Divine Continent. By chance, Lu Rian caught the attention of the current Tang Xiao. In a bid to acquire more cultivation resources, Wu Hao not only willingly relinquished Lu Rian, but also informed Tang Xiao about Su Yang. Now, as enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Although Lu Rian no longer belonged to him, witnessing Su Yang being subdued by Tang Xiao still brought Wu Hao a sense of satisfaction. Oh, so he is Su Yang? Huh, a mere ant in the Qi refining realm dares to vie for a woman with me? Come, let us approach him. Since Rian has a marriage contract with him, I shall personally reclaim that document for you. Moreover, I shall demand that he kneels before you and admits his wrongs. What do you think, Rian? Tang Xiao said, caressing Lu Rian's figure with an eager expression. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I always said I am not someone that worthless fool, could ever match, yet I never anticipated he would follow me here. If you take action, he certainly will not trouble me again, Lu Rian replied, deliberately adopting a coy demeanor as she shifted in Tang Xiao's embrace. Ha ha ha, splendid. As long as you give the word, Rian, I can ensure this little fool meets his end. Tang Xiao laughed heartily and then embraced Lu Ruyan, striding towards Su Yang. Not far away. The movements of Tang Xiao and his companions quickly caught Su Yang and his associates' attention. They are approaching. That person. Is he? Tang Chuan from the Tang family. It is indeed him. At this moment, Ji Wu Dao gazed at the approaching Tang Chuan, muttering to himself. Tang Chuan. Do you know him? Su Yang inquired upon hearing Ji Wu Dao's murmurs. Indeed, there are many formidable factions in the Divine Land, and the Tang family is one of them. The family's patriarch is a supreme being, and Tang Chuan is the heir. I never imagined that your former fiancé you would be entangled with him, Ji Wu Dao replied slowly. Former fiancé? What of the Tang family? If he does not provoke me, I shall not bother with him. Should he be foolish enough to challenge me, he cannot blame me for my lack of courtesy. After all, if trouble arises, my master will shield me, Su Yang asserted confidently. Ah, you criticize me for relying on connections, yet you are not much better. Brother, nonetheless, I concur with your sentiment. Brother, I stand by your side this time. With me here, I doubt that Tang Chuan will dare to overstep his bounds, Ji Wu Dao declared. While the two conversed, Tang Chuan had already brought Lu Ruyan and others before Su Yang. After scanning Su Yang with a dismissive gaze, Tang Chuan spoke. You are Su Yang? Indeed, what do you want? Su Yang replied coldly, unperturbed by Tang Chuan's arrogance. How amusing. Since when does a mere Qi refining realm dare to speak to me in such a manner? Wu Hao, since he cannot conduct himself appropriately, go teach him a lesson, Tang Chuan commanded, refraining from directly attacking Su Yang as it would undermine his status. Yes, Tang Xiao. Responding to the command, Wu Hao stepped forward, approaching Su Yang. Su Yang, we meet again. It has been quite some time, yet you remain a Qi refining waste. I am now at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. I advise you to apologize to Tang Xiao, or do not blame me for taking action against you, he said, a smug expression adorning his face. Only at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, I fail to see what you have to boast about. Tell me, who has instilled in you such confidence to believe I am not your match? Is it him, or is it merely your ignorance? Su Yang retorted, his tone icy. Unaware of your own limitations. A waste thinks he can contend with me? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Do you dare to face me in a duel? The loser must kneel and call the winner grandfather 3 times. Do you dare? Wu Hao exclaimed, infuriated by Su Yang's disdain. Apologies, but you are unworthy. Leave now, or face dire consequences. Confronted with Wu Hao's tedious demands, Su Yang rejected him without a moment's hesitation. In Su Yang's eyes, Wu Hao had become nothing more than a mere jester. Presently, his only concern was the onlooker Tang Chuan. You, insolent fool, I shall make you pay. Enraged, Wu Hao launched a swift strike towards Su Yang. Instead of evading the attack, Su Yang wore an expression of disdain. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Just as Wu Hao's blow was about to make contact, Su Yang sprang into action. Without hesitation or restraint, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Thud! In the blink of an eye, Su Yang's fist collided with Wu Hao's chest, and in an instant, Wu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, causing cracks to form in the stone beneath him. No, no. It can't be. Wu Hao's final word never escaped his lips as he completely succumbed to the silence of death. This spectacle left Tang Chuan and Lu Ruyan utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Su Yang could dispatch a Foundation Establishment 8-layer practitioner with a single move. Damn it. This fellow's strength is abnormal. Thankfully, I remained cautious. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. After the shock, Tang Chuan no longer underestimated Su Yang. How could he be so formidable? He is supposed to be a waste. Even if he can kill Wu Hao, what of it? In comparison to young Master Tang, he remains a mere failure. Su Yang, do not delude yourself into thinking that I will change my mind just because you reveal such strength. No matter how powerful a waste may seem, it is still a waste. Though Lu Rian was taken aback by Su Yang's display of strength, she still regarded him with contempt. I must admit I underestimated you. However, this is where your journey ends. No matter how skilled you are, can you truly bridge the chasm of 2 major realms? Furthermore, I need not lift a finger. As soon as I speak, those who wish to kill you could line up all the way to Zhongdu. Yet, considering your commendable prowess, I shall be magnanimous and grant you a chance to live. Tang Chuan looked at Su Yang with a scornful expression as he spoke. Oh, I would very much like to hear this, Su Yang replied calmly, intrigued to discover Tang Chuan's intentions. Chapter 0, The Fall of the Tang Family. Ji Wu Dao's dismay, quite simple, Tang Chuan proclaimed, a smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth. First, surrender the marriage certificate you hold with Ru Yan. Second, kneel and bow 3 times to her. Third, submit to me and serve my interests henceforth. Should you fulfill these conditions, I may grant you your life. Do you think this is a wish? Do you truly believe it is feasible? Do not assume that just because you hail from the Tang family, I would be intimidated by you. The Tang family is but a trifling matter. My master could obliterate you with a mere gesture, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Haha, how amusing. You think your master is some emperor? Do refrain from boasting so absurdly. Exercise a modicum of sense. If your master possesses such prowess, I shall stand on my head and call you grandfather thrice. Su Yang's taunt elicited a hearty laugh from Tang Chuan, who immediately retorted with scorn. Oh, really? At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from a distance, calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Master. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yang and the others turned in unison towards its source. Soon, Li Ruffing approached them. Master, what brings you here? Su Yang inquired, curious about Li Ruffing's sudden arrival. I was merely bored and decided to take a stroll, fortuitously encountering your little drama, Li Ruffing replied. You are his master? As soon as Li Ruffing finished speaking, Tang Chuan directed a challenging question toward him. Indeed, the words you just spoke, do they still hold weight? Li Ruffing nodded and inquired further. Words? What words? Tang Chuan asked, puzzled. You truly are one of those affluent individuals prone to forgetfulness. Naturally, it is the part about standing on my head and calling me grandfather thrice. Su Yang interjected. Humph, whether it holds weight or not matters little. Furthermore, he claims you can annihilate my Tang family with a mere gesture. If you can indeed do so, I would have no qualms about calling him grandfather thrice, Tang Chuan dismissed. Very well. However, I must say, I have never encountered a request quite like yours, and it seems rather foolish, Li Ruffing remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. By the way, where is the Tang family? Does anyone know? Master, I am well aware of this. I can guide you there, Ji Wudao promptly volunteered. Good, then let us proceed. With that, Li Ruffing and Ji Wudao vanished from sight, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of bewilderment. Do you think that person truly went to the Tang family? He cannot genuinely intend to obliterate them, can he? After all, the Tang family is protected by a venerable ancestor. Are you foolish enough to believe such words? I suspect that individual spoke intentionally to intimidate the young master of the Tang family. He has likely found a place to hide by now. What? That can't be. What about his disciples who remain here? Does he care for them? Not at all. You see, I tell you that your life is paramount, yet you hesitate to believe. Have you never heard the adage about valuing one's own life over that of a companion? The principle of a dead Taoist is preferable to a living friend. It seems you are unfamiliar with it. Nonetheless, the individual in question does exhibit a degree of foolishness. If he must flee, why bring along a male disciple? If it were me, I would certainly take the female disciple with me. Could it be that he harbors no interest in women, but rather, the world is vast and full of wonders. As soon as Li Ruffing departed, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Essentially, no one believed that Li Ruffing truly intended to annihilate the Tang family. After all, such a notion seemed rather far-fetched and unrealistic. Meanwhile, high above, Li Ruffing stood alongside Ji Wudao. Master, there lies the domain of the Tang family. But are we truly going to obliterate them? Their ancestral head, I have heard, has reportedly reached the 8th level of the saintly realm. Moreover, the Tang family boasts several saint-level experts and hundreds of emperor-level warriors. Their overall strength formidable. Having never witnessed Li Ruffing in combat, Ji Wudao remained uncertain of his true capabilities, thus feeling a twinge of anxiety. That is reassuring. I feared there would be no formidable opponents. It is a pity, though, that the strongest among them is merely a saint. That feels rather weak. Li Ruffing sighed softly. In his eyes, the stronger the adversary, the greater the points he would earn from their defeat. Although he currently had no pressing need for a multitude of kill points, it was prudent to be prepared, for he might need them to acquire desired items in the future. Truly, master. You speak so nonchalantly. Yet your demeanor is impeccable. It seems I must learn more from you in the future, Ji Wudao thought quietly, observing Li Ruffing's calm demeanor. If that is the case, let us commence. Human Emperor Banner, arise. Without further hesitation, Li Ruffing summoned the Human Emperor Banner. What? The aura of malevolence. Observing the terrifying dark energy emanating from the Human Emperor Banner, Ji Wudao felt a shiver run down his spine. Goodness, master, you refer to this as the Human Emperor Banner? Is it my lack of experience? Or did you misname it? At that moment, Ji Wudao even regretted leading Li Ruffing here, fearing that such a monumental secret might lead to him being drawn into the Human Emperor Banner as well. Meanwhile, Li Ruffing's focus remained solely on the Tang family below, oblivious to Ji Wudao's expression of despair. Annihilate. With no embellishments or unnecessary maneuvers, he simply unleashed a decisive strike. Much like the previous encounter at the Blood Shadow Tower, the entire Tang clan was utterly reduced to rubble in mere moments. Following this, the Emperor's Banner made its appearance. This time, the souls gathered, both in quantity and quality, far surpassed those from the Blood Shadow Tower, necessitating a considerable amount of time for absorption. After several minutes, the Emperor's banner finally consumed the remaining souls below. Indeed, this newfound power was poised to increase exponentially. The Emperor's banner now approached the level of imperial might. With a satisfied nod, Ruff stowed the banner away. Unlike other weapons acquired through signing in, the Emperor's banner initially bore no rank. It was destined to grow indefinitely, absorbing as many souls as possible without limit. Although Ruff seldom employed the banner in battle, he yearned to ascertain whether the banner truly possessed the formidable capabilities as claimed by the system. Therefore, he resolved to personally validate its limitless potential. What expression is that? Turning around, Ruff noticed Ji Wudao's hesitant demeanor, prompting his curiosity. Master. Ji Wudao stammered in response to Ruff's inquiry. You're not coveting my Emperor's banner, are you? That one Ti do. I still have use for it. Haven Ti, I already given you the He Tu and Luoshu. Besides, as a diviner, what use would you have for the Emperor's banner? Come on. Suyang is still waiting for us. With that, Ruff led Ji Wudao back towards Divine Martial City. Goodness, even if my master offered it to me, I wouldn't dare accept it. Never mind, my master wouldn't harm me. Why am I overthinking this? On the return journey, Ji Wudao found himself quietly musing. Ultimately, he found peace and ceased to dwell on the matter of the Emperor's banner. Under Ruff's guidance, the two swiftly reunited with Su Yang and the others. Chapter 0. Rooting out the weeds, harming the flowers. Look, that man has returned. How dare he come back? Or could it be that he has truly annihilated the Tang family? That is inconceivable. After such a brief span of time, no matter how formidable he is, it is impossible to have eradicated the entire Tang clan so swiftly. Yet, if he has returned, what could be his intentions? Who can say? We shall continue to observe. As Ruff and Ji Wudao made their entrance, the surrounding crowd began to murmur once more. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan observed Ruff's return, a smirk unconsciously creeping across his lips. Like the others, Tang Chuan believed it implausible that Ruff could have obliterated the Tang family in such a short period. Given his swift return, Tang Chuan instinctively assumed that Ruff had not ventured far from the Divine Martial City. Thus, it was even less likely he had approached the Tang residence. You left so decisively just now. I thought you were indeed powerful. Yet, you returned so quickly out of fear. I concede, you have amused me today. However, you shall pay with your life for this. Tang Chuan laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. Fear? Losing one's life? Indeed, one can always encounter self-righteous fools, no matter the place. You do not believe my previous words were mere jest, do you? If that is the case, behold. Ruff spoke coolly, raising a hand, and with a swift motion, a cascade of tokens tumbled down, forming a small mound before Tang Chuan. What? This is... In the next moment, upon seeing the pile of tokens, Tang Chuan began to tremble uncontrollably. This is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Where did you acquire these? Even now, Tang Chuan remained in denial, unable to accept the reality before him. How mundane. You may handle your own affairs. Observing Tang Chuan's near collapse, Ruff lost all interest. After exchanging a few casual words with Su Yang and others, he turned and strode away in another direction. Throughout the encounter, Ruff had not answered any of Tang Chuan's inquiries. This man has truly destroyed the Tang family. Am I dreaming? Is it genuinely possible for someone to achieve this in such a brief time? I cannot believe he appears to be no more than 20, yet possesses such extraordinary power. It seems the Eastern Wilderness is on the verge of transformation. As Ruff departed, the onlookers were left in profound shock. Each token of identity, even to those not of the Tang family, revealed enough to indicate the gravity of the situation, coupled with Tang Chuan's expression of utter despair. It confirmed the fact of the Tang family's annihilation. Senior brother, how shall we deal with them? What do you intend to do about that woman? Ji Wudao inquired softly as he approached Su Yang, glancing at Tang Chuan, who sat helplessly on the ground. Su Yang then turned his gaze to the terrified Lu Ruyan beside him. The Tang family has been eradicated. We have become adversaries. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate all threats. With that, Su Yang summoned the god-slaying spear and pierced Tang Chuan's body in a single thrust. I hate. Even in his final moments, Tang Chuan could scarcely comprehend why his family had met such an end. As for her, after disposing of Tang Chuan, Su Yang shifted his attention toward Lu Ruyan. Su Yang, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in many ways and have always looked down upon you. Yet, I never intended to harm you. This was all due to Tang Chuan. He sought trouble with you. I realize my mistakes now, and I implore you to forgive me this once. If you wish, I can follow you, serve you, and obey your every command. Truly, I will do whatever you ask of me. Just please, do not take my life. Seeing the coldness in Su Yang's eyes, Lu Ruyan was utterly panicked. In that moment, she relinquished her haughty demeanor and laid aside her fragile pride. Bowing before Su Yang in desperate supplication, Had he not witnessed this humbling scene, he would have found it hard to believe that the proud Lu Rian could exhibit such vulnerability. If I had known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Had I remained a worthless being, would you have pleaded for my life when Tang Chuan sought to kill me? No, you would not. You would have likely laughed, for that is the kind of woman you are. Nevertheless, I must thank you. At least you have made me realize that emotions are but stumbling blocks on my path to immortality. Today, let us conclude our ties once and for all. With those words, Su Yang slowly produced a crimson item. Today, I, Su Yang, hereby formally annul our engagement, Lu Rian. From this moment forth, we shall be as strangers, with no further entanglements. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly, reducing the marriage contract to mere dust. In that instant, Su Yang felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and liberation. Su Yang, can this grant me my life? If you spare me, I promise to never appear before you again. Lu Rian, more concerned about her fate than the annulment itself, pleaded earnestly. Lu Rian, you should consider yourself fortunate to be a woman. I do not take the lives of women. Now, leave, before I change my mind, Su Yang replied coolly. Yes, I shall leave at once. Upon hearing that Su Yang would spare her life, Lu Rian was overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the distance. Meanwhile, Ji Wudao and the others, though feeling that Su Yang was excessively merciful, refrained from voicing their thoughts. After all, this matter was Su Yang's to handle, and they, as bystanders, found it inappropriate to intervene. However, just as everyone believed the situation had reached a conclusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Su Yang, you deceived me, Lu Rian gasped, her voice laced with disbelief as she stared at the blood-soaked tip of the gun protruding from her chest. I was merely jesting, and you took it to heart? To be honest, the fact that you have survived this long seems miraculous to me. Furthermore, I did not entirely deceive you. I do not kill women, except those who bear me animosity. Remember this in your next life, Su Yang stated nonchalantly, devoid of any semblance of compassion. In the next moment, he withdrew the god-slaying gun from Lu Rian's body, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the wound. Su Yang, I hate you. I curse you. May you never find peace. Lu Rian's voice grew increasingly feeble until she could utter no more. Casting a glance at the lifeless Lu Rian, Su Yang turned away without a trace of nostalgia. Let us depart. I am rather fatigued today and shall return to rest, he said calmly as he approached Ji Wudao and the others. Brother, are you all right? Ji Wudao inquired with concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Or do you wish for me to encounter misfortune? That way, you could assume the role of the elder brother, correct? Su Yang replied nonchalantly. If you can still jest, then you must be fine. Very well, let us return. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the 7 provinces grand competition. We must rest well. Ji Wudao concluded, reassured by Su Yang's demeanor. Thus, the group ceased their idle wandering and made their way back to the Tianji Pavilion's branch. Concurrently, the news of the Tang family's annihilation swiftly reached the ears of the major factions across the Divine Land. This shocking revelation sparked intense upheaval throughout the realm. A family possessing a saintly powerhouse had been eradicated by a single individual, and all within a brief span of time. Instantly, the remaining saintly powerhouses shifted their complete focus onto Li Ruffeng, with many speculating in secrecy about which formidable force Li Ruffeng might target next. Chapter 0. The Visit of Ji Jiushuan, the celestial star in the illustrious city of Shenwu, within the branch of the Tianji Pavilion. Shortly after Su Yang and the others returned, Li Ruffeng also made his entrance. Just as he intended to rest, a formidable aura descended upon the grand entrance of the pavilion. The visitor was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, most notably distinguished by his flowing white hair. Before long, the white-haired man entered the Tianji Pavilion and made his way directly to Ji Wudao. Father, when did you arrive? Upon seeing the white-haired man, Ji Wudao immediately exclaimed, I just got here. Now, I have matters to discuss with you. Is it true that your master was responsible for the annihilation of the Tang family? The white-haired man, Ji Jiushuan, asked bluntly. After such a long absence, do you have nothing else to say to me? Perhaps, do you miss me? Ji Wudao retorted, avoiding the question. Is it merely a month? Besides, your departure has rendered my surroundings rather peaceful. Now, I am asking you about serious matters. Was it indeed your master who did this? Ji Jiushuan pressed on. Father, are you not reputed as the foremost expert of the Eastern Wilderness? Shouldn't you be able to deduce it yourself? Is it necessary for you to inquire of me? Ji Wudao replied softly. If I could deduce it, would I need to ask you? For this matter, I nearly lost half of my life. And yet you jest with me. Ji Jiushuan responded, slightly irritated. What? Father, what exactly transpired? Pray tell, so that I may find amusement in it. Who possesses such power to nearly endanger your life? Ji Wudao inquired curiously. Seeing Ji Wudao's carefree demeanor, Ji Jiushuan fell momentarily silent. Who else could it be but your master? Before coming here, I attempted to divine the situation concerning your master. What I did not foresee was inconsequential. I nearly suffered a backlash. Even now, I am still somewhat apprehensive. It was utterly terrifying, merely that single glance. Ji Jiuxuan, recalling the faint images he had seen, was overtaken by a hint of dread. Father, what precisely did you witness? It is the first time I have seen you exhibit such a fearful expression. The more Ji Jiuxuan refrained from speaking, the stronger Ji Wudao's curiosity grew. Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. In due time, if you wish to know, you may divine it for yourself. Ji Jiuxuan declared. Very well. If you choose not to reveal it, so be it. Yes, it was indeed my master who eradicated the Tang family. Moreover, I was present at the scene. Father, you haven't seen it, have you? The scene, the tactics. Ji Wudao spoke, his face reflecting astonishment. What happened next? Continue. Ji Jiuxuan urged as Ji Wudao suddenly paused. I cannot divulge, I cannot disclose. Father, if you wish to know, you can simply calculate it yourself. Ji Wudao shook his head, feigning an air of profound mystery. Will you speak or not? If you refuse, do not blame me for resorting to family discipline. Ji Wudao fell into silence, then replied nonchalantly, Father, this truly cannot be revealed. It pertains to the secrets of my master. Speaking of it could cost you your life. However, since you insist on knowing, I shall reluctantly share. Ji Wudao began to speak. Stop. Since it concerns your master's secret, I believe it is not essential to know. Without allowing Ji Wudao to finish, Ji Jiuxuan immediately interrupted. Oh, I thought you were quite bold. Is this all? Ji Wudao scoffed. Father, I hold you in contempt. You brat. If you wish to become an orphan, just say so. I cannot be bothered to continue this discussion. I must pay a visit to your master. Given my arrival, your master has undoubtedly sensed my presence. It would be impolite not to pay my respects. With that, Ji Jiuxuan stood and walked towards the door. Then I wish you luck, and do not let me truly become an orphan, Ji Wudao said weakly. Get lost, Ji Jiuxuan replied, leaving without looking back. Before long, Ji Jiuxuan arrived at the door of Li Rufeng's resting chamber. Junior Ji Jiuxuan, here to pay my respects to the elder, he announced respectfully. Come in. Li Rufeng's voice echoed from within after a few moments. Upon receiving permission, Ji Jiuxuan stepped forward to open the door and entered the room. I have met the esteemed elder. Upon encountering Li Rufeng for the first time, Ji Jiuxuan was genuinely astonished by his youthful appearance. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as it was not uncommon in the cultivation world to encounter those who possessed techniques for eternal youth. Ji Jiuxuan, is Ji Wudao your father? Li Rufeng inquired, curious due to their shared surname. Indeed, elder, Ji Wudao is my father. I am grateful for your care towards my son during this time, Ji Jiuxuan replied. Oh, so you are the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? With a cultivation level of the 9th heaven of the most sacred, you are indeed quite impressive in the Eastern Wasteland. Speak, what brings you to me? Li Rufeng addressed him directly. Since the elder has inquired, I shall speak plainly. A few years ago, I stumbled upon the appearance of a star descending from the heavens in the Eastern Wasteland. This star appeared without warning, manifesting directly in the skies above the Eastern Wasteland. The so-called star actually represents a particular individual. At that time, I had been tirelessly searching for the one destined to correspond with this fallen star. Alas, it seemed as though some unseen force deliberately obscured the essence of this individual. Even I could not glean a single fragment of information pertaining to them. Until now, with the downfall of the Tang clan, I have heard that it was the doing of one person. Thus, I realized that after years of searching, I had finally found the one. Ji Jiuxuan gazed at Li Rufeng, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Oh, so you believe that person to be me? But even if that is the case, what can I do? You did not seek me merely to proclaim that I am that fallen star, did you? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Senior, the matter is far from simple. Are you aware of why the Tianyuan continent has been unable to produce an emperor? Ji Jiuxuan inquired earnestly. Why? Li Rufeng responded, following the thread of the conversation. It is a conspiracy, a scheme from the upper realm. There are those who are actively preventing the emergence of an emperor from the Tianyuan continent. Their intent is to utterly annihilate the entire realm. You may not know, but the Eastern Wilderness, a millennium ago, was capable of giving rise to ancient saints, even great saints. Yet now, the highest we can hope for is the emergence of a saint. Perhaps in another millennium, even saints will cease to manifest in the Eastern Wilderness. All of this transpires because the celestial forces of the Tianyuan continent have been steadily diminishing. I cannot conceive of any force capable of manipulating this celestial order except those from the upper realm, Ji Jiuxuan articulated slowly, his expression growing grave. Chapter 0. Do not ascend, the conspiracy of the upper realm. Oh, did you deduce all of this? Li Rufeng inquired with a hint of intrigue. Not at all. Although I have practiced the art of divination for several millennia, I have yet to reach such heights. To be frank, the founder of the Tianji Pavilion ascended to the upper realm tens of thousands of years ago. He left behind certain methods to establish contact with our realm at intervals. Initially, everything proceeded normally, until one day, the founder abruptly reached out to us. On that occasion, he conveyed but 4 words and has since ceased to make any further contact. Ji Jiuxuan responded. 4 words? What were they? Li Rufeng asked, curiosity piqued. Do not ascend. Ji Jiuxuan replied solemnly. At first, no one comprehended the reason behind the founder's warning. However, as time passed, several generations of pavilion masters began to uncover subtle hints. Consequently, none of the subsequent masters chose to ascend. Even as the conditions for breakthroughs in the eastern wasteland became increasingly stringent, the Tianji Pavilion refrained from venturing to the central capital. Oh, and why is that? Li Ruffling inquired once more, intrigued. Naturally, it is due to the sudden emergence of an ancient secret realm, which harbors the opportunity for transcendence. From the time the founder sent the warning against ascending to the appearance of this opportunity, scarcely a millennium has elapsed. At that time, the Tianyuan continent was undergoing tremendous upheaval, rendering it impossible for the emperor to ascend smoothly. Consequently, this opportunity for transcendence appeared most fortuitously. Whatever the perspective, there is something decidedly amiss here, as if this opportunity was deliberately released at that moment. Based on these events, the successive masters of the Tianji Pavilion have formulated numerous hypotheses. Ultimately, they largely concur that both the upheaval on the Tianyuan continent and the ancient secret realm are the machinations of individuals from the upper realm. However, the reason behind their actions remains unclear to the Tianji Pavilion even to this day, Ji Jiuxuan elaborated. I see. Li Ruffing nodded slightly upon hearing Ji Jiuxuan's revelations. Thus, what you have articulated has to do with your summoning of me. Senior, your appearance is the catalyst that may shatter these conspiracies. Ever since the celestial star descended, I have been astonished to perceive signs of revival within the Tianyuan continent. Although I lack irrefutable evidence linking this phenomenon to you, it nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope. The Tianji Pavilion has steadfastly sought a means to unravel these enigmas for tens of thousands of years. Now, as long as there exists a semblance of possibility, I am willing to believe. With but a word from you, I, along with the entirety of the Tianji Pavilion, am prepared to do anything for you. Even if it means sacrificing the pavilion itself, I would have no regrets as long as we can thoroughly dismantle the schemes of the upper realm. Ji Jiuxuan spoke with utmost seriousness. As Li Ruffling looked at Ji Jiuxuan, he perceived something distinctly different in this cultivator for the first time. What if you are mistaken? I am not the person you seek. I am incapable of unraveling the conspiracy of the upper realm. Is it truly worth wagering the entire Tianji Pavilion on this? After a brief pause, Li Ruffling replied, it is worth it. The Tianji Pavilion can be rebuilt, but if we lose this opportunity, it is irretrievably lost. This is my belief, and the others in the pavilion share it. From the moment we embarked on the path of Tianji, we understood that our lives would never be entirely tranquil. If we lack even this basic understanding, how can we aspire to pursue the path of Tianji? Ji Jiuxuan responded without hesitation, how intriguing. Though I may not comprehend it fully, I respect your conviction. At the very least, I find myself incapable of such noble righteousness. Li Ruffing smiled slightly, and then continued, so, esteemed senior, do you agree? Ji Jiuxuan hastily inquired. Naturally. Moreover, even without your words today, I would be heading to the upper realm. Inevitably, I will encounter conflicts with its denizens. Dealing with them will be a mere formality. Any schemes or machinations are but the antics of clowns before absolute power, Li Ruffing stated calmly. It seems you have long possessed a strategy to confront those from the upper realm. Perhaps I have overthought this. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to act on behalf of the Tianyuan continent, Ji Jiuxuan remarked. Very well, let us leave it at that. After the conclusion of the Seven States Grand Competition, I shall proceed to Zhongdu. At that time, I will personally examine the ancient secret realm. If all goes smoothly, I will address the matters concerning the ancient secret realm. As for the future, restoring the Tianyuan continent will necessitate a journey to the upper realm. Once we resolve all those who have acted against the Tianyuan continent, I trust the situation will unravel itself. Li Ruffing spoke slowly. Then I entrust this matter to you. Esteemed senior, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. I take my leave, Ji Jiuxuan said before departing. His purpose in seeking out Li Ruffling had been fulfilled, rendering it unnecessary to linger further. After Ji Jiuxuan left, Li Ruffling reclined on his bed to rest. The following day marked the occasion of the Seven States Grand Competition. However, Li Ruffling held little interest in the event. The current Su Yang and his companions had long surpassed their peers in cultivation. It was evident that the four of them would effortlessly secure victory in this competition. Just as Li Ruffling anticipated, during the Seven States Grand Competition, Su Yang and his trio faced opponents who were utterly defenseless. At last, many individuals, when confronted by Su Yang and his companions, chose to surrender outright. Throughout the entirety of the Seven Prefectures competition, their prowess remained largely unexhibited. Ultimately, the group led by Su Yang successfully secured first place on behalf of Qingzhou. Once the competition concluded, Ji Jiuxuan promptly sought out Li Ruffling. Congratulations, esteemed senior. Your disciples have demonstrated remarkable strength, successfully representing Qingzhou to clinch the top position in the competition. Herein lies the reward for the first place. What do you think? As he spoke, Ji Jiuxuan produced a storage ring and presented it to Li Ruffling. Please assist me in delivering this to the Feitian sect. Li Ruffling remarked after a brief glance at the storage ring, his tone measured. Certainly. I shall dispatch someone shortly to convey these rewards to the Feishan sect. Ji Jiuxuan promptly replied. By the way, the Tianyuan competition is approaching. Do you know when it commences? Li Ruffeng inquired, nodding slightly. The Tianyuan competition begins in 7 days. All participants must make their way to Tianyuan City in Zhongdu, where they will vie for the opportunity to enter the ancient secret realm, Ji Jiuxuan elucidated. In 7 days? In that case, I shall prepare to depart for Zhongdu in a couple of days. Li Ruffeng contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. Then I shall take my leave and rest well for the next few days, Ji Jiuxuan concluded before departing. Subsequently, Ji Jiuxuan arranged for the rewards earned by Qing Zhou to be delivered to the Feishan sect. At the Feishan sect, the sect leader Shun received a visitor from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Sect leader Shun, this is a personal delivery from our esteemed master. It contains the rewards from the recent 7 prefectures competition. As he spoke, the envoy presented a storage ring to Shen Xinghe. Rewards? Typically, only the top 3 positions receive such honors. May I inquire how Qing Zhou fared in the competition? Although Shen Xinghe was confident that Su Yang and his peers would secure a top 3 finish, he sought clarity on the specifics. This news will likely reach Qing Zhou swiftly. But since you inquired, I shall inform you ahead of time. Qing Zhou has achieved first place in the 7 prefectures competition, the envoy from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion responded. What? First place? This is truly remarkable. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the confirmation left Shen Xinghe utterly astonished. Sect leader, I have fulfilled the task assigned by our master. I must now return to report my findings. I shall take my leave. The envoy stated before Shen Xinghe could fully recover from his shock. Safe travels, esteemed senior, Shen Xinghe called as the envoy departed from the Feishan sect. Watching the receding figure, Shen Xinghe tightly grasped the storage ring in his hand, unable to contain the joy that radiated from his face. Before long, Shen Xinghe arrived at the peak of spiritual herbs. As he approached, he saw Su Meng'er sitting in Li Rufeng's courtyard, lost in thought. In recent days, whenever she had the time, Su Meng'er would come here. Chapter 0. Journey to Zhongdu. Yujia's daughter. Meng'er, you are indeed here. As Su Meng'er remained lost in thought, the voice of Shen Xinghe roused her from her reverie. Master, what brings you here? Su Meng'er inquired with curiosity as she approached upon noticing Shen Xinghe's arrival. I come bearing delightful news. Your uncle has secured first place in the 7 states competition along with several of his disciples, Shen Xinghe announced with a smile. Really? That's splendid. Does this mean uncle will be returning soon? I have been dreadfully bored without him to converse with these past few days. The naive Su Ming, upon hearing the conclusion of the competition, immediately burst into joyous excitement. This, observing the radiant smile on Su Meng'er's face. Shen Xinghe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What troubles you, master? Shouldn't you be happy that uncle is coming back? Su Meng'er asked, puzzled by Shen Xinghe's hesitation. Meng'er, it seems your uncle will not return anytime soon. After a brief pause, Shen Xinghe spoke slowly. Why not? Upon hearing that Li Ruffeng would not be coming back, the smile on Su Meng'er's face vanished, replaced by a look of deep sorrow. Well, your uncle still needs to attend the Tianyuan competition in Zhongdu, which is why he cannot return just yet. However, do not be too disheartened. He will come back once the competition concludes, Shen Xinghe reassured her. Sigh, Meng'er, do not hold it against your master for deceiving you. Once you grow accustomed to the absence of your senior, I shall reveal the truth to you. Inwardly, Shen Xinghe sighed. Is that so? Then I suppose it cannot be helped. Zhongdu, I have heard it is quite distant from here. Had I known, I would have accompanied uncle, Su Meng'er said weakly. Very well, for the next 7 states competition, you shall accompany your uncle. In an effort to lift Su Meng'er's spirits, Shen Xinghe purposely suggested. Okay, hee. The mere thought of traveling to the divine land with Li Ruffeng brought a bright smile to Su Meng'er's face. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe, witnessing this scene, felt an indescribable pang in his heart. 2 days later, Li Ruffeng, accompanied by Su Yang and 3 others, embarked on their journey to Zhongdu. Before their departure, Ji Jiuxuan entrusted Li Ruffeng with matters concerning the Tianyuan competition. Considering that no one from the eastern wilderness was more capable than Su Yang and his companions, they were the only ones representing the region in the competition. Others, even if they went, would merely be going through the motions, rendering their presence unnecessary. Their destination was Tianyuan City in Zhongdu. Given the considerable distance, the flying vessel continued its journey for nearly 2.5 days. 2 days later, Li Ruffeng and his companions successfully arrived at Tianyuan City. In comparison to Xinyu City, Tianyuan City is vastly more expansive and prosperous, teeming with formidable individuals beyond count, not to mention the celestial saints. Even those of the ancient saints, great saints, and even the quasi-emperor realm exude their presence in a myriad of forms throughout Tianyuan City. It can be asserted that, when juxtaposed with Zhongdu, the eastern wilderness is undeniably feeble. The Tianyuan Grand Tournament is merely 3 days away. In the interim, you may freely explore Tianyuan City. Here is a token I have crafted for you. Each of you should carry it at all times. Should any danger arise, Simply infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy, and I shall hasten to your side without delay. As Li Ruffing spoke, he produced 4 specially crafted tokens and handed them to Su Yang and his companions. Thank you, Master, they replied, their faces alight with joy. After all, with this safeguard, they could now indulge without restraint. Once he had imparted these instructions, Li Ruffeng, as was his wont, intended to wander through Tianyuan City. Being in a new locale for the first time sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. As for Su Yang and his companions, they resolved to diligently cultivate in their lodgings to better prepare for the impending Tianyuan Grand Tournament. This event is not akin to the 7-state contest. It is a gathering of numerous powerful beings. They would be contending against the most elite prodigies of the continent. Though they held confidence in their own abilities, they remained wary of underestimating their forthcoming adversaries. While Su Yang and his companions devoted their time to rigorous training, Li Ruffeng found himself in the bustling heart of Tianyuan City. Strolling through the thronging streets, he casually glanced about. Before long, a platform surrounded by a crowd piqued his interest. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the elevated stage. Ding! Detected a person of great fortune. Would you like to view their information? At that moment, before Li Ruffeng could take several steps forward, a notification resonated within his mind. Oh, there is indeed a person of great fortune here. System, display the details. Understood, esteemed host. Name, Yu Ruoxue, Realm, 5th stage of the nascent soul. Fortune value, 1650. Information, daughter of the Yu family in Tianyuan City. She has exhibited extraordinary talent in the art of Go since childhood and is now but a step away from comprehending the profound path of the game. The art of Go? Such a rarity, and a woman at that. As he absorbed the information provided by the system, Li Ruffeng felt a surge of intrigue toward Yu Ruoxue. Simultaneously, he approached the vicinity of the platform. Through the throng, he beheld a Go board atop the stage, with 2 figures seated on either side. One was an elderly man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Opposite him sat a woman. The young woman possessed an ethereal elegance, her delicate features revealing a hint of profound serenity that suggested she saw through all things. This girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, was known as Yu Ruoxue. At this moment, she rested her chin on one hand while idly toying with a black chess piece in the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. In stark contrast to her tranquil demeanor, the elderly man in white was drenched in sweat, his trembling hand still holding the white chess piece, which remained suspended in the air, undecided. Esteemed elder, you have been contemplating for quite some time now. Will you not make your move? If not, do kindly utter a word. After observing Yu Ruoxue for several breaths, Li Rufu spoke, prompting her to leisurely address the elderly man across from her. This. Alas, I am indeed outmatched. This game belongs to Miss Yu. After a moment's hesitation, the elderly man sighed in resignation and returned the piece to the chess container. I concede. Esteemed elder, do not forget my prize for victory. Observing the elderly man's surrender, Yu Ruoxue displayed little emotion, as if this outcome had been entirely anticipated. Child, do you truly think that I, the head of the illustrious Bailu Academy, would be so petty as to deny you a sacred artifact? As he spoke, the elderly man retrieved a holy-grade weapon from his storage ring and handed it to Yu Ruoxue. Thank you, esteemed elder. You are always welcome here. Do visit often. Stowing away the sacred artifact, Yu Ruoxue teased lightly. Very well, when I return, I shall study some new strategies and will bring back my findings personally. With this game concluded, I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to your father. With those words, the elderly man rose and departed from the elevated platform. Safe travels, esteemed elder. I shall certainly deliver your message. Yu Ruoxue replied softly as she watched him leave. Soon, she found herself alone upon the platform. My goodness, Miss Yu truly lives up to her reputation as the foremost chess master of our time. To think that even the head of the first academy in Zhongdu fell to her. The gathered onlookers marveled at her prowess. Moreover, she is still so young, yet has achieved such heights in the art of chess. I dare say, within a millennium, or perhaps even sooner, she may well establish herself as a true master. Indeed, it is a pity that in this era, emperors are so rare. Otherwise, witnessing the birth of a chess emperor would suffice for a lifetime. Yet, with Miss Yu's prodigious talent, breaking through to the quasi-emperor stage should pose no challenge. Should she encounter the fabled opportunity for ascendance, it is not impossible for her to reach the realm of emperors. You speak lightly of it. The existence of such an opportunity is merely speculative. Furthermore, even if it exists, it would hardly be easily attained. Below the platform, the crowd was abuzz with astonishment at Yu Ruoxue's victory over the elderly man in white. Simultaneously, discussions began to arise among them regarding the future achievements of Yu Ruoxue. Chapter 0. The Talent for Chess. Mu Family's Mu Junliahem. Pardon the interruption. May I inquire if the lady known as Yu is present here daily? Furthermore, what sort of individual is deemed worthy to engage her in a match? As Li Ruffeng listened to the conversations surrounding him, he gained a deeper understanding of this Yu Ruoxue. Eager to converse with her at a closer range, He turned to a few individuals nearby and asked, "Sir, you appear to be a newcomer?" Upon hearing Li Rufeng's inquiry, a bystander promptly replied, "Indeed. You have just arrived in Tianyuan City today. That explains your questions. In light of our fortuitous encounter, allow me to enlighten you. The Lady Yu does not visit here daily. Rather, she graces us with her presence for 3 days each month. Moreover, not just anyone can challenge her to a game. The stipulation set by Lady Yu is that those who wish to play must wager a sacred weapon. Should you lose, you must relinquish your sacred artifact." The bystander explained slowly. "Oh, and what if I were to win?" Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. "You win? My dear sir, it is not that I underestimate you, but Lady Yu has never lost a game since her birth. You must have noticed the elderly gentleman who just departed. He is the esteemed head of the Bai Lu Academy, the foremost institution in the realm. If even he has been bested, do you truly believe you surpass the Academy's chancellor? I understand that youth often breeds confidence, yet excessive self-assurance can sometimes lead to folly," the bystander cautioned. "I comprehend. I merely harbor a curiosity. After all, what if she were to lose? Would she not face any consequences?" Li Rufeng remarked, choosing not to engage in a dispute with the bystander. "That is hardly possible. Since you were simply curious, there is no harm in sharing. Lady Yu has proclaimed that should anyone manage to defeat her, she would grant them one wish, provided it is within the capabilities of the Yu family. They shall fulfill the promise," the bystander replied. "One wish. She certainly possesses a great deal of confidence to make such a declaration." Li Rufeng mused softly upon hearing the bystander's words. Why is that surprising? After all, Lady Yu is unlikely to lose. The notion of a wish is essentially meaningless, as it is akin to having none at all. In fact, there are young men, much like yourself, who have wagered numerous sacred artifacts simply for a chance to win her favor. Although the Yu family is not in want of sacred artifacts, no one would refuse additional offerings. If I were the head of the Yu family, I would ensure that Lady Yu visited here daily. Why pass up the opportunity for free sacred artifacts? The bystander expounded enthusiastically. "Very well, thank you for your information. These spirit stones shall serve as your reward." Having gathered sufficient understanding, Li Ruofeng prepared to meet the enchanting Yu Ruoshui, simultaneously producing a storage bag to present to the onlooker who had provided him with answers. "Spirit stones? Heh, thank you, my lord. You are quite generous," the onlooker exclaimed, his face instantly lighting up with enthusiasm upon seeing the spirit stones. In response, Li Ruofeng merely shook his head, opting for silence. He then turned to ascend the platform, contemplating the fortuitous opportunity to take Yu Ruoshui as his disciple. However, just as Li Ruofeng took a few steps, a figure swiftly interjected, standing before him. The man, distinguished in appearance, donned a turquoise robe and held a fan in his hand. "Is that not Mu Junlai?" someone remarked in surprise. "I didn't expect him to return again. I recall he has come no less than 10 times, each time losing a sacred artifact to miss you. Although the Mu family is a prominent clan in Tianyuan City, can they afford such extravagant losses? You know nothing. Does young Master Mu care for the sacred artifacts? Anyone can see he has an interest in Miss Yu. If a mere artifact can sway her heart, he would consider it a tremendous gain." The arrival of Mu Junlai sparked fervent discussions among the onlookers. Meanwhile, upon spotting him, Yu Ruoshui's brow involuntarily furrowed. Shortly after, Mu Junlai ascended the platform and approached her side. "Ruoshui, it has been a few days, and you grow more beautiful with each passing moment," he declared with a charming smile. "Mu Gongzi, we are not so familiar. It would be more appropriate for you to address me by my full name." Yu Ruoshui replied with a calm demeanor. This cold response rendered Mu Junlai momentarily awkward. "If you find it unacceptable, perhaps I should take my leave," she added indifferently. "Not at all. I shall call you Miss Yu then. This time, I still intend to challenge you to a match. I have brought a sacred artifact with me, so you needn't worry about my integrity afterward." As he spoke, Mu Junlai produced a sacred artifact and set it aside, seemingly regarding it as insignificant. "Very well. As long as you possess a sacred artifact, anyone may challenge me, including you, young Master Mu. Now, please take a seat so we can commence. The sooner we begin, the sooner it shall conclude," Yu Ruoshui stated calmly after glancing at the artifact. "Agreed." Without hesitation, Mu Junlai settled cross-legged opposite her. Just as they were about to begin their game, an approaching figure captured their attention. Who might you be? Do you not see I am about to play against Miss Yu? Depart swiftly before I lose my temper." Upon turning to catch a glimpse of Li Rufeng, Mu Junlai's expression instantly darkened, revealing his displeasure. Beyond the reasons he articulated, the most prominent factor was undoubtedly Li Rufeng's ethereal demeanor and celestial beauty. In Li Rufeng's presence, Mu Junlai felt an inexplicable pressure and a surge of jealousy. "Listen, no matter who you are, if you dare to compete with me for Yu Ruoshui, I assure you, you shall not see the end of today. Perhaps you should consider leaving swiftly." He threatened Li Rufeng telepathically in Tianyuan City and throughout the entire central capital. "If I wish to eliminate you, no one can protect you." Hearing these words, Li Rufeng couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, how amusing, truly amusing," he remarked. What do you find amusing, young master?" Yu Ruoxue, who was beside him, inquired with a hint of confusion. Nothing much, merely overheard a few cold jokes, Li Ruffeng replied, regaining his composure. Ah, and what might that be, young master? If you wish to engage in a game of chess with me, you must wait a moment, Yu Ruoxue said, unable to suppress a flutter in her heart upon encountering such an exceptional gentleman. However, she quickly regained her poise and did not linger too long on Li Ruffeng. Very well. Since I am here, would it be acceptable for me to observe your match? Li Ruffeng nodded and then smiled, inquiring further. Certainly. But may I ask how to address you? Yu Ruoxue suddenly asked. Li Ruffeng, he responded. So it is young Master Li. Please, feel free. Just refrain from disturbing the game, she replied. Mu Gongzi, we may begin now. With that, she picked up a black piece. Please, after you, Mu Gongzi, she added. Li Ruffeng, I will remember you. You forsake the path to heaven and recklessly venture into hell. I shall ensure you learn that opposing me, Mu Junlai, will lead to dire consequences. Mu Junlai coldly glared at Li Ruffeng, his thoughts filled with malice. Very well then, I shall not be rude, Mu Junlai said, his face adorned with a smiling facade directed at Yu Ruoxue. While plotting revenge against Li Ruffeng in his mind, he maintained an appearance of genteel grace. Li Ruffeng noted the dissonance in Mu Junlai's demeanor. As the game commenced, Mu Junlai set aside his tumultuous thoughts and focused entirely on the chessboard before him. Chapter 0. Surrendering voluntarily. Provoking madness. Not long ago, I fortuitously acquired an ancient chess manual. By adhering to its strategies, I am confident that victory is within my grasp this time. Once I conquer Yu Ruoxue, she shall belong to me. Securing Yu Ruoxue would equate to subduing the Yu family, thereby elevating the status of my Mu clan to unprecedented heights. With this thought swirling in my mind, Mu Junlai placed his first chess piece. In swift succession, Yu Ruoxue followed suit, and thus the duel between them commenced in earnest. Nearby, Li Ruffeng stood quietly, casting occasional glances at the burgeoning array of pieces upon the board. However, due to his limited exposure to chess in his previous life, he soon found his interest waning. I lack proficiency in the art of chess. If I were to challenge her directly, my chances of triumph would be negligible. This presents a dilemma. Contemplating in silence, Li Ruffeng understood that for someone as exceptional as Yu Ruoxue, merely showcasing his prowess might not suffice to earn her willingness to become his disciple. The sole and most effective approach would be to decisively defeat her in the game. Only then would Yu Ruoxue genuinely desire to take him as her mentor. Meanwhile, the contest on the chessboard had reached a pivotal crescendo. With the aid of the ancient manual, the ordinarily mediocre Mu Junlai found himself gaining a slight upper hand. In contrast, Yu Ruoxue's expression grew increasingly earnest. Several times, she cast penetrating glances at Mu Junlai, fully aware of his true capabilities. The fact that he could execute such profound moves was indeed astonishing, and to claim otherwise would be incredulous. Yet, despite her surprise, Yu Ruoxue remained resolute in her belief that she would not be defeated. On the contrary, Mu Junlai's unexpected surge in strength ignited within her a newfound exhilaration for serious competition. As time gradually passed, the incense stick burned down, marking the passage of a significant moment. Once Yu Ruoxue began to focus intently, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Mu Junlai found himself taking longer to deliberate with each move, his earlier air of confidence evaporating, replaced by a furrowed brow. Conversely, a faint smile danced upon Yu Ruoxue's lips, exuding an aura of remarkable ease. How is this possible? Why does she not adhere to the strategies outlined in the manual? She has seized all the positions I aim to occupy, leaving me at a loss for where to play next. Observing the board spiraling out of control, Mu Junlai inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had presumed that by relying on the ancient manual, victory would be assured. However, he had not anticipated how effortlessly Yu Ruoxue would dismantle his carefully laid plans. Alas, Miss Yu, you truly remain as formidable as ever. In this match, I have faced defeat. According to our agreement, that sacred artifact now belongs to you. However, I shall not concede easily. Next time, I shall certainly triumph over you. Aware that continuing to struggle would be a futile endeavor, potentially leaving a negative impression on Yu Ruoxue, Mu Junlai decisively chose to admit defeat. After all, losing to Yu Ruoxue in the game of chess is not a matter of disgrace. On the contrary, by conceding voluntarily, he might even come across as a magnanimous gentleman in her eyes. Thank you for your graciousness. It has only been a few days since we last met, yet your chess skills have improved remarkably, Mu Gongzi. Perhaps next time, you might indeed best me. Though Yu Ruoxue harbored doubts regarding Mu Junlai's abilities, the lack of evidence rendered her reticent to voice her concerns. Haha, I appreciate your kind words, Miss Yu. Truth be told, it is nothing extraordinary. I merely dedicated myself to studying the basic strategies for a few days. Perhaps this is what one might call talent. Talent, once bestowed, cannot be refused, even if I might not desire it. Delighted by Yu Ruoxue's praise, Mu Junlai naively assumed it signified her affection for him. Thus, he could not help but boast. However, his primary motivation was to impress Li Ruffeng, subtly indicating that Yu Ruoxue was his, and others should not even entertain the thought. Yet, Li Ruffing paid him no heed. For a mere clown was unworthy of his attention. Mu Gongzi, since our game has concluded, might I trouble you to vacate the space? Young Master Li has been waiting for quite some time. Observing Mu Junlai's presumptuous demeanor, Yu Ruoshui felt exasperated, nearly urging him to leave outright. Of course, I can do that. Yet, some individuals mistakenly believe that their appearance grants them the privilege to challenge you, miss you. Though I may lack prowess, at least I managed to last 30 moves against you. I wonder how long young Master Li can endure. I doubt he can withstand even 10 moves. If that is the case, it would be a sheer waste of your time, miss you. Perhaps young Master Li should consider conceding now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and with improved skills, he may not face such embarrassment. What do you think, young Master Li? Rising slowly, Mu Junlai addressed Li Ruffling with a tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing these words, Li Ruffing's expression turned perplexed. Mu Junlai, is it? Have you always possessed such audacity? Is it the Mu family's backing that gives you this confidence? I do not recall having provoked you. Moreover, how many moves I can play, and whether I win or lose, is of no concern to you. Should you choose not to speak, it would be prudent to remain silent. Otherwise, you shall find yourself unwelcome in my esteemed presence, Li Ruffing remarked with an air of indifference. The Emperor's chamber? The esteemed presence? What does this signify? Is he inviting me to dine, perhaps to implore my leniency? Upon hearing Li Ruffing's words, Mu Junlai was enveloped in confusion. Young Master Mu, what Li Gongzi speaks is indeed accurate. His affairs bear no relation to you. Should you persist in disturbing my match with others, do not be surprised if I summon someone to escort you away, Li Ruffing stated, followed closely by Yu Ruoshui, who echoed a warning to Mu Junlai. Miss you. You misconstrue my intentions. I merely act out of goodwill. However, since Li Gongzi is determined to engage, I shall not hinder him. Pray, Li Gongzi, do proceed. I too am curious to witness your skill in the game. I only hope that you can endure for a while. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to lose before a few moves are made. Mu Junlai spoke with a broad smile, deliberately raising his voice so that the onlookers could hear. Li Ruffing paid no heed to Mu Junlai's antics, finding them somewhat amusing. My intentions are benevolent, yet I am often confronted by those who seek to provoke without reason. Very well, Mu Junlai, of the Mu family, once I accept this disciple, I shall pay you a proper visit. The Emperor's chamber seems to be quite insatiable of late. With a casual glance at Mu Junlai, Li Ruffing chose to ignore him and took a seat opposite Yu Ruoshui. What is amiss? Just now, an inexplicable chill crept down my spine. Surely, it is due to my lack of rest lately. Yes, once I deal with this fellow, I shall indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Meanwhile, Mu Junlai suddenly shuddered, yet he dismissed the sensation, crafting a flimsy excuse to rationalize it before redirecting his gaze towards Li Ruffling. He was eager to witness Li Ruffing's moment of embarrassment. Chapter 0. The Death of Mu Junlai. A shock to all, did you hear that? It seems the new young man has provoked young Master Mu. Alas, of all people, why must he choose to incite him? I fear for this handsome youth. He is likely in grave danger. It has been said that those who previously clashed with young Master Mu mysteriously vanished the very next day. Though there is no concrete evidence, it is clear to the astute why such individuals would suddenly disappear. What a pity indeed. Below, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and many expressed their sympathies for Li Ruffling. Almost no one believed that Li Ruffling would manage to evade the clandestine machinations of Mu Junlai and the Mu family. Young Master Li, have you forgotten something? On the high platform, looking at the quietly seated Li Ruffling, Yu Ruoshui gently reminded him. Forgotten what? Oh, you mean the sacred artifact? Li Ruffling quickly caught on. Yes, while I trust that young Master Li is not the type to default on obligations, it's best to confirm such matters beforehand, Yu Ruoshui replied with a nod. Ah, that does complicate things. It seems I, perhaps, might indeed lack a sacred artifact. Li Ruffling pondered, realizing that the worst treasures bestowed upon him by his system were at least imperial-grade weapons. Thus, his claim of not possessing a sacred artifact was not entirely inaccurate. Really? You don't even have a single sacred artifact? Ahaha, haraha, young Master Li. And you wish to play chess with Miss Yu? Miss Yu, I believe this fellow merely seeks to amuse himself at your expense. Allow me to teach him a lesson. I've encountered many like him before. He must be enamored with Miss Yu's beauty, hoping to attain what is beyond his reach. Upon hearing that Li Ruffling lacked even a single sacred artifact, Mu Junlai seized the opportunity to showcase himself before Yu Ruoshui. At the same time, Yu Ruoshui found herself momentarily at a loss for words after Li Ruffing's admission. Mu Junlai, this is a matter between Li Ruffing and myself. There is no need for your interference. Today, I am in a good mood, so young Master Li, if you lack a sacred artifact, then so be it. I shall gladly play a game with you for free. However, at that moment, Yu Ruoshui found herself more irritated by Mu Junlai than by Li Ruffling. Thus, in a bid to silence Mu Junlai, she chose to play a game with Li Ruffling without charge. Fine, Yu Ruoshui. I once thought you were a woman of virtue. Yet, upon encountering a pretty boy, your true nature reveals itself, does it not? What do I lack compared to this fellow who cannot even produce a sacred artifact? Speak up, Yu Ruoxue. Seeing Yu Ruoxue treat him coldly for Li Ruffing's sake, Mu Junlai felt utterly shattered within. No longer maintaining his humble demeanor, Mu Junlai raised his voice to question Yu Ruoxue directly. Mu Junlai, that is quite enough. This has all been your own delusion. I possess not the slightest interest in you. Were it not for the Mu family behind you, considering your repeated harassment, do you truly believe you could still stand here? At present, I wish to see no more of you. I shall grant you 10 breaths of time. Depart on your own, or I shall have someone escort you out. In the face of Mu Junlai's furious demeanor, Yu Ruoxue remained unfazed, commanding him to leave immediately. Very well, Yu Ruoxue. I hope you do not come to regret your words today. And you, Li Rufu, is it? Allow me to make this clear. You shall not leave Tianyuan City alive. Mu Junlai, now thoroughly enraged, could no longer conceal the murderous intent emanating from him. Mu Junlai, how dare you? Young Master Li is my friend. Should you lay a hand on him, my Yu family will not let you go unpunished. Yu Ruoxue exclaimed, her voice rising sharply upon witnessing Mu Junlai threaten Li Rufu before her. Humph, your mere Yu family does not intimidate the Mu family. Yu Ruoxue, you have forced my hand. Since you care so much for this pretty boy, I shall simply eliminate him. A woman I cannot possess shall remain unattainable for anyone else. I shall see if your Yu family is truly willing to oppose the Mu family for someone who lacks even a sacred artifact. Boy, daring to vie for a woman against me. Do you even consider your worth? In this world, one must heed strength and lineage. You have crossed me. Prepare for your demise. After a series of threats, Mu Junlai turned to leave the platform. Young Master Li, do not fret, with me by your side. He dares not act against you. However, you may need to stay with my Yu family for a few days. After some time, I shall secretly arrange for your departure. Once you are far from Tianyuan City, the Mu family will no longer be able to reach you. Yu Ruoxue reassured Li Rufu. Thank you for your kind intentions. Miss you. However, I possess a rather unfortunate habit. Those who wish for my demise shall invariably find themselves unable to leave my presence alive. Therefore, I shall handle this matter myself. Li Rufu replied, his tone slightly more reserved in response to Yu Ruoxue's goodwill. As his words fell, Li Rufu's expression turned icy, his eyes radiating an unyielding coldness. In an instant, he vanished from sight like a specter. The next moment, he materialized before the departing Mu Junlai. You, what do you intend to do? I am a son of the Mu family. Should you wish to strike me, you must consider the consequences carefully. As Li Ruffing suddenly appeared before him, exuding an aura of dread, Mu Junlai found himself engulfed in panic. The Mu family? Thank you for the reminder. You may now venture forth to scout the path for them. Bang! Li Ruffing smiled faintly, then raised his hand and effortlessly crushed Mu Junlai. This scene instantly left everyone present utterly astonished. He has killed Mu Junlai. It's over. It's completely over. Had I known, I would not have come to witness this spectacle today. Now, it seems none of us will escape the wrath of the Mu family. This fool seeks death and has dragged us along. Pity me, who has never even touched a woman in my life. Oh heavens, oh earth. Is there still time for me to find someone to experience this? As the onlookers regained their composure, a profound panic ensued. No one had anticipated that Li Ruffing possessed such formidable strength and would kill Mu Junlai without hesitation. The Mu family is undeniably one of the most dominant forces in Tianyuan City. With Mu Junlai, the future heir of the Mu family, now deceased, an inferno of wrath would surely erupt from them. At that moment, those who had merely come to observe would undoubtedly fall victim to the Mu family's vengeance. His power is astonishingly immense. Moreover, he truly dared to slay Mu Junlai. I was merely issuing a threat. On the high platform, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Yu Ruoxue's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Simultaneously, not far from the platform, within a certain pavilion, two figures were intently observing the direction of Li Ruffing, having witnessed everything that had transpired. Chapter 0. The Fish Family Father and Son. The Imperial Artifact and Imperial Might Father. Turmoil is brewing in Tianyuan City. Mu Junlai is dead, and the Mu family is bound to go mad. What shall we do next? The speaker was a young man named Yu Weiran, the elder brother of Yu Ruoxue. Another figure, more aged, stood as the head of the Yu family, Yu Ruoxue's father, named Yu Huaqiang. What is there to discuss? The Mu family has lost one of their own. What concern is it of ours? Moreover, it was not one of our kin who took Mu Junlai's life. Even if the Mu family descends into madness, they have no reason to seek us out. Yu Huaqiang replied nonchalantly. Father, it seems my younger sister is quite concerned for this man. If she wishes to protect him, what then shall we do? Yu Weiran asked hesitantly. She dares. This matter has nothing to do with our family. If your sister wishes to protect a stranger, it is an utterly foolish endeavor to jeopardize the Yu family for him. Yu Huaqiang retorted coldly. Do you truly believe that? Throughout my life, whatever my sister has wished to pursue, you have always supported her unconditionally. As for me, you impose strict demands daily. It is a miracle you do not chastise me. Sometimes, I even wonder if I was merely picked up by you. Upon hearing Yu Huaqiang's words, Yu Weiran murmured, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Impudent boy, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you itching for a reprimand? In the next moment, Yu Huaqiang's expression darkened, and he spoke sternly. I beg your pardon, father. It was a slip of the tongue, a mere lapse. Please, consider it as though I merely let out a harmless jest. Yu Weiran quickly amended, attempting to defuse the tension with a laugh. Enough. If you possessed even a tenth of your sister's talent, I would not need to be so stringent with you every day. Now, back to the matter at hand. The aura this man exuded earlier was formidable. Moreover, his calm demeanor suggests that he does not regard the Mu family with any fear. Thus, we shall observe the situation unfold. If this man possesses genuine strength, we could potentially enlist his aid to eradicate the Mu family entirely. Conversely, if he is merely caught in a fleeting moment of bravado, we shall adapt as circumstances dictate. However, I have a foreboding feeling that this young man is far more complex than he appears. It is the first time I have witnessed someone so composed after committing an act of murder. What intrigues me further is that when he appeared before Mu Junlai, even I failed to perceive his speed. Could it be that he? This is impossible. He appears so youthful. How could he have attained such a realm? Gazing at Li Ruffling in the distance, Yu Huaqiang murmured to himself, his heart filled with increasing perplexity. Even my father could not discern that man's speed of movement? My father is a formidable figure at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Does this imply that the man, who seems to be of a similar age to mine, is actually a quasi-emperor? It is even possible that he is at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor level. This is utterly absurd. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Beside him, hearing Yu Huaqiang's murmurs, Yu Weiran's composure began to crumble. Meanwhile, after retrieving Mu Junlai's soul, Li Ruffing nonchalantly returned to sit opposite Yu Ruoshui. Now, where were we? The matter of the sacred artifact, correct? I indeed possess no sacred artifact, but I wonder if this will suffice? As Li Ruffing spoke to himself, he casually retrieved an item from the system space. The moment the item materialized, a formidable aura instantly surged from the high platform. What is this? Opposite him, Yu Ruoshui's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets as she fixated on the object Li Ruffling had produced. By the heavens, what manner of weapon is this? How can it exude such a terrifying presence? Below, the onlookers felt drenched in sweat, their bodies rendered immobile beneath this overwhelming aura. Truly inexperienced. This is undoubtedly Imperial might. This item is an Imperial artifact. Since when has an Imperial-level item been so casually displayed? In response to the astonishment of the bystanders, another well-informed individual promptly provided an explanation. What? An Imperial artifact? Surely you jest. Are not Imperial artifacts possessed solely by major factions? Moreover, these factions would never casually reveal an Imperial artifact unless faced with life and death circumstances, let alone carry an Imperial artifact beyond their domain. Who exactly is this young man? To be able to carry an Imperial artifact with him while out and about? Could he be the scion of some superpower? Soon, a myriad of speculations emerged as everyone around gazed at Li Ruffling on the high platform with profound shock and curiosity. Young Master Li, you actually possess an Imperial artifact. No wonder you are unafraid of the Mu family behind Mu Junlai. Your background must be quite impressive as well, right? Someone of your caliber surely has protectors shadowing you in secrecy, then? In that case, it appears I was overly concerned earlier. After a moment of astonishment, Yu Ruoshui slowly spoke. Protectors? Perhaps, but let us return to the matter at hand. I wonder if this Imperial artifact is sufficient for a match against you? Li Ruffing offered no further explanation, directly steering the conversation back to their previous topic. Nature is sufficient, and moreover, this Imperial artifact is exceedingly precious. Even if I were to win, I could not accept it, replied Yu Ruoshui. Sufficiency is all that matters. There is no need for further elaboration. However, before we engage in our match, I wish to confirm something once more. As long as I emerge victorious, I may present you with any condition, correct? Li Ruofeng remarked softly. Yes. However, the condition must fall within my capabilities and those of my Yu family. If it is excessively unreasonable, I cannot acquiesce. Although Yu Ruoshui did not believe Li Ruofeng would win, she patiently answered the inquiry nonetheless. That is reassuring. My condition is rather simple. One that you can fulfill alone, Li Ruofeng responded with a smile. Oh, might I inquire what condition you wish for me to agree to, should you indeed prevail? Upon hearing Li Ruofeng's words, Yu Ruoshui was momentarily intrigued and promptly asked. There is no if. I am certain of my victory. It matters not to disclose my condition in advance, for I require you to Li Ruofeng stated nonchalantly. You require me. Before Li Ruofeng could finish, Yu Ruoshui was taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming. In the next moment, all the onlookers heard her words distinctly. What did I just hear? This mysterious gentleman has indeed taken an interest in Miss Yu. No wonder he made his move with an Imperial artifact. If such an elegant and refined individual were to present me with an Imperial artifact, I would undoubtedly agree to be his. Rual, please do not repulse us with such notions. In your current state, even our family dog would find you unappealing. You ought to abandon such impossible thoughts. Below, many young women, Upon learning that Li Rufeng had set his sights on Yu Ruoshui, were instantly filled with envy, and some even harbored feelings of jealousy. Chapter 0. The game begins, falling into disadvantage. Miss you. Could you allow me to finish my words? Moreover, why is your face as red as a teapot? Listening to the murmurs below and observing the bashful, flushed visage of Yu Ruoshui, Li Rufeng felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Please, continue. Young Master Li. Yu Ruoshui failed to comprehend the last phrase uttered by Li Rufeng, yet at this moment, her embarrassment rendered her too shy to inquire further. My condition is this. I wish for you to become my disciple. Is that clear enough? Not bothering to dwell on Yu Ruoshui's inexplicable reaction, Li Rufeng spoke again. What? You only wish for me to become your disciple? Taken aback by Li Rufen's words, Yu Ruoshui felt a flicker of disappointment within her heart. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Yu Ruoshui, overwhelmed with shame, felt her complexion deepen in hue. Young Master Li, it appears I have misunderstood. Please do not take offense. However, I must say, it is not so simple to become your disciple. I do not believe you can surpass me in the art of chess. After a considerable pause, Yu Ruoshui finally spoke. Oh, confidence is commendable. Thus, a single defeat may enlighten you to the existence of others beyond yourself and realms beyond your own. This will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Since you believe I cannot win against you, let us begin. I shall ensure you are convinced to become my disciple. Li Rufeng smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of losing to Yu Ruoshui. Very well. In that case, young Master Li, please proceed. Yu Ruoshui, no longer hesitating, urged Li Rufeng to make the first move. Though she held a favorable impression of Li Rufeng, she did not believe he could triumph over her in the game of chess. Well then, I shall not hold back. Li Rufeng, without pretense, raised his hand to make his move. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted his action. Who killed my son? Show yourself. It was Mu Hong, the father of Mu Jun. Young Master Li, he is a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Semi-Emperor. Upon seeing the figure suddenly appear in the sky, Yu Ruoshui hastily warned him. Oh, 8th level of the Semi-Emperor? Just barely. I merely wish to play a game of chess today. Why are there always so many rushing to their doom? Please wait a moment. I will be right there. With that, Li Rufeng vanished from sight, only to reappear in the sky an instant later. Who are you? Taking a scrutinizing glance at Li Rufeng, who had suddenly materialized before him, Mu Hong inquired coldly. Were you not seeking me? Why then do you ask who I am? Li Rufeng replied calmly. It is you. You are the one who killed my son. In an instant, Mu Hong, his eyes bloodshot, confronted him. To understand clearly before death. At least your life has not been in vain. Li Rufeng murmured. The 8th level of the Quasi-Emperor. Your soul power must be formidable. What? For a fleeting moment, Mu Hong failed to grasp the meaning behind Li Rufeng's words. However, he had no opportunity to comprehend the implication, as, akin to his previous encounter with Mu Jun. Li Rufeng merely raised a hand and clenched it. In an instant, Mu Hong, who was dozens of meters away, exploded. The fiery spectacle of a quasi-emperor at the 8th level was undeniably grander and more resplendent. Is this it? I expected something far stronger. Is this the solitude of invincibility? Collecting Mu Hong's soul, Li Rufeng shook his head and then vanished into the sky. Below, all eyes were raised to the colossal blood mist, mouths agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer impact of the scene. A formidable quasi-emperor had fallen so effortlessly, an almost surreal spectacle that led many ordinary onlookers to fantasize about their own capabilities. Meanwhile, in a nearby high-rise, the atmosphere within the room was eerily silent. Father, did I just see that correctly? Is that it? When did Quasi-Emperor level 8 become so feeble? After a prolonged silence, Yu Weiran spoke, his tone still laced with shock. No, it's not that the Quasi-Emperor level 8 is weak. Rather, he is too powerful. Quick, we must meet such a senior and establish a good rapport. Yu Huaqiang, regaining his composure, abruptly pulled Yu Weiran from the room without a second thought. On the elevated platform, Li Rufeng paid no heed to Yu Ruoshui's astonished expression and naturally placed a piece on the chessboard. It is your turn. He then lifted his gaze, casually reminding Yu Ruoshui. Oh. Coming back to her senses, Yu Ruoshui nodded somewhat dazedly, subsequently placing her piece. Thus, the game between the two finally commenced. With the ability to wield an imperial artifact capable of annihilating a quasi-emperor level 8, who exactly is he? He previously claimed he could defeat me. Could he truly achieve it? Impossible. Setting everything else aside, in terms of chess, I cannot lose to anyone, including him. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Yu Ruoshui cast aside distractions and focused intently. Although Li Rufeng had repeatedly challenged her perceptions, she remained confident that in the realm of chess, he could not surpass her. Just as the two began their serious match, Yu Huaqiang arrived at the elevated platform with Yu Weiran. However, upon witnessing Li Rufeng engaged in a game of chess with Yu Ruoshui, he chose not to intrude, instead patiently waiting nearby. Naturally, Li Rufeng was acutely aware of Yu Huaqiang's arrival, yet he paid little heed to the presence of the other. After all, compared to triumphing in this match, he harbored little interest in other matters. The system deemed winning too facile and rather dull. Could there not be a twist? Perhaps allowing the opponent to believe victory was assured, only to face a dismal defeat in the end. Shortly after the game commenced, Li Ruffeng found himself inquiring of the system. Indeed, at that moment, it was not Li Ruffeng who was truly playing against Yu Ruoshui, but rather the system itself. Previously, Li Ruffeng had asked the system how to secure victory over Yu Ruoshui. Initially, he presumed some form of sacrifice would be required. However, the system promptly assured him that he need only entrust everything to its capable hands. With such a considerate and adept system, Li Ruffeng unhesitatingly delegated the task of the game to it. Until this moment, every move he made on the chessboard was dictated by the system's guidance. With the system's covert assistance, even though Li Ruffeng possessed no knowledge of chess strategy, he felt no trepidation about losing to Yu Ruoshui. Of course, that is not an issue, esteemed host. This minor request poses no challenge for the system. From here on, esteemed host, you need only follow the system's prompts to make your moves. In response to Li Ruffeng's sudden request, the system readily provided an affirmative reply. Ah, splendid. The system is formidable. Such a process of engagement would indeed be far more intriguing. Hearing the system's voice, Li Ruffeng could not help but wear a satisfied smile. Simultaneously, he began to anticipate the expression Yu Ruoshui would display when the time came. And shortly thereafter, under the system's guidance, Li Ruffeng transitioned from a position of equilibrium to one of disadvantage, step by step. Chapter 0. The Divine Hand. The Path of Chess. What is happening? Such a glaring mistake. How could he have repeated it several times? He initially pressed me relentlessly. How could he suddenly seem like a different person? Yu Ruoshui immediately discerned that something was amiss with Li Ruffeng. However, no matter how closely she scrutinized Li Ruffeng's expression, she could not identify anything unusual. His excessive calmness only deepened her confusion. Regardless, as long as victory was within reach, that was all that mattered. After much contemplation, unable to fathom why Li Ruffeng had suddenly become so fallible in his chess, Yu Ruoshui decided to abandon her thoughts. What she did not realize was that the vulnerabilities she perceived were, in fact, traps meticulously laid out to ensnare her. By the time she fully grasped the situation, it would be too late to turn back. Meanwhile, Yu Huaqiang and his companion had been observing the developments on the board. Although their understanding of chess was limited, it was evident that the senior's pieces were ensnared in a dire predicament. Indeed, no one is flawless. With such formidable strength, it would be quite extraordinary if his chess skills were unmatched. Watching Li Ruffeng gradually fall into a disadvantage, Yu Huaqiang pondered quietly. As time passed, the incense stick burned down, and the board was soon filled with pieces. Li Ruffeng's white stones were nearly entirely encircled by Yu Ruoshui's black ones. At this point, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. Who would have thought victory could come so effortlessly? Yet, why did his seemingly carefree demeanor evoke an unsettling premonition within me? If it were anyone else, Yu Ruoshui would have already urged her opponent to concede. But in the face of the enigmatic Li Ruffeng, she felt an inexplicable anxiety. Li Gong, Senior, will you continue to persevere? Given your current predicament, even I cannot envision any opportunity for a comeback. It appears that in the realm of chess, the victory belongs to the younger generation. After a moment, observing that Li Ruffeng showed no intention of conceding, Yu Ruoshui could no longer contain herself. Oh, do you believe I will lose? As the player, one cannot easily determine the outcome until the very last move. You may think I will lose, but I beg to differ. Have you heard of the phrase surviving after being placed in dire straits? Such is the nature of both people and chess. Now, it is time for me to take this seriously. Li Ruffeng spoke softly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he picked up a piece, and, under Yu Ruoshui's watchful gaze, decisively placed it on the board. In that moment, several pieces that had been on the brink of demise inexplicably sprang to life. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Yu Ruoshui was overtaken by a sense of panic for the first time. Her heart was in turmoil. From the moment she first engaged with the intricate art of chess until now, this was the only instance of such disarray. It cannot be true. No, it must be mere coincidence. Yes, though she has managed to revive a few pieces, it still cannot alter the inevitable outcome. Yu Ruoshui, you must remain calm. You will surely emerge victorious. One cannot deny that Yu Ruoshui is indeed a prodigy in the realm of chess. Despite her lack of experience with setbacks, she should not be so easily subdued. Within less than 10 breaths, Yu Ruoshui regained her composure and initiated a counterattack. Alas, even the most brilliant genius cannot contend with an overwhelming opponent. Confronted with Li Ruffeng, no matter how formidable Yu Ruoshui might be, the conclusion had long been predetermined. Time once again flowed slowly, yet beads of sweat began to pour down Yu Ruoshui's brow. Even her hands, which held the pieces, began to tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and self-doubt. This was the first time Yu Ruoshui had encountered such a predicament. Could it be that her senior had truly reached a level in the chess way that was unattainable by anyone else? How frightening that would be. It seems that for the Mu family, if I do not intervene, we are destined to meet our end. Meanwhile, Yu Huaqiang gazed at Li Ruffin, his heart brimming with emotion. You have lost. With a resounding thud, the final piece was placed, and Li Ruffin's pieces sprang to life, effortlessly dismantling all of Yu Ruoxue's defenses. I have lost. Yu Ruoxue stared incredulously at the chessboard before her, her gaze beginning to lose focus. From an initially certain victory to an ultimately insurmountable defeat, she had plummeted from the heights of the heavens to the depths of despair. It would be impossible to claim that she felt no impact from this, at the very least. She began to question whether she was truly suited to continue her journey in the chess way. Ahem, Ruoxue, your senior possesses profound skills. Losing to him is not a disgrace. Moreover, this defeat is not without its merits. In any endeavor, one cannot expect a smooth path. Winning or losing is inconsequential. What truly matters is the lesson learned. Your father believes that with your talent, this experience will propel you further in the chess way. Noticing Yu Ruoxue's disquiet, her father, Yu Huaqiang, hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort. It seemed that his words had a slight effect, for Yu Ruoxue's trembling hands gradually returned to their normal state. Your father speaks wisely. It is merely a game, and the outcome is of little significance to you. Furthermore, losing to a mentor is entirely natural. In this world, no one has yet bested my master. If you were to win, that would indeed be abnormal. Li Ruffin spoke softly. Though it appeared to be consolation, it resonated with an air of arrogance. Regardless, thank you for your guidance, senior. This time, I have also come to understand the truth that beyond every person, there exists another, and beyond every heaven, there are more heavens. Although it seemed that Li Ruffin was intentionally flaunting, Yu Ruoxue did not pay much heed to it. Still calling me senior? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? You lost, yet you must take me as your master. Li Ruffin gazed at Yu Ruoxue and then spoke softly. Disciple Yu Ruoxue, pays respects to master. Yu Ruoxue was not one to be unable to accept defeat. On the contrary, even if Li Ruffin remained silent, she yearned to take him as her mentor. To surpass her in the art of chess was sufficient to earn her reverence. Haha, quite good, quite good. After all this effort, it has finally come to an end, Li Ruffin remarked with a smile upon hearing Yu Ruoxue's words. Congratulations, esteemed host, on receiving your 5th disciple. Yu Ruoxue. Reward, perfect mastery of the way of chess. Reward, 25 years of cultivation. As Yu Ruoxue successfully became his disciple, the voice of the system resonated in Li Ruffin's mind. In the next moment, Li Ruffin instantly grasped the way of chess. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though he had complete dominion over everything in this world, akin to controlling each and every chess piece. Chapter 0. Life is like chess. The fall of the Mu family. The path of chess is undeniably intricate. Were I to comprehend it on my own, it might take me millennia to grasp even the slightest essence. After sensing the profound power of the chess way, Li Ruffin sighed softly within. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, allow me to clarify a few matters. Firstly, I only accept students. I do not teach directly. If you wish to grow stronger, it is entirely up to your own efforts. Secondly, before you, there are 4 senior brothers and sisters. I will take you to meet them shortly. With his thoughts collected, Li Ruffin then addressed Yu Ruoxue. Yes, I understand, master. The first encounter with such a mentor left Yu Ruoxue momentarily at a loss for words. Well, now that everything has been said, let us depart. We have lingered here long enough. As he spoke, Li Ruffin slowly rose to his feet. Are we leaving already? Yu Ruoxue was taken aback, feeling that everything was progressing too swiftly. Indeed, senior, why not visit my Yu family for a while? I can have someone entertain you. Upon hearing that Li Ruffin intended to take Yu Ruoxue away, Yu Huaqiang stepped forward respectfully. And you are? Li Ruffin inquired, eyeing Yu Huaqiang. At this question, the atmosphere grew tense. I forgot to introduce myself. Please do not take offense, senior. I am Yu Huaqiang, the head of the Yu family and Ruoxue's father. This is my son, her elder brother, Yu Weiran. After a brief pause, Yu Huaqiang spoke up. Oh, Ruoxue's father? I see. I shall not visit the Yu family. I am not accustomed to such formalities. Furthermore, Ruoxue will accompany me from now on. As her father, I offer you this compensation, an imperial artifact in the entirety of the Mu family. However, you shall need to send someone to deal with the aftermath. Li Ruffin nodded slightly before continuing. An imperial artifact? The Mu family? Upon hearing Li Ruffin's words, Yu Huaqiang felt a mixture of astonishment and confusion. This imperial artifact will be yours from now on. In regard to the Mu family, you may send someone there after the incense burns out. Li Ruffin tossed the previously mentioned imperial artifact to Yu Huaqiang and, after uttering a few more casual remarks, turned to leave. Ruoxue, why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow. This is your destiny. You must seize it. From now on, you must heed your master's guidance. And if you ever feel homesick, feel free to return. Seeing Yu Ruoxue still standing in place, Yu Huaqiang urged her on. There is no way around it. It is merely an imperial artifact. To suggest that Yu Ruoxue should become a disciple is one thing, but even if she were to be accepted as a pupil, Yu Huaqiang would not hesitate for a moment. Father, are you trying to send me away? She weakly inquired. For merely one imperial artifact. Are you selling me off? Observing Yu Huaqiang's fond caress of the artifact, Yu Ruashui murmured softly. Nonsense. You are my daughter. How could I ever sell you for an imperial artifact? Besides, there is still the Mu family to consider. Now hurry and catch up. Your master is almost out of sight. It would be a pity to miss the opportunity to meet someone of superior skill, Yu Huaqiang urged. Yes, little sister. You must go quickly. Rest assured, the Yu family has me to look after it. You need not worry about home. Father, and I will often think of you. Father, you've been touching it for so long. Let me have a feel as well. This is an imperial artifact, and I've never had the chance to touch one myself, remarked Yu Weiran, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Go on. What is there to touch? What if you break it? Yu Huaqiang promptly refused Weiran's request without a moment's hesitation. Farewell. No, never to meet again. With those words, Yu Ruashui turned away and hastily pursued Li Ruffeng in the distance, her face still bearing a hint of complaint. As her figure gradually faded from sight, Yu Huaqiang and Yu Weiran returned to their usual demeanor, no longer vying for the artifact. Father, how did I perform just now? Not bad. I would give you 8 out of 10. In that case, my little sister will likely resent us both. Let her resent us. It is far better than her being heartbroken. Indeed, Father, you have always favored her the most, and cannot bear to see her unhappy. As if you don't dote on your sister. They both laughed heartily, gazing at Yu Ruashui as she receded into the distance. Meanwhile, Yu Ruashui finally matched Li Ruffeng's pace. What is the matter? Li Ruffeng inquired, casting a curious glance at the slightly irritable Yu Ruashui. It's nothing. Master, I have a question I wish to ask you. She replied, shaking her head. Oh, what is your question? Li Ruffeng responded. In your eyes, what constitutes the way of chess? Yu Ruashui asked. The way of chess? Li Ruffeng pondered for a moment upon hearing her words. The path of chess is profound and boundless. In my view, this world is akin to a vast chessboard, and we are but the pieces upon it. Life is like a game of chess. Those who comprehend the situation thrive. Those who break the stalemate endure, and those who control the game prevail. The chess player must regard the world as a chessboard and all living beings as pawns. Engaging in competition with others is endlessly exhilarating. Battling the earth is equally delightful, and contending with the heavens is no less so. If deities exist, then they too become my pawns. This encapsulates my humble understanding of the way of chess. Each individual possesses a unique interpretation of this path. You may draw inspiration from my insights, yet you must not forsake your own understanding. Ultimately, my approach to chess is mine alone. It is your own path that truly belongs to you. Li Ruffeng spoke softly. Is this the way of the master? It is profoundly intricate. No wonder I have faced defeat. To consider deities as pawns is an idea I, as your disciple, could scarcely conceive of. Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Yu Ruashui felt a profound shock within her heart. In that moment, she realized that, in the realm of chess, she was akin to an ignorant newborn compared to Li Ruffeng. Thank you for your teachings, master. I shall surely engrave your words upon my heart. Once the shock subsided, Yu Ruashui spoke with utmost respect. If previously she had been compelled to acknowledge Li Ruffeng as her master due to her loss, now she recognized him wholeheartedly. Very well. If all is satisfactory, I shall escort you home. I have matters to attend to. Li Ruffeng nodded and stated. Understood, master. I have no further questions at this time. Yu Ruashui replied. Then allow me to guide you to your senior brothers and sisters. With that, Li Ruffeng and Yu Ruashui vanished from sight. Utilizing the disciple positioning function, Li Ruffeng instantly transported himself beside Chui. After exchanging a few brief words, he entrusted Yu Ruashui to her care. Soon thereafter, Li Ruffeng departed from Chuyi's chamber and swiftly ascended to the skies above Tianyuan City. After a moment of contemplation, he headed in a specific direction. Shortly, he arrived at the residence of the Mu family. 3 prospective emperors. This Mu family is formidable, he murmured, and with a swift motion, he obliterated the entire Mu family, leaving them no opportunity to react. Following this, he replenished the power of the human sovereign banner. Once these tasks were completed, Li Ruffeng returned to his abode. Not long after his departure, Yu Huaqiang, accompanied by the formidable members of the Yu family, arrived at the Mu estate. Upon witnessing the devastation, a chill ran down Yu Huaqiang's spine. All right, let's commence our work. Search thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked. He then led his companions to ransack the Mu family completely. Anything of value was seized by the Yu family. Meanwhile, news of the Mu family's annihilation by a mysterious figure spread rapidly, and the Yu family was rumored to have a close connection with this enigmatic powerhouse. Regarding these rumors, Yu Huqiang not only refrained from making any clarifications but instead discreetly dispatched individuals to propagate them extensively. Following this incident, numerous factions that previously held grievances against the Yu family began to visit and extend their goodwill. Moreover, those factions harboring ambitions against the Yu family, intimidated by the presence of this enigmatic powerhouse, were ultimately deterred from their intentions. Although Yu Huqiang has never openly confirmed whether this mysterious figure is affiliated with the Yu family, no one dares to wager that there is no connection. It must be said that Yu Huqiang excels at leveraging an aura of mystery to instill trepidation in others. Naturally, this entire scenario is predicated on Li Rufeng's tacit approval of Yu Huqiang's approach. Otherwise, should he be so exploited, Li Rufeng would undoubtedly summon him to take a seat in the Hall of the Emperor. Chapter 0. The Coffin-Bearing Youth, radiant with golden light. Time flies swiftly. And before long, the day of the Tianyuan Grand Competition has arrived. On this day, Tianyuan City is more bustling than ever. Master, we shall take our leave. Su Yang addressed Li Rufeng from within the room. Li Rufeng nodded casually, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang and his 4 companions departed their lodgings, heading towards the venue of the competition. Li Rufeng, however, showed no inclination to accompany them, seemingly indifferent to the allure of the event. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in the mountains and forests, a young man clad in black appeared. He emanated an eerie aura, and more unsettling was the coffin he bore upon his back. I can feel it, the coffin-bearing youth murmured to himself, his tone tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He then continued deeper into the forest. After traversing the woods for approximately the duration of a single incense stick, a tumultuous disturbance resonated from the depths of the forest. Soon after, a blinding golden light shot skyward, accompanied by tendrils of black mist. This commotion persisted for nearly half an incense's duration, swiftly capturing the attention of nearby cultivators, including those in Tianyuan City, over 100 miles away. Did you see that? A magnificent golden light has erupted in that direction. This must herald the emergence of a rare treasure. With the appearance of a rare treasure, fortune favors the worthy. Opportunity, here I come. In no time, this spectacle attracted an ever-increasing throng of individuals, the majority of whom believed that the earlier golden light signified the arrival of a coveted artifact. Elsewhere, atop a rooftop, Li Rufeng stood observing. The golden light shone brilliantly, encircled by swirling black mist, which intriguingly intertwined with threads of reincarnation energy. How intriguing! I must investigate further. In the next instant, Li Rufeng vanished from the rooftop. Deep within the forest, the coffin-bearing youth gazed vacantly at the barrier before him. How can there be a barrier? Could I have misremembered? Losing fragments of memory is not uncommon. However, my current power is insufficient to breach this barrier. What should I do now? The coffin-bearing youth lowered his head in contemplation, momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. Just as he pondered how to enter the barrier, several figures approached from a distance, drawing nearer to the heart of the forest. Before long, they arrived at the site of the barrier. How is it that there are others quicker than us? And one who carries a coffin? Yet he is but a solitary figure. We are many, and there is no need for fear. Soon, among the group, a man in gray noticed the existence of the coffin-bearing youth. Upon noticing that there was only one individual present, the man in gray did not pay it much mind. The arrival of these people had not gone unnoticed by the youth bearing the coffin. However, his singular focus was on how to breach the barrier, rendering the presence of these individuals inconsequential to him. Shortly thereafter, waves of people converged from all directions towards the barrier, among them many influential figures from Tianyuan City, including members of the Yu family. Yet, this time, only Yu Weiran and a few elders from the Yu family had come. Yu Huaqiang had to remain in charge of the Yu family, thus sending his son to assess the situation. Many formidable beings were among the crowd, and with their assistance, it should be feasible to successfully dismantle this barrier. Meanwhile, the youth bearing the coffin contemplated the gathered assembly. Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed the commotion that emanated from this barrier. To seize the opportunities within, we must first breach it. However, I trust you have all investigated this barrier. It is evident that one alone cannot accomplish this task. Let us join forces to dismantle this barrier. As for the treasures within, may the most capable prevail thereafter. What say you? Before long, an elderly man stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Agreed, I have no objections. Count me in within moments. The elder's proposal garnered a series of affirmations. Excellent, let us commence. The elder spoke with satisfaction upon witnessing the consensus. Subsequently, one by one, the individuals approached the barrier, unleashing their respective assaults. With each successive strike, cracks began to manifest upon the surface of the barrier. Boom. Ultimately, after a sustained effort lasting the length of an incense stick, the barrier was successfully shattered. Haha, esteemed friends, I shall enter first. At the very instant the barrier yielded, someone surged forward into the breach. Not good, we must hurry in as well. If we delay, the treasures may be claimed by others. Following the lead of the first individual, the remaining crowd surged toward the breach in a fervent rush. Young master, shall we not enter? A Yu family elder, who had been observing from a distance, quietly inquired of Yu Weiran. Patience, if there are indeed treasures within, they would not be so easily acquired. These individuals have become intoxicated by the allure of the so-called treasures, unaware that the greater the treasure, the greater the peril it harbors. Let them pave the way for us. We shall enter later. Yu Weiran replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Aside from Yu Weiran, many others also adopted a cautious stance, refraining from entering the barrier immediately. They valued their lives far more than the allure of treasures. These individuals exude calmness, a quality essential for survival in this world. It is still early. I shall wait a while longer. The young man beside the coffin cast a glance over the remaining throng of dozens, contemplating quietly. At that moment, a figure leisurely approached the barrier from a distance. Gradually, the indistinct silhouette became clearer, revealing none other than Ruff. That is him. The senior has also arrived. Come, you few, follow me. Upon recognizing Ruff at first glance, Yueron's heart surged with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he hastened towards Ruff, accompanied by the elders beside him. The younger generation pays respects to the esteemed senior. I did not expect the commotion here would prompt your esteemed presence. Upon reaching Ruff's side, Yueron immediately cupped his hands in reverence. It is you. Has the Yu clan sent only you? Ruff inquired, casting a glance at Yueron before asking nonchalantly. Indeed, esteemed senior. I have come merely to assess the situation. Originally, I intended to venture inside to see if fortune might favor me, but since you have arrived, there seems little need for me to proceed further. Yueron replied candidly. He understood that any treasures within the barrier today would undoubtedly belong to Ruff, given the latter's prowess, which Yueron had witnessed firsthand. Oh, there is no need for concern. However, you may try your luck at the periphery. Of course, if you are unafraid of peril, you may delve deeper. Considering his acquaintance with Yuruashue, Ruff offered a few words of caution. Whether or not the other party heeded them was no longer Ruff's concern. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I shall keep your words in mind. Yueron, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the implications of Ruff's advice. Very well. In that case, you may proceed inside. Should you encounter anything unusual, remember to flee directly. Ruff nodded, then spoke. Understood, I shall enter now. With that, Yueron led several elders into the barrier. From that point on, Yueron adhered closely to Ruff's admonitions, confining his search for resources to the outer regions of the barrier. This prudence ultimately preserved his life amid the ensuing unforeseen calamity, while those who succumbed to the allure of treasures and ventured deeper into the barrier met with their demise. Chapter 0. The Emperor of Reincarnation, the Hall of Reincarnation Ding. A person of great fortune has been detected. Would you like to view their information? Yes. Name, Zhu Jusi. Realm, 9th level of Divine Transformation. Fortune value, 29.99. Information, the reincarnation of the Emperor of Reincarnation, possessing extraordinary talent, creator of the Reincarnation Emperor scripture, having undergone 9 cycles of rebirth, solely to embark upon a most extraordinary path to immortality. This incarnation marks his 9th and final life. The 9th life of the Emperor of Reincarnation? The path to immortality? I never expected that by merely seeking some excitement, I would encounter such a fateful individual. The Emperor of Reincarnation, the path of reincarnation, what a remarkable disciple he would make. As Ruff gazed at the information panel, his eyes fell upon the young man with the coffin on his back, and he pondered thoughtfully. Just then, the young man, Zhu Jusi, unexpectedly rose and walked toward the barrier. Ah, it seems this extraordinary phenomenon is indeed connected to him. If that is the case, I shall follow him and see for myself. Perhaps I might have the opportunity to take him as my disciple. Watching Zhu Jusi vanish into the barrier, a faint smile graced Ruff's lips as he too disappeared from sight, entering the barrier. Within the barrier, following Zhu Jusi's silhouette, Ruff ultimately arrived before a grand palace. Aside from himself, most of those who had entered the barrier previously had also gathered at this palace. This palace undoubtedly harbors immense treasures, yet after searching for some time, they could not find the entrance. They had already tried brute force, but it seemed utterly ineffective against the palace. Must we simply stand by and watch the treasures before us, powerless to act? Nearby, those who had arrived at the palace earlier began to voice their grievances. Knowing full well that the palace must contain valuable items, yet feeling utterly helpless, was indeed a tormenting experience. Just as despair began to grip them, Zhu Jusi slowly approached the palace. Look, that lad is actually moving closer to the palace. As if carrying a coffin wasn't enough, does he think he can open the palace? None of us have succeeded. This boy is only wasting his efforts. Why do you care so much? If someone is willing to exert themselves in vain, let him be. What if he actually manages to open the palace? How could that be possible? A mere divine transformation realm cultivator? If he opens the palace, I will call him father. Before long, more and more people took notice of Zhu Jusi's movements, and they began to ridicule him. Unfazed by the crowd's skepticism, Zhu Jusi continued to approach the palace, as if he had not heard their taunts. In no time, he halted just a meter away from the palace. Hall of Reincarnation, I have returned, Zhu Jusi murmured, gazing up at the towering palace before him. The next moment, as if responding to Zhu Jusi's call, the Hall of Reincarnation suddenly erupted in radiant golden light. The sudden turn of events immediately captured the attention of those nearby. Look, the palace is reacting, exclaimed one astonished onlooker. Could it be that this fellow has truly discovered a way to unlock the palace? Just moments ago, someone had boisterously declared their intention to call for their father. Are you still here? At this moment, a palpable excitement began to swell among the crowd. For them, the identity of the one who could unlock the palace mattered little. What truly mattered was the act itself. Meanwhile, within the dazzling confines of the reincarnation hall, a grand entrance materialized before Zhu Juicy. Without hesitation, Zhu Juicy stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, the entrance began to fade away. This is bad. The entrance is vanishing. Quick! Those quick on their feet rushed towards the opening, desperate to gain entry into the reincarnation hall. Damn it, that brat intends to keep it all for himself. We must enter as well. Soon, an increasing number of individuals surged towards the entrance. However, just as they were nearing the portal, the reincarnation hall unleashed beams of golden light, targeting those who approached. Boom. Ah, no. The sound of destruction echoed as those near the reincarnation hall were obliterated into mere fragments, lacking any means of defense. Do not approach. The palace actively attacks those who draw near, shouted a vigilant individual from a distance. With this warning, the remaining onlookers dared not act rashly. What could this mean? Why had the earlier individual not only avoided attack, but also entered the palace unscathed? The answers remained elusive, only to be revealed once he emerged. After all, he would eventually return, and they could compel him to relinquish whatever treasures he had acquired. Indeed, that is the plan. They agreed, laughter echoing among them. Observing the avaricious expressions of the crowd, Ruff shook his head slightly. Desire, at times, can be a perilous affliction. Never mind, this is not my concern. After murmuring a few words, he set off towards the location where Zhu Juicy had vanished. Hey, you fool, are you seeking your own demise? You cannot approach there. A plain-looking man clad in gray-blue garments shouted a warning as Ruff advanced towards the reincarnation hall. Hearing the voice, Ruff paused, casting a curious glance at the man who had spoken. Thank you for your warning. However, such attacks are of no consequence to me. By the way, in light of your kind caution, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Abandon any thoughts of the treasures within the palace. Depart from this place now, and you may yet survive. Having spoken, Ruff ceased to pay heed to the man and continued toward the hall of reincarnation. Never mind. That attack is something even I cannot withstand. I have already given my warning. If you seek your own demise, it is not my concern, remarked the man clad in grayish-blue attire, shaking his head. I say, Howren, individuals like him are often those who are full of themselves. Why bother with him? In any case, if he perishes, we will have one less competitor for the treasures, another voice chimed in. Indeed, I would welcome more individuals like him. When the time comes, all the treasures shall belong to me. How delightful. They laughed heartily. Enough. Mind your own business. My affairs require no input from you. Do not assume everyone is like you, Howren retorted coldly, then turned his attention away from the others, focusing instead on Ruff. Were it not for your superior strength, you would have perished long ago. Once we acquire the treasures, I shall be the first to end your life. The laughter from earlier faded, replaced by an icy silence in the hearts of those who had mocked him. Meanwhile, Ruff had entered the attack range of the Hall of Reincarnation. In an instant, the hall reacted, unleashing several beams of golden light directed at Ruff. Yet, unfazed by these assaults, he continued his approach toward the hall with utmost composure. Bang! Bang! As the attacks collided with Ruff, a cloud of smoke erupted. Alas! What a pity! He is likely to be reduced to nothing, Howren mused from a distance, observing how Ruff was engulfed by the onslaught. How laughable! I have encountered many with poor judgment, but never one who willingly walks to their own demise. However, before their laughter could fully dissipate, their expressions suddenly froze, disbelief washing over their faces. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Ruff standing unharmed, resolute in his position. Chapter 0. The Dread Sovereign Artifact, the Eighth Body. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he remain unscathed amidst such a barrage of attacks? At this moment, those who once scoffed began to doubt their own perceptions. A mere sovereign artifact dares to act so audaciously? If you don't steady yourself, I shall obliterate you. At this juncture, Ruff suddenly lifted his head and spoke to the reincarnation emperor with a calm demeanor. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly with all present. Has this man lost his senses? Threatening a palace? No, what did he just say? Sovereign artifact? Goodness. This palace is actually a sovereign artifact. If I were to obtain it, wouldn't I be able to stride through the city with ease? I must possess this palace. In comparison to Ruff, the allure of a sovereign artifact is exponentially greater. Soon, the majority of those present were utterly enraptured by the sovereign artifact before them. Have these individuals gone mad? Have they not realized that since the youth spoke, the palace has ceased its assault upon him? An entity capable of intimidating a sovereign artifact should warrant their utmost attention. Meanwhile, Howren glanced at those who had become entranced by the reincarnation palace, inwardly scoffing. How perceptive of you. In light of this, it is time to deal with some bothersome ants. With a glance at the now stabilized reincarnation palace, Li Ruffing spoke with a tranquil tone. The next moment, he turned to face the individuals not far away. Why has he turned around? Is he preparing to forego his approach to the palace? Oh, I see. The previous lull in the attacks must have depleted his trump card. Without it, he naturally would not dare to advance further. I had thought he was formidable. Is this all he can muster? Ha ha ha, how amusing. As Li Ruffing turned away, those who had previously mocked him resumed their derision. Yet, their laughter was abruptly silenced. Without uttering a word, making no movement, and without the slightest hesitation, Li Ruffing dealt with them. All, save for Hao Ren, were instantaneously transformed into brilliant fireworks, dazzling in their display. Observing this scene, Hao Ren's legs trembled uncontrollably, and even his breath hitched. Let us depart. This place is not meant for you. You need not thank me. You have saved yourself. With that, Li Ruffing turned and walked towards the reincarnation palace. Before long, he arrived at the spot where Zhu Jusi had vanished. Do I need to remind you? Or shall I personally open the entrance? Coming to a halt, Li Ruffing spoke nonchalantly. In the next instant, an entrance materialized before him out of thin air. Without dwelling on it further, Li Ruffing stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Not far away, it was only after Li Ruffing had disappeared that Hao Ren slowly regained his senses. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Fortunately, I refrained from mocking that elder earlier, otherwise. Right, the elder urged me to leave quickly. Since it was the elder's advice, I must depart post-haste. No treasure is worth more than one's life. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation. If I can attain strength akin to that of the elder in the future, I shall have no need for these external possessions. Gazing at the still open entrance of the Hall of Reincarnation, Hao Ren found his interest in entering had waned. Under the influence of Li Ruffing's formidable power, he had fundamentally changed. Rather than coveting powerful treasures, he had come to value the enhancement of his own strength far more. Having realized this, Hao Ren unhesitatingly turned and flew towards the boundary outside. Unbeknownst to Li Ruffing, his seemingly casual action had inadvertently birthed a future powerhouse who would revere only the strength of oneself. Within the Hall of Reincarnation, at this moment, Zhu Jusi had arrived at the innermost sanctum of the hall. Here, a figure lay upon a high platform. As Zhu Jusi drew nearer, the protective light surrounding that figure dissipated. Upon reaching the side of the reclining form, the visage of the figure became apparent. Should anyone have been present at that moment, they would have been overwhelmed with panic. For the person lying there bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Jusi himself. After glancing at the individual on the platform, Zhu Jusi set down the coffin he had been carrying. The coffin was then slowly opened, revealing its contents. In the next moment, 7 figures suddenly soared out from within the coffin, then suspended themselves in the air, aligning in a row. To one's astonishment, these 7 individuals looked strikingly similar to Zhu Jusi. The bodies of the 8 lifetimes have finally gathered. It is time to proceed to the next step. Gazing at the forms hovering in the air, Zhu Jusi murmured to himself. With that, he prepared to sit down and commence his subsequent plan. However, at that moment, footsteps unexpectedly echoed from a distance. The sudden noise startled Zhu Jusi, prompting him to swiftly turn towards the entrance. Someone has managed to enter, he thought, his expression cautious and incredulous. After a few breaths, the footsteps grew nearer, until a figure emerged within Zhu Jusi's line of sight. The newcomer was none other than Li Ruffing, who had just entered the Hall of Reincarnation. It seems I have arrived just in time. Glancing up at Zhu Jusi, who was fixated on him, and then surveying the bodies behind Zhu Jusi, Li Ruffing spoke softly. Who are you? How did you get in here? Upon Li Ruffing's appearance, Zhu Jusi, filled with confusion, inquired, I am Li Ruffing. As for how I entered this place, I merely walked in, Li Ruffing replied with a faint smile. Continuing towards Zhu Jusi, walked in? Impossible. Without my permission, no one can enter the Hall of Reincarnation, not even the Emperor. Zhu Jusi clearly did not believe Li Ruffing's response. He chuckled. If the Emperor cannot, then someone more formidable surely can. These bodies, are they all yours? Coming to a halt before Zhu Jusi, Li Ruffing casually inquired. It is of no concern to you. I advise you to depart from here immediately, or else do not blame me for taking action against you. Noticing Li Ruffing's interest in his previous incarnations, Zhu Jusi's tone grew notably colder. Haha, do not be anxious. My curiosity merely compels me to ask. Let me guess, these must be the bodies from your past lives. Do you intend to absorb them all? The notion of uniting 9 lives is audacious and intriguing. Please, continue. I am merely an observer. In truth, I too am curious about the extent of your power should you achieve this unity. A faint smile graced Li Ruffing's lips as he spoke slowly. You, how do you know? Zhu Jusi was profoundly astonished. He had never shared such information with anyone. However, this was no longer significant. The fact that Li Ruffing could articulate his plan almost verbatim instilled in Zhu Jusi an even greater sense of trepidation. Because I wish to know, I am able to discern. Not only do I possess this knowledge, but I also understand that you are the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor. It must be said, your ability to traverse the path of reincarnation alone is commendable, a testament to your unparalleled strength. Am I correct, Zhu Jusi? Li Ruffeng smiled gently. Indeed. Who on earth are you? Are you from the same era as I? How is that possible? I have endured 9 cycles of reincarnation to exist until now. How have you achieved this? In that moment, Zhu Jusi was not only shocked, but also began to feel a sense of panic. The other party possessed so much information about him, yet he could not discern even the slightest detail about Li Ruffeng. Chapter 0. The Unity of 9 Lives and Crossing the Ascension Tribulation. You need not speculate. I am certainly not from your era. In fact, this is the first time I have encountered you, Li Ruffeng remarked with a calm demeanor. Then, what brings you here to speak so extensively? I refuse to be naive enough to believe that you have come merely for a chat, Zhu Jusi replied. Haha. Indeed, my presence here serves a purpose, Li Ruffeng chuckled. A purpose? What purpose might that be? Zhu Jusi inquired further. It is quite simple. I wish to take you as my disciple, Li Ruffeng responded. Take me as your disciple? Are you certain? You are well aware of my identity. What kind of person do you believe is worthy of being my master? Moreover, do I even need a master? Zhu Jusi replied, a hint of weakness in his voice. After all, he is the reincarnation of the Cycle Emperor. He hardly requires a mentor. Even if he were to seek one, it should be someone more formidable than himself. At least in this realm, Zhu Jusi felt that no one possessed such qualifications. Do you believe I lack the qualifications to accept you as my disciple? Observing Zhu Jusi's reaction, Li Ruffeng understood his thoughts. Certainly, although I am unsure of how you arrived here, in the Tianyuan continent, no matter how powerful you are, you remain at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. While I currently reside only at the divine transformation stage, once I merge with the bodies of my other 8 lives, my realm will be restored to its peak. Furthermore, my cultivation will surpass the limitations of the Tianyuan continent, allowing me to ascend to the immortal realm. Now, do you still believe you are qualified to take me as your disciple? Zhu Jusi spoke slowly. Oh, since that is the case, let us make a wager. Once you have merged with these bodies, we shall engage in a duel. If I prevail, you shall take me as your master, Li Ruffeng stated calmly. And if I win? Zhu Jusi countered. You shall not win. Begin merging your bodies. I shall assist you in safeguarding your progress. You need not worry that I will act against you, for if I intended to kill you, you would not have survived to this moment. Li Ruffeng concluded with a faint smile. Upon hearing such arrogant words from Li Ruffeng, Zhu Jusi furrowed his brow, thoughts swirling within his mind. Very well. I hope your strength does not disappoint me when the time comes. Unable to decipher Li Ruffeng's true intentions, Zhu Jusi reluctantly agreed to his proposal. Without further concern for Li Ruffeng, Zhu Jusi settled into a meditative position and began merging with the bodies of his 8 lives. Li Ruffeng, having lost interest after observing for a brief time, wandered casually around the hall of reincarnation. The first life, the second life, the third life. Time passed gradually, and Zhu Jusi's pace in merging with the bodies quickened. Simultaneously, his realm ascended rapidly. In less than the span of an incense stick, he soared from the 9th level of divine transformation to the 9th level of the sage realm. Even the most extraordinary individuals in this world could not possibly transcend 4 grand realms in such a brief span of time. It must be acknowledged that Zhu Jusi is indeed a prodigy. Not only has he lived through 9 lifetimes, but he has also managed to restore his realm to its pinnacle within a remarkably short period, all without experiencing any adverse effects. Nearly half an hour passed, and Zhu Jusi was finally on the verge of merging with the last body. At this moment, his realm had already ascended to the zenith of the Emperor's 9th level. Although there was no change in his realm, Zhu Jusi's aura steadily intensified. Meanwhile, in the outer world, the previously clear sky began to shift dramatically. Large black clouds suddenly materialized in the once pristine expanse. As time progressed, these ominous clouds amassed above the reincarnation hall. This abrupt transformation did not go unnoticed by those who had entered the barrier. What is this? Black clouds? What is happening? Just moments ago, the sky was clear. How could it turn so dark so quickly? This is not good. Could this be the anomaly the elder spoke of? Elders, we must leave this place at once. Reacting swiftly, Yu Weiran was determined to lead the elders out of the barrier without hesitation. Young master, there are still many spiritual herbs here. Shall we simply abandon them? One elder, gazing longingly at the abundant herbs surrounding them, expressed his reluctance. Spiritual herbs can be sought again, but there is only one life. After searching for so long, we have gathered enough. We must leave quickly, lest we find ourselves unable to escape, Yu Weiran explained firmly. Turning without further ado and soaring back in the direction they had come. Behind him, several elders cast one last wistful glance at the myriad of spiritual herbs before ultimately pursuing Yu Weiran. At the reincarnation hall, after considerable effort, Zhu Jusi successfully refined the last body. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, rousing Li Ruffeng, who had been resting nearby. Oh, has it finally come to fruition? After waiting so long, I even fell asleep, Li Ruffeng murmured, rising slowly and observing Zhu Jusi from a distance. I am ready. Shall we engage in battle? With Zhu Jusi's awakening, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to Li Ruffeng, speaking. There's no rush. You are not yet at your strongest. You should first venture out to face your tribulation. After you have transcended it, we shall fight. After all, I desire your defeat to be one that you accept wholeheartedly. Li Ruffeng responded. Face a tribulation? This is a tribulation of ascension. Once I have transcended it, we may not have the opportunity to duel. Zhu Jusi shook his head. Haha, do you not realize that in this realm, ascension is impossible? At least, aside from myself, no one can ascend, Li Ruffeng remarked. I am well aware. However, I am forcibly ascending, and this realm shall not retain me. Zhu Jusi replied calmly. No, you are mistaken, Li Ruffeng suddenly said with a smile, shaking his head. I am mistaken? What do you mean? Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Zhu Jusi was immediately filled with confusion. Do you think it is this realm that prevents your ascension? It is the higher realm that does not wish for the denizens of this world to ascend. I can assure you that even if you successfully navigate the tribulation, you shall not reach the higher realm. Enough said, you will not believe me. So why not attempt it yourself? Should you indeed manage to ascend smoothly, I shall simply intervene and halt you. Rest assured, until you have taken on a master, there is no escape for you. Li Ruffeng spoke with a tone of serene indifference. Observing Li Ruffeng's calm demeanor, Zhu Jusi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, I shall go and test this. With that, Zhu Jusi's figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, a silhouette appeared above the Hall of Reincarnation. Chapter 0. The Gate of Ascension. The inhabitants of the upper realm. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Dark clouds swirling as flashes of lightning crackled incessantly. Just after Zhu Jusi departed from the Hall of Reincarnation, Li Ruffeng emerged outside. Gazing at Zhu Jusi high above, Li Ruffeng appeared as an indifferent spectator. Such a trifling tribulation, behold as I vanquish it. With a thunderous roar, Zhu Jusi surged towards the billowing black clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Boom. The moment he did so, as if sensing Zhu Jusi's defiance, thousands of bolts of lightning descended, aiming directly at him. Even Li Ruffeng was struck by the spectacle of the scene. The Hall of Reincarnation. The Reincarnation Entombment. Confronted with the onslaught of myriad lightning strikes, Zhu Jusi summoned the Hall of Reincarnation from the ground, commanding it to charge towards the violent storm. Bang! The collision of their forces erupted into a cacophony that resonated through the heavens. Even beyond the barrier, the thunderous sounds could be heard. My heavens, who is undergoing tribulation? Such a commotion was unprecedented in my experience. I am fortunate to have heeded the advice of my elders. Had I ventured deeper into the barrier, even the residual shockwaves might have claimed my life. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here. We should retreat to a safer distance. Observing the black clouds enveloping the sky not far off and hearing the violent roars emanating from within, Yueran hastily fled towards the forest's edge. In this moment, he felt immense gratitude that Li Ruffeng had also come here today. Without Li Ruffeng's warning, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Deep within the barrier, Zhu Jusi, relying on his formidable strength, successfully neutralized the relentless assaults of the tribulation lightning. After approximately the duration of a single incense stick, the intensity of the tribulation began to wane, the layers of dark clouds gradually dissipating. This signified that Zhu Jusi had successfully navigated the ascension tribulation. In times long past, several hundred millennia ago, Zhu Jusi would have been able to pass through the gate of ascension and ascend to the upper realm. Yet now, even after overcoming the tribulation, he found himself barred from entry into the upper realm. Soon, the lightning receded, the dark clouds vanished, and the sky once again revealed a scene of boundless clarity. Moments later, a sudden spatial fluctuation manifested in the sky. Under the watchful gaze of Zhu Jusi and Li Ruffeng, a colossal gate of ascension slowly materialized from the void. It is the gate of ascension. However, something felt amiss. Upon witnessing the emergence of the gate, Zhu Jusi's heart was filled more with doubt than excitement. At this juncture, the gate of ascension should have been wide open. Yet, the current state of the gate was not only tightly sealed but also ensnared by several chains exuding a sinister black aura. Moreover, a massive black emblem appeared on the gate, reminiscent of a seal or curse. This must be the handiwork of the inhabitants of the upper realm. The ascension gate is sealed, preventing the inhabitants of the Tianyuan continent from ascending smoothly. System, with my current capabilities, can I break the seal on that ascension gate? Gazing upward at the ascension gate in the sky, Li Ruffeng inquired within his mind. Ding! The system underestimates itself and the host. As long as the esteemed host wishes, even the Tianyuan continent could be obliterated. A mere seal, once the host lifts the restrictions on their cultivation, would be as simple as a breath. This cannot be done, at least for now. I have no intention of destroying the Tianyuan continent. With a millennium of cultivation, if I were to lift the restrictions, the Tianyuan continent would scarcely endure a breath. Li Ruffeng replied internally. This is easily resolved, primarily. If the heavenly Tao of this realm cooperates, the esteemed host can temporarily lift the cultivation restrictions. Oh, it can be done this way? How can I gain the cooperation of the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent? The main issue is that I do not know its whereabouts. The esteemed host may be unaware, but the system knows. In truth, meeting the heavenly Tao is quite simple. The esteemed host merely needs to ascend to a height of 10,000 miles and call out to the heavenly Tao. At that moment, the heavenly Tao will willingly present itself to the esteemed host. Is it truly that simple? Very well. I shall attempt to make contact with the heavenly Tao of this realm shortly. I will inquire about matters concerning the Tianyuan continent. Realizing how effortlessly one could encounter the heavenly Tao, Ruff began to ponder. Meanwhile, high above, Zhu Jusi did not abandon hope upon seeing the tightly sealed ascension gate. 9 lifetimes of scheming, all aimed at breaking through to that ethereal realm. No matter who it may be, one cannot easily concede defeat at this juncture. I refuse to believe that I cannot break this mere seal. Reincarnation power, flowers buried on the other shore. Zhu Jusi unleashed his most formidable strike upon the ascension gate, vowing to shatter the seal that bound it. Bang! The moment his attack made contact with the ascension gate, a resounding noise erupted. When the tumult subsided, the ascension gate remained firmly shut, the seals and chains showing no signs of breaking. To think it had no effect whatsoever. I have waited 9 lifetimes, only to be halted at the final step. I will not accept this. If that is the case, I shall try this technique. Even if I cannot ascend today, I will break this seal. Gazing at the unscathed seal, Zhu Jusi felt a deep sense of frustration. At that moment, he completely lost patience. His aura surged violently, indicating a potential breakthrough beyond the confines of the Tianyuan continent. This individual is even burning his essence. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just because he cannot ascend? Observing the sudden transformation of Zhu Jusi in the sky, Ruff felt somewhat speechless. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to intervene. I cannot bear to witness the complete ruin of my future disciple. After a moment of silence, Ruff shook his head and prepared to intervene to halt Zhu Jusi's reckless actions. To his astonishment, even after all these years, such a formidable ant still emerged from the lower realms. Just as Ruff was ready to act, a mocking voice suddenly resonated from behind the ascension gate. This commotion quickly captured the attention of both Zhu Jusi and Ruff. The unexpected sound prompted Zhu Jusi to cease his consumption of his own essence. Who are you? Do you dare to speak yet remain hidden? Zhu Jusi inquired, gazing towards the source of the voice. Huh, an insignificant ant dares to address me so? In the next moment, a figure gradually materialized before the ascension gate. Moments later, a man clad in black appeared within Zhu Jusi's line of sight. Is this an inhabitant of the upper realms? However, this figure seems to be merely a projection. The power of a peak emperor is rather ordinary. What a pity. It would have been splendid if the true form had arrived. The soul of an upper realm being would surely delight the emperor of humanity. Observing the sudden appearance of the man in black, Ruff remained composed, lost in thought. Chapter 0. The Hand That Destroys Immortals. The 6th disciple. Are you from the immortal realm? Did you seal the ascension gate? Zhu Jusi's expression turned grave as he gazed at the man in black across from him. Indeed, you little ant are not entirely foolish. I must admit, I underestimated the lower realms insects. Logically, you should not have been able to survive the ascension tribulation. For this world no longer possesses the conditions for an emperor to transcend further. However, since you have managed to break this limitation, I present you with an opportunity. Acknowledge me as your master and become my slave, and I shall spare your life today. Consider yourself fortunate, for normally, any who ascend must be eradicated. If it were not for your commendable talent, you would have perished the moment I appeared. The man in black spoke with an air of superiority. To ask me to acknowledge you as my master? You must still be dreaming. A mere avatar dares to speak so brazenly. Today, I, the Emperor of Reincarnation, shall be the first to slay an immortal. Reincarnation technique. 6 paths of reincarnation. In the face of such humiliation, Zhu Jusi could no longer endure. He was ready to fight back at the slightest provocation. The power of reincarnation. No wonder you could survive the ascension tribulation. Yet, since you are of no use to me, you shall be annihilated. Immortal technique. 1 sword to obliterate. As Zhu Jusi launched his attack, the man in black remained unfazed, a hint of disdain in his tone. In a fair fight, I would certainly not be your match. Alas, beneath the immortal realm, all are but insects. Die. Though the avatar of the man in black possessed only the pinnacle strength of an emperor, his techniques far surpassed what any emperor could withstand. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jusi's attack was completely obliterated. Following this, a terrifying, despair-inducing sword aura surged towards Zhu Jusi. Damn it, is this what immortal techniques are like? In the same realm, I could slaughter you like a mere dog. If I am destined to die, then you will not fare well either. Reincarnation technique. Burn with my essence blood. Even in the face of an insurmountable assault, Zhu Jusi retained his fighting spirit, prepared to sacrifice everything for one final strike against the man in black. A mere insect shaking a tree, overestimating your capabilities. Remember this in your next life. Beneath the immortal realm, all are insects. As Zhu Jusi prepared for a desperate struggle, the man in black revealed a mocking smile. Oh, then remember this too. In the immortal realm, you are also but an insect. At that moment, a playful voice suddenly echoed from behind the man in black. Huh, when did this happen? I didn't even notice. The man in black instantly turned to flee, his heart filled with shock. He could not fathom how someone from the lower realm could evade his perception and approach him. After retreating several dozen meters, the man in black swiftly turned to face his previous position. Who are you? You managed to approach me silently. This realm is becoming increasingly intriguing. Observing the figure opposite him, the man clad in black spoke nonchalantly. Huh, a mere immortal from the mortal realm, previously so audacious in your claims. I surmise you have been dispatched to guard the Ascension Gate. A gatekeeper with insufficient strength, yet a lofty demeanor. Remember my name, I am Ruff. Today, I shall obliterate your avatar, and when we meet again, it will be to claim your life. Ruff spoke, his tone measured. Presumptuous, merely a peak emperor. I am eager to witness how you intend to annihilate me. Bang! Before the man in black could finish, he was abruptly torn apart, followed by a resounding explosion. How tiresome, now it is considerably quieter. Lowering his right hand, Ruff remarked with an air of tranquility. How is this possible? I could scarcely withstand a single strike from that individual, yet he has effortlessly vanquished him? Why is there such a vast disparity despite both being emperors? Not far away, Zhu Jusi, whose essence was burning halfway, gazed in shock at the scene of Ruff dispatching the man in black, his mind utterly stunned. On the other side, after eliminating the man in black, Ruff flew towards Zhu Jusi. Soon, he arrived beside him. Next time, refrain from burning your essence so recklessly. After all, you are a reincarnated great emperor. Could you not maintain your composure? If you cannot defeat him, why not retreat? You only cannot defeat him now. It does not mean you will never be able to in the future. Preserve your life first, and seek revenge later. Do you believe you are the protagonist? The one who slays immortals? There is much you still need to learn. Looking at Zhu Jusi, Ruff spoke slowly, unfazed by Zhu Jusi's awkward expression. I understand. After a long pause, Zhu Jusi, who wished to retort, could only utter this one phrase. Good, as long as you comprehend. Remember, it is not merely high talent that makes one the protagonist. The true protagonist is the one who survives until the end. Enough of this. The troubles have been resolved. Shall we proceed with our matters? Ruff stated calmly. Our matters? What matters? Upon hearing Ruff's words, Zhu Jusi appeared momentarily bewildered. Have you forgotten our prior agreement? We shall engage in battle. If I win, you will become my disciple. You wouldn't wish to go back on your word, would you? As he spoke, Ruff raised his right hand, shaking his fist, which resembled a large sandbag. You certainly are not giving me the chance to back out. Observing Ruff's demeanor, Zhu Jusi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could a dignified reincarnated great emperor be reduced to a position of coercion? Ahem. Well, there is no need to fight. I concede. Without further hesitation, Zhu Jusi promptly declared. In a realm where even the extraordinary can be vanquished, one would have to be quite deranged to engage in combat with you. Zhu Jusi mused inwardly. Ah, how splendid. I was rather concerned about misjudging the intensity and inadvertently rendering you incapacitated. Now that you have graciously conceded, might you not fulfill the requisite formalities? Ruff subtly motioned. Disciple Zhu Jusi, I humbly pay my respects to my esteemed master. Upon realization, Zhu Jusi promptly clasped his hands in reverence towards Ruff. Indeed, that is more like it. Henceforth, you shall be the sixth disciple under my tutelage. Before you stand 3 elder brothers and 2 elder sisters. Among the 6, you possess the highest cultivation. Do remember to look after your senior siblings. Ruff nodded and subsequently spoke. The disciple comprehends. By the way, may I inquire about my master's name? Zhu Jusi asked. Ruff. Well then, the matters are concluded, and we ought to return. I wonder if the Tianyuan continent has come to a close. Do you have any affairs to attend to? After responding, Ruff promptly inquired. None whatsoever. I came here primarily to merge with the bodies of my previous lives and to reclaim my imperial artifact. Having accomplished both, Ruff shook his head and replied. Very well, let us depart. With a nod, Ruff led Zhu Jusi away from their location. Moments later, their figures reappeared in Tianyuan City. You should find a room to settle in. Your senior siblings have gone to participate in the Tianyuan Grand Competition and shall not return for some time. When they do, you may take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with them. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and shall retire for rest. After imparting a few words of guidance to Zhu Jusi, Ruff turned and made his way to his chamber, entirely disregarding Zhu Jusi, who stood rooted in place. Ah well, I shall consider this a fortuitous acquisition of a master. It stands to reason that a disciple favored by such a master must possess considerable merit. I wonder what kind of individuals my senior siblings are and what paths of cultivation they follow. As Zhu Jusi gazed at Ruff's departing figure, he set aside his concerns and felt a burgeoning curiosity about Su Yang and the others. Chapter 0. The Mysterious Guardian of the Divine Time. Target. Chu Yi. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, at the location of the Ascension Gate's exit, a figure appeared, his aura somewhat disordered, with traces of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How detestable. Unforgivable. A mere ant from the lower realm dares to obliterate my avatar. After guarding the Ascension Gate for so many years, you are the first to inflict harm upon me. I shall remember you. Regardless of your identity, once I recover from my injuries, I will personally seek you out to exact vengeance. The figure seethed with fury. This individual was none other than the enigmatic man in black who had previously ventured to the Tianyuan continent using an avatar. Having suffered such a significant loss at the hands of Ruff, the man in black was determined not to let this transgression go unpunished. Once his wounds healed, he planned to travel directly to the Tianyuan continent in his true form to kill Ruff. Little did he know, Ruff eagerly awaited the man's personal visit. After all, Ruff had been fixated on the black-clad man's soul. After a day of intense competition, the Tianyuan Grand Tournament concluded successfully, without any unforeseen incidents. Su Yang and the others secured spots in the top 10, earning them the privilege to enter the ancient secret realm. Upon returning to their accommodations, Su Yang and his companions encountered Zhu Jusi. Upon learning that Zhu Jusi was the newly accepted disciple of Ruff, they greeted him with warm smiles. Subsequently, they engaged in mutual introductions to foster camaraderie among their fellow disciples. After conversing for over half an hour, they each returned to their quarters to rest. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and what appeared to be a tranquil night was destined to witness unusual occurrences. At that very moment, beyond the Tianyuan continent, a figure materialized at its edge. Finally found you. So you escaped to this insignificant lower realm. A man clad in blue spoke with an expressionless demeanor. As his words fell, the blue-clad man vanished from his location, directly entering the Tianyuan continent before being abruptly halted. Come forth. The blue-clad man cast his gaze toward a particular direction, speaking coldly. Greetings, esteemed one. May I inquire about your purpose in the Tianyuan continent? The next moment, a figure gradually solidified before the blue-clad man. Are you the heavenly Tao of this realm? The blue-clad man retorted without answering. Indeed, I am the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent. You may call me Tianyuan, the figure replied respectfully. A mere heavenly Tao of a lower realm dares to obstruct my path? I require no explanations for my actions. Step aside immediately, or I shall not hesitate to annihilate this world. The blue-clad man threatened coldly. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan's expression instantly darkened. How can one who embodies the celestial principles of a realm endure such humiliation, ultimately losing face? My lord, please temper your anger. I am merely concerned that you might unleash catastrophic consequences upon the heavenly Yuan continent. After all, given your formidable strength, even a slight gesture on your part could wreak havoc upon this land. If there is anything you require, I am at your service to assist you. I hope you can understand my apprehensions. Should disaster befall the heavenly Yuan continent, I too shall inevitably face ruin alongside it. Despite the bitterness I feel, I must bow in respect to such overwhelming power. A mere lower realm holds no intrigue for me. My visit to the heavenly Yuan continent is solely to capture an escaped prisoner. Once I have apprehended her, I shall take my leave. Until then, you should vacate the premises as far as possible. Although regulations prevent me from acting indiscriminately across various realms, do not test my patience. I shall reiterate this one final time. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, even if they are a celestial being, shall meet their demise. Do you comprehend? I understand. Please proceed, my lord. With that, the figure of heavenly Yuan stepped aside, allowing passage. How perceptive of you. Were it not for the urgency of my task, your insolence in blocking my path today would have necessitated the entire heavenly Yuan continent to pay the price. The blue-clad man regarded the understanding heavenly Yuan with palpable disdain. Thereafter, he paid no further heed to heavenly Yuan and vanished from sight. Once the blue-clad man departed, heavenly Yuan's anxious heart gradually found solace. Indeed, the divine time guards are notoriously arrogant and reckless. I can only hope he refrains from inflicting harm upon the heavenly Yuan continent. With my current abilities, I would be powerless to prevent his destructive intentions. Alas, the burden of being a celestial being is truly vexing. However, if that individual... Wait, the direction he took seems to be... Heavenly Yuan murmured to himself, his gaze settling on a specific point, an uneasy premonition stirring within. No, I must follow him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Heavenly Yuan's figure vanished into the void, pursuing the path the blue-clad man had taken. Meanwhile, within Tianyuan City. Ding. Warning. A powerful adversary has been detected approaching. Please exercise utmost caution. Due to the overwhelming strength of the incoming threat, and for special reasons, his realm is not bound by the restrictions of the heavenly Yuan continent. The system advises that you urgently contact the celestial being of this realm. Of course, should you not mind the potential annihilation of the heavenly Yuan continent, you may disregard this advice. In a room where Ruff was resting, the system's alert echoed suddenly in his mind. A formidable foe? System, you speak of strength. How formidable is it precisely? To the esteemed host. Even in the realm of immortals, this individual is invincible. Such a person, how could they possibly arrive in the Tianyuan continent? Is it conceivable that they discovered your existence and have come to eliminate me? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Ruffing inquired with urgency. For apart from himself, there exists the system, and he could scarcely fathom why such a powerful being would deign to visit the humble Tianyuan continent. Rest assured, esteemed host, the existence of the system is known only to you. Moreover, the approaching adversary is not targeting you, esteemed host. This individual's aim is your disciple, Chui. To be precise, it concerns the future Chui. The future Chui? Is it possible that another formidable entity has traversed the river of time? That is not the case. The visitor's identity is that of a divine time guardian. The duty of a divine time guardian is to safeguard the stability of the river of time. The future Chui has disrupted the timeline by crossing the river of time, which is why a divine time guardian has come to apprehend her. Furthermore, each divine time guardian possesses the protection of the great path of time. They can traverse the river of time at will and are immune to most forms of attack. Ah, so this means he is indeed powerful? Splendid. Strength is indeed desirable. It has been long since I felt such exhilarating emotions. Furthermore, the greater the strength, the more formidable his soul will be. I have been yearning for a strong soul to aid in the evolution of the Emperor's banner. Li Ruffing rose from his bed, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. In the next moment, he vanished from the room. Meanwhile, in Chuyi's chamber, she was roused from her deep slumber by Dui. Chapter 0. The unassuming guardian god takes the initiative. Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow, Dui? I am quite exhausted today. Rubbing her weary eyes, Chuyi expressed her mild grievance. There is no time left. Xiaoyi, I may have to depart. After I leave, do not forget the things I have shared with you. With your master by your side, you can certainly achieve what I was unable to accomplish. Though I long to witness your success firsthand, I did not anticipate that those individuals would arrive so swiftly. I have cherished the moment spent with you. Farewell, Xiaoyi. De spoke, her eyes brimming with profound reluctance. What? You are leaving? Why? I do not want you to go. And who are those people? How dare they take you away? Upon hearing that De intended to leave, Chuyi's fatigue vanished in an instant. She fixed her gaze upon De, her voice laced with inquiry. No, I must go. Only by leaving with them can I ensure your safety. It is all right, am I not you? As long as you are unharmed, I too shall remain safe. Perhaps one day, we shall meet again. Observing the glimmer of tears in Chuyi's eyes, De offered a faint consolation. No, you are deceiving me. This departure means we will surely never meet again. No, I cannot allow you to leave. Let us seek Master. Master is so powerful. As long as Master intervenes, those individuals will certainly not be able to take you away. As she spoke, Chuyi hastily rose from her bed, determined to find Li Ruffing. It is futile. Although your master is formidable, it is impossible to contend with those individuals. De began, her tone somber. Impossible in what sense? Just as De's words faltered, Li Ruffing's voice suddenly resonated. Master, it is you. The appearance of Li Ruffing quickly astonished both Chuyi and De. Why can't I come? Moreover, have I not instructed you to address me as master? You are being quite disrespectful. Li Ruffing casually settled into a chair nearby. It is Xiaoyi who has taken you as her master, not I. De retorted, attempting to defend herself. Is it not the same? One is in the present, the other in the future. Remember this for next time. Show some respect, or I shall impose a punishment upon you. Now, on to serious matters. A guardian god is approaching us. You must accompany me. Li Ruffing spoke with calm authority. You, how do you know their identity? Who exactly are you? De was momentarily stunned upon hearing Li Ruffing mention the Divine Time Guard. Even she had only learned of its existence by chance after that incident. She could not fathom why Li Ruffing would also be aware of the Divine Time Guard. You have too many questions. We should leave. Li Ruffing replied calmly as he stood up. All right, I will accompany you. Without hesitation, De nodded in agreement. Master, can you confront the Divine Time Guard? Does that mean De can remain by my side? At this moment, Chuyi approached Li Ruffing with a hint of anticipation. Of course, the Divine Time Guard is but a mere insect. She will not leave. She can stay by your side from now on. I shall be back shortly. You should rest for now. After gently patting Chuyi's head, Li Ruffing disappeared with De from the room. Indeed, there was nothing that Master could not resolve. In that case, I should hurry and sleep. Chuyi murmured to herself before returning to her bed to drift off once more. In her heart, as long as Li Ruffing spoke, she believed that no unforeseen events would occur. Meanwhile, as Chuyi slipped back into slumber, Li Ruffing had already taken De high into the skies. Are you certain you can handle that individual? The Divine Time Guard is exceedingly mysterious, and their power is formidable. I even feel that during my prime, I would not stand a chance against them. You, De asked, glancing at the composed Li Ruffing with concern. It is not merely a feeling. You are indeed no match for them. Their strength surpasses the limits of the celestial realm. Moreover, they are protected by the laws of time. However, to me, they are only slightly stronger than that. Li Ruffing replied nonchalantly. If you are so confident, why have you brought me here? My current strength is negligible. Even if I wished to assist you, I would be powerless, De stated. It is unnecessary. It is a matter that requires only a single strike. You need not intervene. I brought you here to prepare for the reconstruction of your physical form. Li Ruffing said with a serene smile. What? Reconstruction of my physical form? Are you certain? Helping me with this is not a simple task. It first requires various heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. Otherwise, it cannot withstand the power of my soul. Furthermore, my soul has been damaged and requires a vast amount of elixirs for recovery. These items are not easily found, even in the celestial realm. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness. Let us discuss the reconstruction of my physical form another time. Moreover, whether I shall remain in the future is a matter of uncertainty, De remarked softly. Do you truly doubt me so? At least E is reliable. She believes every word I utter. This flaw of yours must be amended, lest it adversely affect my dear E, Li Ruffing said with a calm demeanor. Very well. I shall observe how you assist me in the creation of a corporeal form. With Li Ruffing's statement, De fell silent, harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction within. May the heavenly Tao of this realm exhibit some discernment. Otherwise, the only recourse may be the destruction of the Tianyuan continent. Regardless, as long as I am present, Su Yang and the others shall remain unharmed. Li Ruffing continued to contemplate, paying no heed to the nearby De. Not long ago, he had instructed the system to convey his demands to the heavenly Tao of this realm. As for whether it would comply, that remained uncertain to Li Ruffing. However, even if the heavenly Tao chose not to cooperate, he was not overly concerned. After all, only the Tianyuan continent would suffer. Though he did not desire its annihilation under normal circumstances, that sentiment would wane when faced with the necessity of lifting the constraints on his cultivation. Suddenly, after several moments of contemplation, Li Ruffing lifted his gaze to the front, his expression growing slightly more serious. Chapter 0. The Space of Heavenly Principles. Instant annihilation. In the next moment, a blue figure materialized before Li Ruffing. It was the previously encountered man clad in blue. You've been found. I didn't expect you to come out willingly. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. Chu Yi, you have traversed the river of time, violating temporal regulations. Will you choose to return with me to face your punishment, or shall I extinguish you here and now? The blue-clad man spoke icily, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure of Yi. Humph, do not presume that I am ignorant of your schemes. That incident was instigated by you in the shadows. The so-called temporal regulations are merely constructs of your own making. If there were indeed penalties for traversing time, it would be at the hands of the heavenly principles themselves. Though I remain unaware of your true identities, do not think that your formidable strength grants you the right to impose arbitrary punishments upon me. De retorted coolly. Under normal circumstances, she would not dare to speak so defiantly. However, emboldened by Li Ruffing's earlier boast, she seized the moment to act boldly. Amusing. A mere remnant soul dares to challenge me? Very well, you shall be obliterated. The blue-clad man uttered coldly, releasing a palpable aura that instantly rendered De immobile. Her very essence teetering on the brink of dissolution. Intriguing. Am I to be completely disregarded? Observing the aura emanating from the blue-clad man, Li Ruffing spoke up gently. Very well, seeing as you have graciously delivered yourself to me, I shall overlook this transgression. However, to confront me directly is rather audacious. In the next instant, Li Ruffing's expression shifted, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. With a decisive wave of his hand, the oppressive force weighing upon De dissipated entirely. This power. I did not anticipate such an unexpected boon this time. Splendid indeed. I shall claim your strength. Upon sensing the aura radiating from Li Ruffing, the blue-clad man erupted into laughter. Oh, you refer to this power of time? Li Ruffing raised his hand, playfully manipulating the temporal force. You have merely grasped a fragment of temporal power. What are you so pleased about, boy? Yet, I must express my gratitude. Once I absorb your strength, my prowess shall ascend to new heights. Encountering me has proven unfortunate for you. Let us perish together. As the last words left his lips, the blue-clad man directed his gaze upwards, launching an attack towards Li Ruffing and De. In an instant, a terrifying aura locked onto the two, causing the surrounding space to exhibit signs of collapse under its weight. This is bad. This is beyond what the Emperor's pinnacle can contend with. Heavenly Tao, what are you waiting for? If you do not act soon, do not blame me. Sensing that the power of the attack far exceeded the pinnacle of the Emperor, Li Ruffing exclaimed. It appeared as though he was beseeching the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent. But in truth, he was granting this heavenly Tao one final opportunity. Heavenly Tao? A mere lower realm's heavenly Tao. Do you truly believe it dares to intervene on your behalf? You thought you had more tricks up your sleeve. Yet here you are, pleading for salvation? It is indeed laughable that someone like you could comprehend the power of time. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon, this power will belong to me. The man in blue laughed heartily, his laughter somewhat unsettling. Alas, I hope you do not disappoint me. And you, with your incessant mention of the lower realm's heavenly Tao, even if your strength surpasses mine, the heavenly Tao must not be insulted. Heavenly Tao space. Appear. Quickly. I can only hold on for 10 breaths. Suddenly, Tianyuan appeared, launching an unanticipated attack on the man in blue, instantly pulling him into the heavenly Tao space. 10 breaths. No need. 1 breath will suffice. In the next moment, without hesitation, Li Ruffing entered the heavenly Tao space. Within this space, Li Ruffing could temporarily lift the restrictions on his cultivation without affecting the Tianyuan continent. Thus, the moment he entered, he commanded the system to release his cultivation limits. In an instant, Li Ruffing's immense cultivation, accumulated over 1 billion years, was completely unleashed. Without affording the man in blue any opportunity to speak, with merely a glance, Li Ruffing annihilated him utterly. Even with the protection of the Great Way of Time, it bore no effect whatsoever. What the? Uft. Meanwhile, in the external realm, Tianyuan, who sustained the heavenly Tao space, was instantly sent flying, a mouthful of blood gushing forth. Originally capable of holding for 10 breaths, the moment Li Ruffing unleashed his full power, he was directly propelled by that force. The heavenly Tao space also collapsed in an instant, unable to withstand Li Ruffing's overwhelming might. What is happening? The space collapsing is one matter, but how has it come to this? By the way, does the heavenly Tao bleed? At the moment of the heavenly Tao space's collapse, Li Ruffing returned to the external realm, his cultivation sealed once more. Noticing Tianyuan spitting blood and his aura waning, Li Ruffing curiously inquired, "You dare to question me? What was that power just now? Did you not claim it was only slightly more powerful than that of the Divine Time Sentinel?" After a moment of speechlessness, Tianyuan immediately asked, "Indeed, I am just 1 billion times more powerful than him. Just that little bit." As he spoke, Li Ruffing raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb and index finger to indicate a minuscule distance. Observing Li Ruffing's calm demeanor, Tianyuan found himself at a loss for words once again. Perhaps it was best to set this matter aside for the time being. I did not anticipate your formidable strength. It is no wonder you regard that Time Guardian with such disdain. However, I must caution you with this. As I understand it, when a Time Guardian meets their demise, the final moments of their defeat are relayed directly back to their headquarters. This implies that you have drawn the attention of all the Time Guardians. Nonetheless, given your strength, you should not fear their approach, Tianyuan remarked. Ah, this is fortuitous indeed. I have been seeking a means to acquire more potent souls. Yet, from what you say, you possess considerable knowledge about this Time Guardian? Li Ruffing inquired with curiosity. I wouldn't say I am well versed. Although I am a celestial entity from a lower realm, the celestial beings across various worlds can engage in unique exchanges of information. My insights regarding the Time Guardians are derived from what I have heard from other celestial entities. Furthermore, there are numerous worlds that have been obliterated by the Time Guardians. My willingness to assist you stems from my lack of fondness for them, Tianyuan replied. Is that so? Then do you comprehend the reason for the existence of the Time Guardians? Or rather, what their objectives might be? Could it be that they are genuinely devoted to preserving the order of the time continuum? The avarice I observed in that individual's eyes upon witnessing my temporal power was unmistakable. I find it hard to believe such a person would uphold the order of the time continuum, Li Ruffing stated flatly. Their objectives? My knowledge in that regard is limited. However, I have heard that the Time Guardians consist of individuals who cultivate the path of time. Their aim appears to be to consume the temporal energies of those who have comprehended the path of time across various realms. Beyond that, I cannot say much more. As I am merely a celestial entity from a lower realm with limited capabilities, Tianyuan contemplated before divulging everything he knew. That aligns closely with my own thoughts. Well then, I appreciate your insights. In light of your commendable nature, I shall intervene to assist you with the matter of the Tianyuan continent being sealed by the celestial beings. Li Ruffing stated calmly. Really? With your strength? You indeed possess the capability to lift the seal on the Tianyuan continent. Tianyuan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Li Ruffing's words. What I have promised will certainly come to pass. However, I do not currently intend to venture into the celestial realm. I shall assist you when the time comes that I do go to the celestial realm. You have no objections, I trust? Li Ruffing responded. Would I dare to have objections? Tianyuan thought to himself. Naturally, I have no objections, he replied. Very well, then let it be so. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, I will seek you out again. Having spoken, without waiting for a response from Tianyuan, Li Ruffing vanished into the sky, accompanied by the distant figure of Dei. It is remarkable that such a person would appear in the Tianyuan continent. However, perhaps this is a fortuitous development for the realm. Gazing in the direction where Li Ruffing had disappeared, Tianyuan murmured a few words to himself before also vanishing from the spot. Chapter 0. The Power of Origin, Remaking the Flesh Upon a Solitary Mountain Peak. After parting ways with Tianyuan, Li Ruffing brought the enchanting Dei to this location. This shall suffice. Now, we shall commence the process of remaking your corporeal form. After landing on the summit, Li Ruffing surveyed the surroundings and spoke with determination. And how do you intend to proceed? What must I do? Dei inquired. Her voice tinged with curiosity. You need not concern yourself with any actions. However, it is my inaugural attempt at assisting someone in the remaking of their flesh. and there may be minor unforeseen occurrences. Worry not. With my presence, your demise is not an option. If you are prepared, I shall begin. Li Ruffing replied confidently. Do I possess the option to refuse? Dai timidly asked, her uncertainty evident. Naturally, you do not. With a hint of amusement, Li Ruffing continued. It seems you have no objections. Thus, we shall proceed. With that declaration, Li Ruffing produced a lifeless corpse. What is this? Dai gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing the cadaver. Although she had long known that Li Ruffing had slain the man clad in blue, witnessing the body firsthand left her utterly shocked. You cannot be serious about using his body for my remaking, can you? If that is the case, then I must decline. After regaining her composure, Dai quickly asserted. Indeed, even if you were willing, I would not accept. I merely require his primal essence. Were it not for this necessity, do you believe his corpse would still linger? Li Ruffing stated matter-of-factly. Now, I shall commence. With this primal essence, you shall not only regain your peak form, but may even transcend to a higher realm. Your ability to seize that opportunity rests solely upon you. Power of origin, coalesce. In the next moment, Li Ruffing raised his hand toward the corpse of the man in blue. Moments later, the body disintegrated completely, leaving behind an extraordinarily pure and potent primal essence. Next came an array of celestial spiritual materials. To ensure that Dai's remade body would be as flawless as possible, Li Ruffing was generous, retrieving dozens of heavenly treasures from his system space. These items, acquired through diligent effort from the system, were plentiful. Peach of immortality, Bodhi fruit, 9-petal blue lotus, 9 heaven soil, essence of life, 7-colored flower. As he spoke, Li Ruffing diligently refined these spiritual materials. Meanwhile, Dai stood in awe, captivated by the wondrous treasures Li Ruffing produced, many of which she had never laid eyes upon. Though unfamiliar, the alluring aura radiating from these materials was sufficient to attest to their extraordinary nature. Very well, with nearly 50 varieties, this should suffice. Now, relax your spirit and resist not. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. After a few reminders, Li Ruffing ceased his hesitations and directly enveloped the refined essence of the spiritual objects over Dai's soul. In the next moment, her soul began to involuntarily absorb the essence. Approximately a stick of incense later, observing that she had absorbed a significant amount of the essence, Li Ruffing proceeded to blend the primordial power into Dai's soul. Given the immense strength of the primordial power, it was inconceivable that Dai could assimilate it in a short span. However, Li Ruffing paid no heed to such concerns and forcefully infused the primordial power into her soul. At the instant of integration, a formidable aura erupted from Dai. Task accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting her complete assimilation and mastery of these powers. After completing this, Li Ruffing seated himself on a nearby boulder. Meanwhile, Dai, overwhelmed by the influx of power surging into her soul, was utterly oblivious to the happenings around her. Time silently slipped by. Li Ruffing, beside her, had even begun to doze off. Almost an hour elapsed before Dai gradually opened her eyes. In that moment, a magnificent aura emanated from her, causing the surrounding beasts in the mountains to cower in fear, trembling on the ground. Finally, she had fully refined the essence. Phew, I never anticipated that reshaping a physical form would be so exhausting. No, it should be said that the method of reforming my body is truly taxing. After retracting her aura, Dai lifted her gaze towards Li Ruffing, who lay on the boulder not far away, softly murmuring to herself. Subsequently, she took steps to approach him. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded. With each step Dai took, her body transformed slightly. First her feet, then her legs, and gradually, within moments, her physical form was entirely sculpted. At that moment, Dai radiated an irresistible allure, embodying a beauty that could only be described as transcendent. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a peerless beauty. She had recovered remarkably well, even finding her strength enhanced. Were it not for being in the lower realm, she would have been eager to test her newfound power. Additionally, her comprehension of the path of time had deepened further, all thanks to the primordial power containing the essence of time. As she sensed the transformations in her body, Dai found herself standing beside Li Ruffing. Lowering her gaze towards his peacefully closed eyes, she felt a burgeoning affection for him for the first time. Perhaps having such a master is not so bad after all. After observing his serene visage for a while, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. Are you awake? How do you feel? Just as Dai was lost in her thoughts, Li Ruffing, with his eyes still shut, suddenly inquired. Very well, I am quite satisfied with this body. Thank you. Dai was initially startled by Li Ruffing's voice, but upon regaining her composure, she promptly expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I did not assist you for free. There is no such thing as a complimentary meal in this world. Li Ruffing opened his eyes and, while speaking, rose from the stone. So, what is it that you require of me? If needed, I can manage. Dai stammered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Purple. Yes. It suits you remarkably well. The squirrel's words resonated with him. Indeed, purple exuded a certain charm. Li Ruffeng, however, seemed to disregard De Yi's comment, instead murmuring to himself. By the way, what did you just say? He inquired shortly thereafter. This fellow alternates between ignoring me and uttering nonsensical remarks. Moreover, from his words, does he actually prefer me in purple attire? This is quite the secret. I shall share it with Xiao Yi upon my return. Although I find it somewhat perplexing to decipher Li Rufeng's thoughts, receiving his praise for the first time brought a sense of joy to De Yi's heart. I ask again, what do you need me to assist you with? She reiterated, choosing not to dwell on her musings any longer. Chapter 0. The Temple of Time. The primordial little world. This is quite simple. Given your current prowess, you could traverse the celestial realms with ease. Henceforth, I entrust you with the safety of my disciples. Naturally, should you encounter adversaries beyond your capacity to handle, I shall intervene personally. However, for minor nuisances, your intervention will suffice. After all, they are so feeble that I hardly feel inclined to engage, as it would merely squander my time. Moreover, please assist in resolving any cultivation issues my disciples might face. How does that sound? These tasks should be rather effortless for you, I presume. Li Ruffeng spoke languidly. Well, I have no objections. However, I would like to inquire about the purpose of you taking on disciples. If you are to shirk all responsibilities, it seems you are rather unfit for the role of a master, does it not? De Yi replied timidly. Is that so? I concur. Yet what of it? I simply collect them for amusement. Do you have a problem with that? Li Ruffeng replied indifferently. No. No objections. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's peculiar response, De Yi inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly, she dared not voice any dissent. Well then, that settles it. You asked so many questions that I began to think you had grievances against me. Now that everything is resolved, we should return. Li Ruffeng chose to overlook De Yi's earlier remarks and turned to head back to Tianyuan City. Wait, I have another question. At that moment, De Yi suddenly called out to stop Li Ruffeng. What question? Speak quickly. Dawn is approaching, and I am quite fatigued. Li Ruffeng turned back. How should I introduce myself to your disciples in the future? Little E is manageable, but the others are unaware of my existence. If I were to suddenly appear, you must provide some explanation, no? De Yi inquired. Indeed. I must admit, I had not given this much thought. How about we say you are Yi's sister? Given your identical appearances, they would likely accept it. Li Ruffeng pondered briefly before replying. Sister? That works. De Yi, upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed home. With that, Li Ruffeng disregarded De Yi and vanished from sight in an instant. He doesn't even wait for me. Witnessing Li Rufeng's disappearance, De Yi murmured a weak complaint before hastily following suit. In no time, the two returned to Tianyuan City. Subsequently, Li Ruffeng returned to his own quarters, while De Yi made her way back to Chu Yi's room. Thus, the night concluded in serene tranquility. In an unknown and mysterious space, there stood an immensely grand and opulent palace. Throughout the palace, an aura of unparalleled terror permeates the air. Each breath embodies an existence capable of effortlessly dominating the celestial realm. Here lies the grand hall of the Temple of Time, the central sanctuary of the divine temporal guard. Within this majestic chamber, a man sits regally upon his throne, clad in a robe of intertwining black and white. He is none other than the master of the Temple of Time and the architect of the divine temporal guard, known as Lu Yu. Intriguingly, after tens of thousands of years, it is the first instance where someone has managed to slay a member of the divine temporal guard. This individual appears remarkably youthful. Could it be that a powerful entity from above has been reincarnated? Even so, it would be implausible for one to effortlessly vanquish a member of the divine temporal guard. The situation grows increasingly intriguing. Alas, having languished in boredom for so long, it is finally time to stretch my limbs. Summon the 10 generals of the temple to my presence, Lu Yu called out nonchalantly. At once, in the next moment, a figure materialized from thin air, kneeling on the ground. After responding, the figure vanished, leaving the grand hall. In Tianyuan City, more than 10 days have elapsed since the Tianyuan Grand Competition, during which Li Ruffeng has remained at his residence, resting. De Yi, leveraging her identity as Sister Chu Yi, has been enjoying harmonious interactions with Su Yang and the others. Unbeknownst to them, the day to depart from Tianyuan City has arrived. On this particular morning, Li Ruffeng, accompanied by Su Yang and others, boarded a flying vessel, setting sail from Tianyuan City. Their destination is a prominent force in the central capital. The ancient secret realm lies within the jurisdiction of this powerful faction. Over the past few days, Li Ruffeng has gained a foundational understanding of the forces in the central capital. Among them, the mightiest powers are undoubtedly the 3 Holy Lands and the 4 Hidden Families. The 3 Holy Lands consist of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, the Free Spirit Holy Land, and the Wayless Holy Land, while the 4 Hidden Families are the Qin, Yun, Luo, and Long families. The ancient secret realm is governed by these 7 formidable entities. To unlock the entrance to the ancient secret realm, a concerted effort from all 7 factions is required. Furthermore, each time the ancient secret realm is unveiled, One of the 7 factions serves as the gathering point, with the remaining 6 factions dispatching representatives to this location to initiate the opening of the entrance. This time, the site of the ancient secret realm's unveiling is the ancient Moon Holy Land, one of the 3 holy lands. Those possessing the privilege to enter the ancient secret realm must make their way to the ancient Moon Holy Land. With only 2.5 days remaining until the opening of the ancient secret realm, this is the reason for Li Rufeng's departure from Tianyuan City. Simultaneously, Li Rufeng discovered that there is no limit to the number of entries permitted into the ancient secret realm. As long as one is under the age of 25 and possesses a cultivation level no lower than the Golden Core stage, they may enter the ancient secret realm. However, this stipulation applies exclusively to the inhabitants of the central capital. For regions such as the Eastern Wilderness, they can only vie for one of the scarce 10 entries to the ancient secret realm through the Tianyuan Grand Competition. The rationale behind the central capital's approach is quite understandable. In the ancient secret realm, an abundance of cultivation resources and opportunities exists, particularly the legendary chance for transcendence. Such advantages are, of course, not offered to outsiders lightly. However, Li Rufeng remained largely indifferent to these prospects. He believed that if he so desired, he could monopolize the ancient secret realm with merely a wave of his hand. Yet, his interest in the ancient secret realm was rather limited. The sole aspect that piqued his curiosity was the opportunity for transcendence. Ding! A monthly sign-in opportunity has been detected. Would you like to sign in now? On the flying vessel, the system's prompt suddenly resonated within Li Rufeng's mind. Oh, has another month passed so swiftly? System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired the primordial small world. Primordial small world? What is that? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. Dear host, the primordial small world is a realm with limitless growth potential. Given sufficient time, it can evolve to rival the celestial realm or even surpass it. However, the growth and evolution of the primordial small world require time. Thus, this process will be rather protracted. Yet, there is no need for concern, as the time flow within the primordial small world is such that one day outside equates to a century inside. Moreover, should the esteemed host provide the world's essence to the primordial small world, its growth will be expedited. So that is how it is. I essentially understand now. But why can I not perceive this primordial small world? Please hold on, esteemed host. I shall now distribute the reward. The primordial small world will reside directly within your dantian. With the system's voice trailing off, Li Rufeng felt a peculiar sensation emanating from his dantian. He then curiously extended his consciousness into the primordial small world residing there. Simultaneously, within the primordial small world, Li Rufeng's figure gradually materialized. Chapter 0. The evolution of the world, the sacred land of ancient moon. Is this the primordial small world? It appears no different from a purgatory, remarked Li Rufeng, observing the tumultuous thunder and the cataclysmic volcanic eruptions surrounding him. Dear host, there is no need for concern. This initial chaos is entirely normal. As time progresses, the primordial small world will gradually stabilize and foster suitable environmental conditions. Moreover, a variety of life forms, including the human race, will begin to evolve within the primordial small world. Various beings will embark upon the path of cultivation. The emergence of more powerful entities will enhance the primal source power of the primordial small world. As the sovereign of the primordial small world, you may harness this source power at any time. Oh, so you mean to say that in the future, there will be emperors and even stronger beings here? By the way, will they be able to ascend and leave the primordial small world? Li Rufeng inquired with curiosity. The highest realm attainable by the beings in the primordial small world is contingent upon your strength. If you, dear host, are at the emperor level, then the highest level the inhabitants can achieve is also the emperor realm. As for whether they can ascend and leave the primordial small world, the answer is, of course, negative. In the primordial small world, you are the creator god. No being born within this realm can depart without your permission, regardless of their strength. Is that so? That sounds quite favorable. As the creator god, are there any other advantages besides utilizing the source power of the primordial small world? Li Rufeng continued to inquire. There are indeed significant benefits. Firstly, with the primordial small world at your disposal, you can directly draw adversaries into it during confrontations. Within this realm, you face no restrictions of cultivation levels. You can eliminate any foe without the necessity of any cultivation realm. As the creator god, this title is not to be taken lightly. In the primordial small world, you are the one true deity. No one else holds any power here. So formidable. All right, system, this reward is quite impressive. This function is excellent. At least I need not tread carefully in the future. You are too kind, dear host. By the way, dear host, the initial primordial small world contains only the fundamental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, as well as light, darkness, time, and space. You may augment the primordial small world with other powers to enrich and expedite its evolution and growth. Other powers? What must I do? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruffeng posed the question. It is quite simple. For instance, the host now possesses the profound insights of the heavenly mechanism. The host merely needs to infuse a portion of this celestial power into the primordial world. Consequently, the primordial world shall be endowed with the essence of the heavenly mechanism. In layman's terms, the type of power that the primordial world embodies will eventually give rise to a corresponding path of enlightenment. Thus, the beings within the primordial world will have the opportunity to cultivate this path. I see now, it is understood. It appears that this task is indeed a formidable endeavor. Not to mention, there are countless paths, with the great Tao numbering in the thousands. Who knows when the primordial world will encapsulate the entirety of the world's Taoist power? Fear not, dear host, for this power can also be acquired from others. Moreover, by accepting disciples and through various engagements, one can obtain diverse Taoist energies. The pace at which one collects this power will far exceed what you might anticipate. So the Taoist power from others is indeed viable? This simplifies matters considerably. In future confrontations, I shall draw them into the primordial world. While few may cultivate the 3,000 great Taos, many should possess some knowledge of the minor paths. Precisely so. Furthermore, as one ventures into higher realms, the number of those who cultivate the 3,000 great Taos will increase, thereby accelerating the accumulation of this power. Indeed, that aligns well with my thoughts. Very well, let it be so. I wonder how long it will take for the first being to emerge within the primordial world. Will it be a creature of the demon race, the magical race, or perhaps the human race? As he mused, Li Ruffeng distributed a fraction of the Taoist powers he had mastered to the primordial world. After completing this task, the changes within the primordial world intensified significantly. However, Li Ruffeng did not linger for too long. After a few moments, he withdrew from the primordial world. With the advent of the primordial world, Li Ruffeng's aspirations had multiplied. Initially, he sought to test the limits of the human emperor banner, and now he had an additional goal, to gather various Taoist powers for the primordial world. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of what formidable beings might emerge within this realm. It can be said that the invincible Li Ruffeng, amidst his moments of idle repose, finally found a flicker of anticipation. In the ancient moon's sacred land, at the foot of the ancient moon mountain, after a half-day journey, Li Ruffeng and his companions successfully arrived by flying vessel. The ancient moon city stands as a vast stronghold at the base of the ancient moon's sacred land, its scale exceeding that of Tianyuan City by at least 2.5 times. Upon entering the city, after inquiring about the location of an inn, Li Ruffeng led Su Yang and the others towards their lodgings. The first order of business upon arriving here is, of course, to secure a comfortable place to stay. Before long, Li Ruffeng arrived at the entrance of the inn, Jifilu. Upon glancing at the name of the establishment, he strode directly inside. Behind him, Su Yang and the others promptly followed suit. "May I assist you, esteemed guest?" A cheerful young attendant approached Li Ruffeng as he entered Jifilu. "Yes, I would like your finest rooms. Make that 7, please." Considering that De Yi and Chu Yi always shared a room, Li Ruffeng amended his request. "Are you certain, esteemed guest?" the attendant inquired, a hint of incredulity in his voice. "You may not be aware of our room rates. We offer accommodations in 3 tiers. The lower grade rooms require 10 superior spirit stones per day, the medium grade rooms, 100, and the upper grade rooms demand 10 exquisite spirit stones. Are you indeed certain you wish to reserve 7 upper grade rooms?" After explaining, the attendant asked again, assuming that Li Ruffeng's lavish request stemmed from ignorance of the pricing. It was uncommon for individuals, even those with ample spirit stones, to reserve so many upper grade rooms at once. 10 exquisite spirit stones? That seems reasonable. "This is merely the cost for 10 days. Please take me to my rooms," Li Ruffeng replied, then retrieved 70 exquisite spirit stones from his system space, tossing them to the young attendant. This, certainly. Right this way, esteemed guest," the attendant exclaimed, visibly thrilled. "Allow me to register your information, and I will have someone escort you to your rooms. We have just enough upper grade rooms available, and you arrived just in time. Otherwise, even with spirit stones, you might have found none left soon." Overwhelmed by the substantial amount of spirit stones in his possession for the first time, the attendant was filled with excitement. Shortly thereafter, under the attendant's guidance, Li Ruffeng arrived at the counter where the young man eagerly began to record his details. Just as the registration was nearing completion, several figures swaggered through the entrance of Jifilu. Leading them was a robust man flanked by 2 formidable guards, each exuding an imposing aura. As they entered, many patrons within Jifilu recoiled as if confronted by a plague. The burly man soon approached the counter, his gaze fixed intently on De Yi and Chu Yi. Chapter 0. The Holy Son of Ancient Moon. Unassailable. Hey, where on earth is that little attendant? Can't you see the esteemed Holy Son has arrived? Hurry and arrange a few superior rooms for me. Upon reaching the counter, a robust man, undeterred by the presence of Li Ruffeng, bellowed at the attendant who was busy registering information. It is His Holiness. My apologies, I was preoccupied and did not notice your arrival," the attendant stammered, lifting his gaze upon hearing the reprimand. The moment he laid eyes on the formidable figure, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. This was none other than Batian Hu, the holy son of the ancient moon sanctuary. Such a figure was far beyond the reach of a mere innkeeper. However, upon realizing that Batian Hu sought a superior room, the attendant found himself in a predicament. Li Ruffling had arrived first and had already paid the necessary fees, leaving the attendant with no justification to allocate the superior room to the later arrival. Yet, to deny Batian Hu would invite grave consequences that the attendant could scarcely bear. What are you hesitating for? If you incite my displeasure, you are well aware of the consequences, Batian Hu threatened coldly, sensing the attendant's indecision. Your Holiness, all the remaining superior rooms have been booked by this esteemed guest. Might I suggest a medium room instead? The attendant queried, his voice trembling. You seek death. Upon hearing the suggestion of a medium room, Batian Hu's fury ignited, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, bearing down upon the attendant. With a deafening crash, the attendant was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth, and his vitality waned significantly. The commotion swiftly captured the attention of everyone within the 9 fortune tower. Humph, a fool who does not know his place. How dare you suggest I stay in accommodations fit for the lowly? You must be tired of living, Batian Hu remarked coldly, casting a glance at the prostrate attendant. In the next moment, Batian Hu's gaze shifted to Li Ruffling. Throughout the encounter, Li Ruffling had remained utterly composed, betraying no sign of emotion, and had not even spared Batian Hu a single glance. This indifference did not escape Batian Hu's notice. He perceived it as a slight. While others cowered and retreated at the sight of Batian Hu, Li Ruffling's calm demeanor irked him greatly. You there, did you reserve the remaining superior rooms? Today is your unlucky day, for you have crossed paths with the Holy Sun. I present you with 2 choices. Firstly, vacate all the remaining superior rooms and then get lost. Secondly, perish. The imposing figure of Batian Hu strode before Li Ruffling, disdain dripping from his words. You truly are audacious. Retract your previous statement immediately and bow an apology to my master, or else you shall meet your demise. Before Li Ruffling could respond, Suyang stepped forward with a cold smirk. Chi refinement realm? Chi refinement realm. Did you hear that? A mere Chi refinement realm dares to demand an apology? This is the most amusing joke I have heard in my life. Ba Tianhu laughed heartily, relishing the moment. In the face of Ba Tianhu's mockery, Suyang neither rebutted nor displayed any anger. I never imagined that a distinguished scion of the Holy Land could be so foolish. If someone like you can be a holy son, it seems this Holy Land is rather unimpressive, Suyang remarked softly. Indeed, my senior brother is correct. He is merely a tyrant relying on his title, chimed in Ji Wudao, supporting Suyang wholeheartedly. Go, senior brother. I have faith in you. Add one more, senior brother. Show this fellow what for. I believe in you too, added Ho Qing with a smile. Thank you both. Why don't you step in? Suyang retorted, feeling exasperated. Weren't you the one who insisted he bow and apologize? You've made your show. Now you expect us to intervene on your behalf. So we work for no reward? Ji Wudao said nonchalantly. Indeed, my second senior brother speaks wisely. Ho Qing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Ruffling and Chu Yi stood by, taken aback and rendered speechless by the banter among Suyang and his companions. Enough. If you seek death, simply say so. This holy sun shall grant your wish. And you, have you made your choice regarding my earlier proposition? Ba Tianhu's fury ignited as he observed Su Yang's playful demeanor. He turned his icy gaze back to Li Ruffling, demanding an answer. Oh, I desire neither option. What will you do about that? Li Ruffling replied calmly. Excellent. Since you refuse to choose, allow me to decide for you. I shall first take your life, and then your rooms will naturally belong to me. How does that sound? A splendid plan. I assent to it. Ba Tianhu exclaimed, laughing without restraint. Oh, and you lot shall perish as well. However, I can offer the 2 ladies a chance. Should you choose to follow me henceforth, I might spare your lives. Follow me, and you shall undoubtedly have no regrets. How? Opportunities arise but once, so do not let them slip away. The imposing figure of the tyrant tiger gazed upon De Yi and Chu Yi, speaking with an air of authority. Although his demeanor remained unchanged, glimmers of lewdness occasionally flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, with a forceful impact, the tyrant tiger was sent hurtling backward. The occurrence transpired swiftly, leaving not only the tyrant tiger but also the 2 formidable allies by his side oblivious to any impending assault. Holy Sun! In the next moment, the 2 allies, taken aback, leaped towards the fallen tyrant tiger. Holy Sun, are you all right? He is dead. Upon reaching the side of the tyrant tiger and sensing the absence of his life force, the 2 warriors were instantly engulfed in panic. As the guardians of the tyrant tiger, they understood that failing to protect him would spell their doom upon returning to the ancient Moon Holy Land. It was you. You have slain the Holy Sun. After a few moments, the 2 warriors relinquished their hold on the tyrant tiger and turned their fierce gazes toward Li Ruffling. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from their beings. At that moment, Li Ruffling was the closest to the tyrant tiger. leading the two warriors to firmly believe that he was the one who had stealthily attacked and killed him. How could I have been so oblivious to his actions just now? This fellow is indeed a monster. Yet, it seems his motives were linked to me and Xiao Yi. Yi thought to herself, feeling a sense of secret delight as she observed Li Rufeng's calm demeanor. Are you ill? Did you see me strike? Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. The two warriors were rendered speechless by Li Rufeng's retort. Forget it, Jiu-Si. You handle this. I shall check on Xiao Air to see if he has perished. We still rely on him to guide us to our quarters, Li Rufeng concluded, turning towards the nearly lifeless Xiao Air behind the counter. Yes, master. Upon hearing Li Rufeng's words, Zhu Jiuxi took a few steps forward, positioning himself before the two warriors. Chapter 0. The momentary emperor and the sovereign of the Holy Land, two peak-level quasi-emperors, stood before him, truly a testament to the Holy Land's might. However, unfortunately, Zhu Jiuxi gazed at the formidable figures and spoke softly. What a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? One of the strong men inquired, driven by curiosity. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. In your next life, choose a more worthy master, Zhu Jiuxi declared. As his words fell, an aura more powerful than that of the two warriors erupted from him. Boom. In an instant, under the oppressive force of Zhu Jiuxi's presence, both strong men fell to their knees, unable to move a single inch. No, this is impossible. The emperor's might. They exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. How could someone so young be an emperor? How did you even arrive here? At that moment, both warriors stared at Zhu Jiuxi with incredulity. These days, who isn't an emperor? He retorted. And if I desire it, there is no place in the Tianyuan continent I cannot traverse. You have asked your questions. It is time for you to depart. Approaching the two warriors, Zhu Jiuxi spoke with an air of indifference. He then raised his hand, prepared to take their lives. No, you cannot kill us. We are from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Do not think you are the only emperor here. The ancient Moon Holy Land has several emperors. If you slay us, you will also meet your end. If you spare us, we shall pretend the matter with the Ba Tian who never occurred. How does that sound? Surely this demonstrates our sincerity? Though they did not comprehend why he was present, the two warriors hastily pleaded, an emperor's intervention often shortens their lifespan. Rather than waste your vitality opposing the ancient Moon Holy Land, it would be prudent to let us go. Oh, those fallen emperors. And you dare to compare them to me? A mere ancient Moon Holy Land holds no significance in my eyes. Perish. With that, Zhu Jiuxi activated the power of reincarnation, swiftly ending the lives of the two warriors. Not even the presence of Li Rufeng could sway Zhu Jiuxi, for with the title of Reincarnation Emperor, he dismissed the supposed might of the Holy Land and its emperors entirely. Meanwhile, as Zhu Jiuxi dealt with the two strongmen, Li Rufeng took action to heal the injuries of the attendant. After all, the attendant had not surrendered his room solely due to the Ba Tian whose identity, which afforded him a modicum of goodwill in Li Rufeng's eyes. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you. The attendant immediately knelt before Li Rufeng, gratitude pouring from him as he recovered. Enough, I am rather fatigued. Please, lead me to my room, Li Rufeng replied coolly. Yes, how thoughtless of me. Please, follow me to a superior room, the attendant responded eagerly, rising to guide him. Upon witnessing this, Li Rufeng promptly followed suit. Su Yang and the others, upon noticing, hastened to keep pace. Simultaneously, the two formidable beings from the ancient Moon's sacred land, including the renowned Ba Tianhu, found their souls involuntarily absorbed by the Emperor's banner. Their corporeal forms were likewise drawn into the primal universe, where the spiritual energy and other forces they harbored would be thoroughly consumed. Eventually, their bodies would be reduced to mere ashes. This entire process was executed by the system, as Li Rufeng had previously delegated these tasks to it, finding the repetitive manual effort both time-consuming and tedious. Whether it was the absorption of souls by the Emperor's banner or the siphoning of power from their bodies by the primal universe, Li Rufeng entrusted it all to the system. Naturally, the system complied without hesitation, liberating Li Rufeng from the necessity of manually gathering souls and various great powers. Senior, this is your room. I shall not intrude upon your rest. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall not refuse anything within my capability, the attendant respectfully stated as he led Li Rufeng to the door of a room before turning to leave. Very well. You may attend to your duties. Li Rufeng nodded and entered the room, dismissing any further concerns. Subsequently, under the attendant's guidance, Su Yang and the others gradually arrived at their respective chambers. They would reside here for the next 2 days until the entrance to the ancient secret realm was unveiled. Meanwhile, within the ancient Moon's sacred land, chaos erupted. This is grave. Something terrible has occurred. The atmosphere was shattered by several panicked voices. Shortly after, a figure rushed into the great hall of the sacred land in haste. What is the matter? Why this uproar? An elder glared at the flustered disciple who had barged in. At the upper end of the hall sat a middle-aged man with white hair, the lord of the ancient Moon's sacred land, known as Gu Shijue, a being of emperor rank. Returning to the elder, it concerns the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun, the disciple stammered in distress. The Holy Sun? What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. The elder snapped in response. Yes, it is Ba Xingzi. Just moments ago. His life token shattered. Shattered. The disciple trembled, his voice betraying his agitation. What? As these words echoed, a wave of shock swept through the elders present in the hall. Speak quickly. Who has slain our sacred land's holy son? They must be made to suffer unspeakable torment. One elder demanded angrily. Returning to the elder, we do not yet know who specifically killed the holy son. However, according to the information relayed by the life token, the holy son was murdered in Ancient Moon City. The disciple responded, what? Ancient Moon City? Very well. To dare to slay our sacred son at the gates of the Ancient Moon Holy Land is an unabashed provocation. I implore the Holy Master to seek justice for our sacred son and for the Ancient Moon Holy Land. Upon learning of the demise of the Titan Tiger at the foot of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, many elders were filled with fury. Soon, the elders within the Grand Hall knelt before the lofty figure of Gu Shijue, beseeching him to take action and restore justice. Seated, Gu Shijue slowly raised his head, his expression remarkably serene, betraying not a hint of anger. Esteemed elders, I am already aware of this matter. However, the death of a single sacred son is no cause for alarm. Our Ancient Moon Holy Land is abundant with prodigies. One sacred son has perished. We shall merely select another. What say you, esteemed elders? After a brief pause, Gu Shijue spoke with a nonchalant tone. Hearing his words, the elders exchanged glances, their faces revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Holy Master, I believe this is not advisable. Just as the Grand Hall was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, a figure slowly emerged. The speaker was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, Yu Qiangu. Chapter 0. The Emperor Moves, the Peril of Ancient Moon City. Oh, esteemed Elder, what do you propose? Gu Shiju inquired nonchalantly. Your Excellency, the adversary has slain our Holy Land's son before our very eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Moreover, in a few days, the ancient secret realm shall be unveiled. During this time, the mightiest forces from across the realm will converge upon our Ancient Moon Holy Land. If they learn of our son's demise and observe our inaction, will we not become the laughingstock of the world, perceived as timid and cowardly? Therefore, I suggest that we not only identify the perpetrator responsible for the death of our son, but also publicly execute this individual before the assembled powers on the day the ancient secret realm is opened. In doing so, we shall unequivocally declare that any who dares to offend the Ancient Moon Holy Land shall face lethal retribution, irrespective of their identity. Yu Qiangue spoke slowly. Indeed, the elder's reasoning is sound. Pray tell, what course of action should we pursue next? Gu Shiju replied with a subtle smile, maintaining his composure throughout the discussion. My suggestion is to dispatch individuals to Ancient Moon City to ascertain the identity of the one who murdered the son. Upon locating this individual, we shall swiftly apprehend them and sever their cultivation, leaving them with but a breath. We can then await the day of the ancient secret realm's opening. Yu Qiangue proposed. Very well, let us proceed as the elder advises. Recently, I have experienced a profound revelation and must retreat for seclusion and cultivation. Henceforth, I entrust all matters of the Ancient Moon Holy Land to you, esteemed elder. Do you harbor any objections? Gu Shiju rose, addressing Yu Qiangue. I shall obey. Rest assured, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. Yu Qiangue responded with utmost respect. Then it is settled. With that, Gu Shiju's figure vanished from the Grand Hall. Throughout the entire discourse, Gu Shiju exhibited no concern for the death of Ba Tianhu, nor for the identity of the one who had slain him. Elder, what do you propose we do next? Soon after Gu Shiju departed, several elders gathered around Yu Qiangue. Naturally, we must send people to Ancient Moon City. Those who dare to slay our Holy Land's son shall pay a heavy price. Yu Qiangue declared coldly. Elder, the son was flanked by two peak quasi-emperors. Given the current situation, with the son deceased, they too have likely encountered misfortune. The adversary is likely another peak quasi-emperor, or even an emperor-level powerhouse. Our Holy Land, aside from the three ancestors, possesses only 5 emperor-level strongholds. With the Lord in seclusion, he cannot intervene. Which of our emperor-level warriors does the elder intend to dispatch? An elder inquired. Let us send Elder Fangzhong, came the response. He stands at the pinnacle of the Emperor's 5th realm, which should suffice to deal with those who have slain the holy son of our sacred land. Additionally, I shall dispatch 20 peak quasi-emperors to accompany him to Guyu City. In this manner, our success is assured. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiangu decided to speak. Elder Fangzhong, the Grand Elder is indeed wise. No matter how formidable our adversary, they cannot possibly evade our grasp. Upon hearing Fangzhong's name, the other elders displayed a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. In the Guyu sacred land, there exists an individual who commands the utmost respect and fear among all elders. This individual is Fangzhong. The reason is simple. He possesses an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. When he strikes, even the innocent are not spared. On one occasion, He eliminated an elder simply because he found the elder's demeanor displeasing. Consequently, there are few within the entire Guyu sacred land who do not harbor fear of Fangzheng. Before long, Yu Qiangu personally sought out Fangzheng and relayed the command. Upon hearing the task, Fangzheng exhibited no hesitation in accepting it. After all, this was an opportunity for him to indulge in unrestrained slaughter. He could not refuse. In fact, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Soon, Fangzheng departed the Guyu sacred land, accompanied by 20 peak quasi-emperors. I shall say but this, from here on. You need only observe. Anyone who dares to intervene, I shall not hesitate to slay them first. The people of Guyu City belong to me. Ha ha, they are all mine. Ha ha ha. As they journeyed toward Guyu City, Fangzheng erupted into maniacal laughter. Elder Fang, the Grand Elder merely instructed us to find the one who killed the Holy Sun. The others in Guyu City are not our concern. Before he could finish his sentence, this peak quasi-emperor elder coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the sword plunged into his chest. Hee, it seems you have not grasped the essence of my words. In that case, perish. Ah, is this the taste of blood? Ha ha ha. It is utterly exquisite. It has been ages since I have savored such a delightful scent of carnage. Ah ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fangzheng withdrew his sword, resting a hand on his face, and suddenly threw his head back in laughter. The remaining elders, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled several meters, their faces awash with horror and fear, as if confronted by an unfathomable demon. And you? Have you, too, failed to comprehend my earlier words? After his raucous laughter subsided, Fangzheng abruptly turned to face the other elders. We shall obey Elder Fang's command. Henceforth, we will not concern ourselves with any matters nor interfere in any affairs. His inquiry instilled considerable fear in the elders, prompting them to respond hastily, eager to avoid any potential delay. No one would have anticipated that a group of peak quasi-emperors, seemingly invincible in the eastern wilderness and other regions, could appear so utterly humbled at this moment. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems you are more astute than he is. Fangzheng offered a faint smile, subsequently disregarding the elders as he pivoted and accelerated towards ancient Moon City. It was only after Fangzheng had distanced himself by several miles that the elders exhaled slowly, their breaths laden with complex emotions. In the end, they retrieved the corpse of the deceased elder and set forth in pursuit of Fangzheng. Ancient Moon City. Beep. A powerful emperor-level being has been detected approaching Ancient Moon City, targeting the host. Within the confines of his chamber, Ruff was suddenly alerted by the system's notification echoing in his mind. Oh, an emperor-level powerhouse. Speaking of which, I have yet to experiment with an emperor's soul using the human emperor banner. It is a pity that only one has come. Rising gradually, Ruff spoke softly. However, I find myself disinterested in the emperor's soul at present. The soul of that divine time sentinel appears to hold more strength. Oh well, with nothing else to occupy my time, I might as well join the fray. As he uttered these words, Ruff's figure instantaneously vanished from the room. Meanwhile, Fangzheng had also arrived above Ancient Moon City. Chapter 0. The Power of Slaughter. The Battle of Emperors. Cackling with glee, I sense the call of blood. I must express my gratitude to the one who dispatched that useless holy sun. Otherwise, I would still be languishing in the sacred grounds. Punished. Ahaha. As I perceive the presence of millions within Ancient Moon City, my excitement escalates. Let them all perish. Blood slaughter reign. In the next instant, I launch my attack upon the denizens of Ancient Moon City. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of assaults descends from the heavens. As if the apocalypse has arrived. What is this? It's bad. Run quickly. This is the might of an emperor. An emperor is striking at Ancient Moon City. Below, sensing the impending doom, an increasing number of people scatter in terror. Ha ha ha. A swarm of ants. Do they dare to escape? Let them die. Observing the panicked throngs below, my onslaught intensifies, and my expression grows ever more ferocious. Boom. Bang. Crash. Moments later, the attacks land, and in an instant, an expanse of several dozen miles is reduced to rubble, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Ahaha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Yet it is not enough. Since that individual is within Ancient Moon City, I shall eradicate everyone here. This way, the search becomes unnecessary. Ha ha. Once more. Blood slaughter reign. As I witness the carnage unfolding within Ancient Moon City, my assaults become even more relentless. In a brief span, the inhabitants feel as though they have descended into the depths of hell. No. Why is this happening? What has transpired? Why does an emperor strike against us? What have we done wrong? I do not wish to die. I implore the emperor for mercy. I still wish to live. Amidst the overwhelming onslaught, the people of Ancient Moon City can only kneel in desperation, utterly incapable of any other form of resistance. Fear is etched upon their faces, and their eyes are filled with despair. Mercy? No, no, no. Ants are unworthy of mercy. You shall serve as nourishment for my ascension to the next level. Ah. Gazing down at those kneeling in supplication, I tremble with excitement. With every life extinguished, the aura of slaughter within me intensifies. This is the very reason for my fervor in killing. There is something remarkable here. The power of slaughter. I never anticipated encountering one who cultivates the path of slaughter. Yet, are not such individuals typically practitioners of demonic or sinister arts? To think such a being exists even within the sacred grounds. In the high skies, observing the figure radiating a potent aura of slaughter not far away, Ruff murmurs to himself, the power of slaughter? No wonder this fellow aims to slaughter the city upon his arrival. Master, shall we not intervene? Suyang inquired from behind. Oh, is your beloved present below? Ruff suddenly queried with a knowing look. Beloved? Master, you jest. This is my first visit to Gus City, and I scarcely know any of the men here. How could I possibly have a beloved? Suyang replied timidly. Then why the urgency? It's not as if we are the ones intending to massacre the city. Moreover, if you wish to act, I shall not restrain you. Ruff spoke calmly. Me? Hee, master, I was merely inquiring. You know what they say? A friend in need is a friend indeed. Just jesting. Although I am quite formidable, I am not yet at the level to confront an emperor. Suyang responded with a chuckle to mask his embarrassment. No worries, senior brother. You may proceed with confidence. If you find yourself outmatched, Master will undoubtedly step in to rescue you. At that moment, Ji Wudao chimed in playfully. Go away, if anyone were to engage. It would be you. I see you have aspirations of becoming the senior brother. I certainly will not fall for that. Hearing Ji Wudao's words, Suyang was immediately left in a state of exasperation. Nearby, the others observed the antics of the two with a sense of bemusement. Enough. Let us continue to watch. Gus City harbors several emperor-level presences. His ambition to slaughter the city is no trivial matter. Sometimes, it is quite enjoyable to watch a spectacle. With that, Ruff ceased further comments and turned his gaze back toward Fangzheng. There are indeed other emperors within the city? Goodness, that is perilous. It seems I must not stray more than 10 paces from Master in the future. Upon hearing Ruff's words, Suyang spoke up slightly. Senior brother, look at your cowardice. It is merely an emperor. You still require Master's protection. I am different. Alongside 6th junior brother, I would slay an emperor without hesitation. Ji Wudao immediately interjected. Indeed, 6th junior brother brings a dog along and can still slay an emperor. 2nd junior brother, you are only marginally superior to a dog. Suyang retorted without mercy. Beside them, Zhu Jusi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him upon hearing this, growing somewhat weary. I had dignified. Never mind, I shall gradually acclimate. Thankfully, there are still sensible seniors around. Zhu Jusi weakly lamented in his heart. This fellow is peculiar. Even the disciples he gathers are the same. Alas, I must keep a close watch on Xiao Yi in the future, lest I lead her astray. Meanwhile, observing the banter between Suyang and Ji Wudao, Yi also found herself quietly criticizing them. Simultaneously, just as some attacks were about to descend upon the heart of Gus City, a sudden surge of formidable energy dispersed these assaults. Fangzheng, enough already. On ordinary days, one might overlook such matters. However, today you dare to target even me? Immediately, a thunderous shout erupted, accompanied by a figure soaring into the sky. It was Fangzheng. Were it not for the intervention of those old-timers from the ancient moon's sacred land last time, do you truly believe you would still be alive? With your insatiable thirst for blood, do you not fear the retribution of the heavenly path? Before long, 2 more figures appeared in the heavens. The retribution of the heavenly path? A jest indeed. I am an emperor. Would I fear the trifling retribution of the heavenly path? As long as I can grow stronger. What does it matter how many I slay? Luo Ao, Yunqingli, Qinxiang. Do you 3 intend to obstruct me today? Do not blame me for the warning. Anyone who stands in my way shall face merciless execution. Even you shall not be spared. Fangzheng cast a chilling glance at Luo Ao and the others, his voice icy and resolute. Fangzheng, you are merely at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. How dare you act so arrogantly? One of us is at the 6th level of the Emperor realm, and 2 others are at the 5th level. Do you truly believe you can contend with us? In any case, if you cease your actions now, we can pretend this day never happened. Otherwise, we shall act as the will of heaven. Luo Ao replied indifferently. Acting as the will of heaven? What a splendid notion. Do you not fear the depletion of your lifespan by confronting me? Fangzheng inquired with a smile. Are you not in the same predicament? Besides, we may only expend a bit of our lifespan, while you shall lose your very life. The true blood of an emperor is sufficient to replenish the lifespan we sacrifice. Furthermore, by absorbing your essence, our realm shall ascend further still, Luo Ao retorted coldly. Interesting. I have yet to set my sights on you, yet you have already targeted me. Today, I shall observe whether you can leave here alive. 3 emperors. Should I slay you, my power of slaughter shall surely grow more formidable. Your true blood and essence shall belong to me as well. Soul annihilation. All of you shall perish. As his words fell, Fangzheng took the initiative to launch an assault on Luo Ao and the others. In an instant, an overwhelming imperial might erupted above ancient Moon City. In that fleeting moment, the structures below crumbled into ruins under the imperial pressure, and countless bystanders met their demise. Chapter 0. The conclusion of the Imperial War, 2 injured, 1 escaped Humph, seeking death. Gentlemen, let us unite our strength. When the time comes, we shall divide his true blood and primal power equally among the 3 of us. With a composed demeanor, Luo Ao addressed Yun Chengli and Qin Xiang while observing Fang Zheng's assault. Indeed, I concur with this intent. If that is the case, let us strike together. We must resolve this swiftly to prevent reinforcements from the ancient Moon Sacred Land. With that, Yun Chengli launched himself towards Fang Zheng. What about you, Brother Qin? In the next moment, Luo Ao turned to the silent Qin Xiang, inquiring, Haha, I am prepared to engage. However, I shall claim half of Fang Zheng's true blood and primal essence. After all, I possess greater strength than you both and will exert more effort. Hence, it is only fair that I receive a larger share. Brother Luo, you should have no objections, correct? Qin Xiang replied with a faint smile. Among the 3, Qin Xiang boasted the cultivation of the 6th layer of the Emperor realm, which provided him the confidence to demand a larger portion. Agreed. I have no objections. And I trust Brother Yun will feel the same. Although reluctant, Luo Ao did not hesitate long before acquiescing. Excellent. Then let us proceed together. Although Fang Zheng is at the 5th layer of the Emperor realm, he wields the power of slaughter, making him a formidable opponent. You and Brother Yun shall engage him while I await the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Xiang proposed. Understood, no problem at all. I leave it to you, Brother Qin. With that, Luo Ao ceased his deliberation, brandishing his weapon and charging towards the already engaged Fang Zheng. Haha, truly foolish. Once you have exhausted yourselves, I shall seize the opportunity to vanquish you. The true blood and primal essence of 3 emperors will undoubtedly allow me to ascend to the 7th layer, perhaps even the 8th. With such power, few on the Tianyuan continent shall stand against me. My strategy is simply brilliant. Gazing at the entangled trio, Qin Xiang reveled in excitement, a smirk of triumph unconsciously gracing his lips. 3 emperors have appeared once more. It seems they intend to confront one individual as a trio. This battle should conclude swiftly, Su Yang remarked, observing the fierce clash from a distance. Not necessarily so. In my view, the emperor who cultivates the power of slaughter will not be easily defeated. This fellow is so reckless. He may possess formidable hidden cards, Ji Wudao countered. Is that so? Master, whom do you believe will emerge victorious? Having grown accustomed to Ji Wudao's retort, Su Yang did not take offense. If those 3 unite with determination, they may indeed prevail. However, in the realm of cultivation, the most unreliable factor is the human heart. Do you see that individual who has yet to make a move? His objective is not merely the besieged emperor. Li Ruffing spoke slowly. Master, do you mean that individual harbors ulterior motives? Su Yang inquired immediately. The essence, blood, and origin of one emperor. In contrast to the essence, blood, and origin of 3. Su Yang, if you were faced with this choice, which would you select? Li Ruffing responded with a question of his own. Ah, I see. Su Yang swiftly comprehended the implication of Li Ruffing's words. Very well, as long as you understand. Remember, in the realm of cultivation, there is only one person you can truly trust, and that is yourself. Even with me as your master, you must remain vigilant. The same applies to all of you. Li Ruffing spoke calmly. Master, while I agree regarding others, I have absolute faith in you. Su Yang immediately declared earnestly. Master, we feel the same. Ji Wudao and the others chimed in. Haha, thus, you are still rather inexperienced. Do you truly believe that just anyone could easily harm you? It is inevitably those closest to you, those you trust the most. Although I would never betray your trust, the same cannot be said for others you place your faith in, unless you possess the same unwavering confidence in your own strength as I do. You must always consider the possibility of death. Ascending to the pinnacle of the great Tao is not a matter of reckless ambition. I cannot protect you for all eternity. Li Ruffing spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone both a reminder and a subtle hint. This left Su Yang and the others feeling somewhat perplexed. Prior to Li Ruffing's words, they had never contemplated such matters. All right, do not overthink it. While I may speak grandly, your understanding is still limited. The reality will provide you with a thorough lesson in due time, and then you will grasp the essence of what I conveyed today. Now, aside from Juicy, prepare yourselves. The essence, blood, and origin of an emperor can greatly enhance your cultivation. How much you can absorb depends solely on your own abilities. After a brief moment, Li Ruffing suddenly reminded them. Master, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Li Ruffing's statement, Su Yang immediately expressed his confusion. Big brother, why are you asking so much? Since the master has said so, we should simply prepare ourselves. The essence, blood, and origin of an emperor is a rare treasure. I want to be sharing mine. Ji Wudao jested. All right, then let us see who can absorb more when the time comes. Su Yang replied with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Surrounded by Luo Ao and his companions, Fang Zheng was now covered in wounds. Yet, strangely, his aura did not diminish. Rather, it intensified with ferocity. Delightful. It has been ages since I tasted my own blood. As a token of gratitude, I shall claim your lives. After licking the blood that dripped from his hand, Fang Zheng's eyes suddenly turned a menacing crimson, and his murderous aura surged dramatically. In an instant, every living creature within hundreds of miles was obliterated by this terrifying force of slaughter. What on earth is happening? With such severe injuries, how can he unleash such a horrific presence? Gentlemen, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Let us no longer hold back. We must reveal our trump cards and swiftly eliminate Fang Zheng. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the more unfavorable it will become for us. Observing Fang Zheng's escalating aura, Qin Xiang promptly addressed Luo Ao and the others. Agreed. I have no objections. Yes, I concur. Soon, both Luo Ao and Yun Qingli nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, the three began to unleash an even more potent aura than before. Only now are you preparing to fight with all your might. It is too late. The power of slaughter shall annihilate heaven and earth. Fang Zheng, noticing the rising auras of Luo Ao and his companions, provided them no chance to continue their preparations. In an instant, he unleashed his ultimate move. Instantly, the sky over a vast expanse of hundreds of miles was completely engulfed in darkness. Following this, Fang Zheng's attack surged directly towards Luo Ao and his companions. This is bad. Everyone, attack together to block it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Xiang shouted urgently. The next moment, Luo Ao and Yun Qingli poured all their strength into defending against Fang Zheng's formidable assault. Thank you both. Rest assured, I will avenge your grievances. Your wives and children shall henceforth become my own. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiang had retreated several miles away, showing no intention of defending against the impending attack. Qin Xiang, do you dare to deceive us? May you meet a terrible fate. The next moment, Luo Ao and his companion erupted in fury. Yet, it was too late. They had missed their optimal chance to escape. Even in their rage, they lacked the energy to pursue the fleeing Qin Xiang. A bunch of fools. You've managed to cultivate to the 5th level of the Emperor realm with such ineptitude. Once you two are at each other's throats, that will be my moment to strike. Paying no heed to Luo Ao's furious shouts, Qin Xiang regarded them with disdain. Die, with Fang Zheng's voice echoing. His attack descended upon Luo Ao and his companion. In an instant, a tremendous collision reverberated through the heavens. The aftershocks of the impact were so powerful that they flattened mountains situated 100 miles away. This fierce battle gradually subsided after several breaths of time. That was exhilarating. It's a pity one managed to escape. But next time, I shall personally sever your head. In the high skies, Fang Zheng laughed heartily and spoke coldly. No need for that. You shall not have a next time. Suddenly, a voice echoed softly. Chapter 0. Annihilating the 4 Emperors and Refining the Origin Hum. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Fang Zheng, who had been brimming with excitement, abruptly restrained his smile, and his expression turned grave. Behind you. In the next moment, a voice emerged from behind Fang Zheng. At the sound of this statement, Fang Zheng instantly pivoted, fixing his gaze intently on the figure that had unexpectedly appeared before him. The speaker was none other than Ruff, who had been watching the scene unfold. Who are you? How could you evade my senses? Fang Zheng was somewhat frantic, yet not foolish. Anyone capable of stealthily approaching him undetected was certainly not an ordinary individual. At this moment, Fang Zheng's face was etched with vigilance, and the aura around him began to stir. The one who will kill you, Ruff replied tersely, without elaboration. Kill me? You dare threaten my life? You truly are presumptuous. Do you even know who I am? I am at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Who dares to kill me? Just as Fang Zheng was about to continue his tirade, a spurt of warm blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. You cannot. Sensing the imminent specter of death, Fang Zheng slowly raised his head, locking his incredulous gaze on Ruff. You speak too much. While you still draw breath, you should call for help. Now it is time for him. With that, Ruff turned his gaze toward the direction in which Qin Xiang had fled. So slow. I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be so inept. With a snap of his fingers, a figure materialized instantaneously before Ruff. It was none other than Qin Xiang, who had managed to escape several hundred miles away. This is impossible. How have I returned here? Qin Xiang's voice resonated with shock. What do you think? You stand no chance of escaping before me, Ruff retorted. With that, he raised his hand and effortlessly crushed Qin Xiang. Immediately thereafter, with another wave of his hand, Fang Zheng and the fallen Luo Ao were also obliterated in an instant. Thus, the 4 esteemed emperors met their demise. Goodness, Master is incredibly powerful. They battled for so long without a clear victor. Yet Master merely raised his hand and crushed them like that? Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to the curious Zhu Juicy beside him. Can you also crush an emperor with a mere gesture? I should be able to, Zhu Juicy replied. However, they are not at the peak of the Emperor realm, so their strength is somewhat lacking. Of course, my prowess pales in comparison to that of Master. The little Emperor is merely that. On that day, the Master effortlessly vanquished an immortal with a single strike. Though it was merely a projection, I sensed that even in its true form, the master would still be capable of annihilating it with ease, Zhu Jusi reminisced. Oh, to extinguish an immortal in one blow? Alas, I was not present to witness such a spectacle, Su Yang sighed. There is no need for you to lament, senior brother. Perhaps you shall witness it soon. Zhu Jusi replied. Oh, sixth junior brother, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Zhu Jusi's words, Su Yang hastily inquired. Ji Wudao and the others also turned their gazes toward Zhu Jusi, eagerly awaiting his response. Actually, it is quite simple. At the moment when that immortal projection was obliterated, it uttered some fierce words. Thus, once it recovers from its injuries, it is certain to seek vengeance against the master. At that time, you shall be able to witness how the master dispatches an immortal with a single blow, Zhu Jusi elucidated. I see. Hearing you say this, my anticipation grows for that immortal to arrive post-haste. To witness an immortal being extinguished in one strike, what a magnificent scene that would be, Su Yang remarked, his imagination already conjuring the grandeur of the event. What are you all discussing? Have you prepared yourselves? If you can fully absorb and refine the essence and source of the four emperors, you might very well ascend to the emperor realm in one fell swoop. At the very least, you should attain the quasi-emperor realm. Just as Su Yang continued to daydream, Li Ruffeng returned to their side, bearing four spheres of imperial essence and source. The emperor realm. How exhilarating. Why bother with training further? We could simply await the master to slay some emperors for us to absorb and refine, Su Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of achieving the emperor realm in one go. Upon hearing Su Yang's brazen words, Li Rufeng's forehead twitched. You may not be particularly impressive in appearance, but your imagination is quite vivid. This is the lower realm, and given your current weakness, I am merely lending you a hand. Once we ascend to the higher realm, you will need to rely on yourselves. I am here to take you as disciples, not to do your bidding. Now settle down. Remember, during the process of refining this essence and source, you must not be distracted or seek quick gains. After a moment's pause, Li Ruffeng began to speak again. Yes. In swift response, Su Yang and the others promptly seated themselves. Zhu Jusi and De Yi, having no need for these, stepped aside. Let us commence. Observing that Su Yang and the others were prepared, Li Ruffeng wasted no time and divided the imperial essence and source into 5 portions, forcefully infusing them into their dantians. To prevent this immense power from overwhelming Su Yang and the others, he employed a slight technique, allowing them to gradually absorb and refine the power within their dantians. In the ensuing moments, Su Yang and his companions embarked on the protracted process of refining the blood and essence of the great emperor. Observing their seamless transition into this endeavor, Li Ruffeng nodded slightly, then gestured with his hand, enveloping them within the Taichu small world. Within this realm, a single day in the outside world equates to a century within. Thus, the refinement of the emperor's power would be executed with heightened efficiency in the Taichu small world. Master, what about my senior brothers? Upon witnessing Su Yang and the others suddenly vanish, Zhu Jusi inquired curiously. Fear not, they reside within my small world. The accelerated flow of time will expedite their refinement, Li Ruffeng replied. A small world. Master, you possess a small world? It is only fitting, given your formidable strength. After the initial shock, Zhu Jusi reconciled with this newfound reality. Do you truly have a small world? Are you certain it is not merely a confined space? Even at my peak, I could only create a relatively large independent space. De Yi expressed her astonishment at Li Rufeng's words. After all, establishing a small space is a feat achievable by those with modest strength, but creating a world is an entirely different matter. A small space remains largely unchanged after its inception, whereas a world possesses the capacity for self-evolution. Consequently, despite recognizing Li Rufeng's prowess, De Yi found it difficult to believe he could forge a small world. Is it truly so difficult to possess a small world? If you harbor doubts, then enter and see for yourself. You may also keep an eye on Su Yang and the others to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Li Ruffeng concluded, raising his hand to transport De Yi into the Taichu small world. Master, where shall we go next? The ancient moon city lies in ruins. We must find a place to rest. After De Yi vanished, Zhu Jusi glanced at the remnants of the ancient moon city before turning his gaze back to Li Ruffeng. Patience, others will soon arrive. Once we address them, we shall consider our next course of action, Li Ruffeng responded calmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 0. The death of Qi Xian and the exploration of memory Za, being targeted by my master. Unfortunate for you. I suggest you take care in your next life, provided you have one. Observing Li Rufeng's demeanor, Zhu Jusi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Time swiftly passed, approximately 100 breaths later. It seems today fortune smiles upon me. Suddenly, Li Ruffeng lifted his head to gaze in a particular direction, murmuring to himself. Jusi, I leave this place to you. When the time comes, eliminate all who arrive. After speaking to himself, Li Ruffeng turned to Zhu Jusi and instructed him. Oh, I understand, master. But what about you? Zhu Jusi, regaining his senses, immediately inquired with curiosity. I must fulfill a promise, which requires my temporary absence, Li Ruffeng replied. Fulfill a promise? Very well, master. You can rest assured that I will manage here. Though Zhu Jusi struggled to fully grasp Li Rufeng's meaning, he still solemnly assured him. Very well. I shall take my leave. Li Rufeng nodded slightly, and then his figure vanished from sight. Sigh. I wonder who will come here. It's been quite a while. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? After Li Rufeng's departure, Zhu Jusi, now alone, began to feel a twinge of boredom. Just as he lamented, suddenly, dozens of powerful presences surged towards ancient Moon City. They've arrived. These must be the individuals my master spoke of. Indeed, quite impressive. I can even sense the aura of an 8th-stage emperor. At last, I can stretch my limbs. I wonder when my master will return. I suppose I shall entertain myself with them for a while. If I dispatch them swiftly and no one else comes, I would surely be left in utter tedium. Upon sensing the formidable auras approaching ancient Moon City, the previously bored Zhu Jusi finally felt a spark of interest. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the once tranquil void suddenly erupted with anomalies. As the fabric of the void shattered, a figure slowly stepped forth from the passage. The wretched spiritual energy of this lower realm makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. Were it not for that detestable scoundrel, I would not have come to such a place personally. Very well, I shall swiftly eliminate him and return to the celestial realm. Following this, the figure emitted a series of chillingly indifferent remarks. This individual was none other than Qi Xian, the dark-clad man who had previously suffered the destruction of a portion of his essence at the hands of Li Rufeng, tasked with guarding the Ascension Gate. Oh, to kill me? Just as Qi Xian's voice faded, a mocking tone suddenly pierced through the air. Who? Qi Xian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. To evade the perception of a celestial being from the higher realm, Qi Xian felt a twinge of wariness. It is you. Oh, how fortuitous. I was pondering how to seek you out, yet you have audaciously presented yourself before me. Truly, when heaven offers a path, you choose to ignore it. When hell has no door, you willingly enter. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall graciously fulfill your wish. Perish. This time, I confront you in my true form. There shall be no escape for you. Upon turning to find the silhouette of Li Rufeng, Qi Xian's fury ignited, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched his attack. Are the denizens of the celestial realm as foolish as you? Do you truly believe I have come to meet my end? Surely, you recall my previous words? I vowed that upon our next encounter, I would claim your life. Be obliterated. With a resounding clap, Li Rufeng calmly addressed Qi Xian, exhibiting not a trace of panic. He then lifted his gaze and merely snapped his fingers. At the sound, silence enveloped all. The assault, along with Qi Xian, was instantaneously erased from existence. It transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Qi Xian no opportunity to plead for mercy. It seems I neglected to inquire about the situation in the upper realm. Had I known to preserve a fragment of his soul. Alas, such overwhelming strength is indeed a burden. After completely annihilating Qi Xian, Li Rufeng recalled the matter at hand, feeling a twinge of regret for acting too swiftly. Ding! Fear not, esteemed host, for his soul's essence has already been absorbed by the 10,000 souls banner. Any soul consumed by the 10,000 souls banner allows the host to directly access their memories from their past life. Oh, even if the soul is extinguished, I can still access their memories? Indeed, esteemed host. Why was this not mentioned sooner? I wasted my breath in criticism. What must I do to view that man's memories? It is quite simple, esteemed host. You need only to infuse a wisp of your consciousness into the 10,000 souls banner, and you shall be able to access the memories of your chosen individual. So straightforward? I had not anticipated that the Emperor's banner possessed such capabilities. This is quite advantageous. In the next moment, Li Rufeng ceased his ramblings and directly sent forth a wisp of consciousness into the Emperor's banner. Mere moments later, all of Qi Xian's memories flooded into Li Rufeng's mind. Before long, Li Rufeng gleaned a wealth of information regarding the celestial realm, particularly the reasons behind the closure of the Ascension Gates to Tianyuan continent. So it is. I had not realized that the actions of a few individuals from Tianyuan continent could provoke such drastic measures from the celestial beings. They even went so far as to expend significant resources to completely sever the pathway for its inhabitants to ascend to the celestial realm. Ultimately, it is those individuals who fear the emergence of more powerful beings from Tianyuan continent that have instigated this. How utterly uninteresting. The strong need not fear. Only the weak resort to such petty tactics. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Li Rufeng faintly shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident upon his visage. Ultimately, he chose not to linger any longer, and his figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, within a structure not far from the exit of the Ascension Gate, a sense of urgency arose. This is dire. The life stone has shattered. Something has happened to Qi Xian. I must ascertain the situation. Upon sensing the shattering of a life stone within his storage ring, a man clad in black was instantly taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose from his quarters and swiftly made his way towards the Ascension Gate. In less than 10 breaths, the man in black arrived at the exit of the Ascension Gate. He is not here. Where could he have gone? Surveying the surroundings, His unease deepened as he failed to locate Qishuan's presence. I must promptly report this matter. Moments later, the man in black hastily departed, racing towards a specific direction at great speed. Chapter 0. A visit to the sacred land. Ancestor of the sacred land at long last, it has all been resolved. Above the ancient city of moonlight, Zhu Jusi exhaled softly after vanquishing the last adversary. In the span of less than a stick of incense, he had decisively dispatched dozens of formidable emperor-level warriors who had come to the city, including several of the formidable 8th tier. Although Zhu Jusi currently stood at the pinnacle of emperor strength, confronting such a multitude of emperors simultaneously had indeed drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. I wonder if more will arrive. If another dozen emperors show up, I may find myself in quite a predicament. After a brief respite, Zhu Jusi began to murmur to himself. Oh, in the Tianyuan continent, are there still beings capable of overwhelming the reincarnation emperor? At that moment, a teasing voice resonated from behind Zhu Jusi. Master, you have returned. As per your instructions, I have dealt with all the newcomers. They were all of the emperor realm, with the weakest being at the 5th tier. Fortunately, no peak emperor came. Otherwise, I would have struggled to handle them swiftly. Zhu Jusi approached Li Ruffing and spoke. Peak emperors do not act so readily. They are quite protective of their lives. Now, it is time for us to depart from this place. Li Ruffing smiled and continued. Depart? Then, master, where shall we go next? Zhu Jusi inquired with curiosity. Where to? Naturally, to the place we are meant to go. Let us move. With that, Li Ruffing said no more and soared toward the location of the Moonlight Sacred Land. That direction, I see. After glancing in the direction Li Ruffing had taken, Zhu Jusi quickly comprehended their intended destination. Without further hesitation, he hastened to follow Li Ruffing. Before long, Li Ruffing brought Zhu Jusi to the entrance of the Moonlight Sacred Land. Who goes there? Bang! Poof! The disciples guarding the entrance were just about to question the newcomers, but before they could finish their words, they were sent flying, crashing heavily against the stones on either side. Meanwhile, Li Ruffing strolled in as if nothing were amiss. Who dares to intrude? Bang! Crash! Poof! As they continued onward, individuals from the Moonlight Sacred Land emerged one after another, attempting to obstruct Li Ruffing's advance. Yet, without exception, be they disciples or elders of the sacred land, they were all sent reeling, their fates uncertain. This commotion quickly caught the attention of the powerful beings within the Moonlight Sacred Land. This is not good. Report to the Grand Elder. 2 individuals have breached the sacred land. Along the way, none could impede their progress. Soon, they would arrive at the Grand Hall. Within the sacred hall, a disciple hurriedly made his way, reporting the situation to the seated Yu Qinggu. I am already aware of this matter. You may leave, he replied, rising slowly. His expression dark and his tone laced with a hint of coldness. Such audacity. After thousands of years, this is the first time someone has dared to cause trouble in my ancient moon sacred land. Elders, let us confront this reckless individual. With these words, Yu Qinggu clasped his hands behind him and strode toward the hall's entrance. As you command, Elder. The elders echoed in unison. Shortly thereafter, they followed in Yu Qinggu's wake. Meanwhile, Li Ruffing continued to saunter leisurely toward the sacred hall. In less than 10 breaths, he encountered Yu Qinggu and the others. Who are you? You dare to intrude upon my ancient moon sacred land without cause. Do you truly believe this place is easy to bully? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, I assure you, you shall not leave the ancient moon sacred land. Upon their meeting, Yu Qinggu coldly threatened, releasing the oppressive aura of an 8th level emperor toward Li Ruffing. Reason? Do I require a reason for my actions? Li Ruffing scoffed dismissively in the face of Yu Qinggu's intimidation. In the next moment, his gaze turned icy, and Yu Qinggu's imposing pressure was instantaneously shattered. Bang! Suddenly, Yu Qinggu's body erupted without any warning. What? This unexpected scene left the elders trailing behind Yu Qinggu in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. This was impossible. The Grand Elder was a formidable 8th level emperor. Even a peak emperor could not be slain with a mere glance. At this moment, the elders were engulfed in astonishment, fear beginning to creep onto their faces. Please spare me, senior. I know nothing. It was the Grand Elder who ordered me to come here. I merely followed orders and had no intention of attacking you. A quick-thinking elder immediately knelt before Li Ruffing, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Yes, please spare me. I was compelled to obey the Grand Elder's command. As the first elder pleaded, others quickly followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy. With a snap of his fingers, Li Ruffing observed the scene before him in silence. In an instant, tranquility returned. Let us proceed to the hall, he said. After exchanging a word with Zhu Jusi beside him, Li Ruffing continued to stride towards the great hall of the ancient moon sacred land. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber beneath the ancient moon sacred land, 3 elderly figures with flowing white hair sat in meditation. Their countenances bore the semblance of approaching mortality. However, they emanated an aura of terrifying power. These were the 3 supreme emperors of the ancient moon sacred land. What a peculiar method. Eldest brother, Can you discern this individual? One of the elders seated in the center spoke slowly. I cannot see through him. To so effortlessly slay a formidable foe at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. This person must indeed be at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and moreover, at the very apex of it. Otherwise, such strength would be unattainable, replied the elder on the far right. Indeed, as I suspected. However, we cannot overlook someone who has harmed our ancient moon's sacred land, regardless of his strength. As fellow peak emperors, our combined efforts should not render us inferior to him, the central elder remarked once more. Everything hinges on the eldest brother. The other two elders responded in unison to the elder in the middle. Very well, let us three confront this uninvited guest, declared the elder, and with that, the three white-haired figures vanished from the chamber. On the other side, within the great hall of the ancient moon's sacred land, Ruff had already taken his seat at the highest position. At last, you have arrived. I was beginning to think you would choose to retreat in silence, he said, seemingly sensing their presence. Chapter 0. The flick of a finger annihilates the three ancestors, the hidden trump card of Gu Shurjualf. Within my Guyu holy land, do you truly believe that we shall let you go after slaying our elders? As soon as Ruff's voice echoed, a chilling inquiry reverberated through the grand hall. Oh, so you intend not to spare me? I find myself rather curious as to how you plan to accomplish that. A mere peak emperor. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Liang Jingru, perhaps? Ruff replied with a faint smile, entirely dismissive of the three ancestors of Guyu holy land. Arrogance. We are all peak emperors. There are three of us, yet you stand alone. No matter your prowess, it is impossible for one to contend against three. Should you sever an arm, I might allow you to depart from Guyu holy land. Otherwise, the elder standing in the center spoke coldly. Amusing. The last individual who threatened me lies 6 feet beneath the earth now. Before you attempt to flaunt your prowess in your next life, do remember to assess whether your strength suffices. With that, Ruff raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. In an instant, 3 attacks pierced through the heads of the 3 ancestors of Guyu holy land. Unthinkable. Before the words could fully escape their lips, the 3 began to dissipate slowly, their eyes filled with disbelief until the very end. Impressive. Truly worthy of being my master. Logically, such a formidable talent ought not to exist in the lower realms. Yet, my master must be an exception. Observing Ruff effortlessly eliminate 3 peak emperors, Zhu Jusi felt a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Have you seen enough? Do I need to invite you out? Just as Zhu Jusi was lost in thought, Ruff suddenly spoke with a casual tone. There are others? Upon hearing Ruff's words, Zhu Jusi immediately pulled back his thoughts, his expression turning grave, for he had sensed no other presence within the hall, indicating that the opponent's strength was likely superior to his own. The realization left Zhu Jusi in disbelief. Not to mention my master. There exists someone stronger than me in this Tianyuan continent? I have attained my current strength only after 9 cycles of reincarnation. My master is right. There are always those stronger beyond the horizon. It appears I must remain vigilant at all times henceforth. Zhu Jusi contemplated solemnly. Truly impressive, senior. I thought I had concealed myself well, yet I see I have been seen through. At that moment, a figure materialized from the void and descended to the ground. Are you also from Guyu holy land? Ruff inquired, gazing at the man who had appeared before him. In response, the man clasped his hands and replied, respectfully addressing my senior, I am Gu Shurjua, the holy master of Guyu holy land. Oh, are you the holy lord? Then why do you not take action against me? If you were to ambush me stealthily, perhaps you might have a chance to catch me off guard. Observing Gu Shurjua's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic, Ruff inquired with curiosity. Senior, you jest. Although I possess strength, before your presence, I am but a mayfly beneath the vast sky. Utterly insignificant, Gu Shurjua replied, maintaining a composed yet respectful tone. Quite intriguing. Your awareness of the situation makes me almost reluctant to end your life. Tell me, should I kill you, or should I spare you? Ruff leaned back in his seat, casually posing the question. Whether I live or die is beyond my control. It rests solely in the hands of the esteemed senior. However, even if you were to choose to take my life, I assure you, I am not without hope, Gu Shurjua said, shaking his head gently before continuing to speak. From beginning to end, Gu Shurjua exhibited not a trace of fear nor a hint of pleading. Oh, truly? You appear quite confident. This piques my curiosity regarding the source of your assurance, Ruff remarked, narrowing his eyes, increasingly intrigued by Gu Shurjua. Ding, dear host, do you require the system to elucidate your doubts? Just as Ruff pondered Gu Shurjua's remarkable composure, the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated. You know? Of course, the system is omniscient and all-knowing. All right, then enlighten me, Ruff replied inwardly. Gu Shurjua's calmness stems from a hidden trump card. This trump card possesses the potential to save his life. Oh, a trump card? What kind of card could possibly withstand my attacks? Ruff inquired with curiosity. To clarify, the trump card does not directly negate your assault. Instead, it grants him a chance to be reborn upon his demise. Rebirth? Such a trump card exists? Indeed, Gu Shizhua's trump card is a Xiandong butterfly. The Xiandong butterfly, a peculiar creature capable of allowing one to return to the past. However, dear host, there is no need for excessive concern. Even if Gu Shizhua successfully undergoes rebirth, you can traverse the river of time to the past and eliminate him definitively. Xiandong butterfly? The ability of rebirth? How fascinating. This is my first encounter with such an intriguing phenomenon. After absorbing the system's explanation, Li Ruffing finally grasped why Gu Shizhua remained unfazed in his presence. How quaint. So it is, Gu Shizhua, is it? I must admit, you are among the rare few who have captured my interest. Very well, I shall spare your life. However, I require something that belongs to you. Upon comprehending the situation, Li Ruffing stood and gradually approached Gu Shizhua. Simultaneously, he spoke with a measured tone. The item in your possession? Upon hearing Li Ruffing's words, Gu Shizhua's calm visage displayed a flicker of curiosity. Please, speak, senior. Anything I possess, I am willing to offer you. Gu Shizhua promptly responded. Ah, that is agreeable. I am particularly intrigued by your summer-winter butterfly. What do you say? Trading the butterfly for your life seems a fair exchange, does it not? Li Ruffing remarked with a smile as he stood before Gu Shizhua. Indeed, as soon as Li Ruffing spoke, Gu Shizhua's eyes widened, and his expression exhibited considerable fluctuation. It was to be expected. I should have anticipated such a development. Facing a senior of this caliber, I ought not to harbor any illusions. Since the senior has taken an interest in the summer-winter butterfly, I shall not refuse. Here it is. After a brief moment of astonishment, Gu Shizhua's expression returned to normal, seemingly unperturbed by Li Ruffing's knowledge of the summer-winter butterfly. Without hesitation, Gu Shizhua summoned the butterfly. This is it. It appears rather unremarkable, Li Ruffing observed after inspecting the summer-winter butterfly that Gu Shizhua held out. Senior, I have produced the summer-winter butterfly. What of your earlier statements? Gu Shizhua suddenly queried. Earlier statements? Oh, rest assured, when I declare that I shall not take your life, I mean it. Of course, this holds true only if you do not provoke me, Li Ruffing replied coolly after a brief pause. Naturally, I would not be foolish enough to instigate a senior, Gu Shizhua acknowledged. Very well, then. By the way, would you mind if I stayed here for a night? I shall depart once the ancient secret realm opens, Li Ruffing unexpectedly proposed. Not at all, senior. You are welcome to stay as long as you wish. I have no objections, Gu Shizhua replied. Good. Noticing Gu Shizhua's agreeable nature, Li Ruffing nodded slightly. Following this, he departed the Grand Hall with Zhu Jusi. The Tianyuan continent indeed harbors hidden talents. Now that I no longer possess the summer-winter butterfly, I must exercise even greater caution in my forthcoming endeavors. Gu Shizhua mused as he watched Li Ruffing's retreating figure. After Li Ruffing completely vanished from sight, Gu Shizhua also exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 0. The Ancient Secret Realm. As time flows, the day for the opening of the Ancient Secret Realm swiftly arrives. On this day, the three great sanctuaries of Zhongdu and the four prominent secluded families have gathered within the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. The young and powerful aspirants, eager to explore the Ancient Secret Realm in search of various opportunities, have also arrived one after another at the Ancient Moon Sanctuary. The moment is ripe. The Ancient Secret Realm is ready to be unveiled. It remains uncertain whether anyone will discover the legendary path to immortality this time. Before long, an elder from the Zizai Sanctuary rose and spoke. For so many years, no one has discovered it. I believe the opportunity for ascension must be a myth. Enough of these idle words. Let us together open the Ancient Secret Realm. The sooner we commence, the sooner we may return. Following this, an elder from the Wudao Sanctuary urged, Indeed. Let us proceed. Soon, representatives from the other factions rose in agreement, nodding their assent. In the next moment, 7 tokens ascended into the air, emitting 7 beams of light towards a void. After a brief pause, the entrance to the Ancient Secret Realm officially opened. All those who met the requirements were permitted to enter. As the entrance was unveiled, an elder promptly commanded, The opportunity for ascension, here I come. Instantly, hundreds of young cultivators surged into the Ancient Secret Realm, each vying to be the first to enter and discover the fabled path to immortality. Within the Ancient Secret Realm, Li Ruffing cast a glance at the newly opened entrance before leaping forward into its depths. As for Zhu Jusi, Li Ruffing had long since tucked him away within the Taichu small world. Upon entering the Ancient Secret Realm, Li Ruffing found himself randomly transported to a vast plain. Not rushing into action for his inaugural visit, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. In that direction, there exists an aura surpassing even the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Could that be the so-called opportunity for ascension? With such thoughts, he resolved to investigate further. Shortly after, Li Ruffing sensed a powerful presence, prompting his curiosity. Without delay, he made his way towards the source of the aura. A few moments later, Li Ruffing arrived atop a mountain peak, where he spotted a cave entrance. Without hesitation, he entered the cavern. As he ventured deeper, he soon found himself in a spacious chamber, where a massive stone door stood before him. Flanking the door were 2 imposing stone statues of giants. their presence emanating the same aura that he had sensed earlier. I am quite eager to discover what lies beyond, Ruff mused. Gazing up at the tightly sealed stone door, a sense of curiosity igniting within him. Without further ado, he approached the stone door. In the next moment, Ruff gently raised his hand and placed it upon the stone door, then began to push forward. A mere trifle shatter. Upon sensing the presence of a barrier upon the stone door, Ruff hesitated not, forcefully breaching the entrance. Boom. In the subsequent breath, the massive stone door erupted with a resounding crash. Witnessing this spectacle, a faint smile graced Ruff's lips as he lifted his foot and stepped through the threshold. As he entered, a brilliant light surged forth, illuminating the previously dim room. At the very center of the chamber stood a circular pedestal over a meter high. Encircling the pedestal were 6 humanoid statues. Ruff surveyed the layout of the room, ultimately directing his gaze toward the pedestal at its core. Upon it, something floated, radiating a golden glow. Intrigued, Ruff approached the pedestal, captivated by the luminous object. What could this be? Just as he was about to touch the glowing artifact, a deep voice resonated through the room. Huh! Startled by the sudden sound, Ruff's hand froze in midair. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Bang! At the very moment of his disappearance, an inexplicable attack struck the very spot he had occupied. Indeed, it was not so simple. Come out. Must I implore you? Having evaded the assault, Ruff spoke coolly. You, an ant from the lower realms, dare to be so audacious. I did not anticipate your ability to evade my strike, but next time, fortune shall not favor you. Seemingly incensed by Ruff's words, the mysterious voice echoed once more within the chamber. In rapid succession, the 6 humanoid statues emitted a radiant white light. As the brilliance faded, a white apparition materialized before Ruff. Ah, so it is you playing tricks? A mere fragment of consciousness, and I expected more from you. Yet, you are considerably stronger than the celestial being who perished by my hand last time. Nevertheless, to me, both of you are equally pitifully weak. Upon seeing the white apparition, Ruff clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of disdain gracing his smile. Humph, arrogant, a mere fragment of consciousness, easily dispatched. Ant, your presence here signifies some measure of ability. To perish at my hands, your life shall not have been in vain. Prepare for your end. Without hesitation, the white apparition raised its hand and struck towards Ruff. In an instant, an attack far surpassing the pinnacle of an emperor bore down upon him. Huh, is that all? Clap. Ruff remained serene, then raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a surge of power erupted from Ruff, instantly shattering the attack of the White Phantom. What is this power? Who are you? The White Phantom, sensing the force emanating from Ruff, was taken aback and inquired with astonishment. Oh, you are unaware? And you dare to call yourself an immortal? You do not even know the primal force of the world? Ruff scoffed. What? The primal force of the world? This is impossible. Are you the heavenly Tao? Upon hearing Ruff's words, the White Phantom questioned in disbelief. Heh, you have too many questions. It is now my turn. With a resounding clap, both Ruff and the White Phantom vanished from the room. Simultaneously, within the primordial small world, they appeared. What place is this? Observing the scenery of the primordial small world, an ominous premonition arose in the heart of the White Phantom. This is your burial ground. I have spoken enough. I hope you possess information that piques my interest. With that, Ruff ceased his prattle and, raising his hand, crushed the White Phantom. Immediately, all the memories of the White Phantom flooded into Ruff's mind. Within the primordial small world, achieving this was but a trifling matter for Ruff. In fact, should he desire, he could even restore the exploded White Phantom to its original state. It can be said that in the primordial small world, Ruff was not only invincible, but could also accomplish anything he wished. In the Taisu immortal domain, within the Taisu palace, ultimately, it was merely a thought. The useful memories were scant. Nonetheless, it was better than having none at all. After probing the memories of the White Phantom, Ruff gleaned only the name of an immortal domain and a faction. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as having something was certainly preferable to having nothing. After dispatching the White Phantom, Ruff departed the primordial small world, returning to the previous room. This time, without any hindrance from others, he easily retrieved the object atop the round platform. Is this an elixir? I wonder what kind of elixir it is. As he examined the plump pill in his hand, Ruff mused with curiosity. Chapter 0. A reshuffling in the capital, dominance established. Ding. Esteemed host. This is a human immortal pill, capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the realm of human immortals. Upon successfully ascending to the immortal realm, one transitions into the human immortal stage. Just as Ruff was enveloped in curiosity and confusion, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ah, a human immortal pill? Thus, this object is the so-called opportunity for ascension? If it can assist one in transcending to the human immortal realm, then this opportunity for ascension appears to pose no issues. Why, then, did you previously suggest it was a conspiracy of the denizens of the immortal realm? In response, Esteemed host, a normal human immortal pill indeed poses no threat. However, the one in your possession has been tampered with long ago. Anyone who consumes this particular human immortal pill will unwittingly bear a mark of servitude within their body. Upon their ascension to the immortal realm, they will become a slave to a certain individual in that realm, their life and death resting solely in the hands of their master. Very well. What a dull means of manipulation. Since this human immortal pill has been compromised, why do the inhabitants of the immortal realm seek to prevent the denizens of Tianyuan continent from obtaining it? After all, once consumed, the mark of servitude is directly inscribed. They have no need to obstruct it. Li Ruffeng inquired once more, perplexed. The answer is quite simple. Everything that appears secure in this world has its exceptions. Although the mark of servitude is exceedingly difficult to unravel, it does not mean that it is impossible to break. For instance, the mark within this human immortal pill holds no power over you, esteemed host. Oh, I see. This implies that someone has previously succeeded in breaking the mark within their body. To prevent a recurrence of such events, the denizens of the immortal realm have chosen to stifle the issue at its roots. Well, I initially thought they had more elaborate schemes. I did not anticipate the reason to be so straightforward. Having grasped the sequence of events, Li Ruffeng felt that the inhabitants of the immortal realm were rather unremarkable after all. It seemed that there was nothing left here to pique my interest. What a tedious expedition into this secret realm. With a sigh, Li Ruffeng turned to exit the room. Yet, just as he was about to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the previously silent chamber, beams of light suddenly erupted forth. Simultaneously, a colossal formation appeared on the ground, and peculiar patterns emerged on the surrounding walls. What on earth is happening? Witnessing this abrupt spectacle, Li Ruffeng found himself momentarily dazed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding occurrences. Esteemed host, this is the extermination array. The extermination array? Goodness, I just entered. Had it been anyone else from the continent, they would surely meet with a grim fate. Li Ruffeng sighed softly. Ah, it has begun. Boom. Bang. Crash. As soon as Li Ruffeng's voice fell, the Juxian array erupted with a blinding radiance. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying force was unleashed from the array. Almost in the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the room. Outside, the once silent peaks suddenly shattered from within. The spectacle of the explosion was so immense that it could be clearly observed even from 100 miles away. Oh my, look over there. What on earth happened? How could there be such a commotion? Soon, the sound of the explosion drew the attention of an increasing number of onlookers, many of whom decided to investigate the source of the disturbance. After all, such a ruckus piqued everyone's curiosity. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the explosion, as the dust gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged. This power is merely adequate for a scratch. There is nothing here that piques my interest any longer. It is time to depart. Casting a glance at the surrounding devastation, Li Ruffeng spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Outside the secret realm, it was not long before Li Ruffeng reappeared in the ancient moon sacred land. The instant he emerged, he captured the attention of numerous individuals. Who is this person? We have not yet opened the exit. How did he emerge from the ancient secret realm? One elder seated nearby pondered with great confusion. This line of thought resonated with many others present. In an inconspicuous corner, Gu Shijue also noticed Li Ruffeng's figure. However, he was not overly perplexed. In his mind, Li Ruffeng was a figure of both mystery and strength. The ability to exit the ancient secret realm at will was acceptable and understandable to him. Hey, who are you? How did you come out of the ancient secret realm? Speak the truth. Just as Li Ruffeng was about to leave the ancient moon sacred land, a figure abruptly blocked his path and coldly interrogated him. Yes, do clarify. By what means did you emerge from the ancient secret realm? Several figures swiftly surrounded him, tightening the encirclement. And you are? Li Ruffeng asked calmly. You don't even know who we are. Kid, your path has narrowed. Listen well. We are from the 7 great forces of Zhongdu. The ancient secret realm is under the control of our 7 forces. You emerged without us opening the exit. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? An elder from the Zizai sacred land spoke with a stern voice. Oh, the 7 great forces? My, how intimidating. Li Ruffeng jested. It is good that you know fear. So why not hasten to divulge? Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, the elder from the free land of saints continued to admonish him sternly. How could there be such foolish individuals? Never mind. Perhaps you should be more cautious in your next life. With that, the elder's voice fell, and the individuals encircling Li Ruffeng were instantly reduced to ashes. What has happened? The elders questioned, bewildered at the sudden disappearance of their peers. Nearby, members of other minor factions gazed in shock at the scene, many trembling with fear. These individuals were indeed exceedingly foolish, so accustomed to their arrogance that their demise seemed only fitting. In a corner, Gu Shijue quietly observed the unfolding events, reflecting inwardly. Just then, Li Ruffeng's voice echoed unexpectedly, causing Gu Shijue to shudder. Without a moment's hesitation, he appeared before Li Ruffeng. Please, senior, speak, Gu Shijue said respectfully. You are aware of the locations of the 7 major factions in Zhongdu, correct? Li Ruffing inquired nonchalantly. Yes, but what does the senior intend? Gu Shijue responded, puzzled. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Now, tell me, where are they specifically located? Li Ruffing commanded. Understood. Soon. Gu Shijue recounted the locations of the other 6 major factions within Zhongdu to Li Ruffing in detail. Very well, I have noted them. Considering that you are somewhat agreeable, I shall leave the Guyu Holy Land intact for you. After today, your Guyu Holy Land shall stand unrivaled in Zhongdu. Upon finishing, Li Ruffing revealed a peculiar smile. Thank you, senior. Gu Shijue replied promptly. Haha, you are rather intriguing, Li Ruffing said with a chuckle before vanishing from sight. Those who recognize the times are true talents. In comparison to one's life, all else can be forsaken. One day, I too shall possess strength akin to his. Gu Shijue mused, watching the direction in which Li Ruffing departed. Meanwhile, after leaving the Guyu Holy Land, Li Ruffing sequentially visited the 6 major factions in Zhongdu. Without exception, with merely a wave of his hand, the 6 factions were utterly annihilated. After concluding these matters, Li Ruffing did not immediately depart from Zhongdu. Instead, he began to wander leisurely throughout the city. Simultaneously, the news of the 6 factions' destruction spread like wildfire. Within less than half a day, this astonishing revelation had thoroughly circulated throughout Zhongdu. Of course, apart from Gu Shijue, no one knew the identity of the mastermind behind these events. Most of it is speculation regarding the sole ancient sanctuary, the ancient moon's sacred land, which obliterated the 6 great powers. In the end, the identity of the figure behind the scenes became increasingly absurd with each retelling. However, the individual involved, Li Ruffing, paid no further attention to these unfolding events. The repercussions of the annihilation of the 6 great powers, however, lingered for quite some time. Chapter 0. A warning from the celestial origin. The 10 generals of the temple in the heart of the capital, on an unremarkable and ordinary path, Li Ruffing strolled leisurely. Just as he was about to continue his exploration of the city, a figure unexpectedly emerged before him. This sudden appearance halted Li Ruffing in his tracks. So it's you. Celestial Path, do you have business here? Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Li Ruffing inquired with a casual tone. It's urgent. There is no time for elaborate explanations. I sense multiple terrifying presences heading towards the celestial origin continent. These auras are likely associated with the Divine Time Guardians. With my current strength, I am unable to confront them alone. Thus, I require your assistance, the Celestial Path replied anxiously. Oh, the Divine Time Guardians? Hearing this, Li Ruffing stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can assist you, but what benefits shall I gain in return? I refuse to be mere free labor. After contemplating for a moment, Li Ruffing regarded the Celestial Path with a knowing smile. What is it that you desire? The Celestial Path, momentarily taken aback, responded. How about a portion of the world's primal energy? What do you think? Li Ruffing suggested lightly. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Path froze in place. What do you need that for? It should be of no use to your cultivation. After a brief silence, the Celestial Path questioned with confusion. Whether it is useful or not, that is my concern. Just tell me if you will provide it. Li Ruffing replied nonchalantly. All right, I can grant you some of the world's primal energy. Can we depart now? After deliberation, the Celestial Path ultimately acquiesced to Li Ruffing's request. Not so fast. I have another question for you. Once you answer, we can deal with those Divine Time Guardians, Li Ruffing said with a smile. A question? Very well. What do you wish to ask? Although unsure of Li Ruffing's intentions, the Celestial Path did not refuse. Have you been scheming something regarding Xiaomenger? Let me guess. Her birth must have been orchestrated by you, right? The daughter of fortune? Do you intend for her to assist you in breaking the celestial blockade over the celestial origin continent? Or perhaps, do you have other motives? As he reached the end of his inquiry, Li Ruffing's gaze turned icy, and his tone grew more detached. You. The Celestial Path's expression shifted dramatically, revealing shock. I am aware of your formidable strength, but I had no idea you possessed such insight. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge the specifics of that matter. I can only tell you that the situation is exceedingly complex. Oh, is it that you cannot speak, or is it that you choose not to? Li Ruffing said with an expression of serene indifference as he gazed at Tianyuan. I cannot divulge. There are certain matters where knowing more does not equate to better outcomes. Even I am only privy to some peripheral details, Tianyuan replied. Is that so? It appears you are merely a pawn in this grand game. Nevertheless, I shall uncover what I seek in due time. I am indifferent to the forces behind you, nor am I concerned with the schemes you concoct regarding Xiaoming. I have but one warning. If anything befalls her, you shall be divided into 8 parts. Li Ruffing smiled faintly, then issued a cold warning. I believe you overestimate my capabilities. I lack the authority to harm her. Now, those individuals are approaching. We should depart promptly. Tianyuan paid little heed to Li Ruffing's admonition. After exchanging a few more words, he returned to the previous topic. Lead the way. Li Ruffing said calmly. Very well. In the next moment, Tianyuan turned and departed from the spot. Observing this, Li Ruffing swiftly vanished as well. Moments later, under Tianyuan's guidance, Li Ruffeng arrived in the boundless void beyond Tianyuan continent, with the continent itself behind them. Did you not say they were coming? Yet I see not a single figure. Li Ruffeng remarked as he surveyed the infinite emptiness around him. Let us wait a while longer. Rest assured, my information is reliable. They have dispatched more than one individual this time. What concerns me more is whether you can handle them, Tianyuan expressed with some apprehension. Is that so? More than one. That is splendid news. The more, the merrier. They are merely experience points, and I can deal with however many come, rather than worrying about my strength. You should prepare the primordial power of the world you promised, Li Ruffeng stated with a tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words, Tianyuan ceased to speak further. Approximately 100 breaths later, an unusual phenomenon suddenly manifested in the boundless void not far from Li Ruffeng. They have arrived. Sensing the stirrings in the void, Tianyuan heightened his vigilance. At last, they are here, Li Ruffeng remarked softly. In contrast to Tianyuan, Li Ruffeng exhibited no hint of anxiety. Rather, he seemed somewhat impatient from the wait. When the time comes to act, keep your distance. Should you be inadvertently harmed, I shall not take responsibility. He then turned to Tianyuan and cautioned him. Understood, Tianyuan replied coolly. Just as his words fell, a rift suddenly appeared in the fabric of the void before them. In the next moment, 10 figures emerged simultaneously from the spatial fissure. They have finally arrived. Uncertain of the thoughts of the esteemed lord, one of the men among us voiced his complaint. How could such a trivial lower realm continent necessitate the presence of all 10 of us? Surely, the lord underestimates our capabilities. The speaker, known as Wang Sun, is one of the 10 generals of the Temple of Time. Wang Sun, you speak too freely, came a cold voice from the only woman in the group. If the lord has given such orders, there must be a reason behind it. Do you dare question the lord? Do you seek to tempt fate? The woman, named Hua Ling, is not only one of the 10 generals, but also their leader. I wouldn't dare, my lady. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Please do not relay my words to the lord, Wang Sun pleaded, sensing the gravity of her warning. Let there not be a next time. Let us attend to our duties. Once we complete the task assigned by the lord, we can return to report back. Hua Ling stated with a serene demeanor. There are 2 individuals over there. Let us inquire about the situation, she continued, directing her gaze toward Li Ruffeng and his companion. The remaining 10 generals promptly followed her lead. They are approaching us. I did not expect 10 individuals. Are you certain you are prepared? On the other side, Tianyuan quietly inquired of Li Ruffeng as the generals advanced toward them. You step back and observe my performance, Li Ruffeng replied nonchalantly. I must admit, they are far superior to the previous divine sentinel. Yet, in my eyes, they are merely ordinary. Very well, then exercise caution, Tianyuan said, observing Li Ruffeng's calm confidence. He chose to distance himself from Li Ruffeng as the 10 generals came to stand before them. Chapter 0. A single word to vanquish foes, 9 arrows to slay sister. Allow me to handle this trivial matter, Wang Sun declared, stepping forward, closing the distance to merely 10 meters from Li Ruffeng. Youngster, I have a few inquiries for you. You would do well to answer honestly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. He barked coldly at Li Ruffeng. Oh, what would you like to ask? Li Ruffeng replied with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. I inquire whether the Tianyuan continent is the very world behind you. Furthermore, a divine time guardian once visited the Tianyuan continent. Have you encountered him? Wang Sun's tone remained icy. Let me ponder. Indeed. There was such an individual here, who proclaimed himself a divine time guardian. Li Ruffeng responded with a slight smile. Then you must know who it was that murdered that divine time guardian. Speak, or face dire consequences. Wang Sun threatened sharply upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words. Fool. Li Ruffeng replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Wang Sun's expression darkened instantly at the insult. I said you are a fool. Did you not wish to know who killed that divine time guardian? Far yet near. I have spoken. What will you do now? Li Ruffeng said calmly. What? It was you. You are the one who killed that divine time guardian. I see you are the true fool. To slay a divine time guardian and still dare to appear before me. Youngster, you are both arrogant and courting death. Wang Sun laughed heartily. I expected a formidable opponent to require 10 of us to confront, yet you are merely a conceited simpleton. Today, your fate is sealed, provoking the Temple of Time. No one can save you. Prepare to perish. With your death, my mission shall be accomplished. With that, Wang Sun raised his hand and launched a powerful punch towards Li Ruffeng. In an instant, the very fabric of the air seemed to tear as a result of his strike. Yet, Li Ruffeng remained utterly tranquil, standing his ground, showing no intention to evade or defend. Die. Boom. In a heartbeat, Wang Sun's fist struck mere millimeters from Li Ruffeng's head. The subsequent scene left all present in utter astonishment. Wang Sun's fist halted abruptly, unable to advance even the slightest further. Is that all? Li Ruffeng observed Wang Sun before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. How could you withstand my full force strike? As he beheld the scornful grin on Li Ruffeng's face, Wang Sun's composure shattered, his countenance twisting into a grimace. The revelation that this individual could block his attack was unfathomable. It is no wonder that the master sent 10 of us together. In such a humble locale, how could one encounter an individual of such formidable prowess? Not far away, Hualing cast a glance at Li Rufin, her heart suddenly filled with doubt. This is bad. Wang Sun, retreat at once. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, Hualing shouted urgently towards Wang Sun. No, you must have employed some underhanded tactics. I refuse to believe you can withstand my blow. Die. Ignoring Hualing's warning, Wang Sun was consumed by a singular obsession, the need to vanquish Li Rufin, spurred on by his mocking words. You refuse to accept your foolishness. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? To deal with an insignificant insect like you, do I need to resort to petty tricks? Your soul, I shall claim. Perish. Observing Wang Sun's relentless assault, Li Rufin's interest waned. With merely a single word spoken, in an instant, Wang Sun was obliterated, transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Damn it. Not far away, witnessing this scene, Hualing's expression morphed into one of shock, coupled with a tinge of trepidation. A being of divine realm strength has fallen so easily? How is this possible? Such power could only be wielded by the master. This individual is beyond our capacity to confront. Everyone, disperse and flee. We must ensure that today's events reach the Temple of Time. Flee. After a swift deliberation, Hualing unhesitatingly commanded the other 8 to escape. In an instant, 9 figures, without a moment's hesitation, harnessed the power of time and scattered in all directions. Damn it. Have they grown clever? Have they learned to flee without a fight? Well, considering their cultivation level, few are fools. But do you think that by running in different directions, I will be powerless against you? It has been a long time since I played the game of cat and mouse. Watching the 9 figures flee in various directions, Li Rufin wore an expression devoid of concern. On the contrary, he appeared calm, even sporting a hint of disdainful amusement. Let me show you what true power over time looks like. The force of time, swift as an arrow. Li Rufin spoke softly, and in the next moment, 9 arrows, conjured from the power of time, materialized before him. Go. Moments later, Li Rufin uttered calmly. Instantly, the 9 arrows surged towards the fleeing Hualing and her companions. Thud. I refuse to accept this. Mere moments later, Hualing, having fled hundreds of miles away, was pierced through the heart by an arrow. Ultimately, in a haze of confusion and unwillingness, her body gradually turned to ash. The circumstances of the remaining 8 individuals mirrored those of the flower spirit. Each was struck by a single arrow, subsequently transforming into a wisp of ash. This was effortlessly resolved. Having absorbed the powers of these 10 individuals, both the primordial small world and the human emperor banner should experience considerable growth. Indeed, the divine temple is brimming with benevolent souls. I hope they dispatch more experience packages to me next time. After vanquishing the 10 generals of the temple, Li Rufin smiled faintly. Is this truly resolved? Who exactly is he? Why has he appeared in the Tianyuan continent? Moreover, even I am unaware of when he manifested in this realm. Not far away, Tianyuan gazed in astonishment and profound confusion at how effortlessly Li Rufin had annihilated the 10 generals of the divine temple. What do you think? Was the performance not splendid? Just as Tianyuan was pondering these thoughts, Li Rufin suddenly materialized before him. Splendid. Upon hearing Li Rufin's words, Tianyuan instinctively replied. Since it was splendid, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Li Rufin subtly inquired. Promise? Tianyuan was momentarily perplexed. The power of the world's origin. Surely, you do not intend to renege, do you? Of course, I wouldn't mind if you chose to withdraw, he chuckled enigmatically. No, I will provide it to you immediately. Observing Li Rufin's peculiar smile sent a chill down Tianyuan's spine, prompting him to respond hastily. In the next moment, a transparent orb appeared in Tianyuan's hand. This is 1/10 of the world's origin power from the Tianyuan continent. I can only offer you this much. Any more would jeopardize the stability of the continent. Only 1/10? How miserly. Nevertheless, 1/10 will suffice. Should you require assistance in the future, do remember to seek me out. At that time, I might offer you a discount. Farewell. After accepting the world's origin power from Tianyuan, Li Rufin spoke with a smile. With that, Li Rufin vanished from the spot, leaving Tianyuan with a furrowed brow. If it weren't for my inability to overpower you, truly a bandit. As for the next time, I shall never seek you out again in this lifetime. Sigh, being the heavenly Tao is indeed quite burdensome. Alas, I should promptly report this situation to my superiors. After a few more complaints, Tianyuan shook his head slightly, and then also disappeared from sight. Chapter 0, The Grey Apparition. Resolving mortal affairs in an uncharted realm, the figure of Tianyuan materialized. Shortly after his arrival, a phantom slowly coalesced within the space, enveloped by an enigmatic gray luminescence. The true visage of the apparition remained obscured. Having met the sovereign before, Tianyuan promptly approached with reverence. Yes, what is it that you seek? Inquired the gray apparition in a detached tone. Your Excellency, an unforeseen individual has emerged within the Tianyuan continent. This person possesses formidable strength, and furthermore, Tianyuan hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. What else? The gray apparition pressed, its curiosity piqued. Your Excellency, he previously inquired about Su Meng'er. I surmise he may have gleaned certain insights from her. However, I cannot ascertain the extent of his knowledge. Given that this matter pertains to your plans, I fear he might interfere clandestinely. Hence, I deemed it prudent to report his circumstances to you at the earliest opportunity, Tianyuan replied earnestly. Oh, is that so? How intriguing, remarked the gray apparition, a hint of fascination creeping into its tone. Your Excellency, do we need to take any action regarding this individual? Tianyuan ventured once more. No need. It is rare to encounter someone who piques my interest. Moreover, from what you suggest, he appears to have a vested interest in Su Meng'er, the gray apparition responded, tilting its head inquisitively. Indeed, he has even threatened me regarding her, Tianyuan answered. Ah, this adds an interesting twist. Tianyuan, you need not concern yourself with this matter further. Focus solely on your responsibilities within the Tianyuan continent. As for what this individual chooses to do next, as long as he does not harm Su Meng'er, he may do as he pleases, the gray apparition stated after a brief pause. Understood, I shall comply, Tianyuan responded promptly. Aside from this, is there anything else? Inquired the gray apparition, its tone shifting slightly. Your Excellency, previously, this individual requested some primordial energy from the world, Tianyuan reported. Primordial energy from the world? What does he intend to do with that? Could it be that he possesses a small world of his own? The gray apparition mused softly. I see. Grant him a modicum of primordial energy. It shall suffice. You have performed well in this regard, and consider this as a token of compensation, the gray apparition concluded, raising a hand to bestow a portion of primordial energy into Tianyuan's being. Thank you, Your Excellency. The unexpected boon caused Tianyuan to kneel in gratitude. Very well. The Tianyuan continent is entrusted to you. Should any developments arise, remember to report to me promptly. The gray phantom spoke and then dissipated from this realm. Unexpectedly, this encounter yielded unforeseen gains. Indeed, it was worthwhile. After the gray phantom departed, Tianyuan finally rose from the ground. As he felt the surge of primordial power coursing through his being, a radiant smile of sheer joy graced his lips. Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer and left this space. Simultaneously, high above the Tianyuan continent, Ruff stood suspended in the air. System, did you sense that? Such a terrifying aura. It eludes even my perception. How powerful must its owner be? Could he be the one behind Tianyuan? Ruff gazed in a certain direction, his heart filled with trepidation, his expression growing more grave. Dear host, although this individual is formidable, you have my system's support, the system reassured him. It won't be long before you can reach or even surpass his strength. I understand. I was merely momentarily astonished. I never anticipated that despite my immense power amassed over billions of years, I could not fathom this person. I can't help but wonder. Should he choose to strike at this moment, would my demise be inevitable? Ruff spoke solemnly. Do not fret, dear host. He harbors no malice towards you. The system replied. Moreover, if he truly intends to act against you, I shall intervene. Oh, you can intervene? Indeed. However, should I take action, it would contravene the system's regulations, potentially resulting in unforeseen punitive consequences. Nevertheless, these repercussions pale in comparison to your life. System, I confess, I am moved by your words. By the way, what are these regulations? Since they are rules, surely there must be a way to circumvent them? Ruff inquired, his thoughts now contemplating the origins of the system for the first time. Dear host, this pertains to the secrets of the system realm, which I cannot divulge. I can only tell you that everything in this world is a blend of truth and illusion, reality and fantasy. To uncover the ultimate truth, one must grow powerful enough to be beyond the constraints of any rule. Very well. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. At least it will not be dull. Upon hearing the system's response, Ruff chose not to press further. However, he had already begun formulating some hypotheses in his mind. To validate his conjectures, he resolved to follow the system's guidance and continue to grow stronger. A month swiftly passed. While only a month had elapsed in the outside world, 3,000 years had transpired within the Taichu small world. After millennia of cultivation, Su Yang and the others had made remarkable advancements in their strength. Apart from Su Yang, the other 5 individuals have already attained the realm of the Great Emperor. With the fortune of destiny on their side, coupled with the assistance of Ruff, it was not an arduous task for them to break through to the Great Emperor level over the course of several millennia. Now that you have all reached the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm, the Tianyuan continent can no longer facilitate your growth. Therefore, I have decided that 3 days hence, we shall break the seal of the Ascension Gate and ascend to the immortal realm in one fell swoop. During these 3 days, attend to your worldly affairs on the Tianyuan continent diligently. The divide between the immortal and the mortal is inevitable. Do not leave yourselves with regrets. Go forth. Ruff spoke softly, gazing at Su Yang and the 6 others. Yes, master. We take our leave. The 6 disciples responded respectfully. They then departed in different directions. Qingshan Town. After nearly 2.5 months, Su Yang returned once more. He had left as a discarded waste with a crippled foundation. Yet he returned as a formidable being with the strength of a great emperor. The transformation had been astonishingly swift. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at his doorstep. However, the scene that unfolded before him nearly drove him to the brink of madness. At the entrance of the Su residence lay several lifeless bodies, devoid of vitality. The ground was already soaked with an abundance of blood. Chapter 0. The Calamity of the Su Household. Time rewind alas. Father, mother. Witnessing the gruesome scene at the entrance, Su Yang rushed into the Su residence without a moment's hesitation. However, the situation within was even more harrowing than outside. The premises were strewn with lifeless bodies, many of which were grotesquely disfigured. Blood tainted every visible surface. On the ground, the walls, and the pillars. No place was spared from this horrific sight. Faced with such a nauseating spectacle, Su Yang's anxiety intensified. Ignoring the corpses in the courtyard, he hurried to his parents' quarters. In that instant, the trepidation that had gnawed at his heart was utterly extinguished. No, father, mother. Su Yang burst into the room, cradling his parents, who lay in a pool of blood, and let out a hoarse cry. In an instant, his eyes were suffused with bloodshot veins, and his entire being began to tremble uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang channeled his spiritual energy into his parents' bodies. Yet, to his utter despair, despite his fervent efforts, they remained unresponsive. Who was responsible for this? Su Yang's voice thundered, exuding an overwhelming aura of rage. Tears, defiant and sorrowful, cascaded down his cheeks, falling onto his parents' still forms. Cough. Yang, child. Suddenly, a faint voice broke through the silence. Mother, mother, it's me, it's Su Yang. How are you? Upon hearing his mother's voice, Su Yang responded immediately. It truly is you. Yang, I never expected to see you again. Knowing you are safe brings me peace. Cough. Su Yang's mother slowly raised her hand, attempting to caress her son's face. However, before her fingers could make contact, she began to cough up blood, her breath growing increasingly labored. Mother, it's all right. You will be fine. Please, do not speak. I will definitely save you. Seeing his mother's deteriorating condition, Su Yang hastened the flow of his spiritual energy. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, her vitality continued to wane. It's no use. Yang, you must live well. Cough. Su Yang's mother shook her head, her eyes filled with boundless affection as they met his. No, that cannot be. There must be a way, there must be. Yes, Master. Masterly Ruff will surely save you. Mother, hold on a little longer. I will call for Master right away. In this moment of despair, the image of his omnipotent mentor, Li Ruff, surfaced in Su Yang's mind. The next moment, he swiftly produced a talisman and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. With the infusion of spiritual energy, Li Ruff, thousands of miles away, instantly received Su Yang's signal. In a mere breath, Li Ruff traversed the vast distance and appeared beside Su Yang. Master, please save my mother. I implore you to act. As soon as Li Ruff materialized, Su Yang urgently beseeched him. This is... Li Ruff glanced at the woman Su Yang held, instantly perceiving her vitality was nearly extinguished. Without hesitation, Li Ruff raised his hand, swiftly safeguarding the last flicker of breath within Su Yang's mother. Phew, that was close. What has transpired? After stabilizing her life force, Li Ruff inquired. I am not certain. Upon my return, I discovered calamity had befallen my home. Master, my mother. Su Yang asked anxiously. The situation is dire. I am currently sustaining your mother's final breath. Had I delayed, even for a moment, it would have been too late. Li Ruff replied, his tone tinged with gravity. And what of my father? Su Yang's voice trembled as he questioned. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ruff turned to regard the man lying on the ground. After a few moments of contemplation, he gently shook his head. This revelation struck Su Yang like a bolt from the blue. Father, he slumped to the ground, anguish etched across his face. Life cannot be restored once lost. Grieve, but do not despair. I will first tend to your mother. Meanwhile, you should investigate if there are any clues left by those who attacked, Li Ruff instructed. Yes, I entrust my mother to you, Master, Su Yang responded, slowly rising from the ground before exiting the room. Once Su Yang departed, Li Ruff carefully laid Su Yang's mother on a nearby bed and commenced her treatment. The Celestial Restoration Stone, a breath can bring her back. It requires 100,000 kill points. You shall suffice. Soon, within the system's marketplace, Li Ruff located the necessary item. Without hesitation, he expended 100,000 kill points to procure a Celestial Restoration Stone. Then, Li Ruff integrated the stone into Su Yang's mother's body. As the stone began to take effect, her wounds rapidly healed, and the once fading vitality surged back. After a span of 10 breaths, her life force was finally stabilized. Not bad, Li Ruff remarked, retracting his hand with satisfaction. Subsequently, he exited the room. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Su Yang waiting at the door. Master, Master, how is my mother? Upon seeing Li Ruffeng emerge, Suyang hurriedly approached with concern. She is out of danger now. You may go see her. Perhaps she can provide you with some information regarding the situation. Li Ruffeng spoke up, expressing gratitude to his master. Thank you, master. I will go right away. Upon hearing that his mother was safe, Suyang hurried towards the room. Meanwhile, Li Ruffeng surveyed his surroundings before ascending into the sky above the Su residence. Time reversal. Before long, he activated the power of time, eager to uncover the events that transpired in the past at the Su residence. What is this? It dawned on him. It was her. How could it be her? No, there exists within her a power I cannot comprehend. What a delightful surprise follows another. Such a small realm as Tianyuan continent could continuously unveil entities that elude my understanding. Very well, I shall observe how many more unfathomable things exist in this world. Through the time reversal, Li Ruffeng discerned the circumstances surrounding the destruction of the Su residence, while also catching sight of elements that piqued his interest. This revelation stirred a sense of anticipation within the otherwise bored Li Ruffeng regarding the future. In the room, Suyang sat at the bedside, gazing at his mother, whose eyes were still tightly shut. Moments later, Suyang's mother slowly began to awaken, prompting a sigh of relief from the anxious Suyang. Am I dead? She murmured, blinking her eyes open in confusion. Mother, you're awake. You are not dead. It was Master who saved you. Suyang said as he assisted her to sit up. I'm not dead. Yaner, it seems you're right. I truly have not perished. His mother quickly accepted the reality upon seeing Suyang. That Yaner, you say your master saved me? Where is he? I must express my gratitude. Suyang replied, Mother, there's no rush. First, you need to tell me who has done this to the Su family. If I hadn't returned in time, perhaps you would. The mere thought of the Su residence, with only his mother surviving amidst the calamity, filled Suyang's eyes with a surge of crimson. Chapter 0. The Reemergence of Lu Rian and the Downfall of the Yuming Sect. It is your fiancé, Lu Rian. Suyang's mother spoke with a hint of disdain. What? Lu Rian? This is impossible. Mother, are you certain it is Lu Rian? Could you have been mistaken? Upon hearing Lu Rian's name, Suyang stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. There is no mistake, it is indeed she. She even told us that all of this is to exact revenge on Yu Yang. Moreover, she claimed this is merely the beginning. Yaner, what transpired between you two? What could have driven her to commit such heinous acts against the Su family? His mother inquired. If it truly is Lu Rian, then she indeed possesses the capability to annihilate my family. This is because I killed her. As he observed the unwavering resolve in his mother's demeanor, Suyang gradually began to accept that the one who had attacked the Su family was indeed Lu Rian. What? You killed her? But Suyang's mother was first taken aback, then filled with confusion. Mother, I understand what you wish to convey. Even I, at this moment, am bewildered. However, rest assured, I shall personally avenge the Su family's grievances. I can kill her once. I can certainly do so again. Lu Rian, if I do not slay you in this lifetime, may my path be shattered, and may I suffer endlessly in this world. Suyang declared coldly. Yaner, you are my only child. Please do not act recklessly. His mother cautioned, concern evident in her voice. Mother, have no worry. I will not allow hatred to cloud my judgment. There is no need for you to concern yourself with matters regarding Lu Rian. The Su family is no longer safe. We will leave this place after addressing the aftermath of Su Manor, Suyang replied. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Suyang's mother did not oppose his words. Soon, with the assistance of Suyang and his mother, all those who perished at Su Manor were laid to rest. In the rear mountains of Su Manor, Suyang buried them all, including his father. Master, I wish to find a suitable place for my mother's south resting place. Do you have any recommendations? After settling all affairs of Su Manor, Suyang approached Li Ruffeng. Perhaps you should take your mother to the Facian sect. As a disciple of the Facian sect, they will ensure your mother is well taken care of, Li Ruffeng suggested after some contemplation. Facian sect, you say? Very well. I shall make my way there at once. Following Li Ruffeng's counsel, Suyang ultimately took his mother to the Facian sect. Upon meeting Xinxinghe, Suyang directly stated his intentions. After listening to Suyang's intentions, Xinxinghe readily agreed. Thus, Suyang's mother was settled in the Flying Immortal sect. Following a brief farewell to his mother, Suyang departed from the sect. Master, I wish to inquire about a few matters. Upon returning to Li Ruffeng's side, Suyang directly posed his questions. Are you seeking information regarding Lu Rian? Li Ruffeng inquired calmly, as though he had anticipated Suyang's curiosity about her. Indeed, how could a deceased person come back to life? Suyang asked. Though resurrection is a formidable challenge, the world is vast, teeming with wonders. There are indeed a few methods that can restore life. Based on my conjecture, Lu Rian's revival likely involved a powerful individual acting from the shadows. This individual is exceptionally strong, possibly even surpassing my own capabilities. Li Ruffeng spoke slowly. Stronger than you, master? If so, what is your true strength at present? Suyang questioned. My strength is immense. To put it simply, within the immortal realm, I can extinguish anyone with a mere gesture. As for realms beyond the immortal realm, I am not lacking there either. Now, you should grasp the magnitude of the challenge you face if you wish to exact your revenge, Ruff replied. Do you require my assistance? Thank you for your kind offer, master, but I wish to attempt this on my own. If I find myself unable, I will then seek your aid, Su Yang responded. Haha, very well. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly oblige. Now that your matters are settled, you may retreat to my small world to cultivate. I shall call for you when it is time for ascension, Ruff concluded, raising his hand to envelop Su Yang into the Taichu small world. Meanwhile, in another location, above the Yuming sect in Donghuang Qingzhou, two graceful figures appeared. They were Chu Yi and De Yi. Yuming sect, I have arrived. The vendetta of the past shall be repaid today, Chu Yi declared, her eyes cold as she gazed down at the sect. Proceed. The mere Yuming sect is no match for you. After today, the shackles upon your heart will be completely shattered. The path ahead will be free of any obstacles, De Yi remarked softly. Indeed. Hands of time. Chu Yi nodded slightly and raised her hand, striking downward. In an instant, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, obliterating the Yuming sect entirely. Let us move on. There are still several factions that conspired with the Yuming sect in secrecy, and they too must be dealt with. Upon completing all of this, Chu Yi turned to the side and addressed De Yi. Hee, little Yi, I never expected you to take action without a trace of mercy. Quite impressive. You are increasingly resembling me. With that said, let us depart. De Yi spoke with a smile. Clearly, it is you who resembles me. After silently retorting in her heart, Chu Yi followed De Yi away from the skies above the Yomi sect. In a cavern nestled within a mountain cliff, Ho Qing hurriedly arrived after their departure. Senior, I have returned to see you, he exclaimed loudly upon entering the cave. Soon, Ho Qing reached the depths of the cavern. There, a desiccated skeleton sat upon a circular platform in the center. Senior, it is I, Ho Qing, he called out excitedly once more before the skeletal figure. It is indeed you, young man. How much time has passed? Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you that I had imparted all I could? The ancient blood emperor, from whom Ho Qing had received his inheritance, questioned with a hint of suspicion. Hee, senior, you are mistaken. This time is different from the last. I have come to rescue you, as a means of repaying your kindness, Ho Qing replied with a smile. Rescue me? Did I not mention that you must reach the emperor realm? What the? How could you possibly be at the emperor level? It has only been a few years since I bestowed you with the inheritance. The last time we met, you were merely at the golden core stage. How did you achieve the emperor realm in just a few months? Speak the truth. Have you misused my techniques for nefarious purposes? The ancient blood emperor spoke with palpable astonishment upon sensing Ho Qing's true aura. Senior, have you underestimated me too much? The mere emperor realm is but a trifling matter. How do you find my performance? Have I brought you shame? Ho Qing boasted with a proud expression. Enough of your arrogance before me. Quickly explain what is truly happening. The ancient blood emperor's expression darkened as he urged. All right, senior, do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. It all began one day when I encountered Ruff. For the next while, Ho Qing did not hold back, recounting his meeting with Ruff, becoming his disciple, and the subsequent events that transpired, relaying everything to the ancient blood emperor succinctly. Time passed, nearly the duration of a stick of incense. Chapter 0, The Ancient Blood Emperor, a being of the divine realm. Thus, the matter unfolds. With the aid of my master, I have managed to ascend to the emperor realm in such a brief span of time. In truth, when one considers the length of time, it is not insignificant, for I have traversed several millennia within that diminutive world. Ho Qing remarked, I never anticipated that you would encounter such fortuitous opportunities. To possess a master with a miniature realm and formidable strength is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. The ancient blood emperor mused, this is what one might call strength. Do you not comprehend? As the saying goes, luck is also a facet of strength. Ho Qing countered, indeed, but isn't it still mere fortune? The ancient blood emperor replied, let us set aside such trivialities for now, esteemed elder. Did you not once declare that as long as I attained the emperor realm, there would be a means to rescue you? What must I do now? Ho Qing pivoted the discussion back to the matter at hand. Sigh, your earnestness is commendable, and it makes my decision to pass on my legacy to you worthwhile. However, at present, you lack the capability to save me. The ancient blood emperor sighed, though a semblance of satisfaction graced his countenance. What? Even the emperor realm is insufficient? Ho Qing inquired, perplexed. But elder, did you not say? Initially, I merely sought a pretext to motivate you. Who could have foreseen your rapid ascent to the emperor realm? Had I known of your remarkable fortune, I would have suggested a higher threshold. The ancient blood emperor responded with a hint of weakness. Then, esteemed elder, what realm must I attain to effectuate your rescue? Ho Qing asked earnestly. Do you truly wish to know? Even if the answer lies beyond your reach. Noticing Ho Qing's determination, the ancient blood emperor adopted an unusual seriousness. Indeed, you have bestowed kindness upon me, and I, Ho Qing, shall not shy away from any challenge I can undertake. Ho Qing declared solemnly. Excellent. I knew I had not erred in my judgment of you. Now that you have reached the Emperor realm, it is likely you are on the verge of departing this world. Once you leave, we may never meet again. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall share with you. Upon hearing Ho Qing's words, the ancient Blood Emperor erupted into hearty laughter, visibly elated. In truth, I am not of the Tianyuan continent. The ancient Blood Emperor continued. What? Esteemed elder, you are not from this world? Could it be that you hail from the celestial realm? Ho Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Heh, the celestial realm? What a triviality. Young one, I do not deceive you. In my prime, annihilating the celestial realm would have been a mere flick of my fingers. Are you familiar with the divine realm? The ancient Blood Emperor inquired. The divine realm? I have not heard of it. Could it possibly be more formidable than the immortal realm? Ho Qing asked with curiosity. Indeed it is. Above the immortal realm lies the divine realm, and I am a denizen of that realm. In my youth, I wielded the art of blood manipulation, earning a formidable reputation in the divine realm. Alas, due to my youthful arrogance, I fell victim to the machinations of many, leading to my downfall. Had it not been for that, I would not find myself in this plight. However, after all these years, I have come to terms with my fate. In this lifetime, the opportunity for vengeance has long since slipped away. My sole aspiration is to ensure that my mastery of blood manipulation does not fade into obscurity. Perhaps it is the heavens that have favored me, allowing me to encounter you just as I was on the brink of vanishing. With you by my side now, I can depart in peace. As he concluded, the ancient Blood Emperor suddenly burst into joyous laughter. Hearing these words, Ho Qing felt a tumult of emotions within him. Senior, is there truly no other way to save you? He asked, unwilling to give up hope. Young one, it is my demise, not yours. Why do you grieve so? Everyone must face death. It is merely a matter of time. I have long prepared for this day. Do not dwell too much on it. The ancient Blood Emperor chuckled, his eyes seemingly radiating an understanding of all things. Senior, please tell me directly. What if I have the chance to achieve it in the future? At least let me try. Ho Qing implored. Very well, seeing your determination, I shall share it with you. To save me, one must either possess the cultivation of the divine realm or have access to a substance from the divine realm capable of nurturing the divine soul. Now do you understand why I have been reticent? For either option, with your current abilities, it is entirely impossible. Moreover, even if you were to eventually reach the divine realm and meet the necessary conditions to save me, by that time, I fear I would have long since faded from this world. The ancient Blood Emperor spoke slowly. The divine realm, the substances of the divine realm. Upon hearing these words, Ho Qing finally comprehended why the ancient Blood Emperor had refrained from disclosing specific methods. He had yet to even set foot in the immortal realm, let alone the divine realm. Ho Qing felt utterly devoid of confidence in his future prospects of ascending to the higher realms. Young one, do not be too hard on yourself. I am but a man destined to die. To encounter you at the end of my journey brings a sense of closure to my life. Should you ever have the chance to visit the divine realm, remember, before you attain great power, do not reveal the techniques I have imparted to you. Those who conspired against me would not hesitate to harm you if they discover you have learned my methods. Do you understand? The ancient Blood Emperor approached Ho Qing, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and earnestly cautioned him. I will remember, Senior. Senior, how much longer can you endure? Ho Qing timidly inquired. I never noticed this indecisive side of you before, the ancient Blood Emperor replied, turning his back to Ho Qing. I've said all I needed to say. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Allow me a final moment of solitude. Though his tone was calm, it could not completely conceal the hint of reluctance that lingered beneath. Senior, Ho Qing hesitated, at a loss for words. Go on. The ancient Blood Emperor gestured dismissively. Actually, I have a way to save you. Ho Qing interjected. My master is quite mysterious. He can even slay immortals. Perhaps he has a solution for you. After pondering briefly, Ho Qing suddenly spoke up. Your master? An immortal, merely? His ability to kill only indicates that your master possesses considerable strength, but it is impossible for him to hold the cultivation of a divine realm. I appreciate your kind intentions, but it would be futile, the ancient Blood Emperor responded. How can we know without trying? What if my master has a way? Ho Qing insisted. Wait here, I will contact him right away. With that, he produced a token and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. In an instant, a figure materialized beside him. Whoa, you, when did you appear? Li Rufeng's sudden arrival startled the ancient Blood Emperor immensely. Who are you? Li Rufeng asked, perplexed by the ancient Blood Emperor's startled reaction. Faced with this question, the ancient Blood Emperor fell into a deep silence. Master, this is the Blood Emperor Senior. The legacy of my disciple was bestowed upon me by him. Ho Qing clarified. Blood Emperor? Oh, I've never heard of him. Li Rufeng replied nonchalantly. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Li Rufeng's response, Ho Qing scratched his head. Just kidding. So, what did you summon me for? Surely it's not just to introduce me to him? Li Rufeng inquired. Chapter 0. The Source of Divine Soul Crystals. Knight returns to the Flying Immortal sect in this manner. The disciple implored his master to intervene and save the esteemed Blood Emperor. I wonder, master, if you possess a means to assist? Ho Qing stated without hesitation. Do not dwell on it. To rescue me, you must meet one of my stipulated conditions. Either attain the realm of divine mastery or possess a divine artifact that nurtures the soul. I acknowledge your formidable strength. Yet I doubt you can satisfy either of these requirements. The ancient Blood Emperor interjected before Li Ruffeng could respond. Oh, is that all? Li Ruffeng, rather unfazed, revealed a hint of amusement. What do you mean, is that all? Were it not for your status as this young man's master, I would undoubtedly teach you a lesson in humility for your arrogance. The ancient Blood Emperor retorted, somewhat irked. Esteemed one, perhaps you should temper your words. You wouldn't want to provoke my master, lest you lose even the last vestiges of your soul. Ho Qing quickly cautioned, observing the tension. You young rascal, have you forgotten the old man now that you have a master? Very well, if that is the case, hasten to follow your master and depart from my presence. The ancient Blood Emperor declared in exasperation. That is not what I meant. Ho Qing replied meekly. Enough, Ho Qing, step aside. In light of the legacy he has bestowed upon you, I shall certainly spare his life, Li Ruffeng said, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Humph. Though I have fallen from grace, I am not yet at a point where I can be humiliated by you. The young lad claims your strength is commendable. Today, I shall personally ascertain the truth of your prowess. Blood Sea Frenzy. Unable to endure the derision any longer, the ancient Blood Emperor initiated the first strike. Quite impressive. Your blood manipulation technique surpasses that of Ho Qing by leaps and bounds. Alas, my mastery in this art eclipses yours, Li Ruffeng declared, raising his hand slowly to grasp, causing the ancient Blood Emperor's technique to shatter instantaneously. In the next moment, several crimson chains ensnared the ancient Blood Emperor's soul, rendering him utterly immobile. You can wield this too. How is this possible? There exists someone whose blood manipulation technique surpasses mine. The ancient Blood Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Ruffeng. In the realm of blood, you are still leagues behind me. Were it not for the absence of lethal intent in your attack, coupled with your connection to Ho Qing, you would have long since become sustenance for my imperial banner. Li Ruffeng replied coolly. Now, speak of your true identity. I can sense that your soul does not originate from the Tianyuan continent. The imperial banner? If that is the case, may I be released first? The ancient Blood Emperor inquired. Release. Now I may speak. Li Ruffeng released the soul binding of the ancient Blood Emperor and said calmly, I am the Blood Emperor, hailing from. Subsequently, the ancient Blood Emperor recounted his origins once more. The divine realm? Upon hearing the ancient Blood Emperor's explanation, Li Ruffeng felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the ancient Blood Emperor before him was, in fact, a being from the divine realm. You are indeed a person of the divine realm. This is fortuitous, as I have certain matters I wish to inquire of you. However, this is not urgent. Let us first rescue your soul fragment. Li Ruffeng spoke slowly. What? Are you certain you are not jesting? To save me, there are only the two methods I mentioned. The ancient Blood Emperor expressed his skepticism. Is this viable? Before the ancient Blood Emperor could finish his statement, Li Ruffeng suddenly produced an object and inquired. Is this not the divine source soul crystal? This item certainly can. By heavens. How do you possess this item? The ancient Blood Emperor exclaimed, astonished, as he approached Li Ruffeng, fixating his gaze on the divine source soul crystal in Li Ruffeng's hand. May I ask how to address you? No. How should I refer to you? Esteemed senior? The ancient Blood Emperor's demeanor shifted. His gaze towards Li Ruffeng became noticeably different. Please, maintain your distance. I have no interest in men, particularly not an older gentleman like yourself. Do you desire this? Very well. I have never engaged in free transactions. I observe that your strength is commendable. Henceforth, you will assist me. What say you? Should you agree, this item shall be yours. As Li Ruffeng spoke, he deliberately waved the divine source soul crystal before the ancient Blood Emperor. What? I, the Blood Emperor, am to assist you. The ancient Blood Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. What? Are you unwilling? Li Ruffeng replied coolly. Not at all, esteemed senior. I assure you my word holds weight. Assisting you is no trouble. I accept. The ancient Blood Emperor responded suddenly with a beaming smile. It is now yours. Li Ruffeng tossed the divine source soul crystal to the ancient Blood Emperor while discreetly stepping back a few paces. Hurry and absorb it. I have further questions to pose to you, Li Ruffeng continued. Very well, I shall absorb it immediately. With the divine source soul crystal, I need not face death again. Although the ancient Blood Emperor did not fear death, he was naturally inclined to avoid it if possible, though he had yet to fully comprehend the depths of Li Ruffeng's capabilities. The mere fact that Li Ruffeng could effortlessly produce rare treasures from the divine realm was sufficient to instill a modicum of trepidation in him. Soon, the ancient Blood Emperor settled into a meditative posture, concentrating on refining the divine source soul crystal. After waiting for a while, Li Ruffeng, noticing that the ancient Blood Emperor had not yet completed the refinement, decided to retract him into the primordial small world. Simultaneously, Ho Qing was also drawn into the primordial small world alongside Li Ruffeng. Following this, Li Ruffeng exited the cave. In the subsequent 3 days, Ji Wudao and his companions diligently addressed their mundane affairs in the Tianyuan continent. This also signified that they were on the brink of embarking towards a higher realm, the celestial world. On the eve of their departure, the nighttime sky was illuminated by a luminous moon, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. In the flying immortal sect, under the moonlight's gentle glow, Li Ruffing's silhouette appeared atop the Spirit Her peak, unchanged as ever. Tomorrow, they would leave, and upon their return, the time of their next visit remained uncertain. Strolling towards his former courtyard, he gazed at the empty rocking chair within and sighed softly. After lingering for the duration of half an incense stick, he turned to depart. When his figure re-emerged, it was before a tightly shut door. Without disturbing the occupant within, Li Ruffing employed spatial power to effortlessly pass through the door. Upon entering, he tread lightly to the bedside where a figure lay sleeping, already enveloped in the realm of dreams. Still inscrutable. Little Meng, what secrets do you harbor within? Nevertheless, whatever it may be, I shall eventually uncover it. Little Meng, my dear disciple, I must take my leave. By our next encounter, you shall surely have become a formidable powerhouse. I am grateful for the joyful moments you have brought me over the years. Farewell. As Li Ruffing gazed at the slumbering Su Meng, these thoughts echoed in his heart. In the next moment, he gently approached and covered her with the slightly disheveled blanket. Following this, he retrieved a letter he had prepared earlier and placed it upon the bedside table. Little one, may you keep her company in my stead. When we meet again, I shall bestow upon you a drop of my essence. Suddenly, Li Ruffing summoned the summer and winter butterfly, placing it upon the table as well. Having completed these tasks, his figure quietly vanished from the room. Throughout this time, Su Meng remained in a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the events that transpired within the chamber. After taking a final glance at Su Meng, Li Ruffing departed from the flying immortal sect and ascended to the lofty heights of the sky. Tianyuan, come forth and meet me. With a sweeping gaze around, Li Ruffing spoke suddenly. Chapter 0, The 10 Domains of the Immortal Realm. Hidden tasks, what brings you to me? After a brief pause, a voice resonated, and the figure of Tianyuan materialized before Li Ruffing. Is it really necessary to wear such a stern expression over a mere fraction of your primordial power? Now, let us discuss serious matters. I intend to venture into the immortal realm. I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing the flying immortal sect. After all, I am the peak master of the sect. While I may not hold it in high regard, free labor is not to be dismissed, wouldn't you agree? Li Ruffing remarked with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing Li Ruffing's words, Tianyuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Knowing you has been nothing short of a calamity. Very well, I shall assist in managing the flying immortal sect. However, I shall only ensure its survival. Anything beyond that is not my concern. You are aware that as the embodiment of the heavenly way, I should not meddle in worldly affairs. Were it not for your sake, I would never dream of breaching such regulations, Tianyuan replied. Agreed. In that case, I can depart with peace of mind. With that, Li Ruffing's figure vanished from the spot. A few breaths later, he found himself in a desolate expanse of sky devoid of life for 100 miles. Subsequently, he began to unravel the restrictions on his cultivation. The moment his realm surpassed the zenith of the Emperor's stage, the Ascension Gate gradually materialized from the void. Before long, the entire Ascension Gate lay fully exposed before Li Ruffing. Power of the world, break for me. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the primordial energy of the Taichu small world towards the sealing shackles on the Ascension Gate. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the shackles upon the Ascension Gate began to shatter. Simultaneously, the black sealing patterns began to dissipate slowly. Moments later, after countless years, the Ascension Gate reopened once more. As soon as a gap appeared in the Ascension Gate, Li Ruffing's figure vanished from his location, swiftly passing through the gate. The Ascension Gate then began to close gradually, retreating once again into the boundless void. The entire process transpired swiftly, unnoticed by any onlookers. Meanwhile, high above, Tianyuan stood in contemplation. He has finally departed. It is for the best. At least, with one less variable, the Tianyuan continent can enjoy a modicum of stability. After a brief sigh, Tianyuan vanished from sight. On the other side, having entered the Ascension Gate, Li Ruffing successfully traversed the passage and arrived in the immortal realm. Is this truly the immortal realm? It feels rather barren. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his new surroundings, Li Ruffing murmured in confusion. He then released Su Yang and the others from the Taichu small world. You possess a considerable understanding of the celestial realm. Please, elucidate briefly about this realm for us. Furthermore, where exactly are we currently situated within the celestial domain? Li Ruffing turned his gaze towards Dei and began to speak. If I am not mistaken, this location should be the ascension point of the lower realm, a place at the very periphery of the celestial realm. The celestial realm is vast and boundless, its expanse incomparable to that of the lower realms. To facilitate the management of the celestial realm, it has been divided into 10 regions, collectively referred to as the 10 domains. The strength of these domains varies, and they can be broadly categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper three domains are the Kunlun Celestial Domain, the Taishu Celestial Domain, and the Shura Celestial Domain. The middle four domains consist of the Yuming Celestial Domain, the Xiaoyao Celestial Domain, the Longwang Celestial Domain, and the Penglai Celestial Domain. The lower three domains are the Liuli Celestial Domain, the Qingyun Celestial Domain, and the Wanfa Celestial Domain. Each celestial domain is governed by a formidable force named after the domain itself. For instance, the Kunlun Celestial Domain has the Kunlun Hall, the Taishu Celestial Domain has the Taishu Hall, and so forth. Additionally, there exists a transcendent entity that surpasses all, known as the Shifeng Celestial Alliance, which is the most powerful force within the celestial realm. Membership in the Shifeng Celestial Alliance is reserved for those of celestial sovereign rank or above, or for extraordinary talents of the celestial realm. It can be said that when the Shifeng Celestial Alliance intervenes, any individual or force within the celestial realm can be effortlessly erased. This, in essence, summarizes the fundamental aspects of the celestial realm Dai articulated. Upon hearing Dai's explanation, Su Yang and the others were filled with astonishment and curiosity. Please elaborate on the hierarchical divisions of the celestial realm. This knowledge would be quite beneficial for our future endeavors, Li Ruffing requested once more. Shortly thereafter, he continued. The celestial realm's hierarchy ascends from the lowest to the highest as follows. Human celestial, true celestial, profound celestial, golden celestial, celestial spirit, celestial monarch, celestial king, celestial emperor, celestial sovereign, and celestial emperor. Each tier is further divided into 9 levels. The strongest beings within the 10 domains are all celestial emperors, Dai explained. Celestial emperors, the most powerful beings in the celestial realm. Alas, the path of cultivation is indeed a long and arduous journey, Ji Wudao remarked with a hint of melancholy. In the lower realm, we were the mightiest at the emperor level, yet here, we find ourselves as the weakest at the human celestial level. After hearing Dai's elucidation, Ji Wudao expressed a slight lament. Are you afraid? A mere celestial emperor. I believe that with diligent cultivation, it won't be long before we attain the strength of a celestial emperor, Su Yang declared confidently. Afraid? I merely lament the endless journey of cultivation. In this lifetime I, Ji Wudao, have never known the meaning of fear, Ji Wudao immediately countered. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has arrived in the celestial realm for the first time, triggering a special sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? As Su Yang and Ji Wudao engaged in a spirited debate, a sudden chime resonated in Li Rufing's mind, heralding the arrival of a system notification. A special sign-in? System, sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. 1. Awarded 1 million years of cultivation reward. 2. Awarded 10 million kill points. 3. Awarded 100,000 years of evolution time for the Taichu small world. 4. Awarded a special physique of immortality. Ding! A hidden task has been detected. Would you like to view it? A hidden task as well. View. Task details. All disciples must each select a celestial domain and then represent that domain in the celestial realm's 10,000 sects battle. Task requirement. At least one disciple must ensure their represented sect ranks within the top 10 of the 10,000 sects battle. Task reward. The higher the ranking obtained by the disciples in the 10,000 sects competition, the more substantial the rewards, including but not limited to cultivation, secret techniques, physiques, etc. The 10,000 sects battle of the celestial realm? What is that? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rufing's curiosity was piqued. The 10,000 sects competition of the celestial realm is an event held every 1,000 years. At that time, all sect forces across the 10 domains of the celestial realm can participate in this grand battle. The competition is specifically divided into 3 categories: disciples, elders, and sect leaders. The overall ranking of the 3 categories will determine the substantial rewards from the alliance of the 10 directions. Oh, that sounds quite intriguing. It makes me want to establish a force to participate. Well, I shall decide based on the circumstances when the time comes. After the system's thorough explanation, Li Ruffing finally grasped a fundamental understanding of the 10,000 sects battle in the celestial realm. Simultaneously, he felt a spark of interest in this grand contest. Very well. Since you two are so fond of contention, I shall grant you an opportunity. Listen closely. You are all to participate in the 10,000 sects battle of the celestial realm. Furthermore, you must secure a position within the top 10. Having comprehended the details of the hidden task, Li Ruffing promptly interrupted Su Yang and Ji Wudao's argument. The 10,000 sects battle? Master, what is this 10,000 sects battle? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. Ahem, you should know, right? Explain it to them in detail. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ruffing assigned this formidable task to the nearby Dai. All right, why does it feel like I am your servant? Ahem, the 10,000 sects battle is. After a soft murmur of complaint, Dai began to elaborate on the 10,000 sects battle of the celestial realm to Su Yang and the others. Thus, approximately half a stick of incense later, Dai finally completed her explanation of the grand battle. Chapter 0. Any wish, bestowed treasure. So this is the grand battle of the myriad sects. It sounds quite splendid. If that is the case, I shall gladly participate. Furthermore, I aspire to contend for the first place. I cannot bring shame to my master. Su Yang declared with unwavering confidence. No, 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 the opportunity to gain honor should be mine. Senior brother, I shall strive for second place. First is already within my grasp. Ji Wudao followed closely. You two truly wish to compete for everything, don't you? Do you believe that attaining first place is so easily accomplished? The grand battle of the myriad sects will see the participation of the most formidable powers from various celestial domains. To my recollection, the top 10 positions have consistently been monopolized by the likes of Kunlun Hall and Tai Su Hall, among other formidable forces from the celestial realms. Not to mention, the talents and strengths of their disciples, elders, and sect masters are unparalleled. I even suspect that your master's encouragement to aim for the top 10 is merely just a remarked with a hint of timidity. Are those forces are participating too? Surely not. If the great figures of the celestial realm do not wish to bestow rewards upon outsiders, they should simply state so. Is it really necessary to go through such convoluted measures? Upon hearing De's words, Su Yang was momentarily speechless. Is this really the case? Senior brother, are you already frightened? Are the top 10 powers of the celestial realm enough to intimidate you so? If that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept first place. He chuckled, turning to his master. Hey, master, if I secure first place in the grand battle of the myriad sects, will there be any reward for me? Well, if you manage to achieve first place, I shall grant you one wish. As long as it is within my power, any wish can be fulfilled. The same applies to others. Ruff pondered for a moment before speaking with intention. Any wish? Very well, for that wish, first place shall be mine without fail. Ji Wudao proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, as if invigorated. Any wish, you say? My apologies, junior brother, but I too am quite intrigued by Master's reward. Therefore, I cannot concede first place to you, Su Yang replied with a slight smile. Senior brothers, in truth, I am also interested in that reward. How about this? Why don't you both take a step back and allow junior brother to take it? Suddenly, Ho Qing chimed in with a teasing smile. Upon hearing Ho Qing's words, Su Yang and Ji Wudao exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Any wish? If I were to propose that, would Master truly grant it? Just as Su Yang and the others continued their spirited debate, Chu Yi's cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. Hee. Little Yi, what are you pondering? Behold, this rosy little face is truly enticing, giggling softly. De noticed the change in Chu Yi's complexion and leaned closer, whispering gently in her ear. I wasn't thinking anything. I just feel a bit hot. Yes, just a little warm. Chu Yi hurriedly explained. You are still the same, utterly incapable of deceit. Fear not, I shall assist you, ensuring that the first place is yours. When the time comes, you must express your gratitude to me. De chuckled softly. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yi's face flushed even more crimson. Ahem. Regarding the matters of the Wan Zone War, you should all be well aware. During our upcoming journey to the immortal realm, should you encounter insurmountable foes, you may call upon me. However, do refrain from summoning me for trivial matters. I am quite occupied. Having conveyed her instructions, she continued, now, you may begin selecting your immortal domains. The 10 immortal domains are sufficient for each of you to claim one. Who will come forward first? Once she had finished speaking, Ruff casually remarked, Master, naturally, the eldest senior brother should go first. As your junior siblings, how could we dare to compete for the first choice? Ji Wudao said, gesturing for the eldest senior brother to proceed. Weren't you just vying for first place with me moments ago? Now you claim you wouldn't dare to compete. Su Yang sighed. Fine, I shall go first. It's merely an immortal domain. I can secure first place regardless of which I choose. With that, he began to ponder deeply. Although he claimed he could choose any at random, he needed to consider all the immortal domains comprehensively. Ahem, no need to deliberate. I have already decided your destination for you. Come here. Just as Su Yang continued his contemplation, Ruff suddenly spoke up. You have chosen for me, master? I knew you cared for me the most. Which immortal domain will I be going to? Upon hearing that Ruff had personally selected his immortal domain, Su Yang inquired eagerly. Let me see. Yes, this direction. Ruff lifted his head, quickly identifying the way. Are you ready? He then asked Su Yang. Ready for what? Su Yang responded with a puzzled expression. Ready, for the landing position. Off you go. With that, Ruff lifted Su Yang and, with a sudden burst of force, hurled him into the distance. In an instant, Su Yang found himself soaring several miles away in a state of bewilderment. What the? Master, you lack martial ethics. How could you ambush a mere chi refinement disciple? By the way, Master, you haven't revealed which celestial realm is mine. Upon regaining his senses, Su Yang exclaimed loudly. Once you arrive, you shall find out. Safe travels. And remember to keep your backside down. At this speed and height, landing face first might be a tad painful. Ruff lifted his hand and waved to Su Yang, not forgetting to offer a few reminders. Fellow disciples, we shall meet at the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. Ah, I am afraid of heights. With those final shouts, Su Yang's figure gradually vanished into the horizon. Huh, what did Su Yang shout at the end? Did you all hear that? Li Ruffing suddenly turned to Ji Wudao and the others. Master. The senior brother praised your prowess. Ji Wudao replied with a smile. Oh, is praise even necessary? I am inherently formidable. By the way, I just recalled that some of you still lack suitable weapons, right? These are specially procured for you by me. Snap. Li Ruffing lightly snapped his fingers. And in the next moment, four weapons materialized before Chu Yi and the others. Su Yang and Ji Wudao had already received their weapons from Li Ruffing. Thus they were excluded this time. Chaos Bell, Blood God Pearl, Chest Out Tome, Six Paths Reincarnation Disc. These treasures align perfectly with the paths you cultivate. I hope you utilize them well and do not let them gather dust, Li Ruffing stated. Thank you for the bestowed treasures, Master. We shall certainly make good use of them. Chu Yi and the others replied in unison, filled with gratitude. Although Li Ruffing had not provided them with anything before, they bore no complaints. However, as disciples, receiving treasures from Li Ruffing filled their hearts with immense joy. After all, what belongs to others is always more enticing. Well then, why do you still stand here? Oh, could it be that you wish for me to select a celestial realm for you as well? If that is the case, let us begin. Li Ruffing began to speak slowly. Cough, cough. Master, I have already made my selection. Master, fellow disciples, until we meet again. Without waiting for Li Ruffing to finish, Ji Wudao, frightened, blurted out and fled. Am I a fool? I certainly do not wish to be thrown out like the senior brother. I must make my escape. The item my father gave me just reacted moments ago. That direction must be where the ancestors are located. Once I find them, I shall directly take them to participate in the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. I truly am a genius. With such thoughts in mind, Ji Wudao quickened his pace. In just a few moments, his figure vanished from the sight of Li Ruffing and the others. Chapter 0. Departures in the Choice of the Celestial Realm Master. I, along with Senior Blood Emperor, shall take my leave. Master, I too must depart. Please take care of yourself. After Ji Wudao's departure, Ho Qing and Zhu Jusi followed suit, heading in different directions. Soon, only Li Ruffing remained, accompanied by the three maidens, Chu Yi, De Yi, and Yu Ruoshui. Are you not setting off? Li Ruffing inquired, perplexed as he gazed at the trio. Master, may I ask which celestial realm you intend to visit? My junior sister and I are both young ladies, and it may not be safe for us to traverse the heavenly realm alone. Perhaps we could accompany you? It would be delightful to have your company, Chu Yi tentatively suggested. Beside her, Yu Ruoshui looked at Li Ruffing with eager anticipation. Of course, not, Li Ruffing replied calmly. Why not, Master? Chu Yi asked, her disappointment palpable. Why? It is obviously due to the rewards. If you follow me, how can I acquire greater rewards? Li Ruffing inwardly lamented. And Ruoshui, I understand that sending you alone into the celestial realm for training is indeed rather harsh. However, you must realize that a little hardship now is far better than facing injury or even losing your life in the future. You are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao, which means you will inevitably encounter countless adversaries. To them, your gender matters not. You are merely a matter of life or death. What of being a girl? Are girls inherently inferior to men? Do you not wish to contend for the top position in the grand battle of 10,000 sects? Here's the deal. If you secure first place, I shall grant you one additional wish. But this must remain a secret among us. Do not let your senior brothers know, especially Su Yang and Ji Wudao. If they find out, I shall surely be overwhelmed by them. Li Ruffing spoke earnestly to Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui. Master, I didn't realize you were so afraid of our senior brothers. Chu Yi laughed. Rest assured, this will be our secret. We shall keep it tightly under wraps. Indeed, tightly under wraps, Yu Ruoshui echoed, nodding in agreement. Phew, I have finally convinced them. It's truly exhausting to draw such a grand picture. How can I enjoy the celestial realm with them in tow? And how can I maximize the system's rewards? As Chu Yi and her companion ceased their insistence on accompanying him, Li Ruffing felt a subtle relief wash over him. Well then, Master, we shall take our leave. Please. Take good care of yourself, Chu Yi said, her reluctance evident. Yes, off you go. Master believes that you will undoubtedly carve out a remarkable life in the celestial realm. Li Ruffing nodded slightly and said, Indeed, I shall strive diligently. Ultimately, with a sense of reluctance, Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui gradually ventured in a shared direction. I entrust the two of them to you. Li Ruffing directed towards the elder sister, De Yi. In conflicts among peers, refrain from intervening unless it is a matter of life and death. As for those who bully the weak, eradicate them all. Understood, De Yi sighed, a hint of complaint in her voice. If I am to look after them, will there be no reward for me? A reward? Is the restoration of your physical form not sufficient? Hurry and catch up. They have already distanced themselves. Li Ruffing replied nonchalantly. TCH, you are quite dull. I have made my intentions very clear. There must be something amiss on your part. Off I go. Little Yi is far more entertaining. She chuckled, and with that, De Yi vanished from sight, pursuing the departing Chu Yi and her companion. Something amiss? Li Ruffing mused to himself. Ah, women, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your thoughts? Alas, when young men venture out, they must take care to protect themselves. The real danger in the world of cultivation is not the enemies, but rather these women who covet our bodies. Well, it seems I must take my leave as well. Among the 10 great immortal domains, which shall I choose? The upper 3 domains. Then I shall head to the Kunlun immortal domain. Soon, Li Ruffeng resolved his destination, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, heading straight towards the Kunlun immortal domain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Ruoshui inquired of the hesitant Chu Yi, "Sister, have you decided which immortal domain to go to?" Chu Yi hesitated momentarily. "Little Yi, let us go to the Liuli immortal domain. Little Ruoshui, you may travel to the Penglai immortal domain. They are connected, allowing us to communicate swiftly in case of any matters." As Chu Yi pondered, De Yi, who had been behind them, suddenly interjected, "Liuli immortal domain? Penglai immortal domain?" Upon hearing De Yi's words, both Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui displayed thoughtful expressions. De Yi, the Penglai immortal domain is acceptable, but why choose the Liuli immortal domain, which is one of the lower 3 domains? Should we not select a stronger immortal domain? Chu Yi questioned with curiosity after some contemplation. "What do you think? The Liuli immortal domain will be my stronghold in the future. By going there, you can cultivate your own influence more rapidly. Although the overall strength of the Liuli immortal domain may be lacking, I am acquainted with numerous future powerhouses from this domain. If we can persuade them to join us, you will have a significant chance of claiming the top position in the battle of 10,000 sects. Do you not wish to fulfill 2 wishes of your esteemed master?" De Yi inquired with a smile. "Ah, so that is the case. I shall heed your words. However, I am somewhat apprehensive about letting 5th junior sister venture alone to the Penglai immortal realm. Do you possess any clever solutions, De Yi?" Chu Yi asked. "3rd senior sister, there is no need for concern. I can manage, even if it is my first time confronting an unfamiliar environment alone," Yu Ruoshui interjected, aware that Chu Yi's worries stemmed from genuine care. Yet, she did not wish to hinder Chu Yi's pursuits. "What are you saying? As your senior sister, it is my duty to ensure your safety in the absence of our master and brothers. Your safety is far more crucial than participating in the myriad sex battle," Chu Yi asserted. "De Yi, have you contemplated any solutions?" Chu Yi understood that Yu Ruoshui did not want to burden her. Yet she was resolute in not allowing Yu Ruoshui to embark on the journey to the Penglai immortal realm alone. "Well, I do have a solution, albeit it may be somewhat troublesome," De Yi suddenly remarked. "Really? What is the plan?" Chu Yi asked eagerly. Chapter 0, Future Memories. Heartbreaking dreams. I have a formidable rival. Her strength rivals my own, and she has consistently maintained an upper hand over me. By now, she should have ascended to the rank of a celestial sovereign. Though not yet an emperor, she is more than capable of protecting Xiao Ruoshui for the time being. Moreover, her innate talent is astonishing. It is likely that she will soon break through to the emperor realm. Thus, if I could persuade her to assist Xiao Ruoshui, few would dare to challenge them in the Penglai celestial domain. De Yi spoke. "A rival? Your rival? Then it must be mine as well. But why would I, currently at the human celestial realm, be at odds with this person?" Chu Yi inquired, perplexed. "The relationship is quite intricate. However, in this lifetime, you may not necessarily remain her rival. In my past life, it was a man who turned her against me," De Yi replied with a hint of indifference. "A man? Well, then I certainly have no interest in competing with her for another man," Chu Yi said weakly. "Alas, it is not as you perceive. In my era, a man fervently pursued me. Yet, I was solely devoted to my cultivation and thus rejected him. When he realized he could not win my heart, he turned his attentions to my friend, who later became my rival. She, being inherently naive, gradually developed feelings for him under his flowery words. It was during this time that I killed that man, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, we became bitter enemies. Had my strength not been nearly equal to hers at that time, I would have perished at her hands long ago," De Yi reminisced, her tone laced with an inexplicable emotion. No wonder. But why did you kill that man so suddenly? If you didn't like him, there seemed to be no need for such drastic measures," Chu Yi questioned, visibly confused. "He deserved to die. That scoundrel approached both me and her not for the sake of love, but to covet the powers we possessed, my power over time and her mastery of space. He sought to absorb our strengths through nefarious means. On a fateful occasion, I followed him to a mysterious cave and uncovered his secret. In a fit of rage, I acted and reduced him to ashes. I detest those who toy with our emotions. Yet at that time, no matter how I explained, she would not believe me. Alas, it is all tears to speak of it now. I now understand why people say that those who fall in love have an IQ nearing 0. However, I do not hold any resentment towards her. I am aware that on several occasions, she deliberately restrained her strength against me. Perhaps that man was the first to penetrate her heart, which is why she remained unwilling, or perhaps even afraid, to accept the truth, regardless of the answer. It has become inconsequential. In this lifetime, such circumstances can be entirely avoided. This time, before that man lays a hand on her, I shall personally extinguish him. Dai spoke coldly. Indeed, Sister Chu, you speak truthfully. Such a man deserves death. It would merely be a favor to him. Our master is truly benevolent, teaching us the ways of cultivation and bestowing treasures upon us without any ulterior motives. Yu Rishui remarked. Yes, Dai, I shall lend my support to you. A man who toys with emotions deserves to be eliminated without hesitation. After all, one man like our master is quite sufficient in this world, Chu Yi added. Giggle, you two little girls. Despite your tender years, you seem to ponder quite deeply. You both aren't harboring affections for our master, are you? Dai teased with a smile. No, how could that be? Absolutely impossible. Right, Sister Chu, what are you saying? I completely fail to comprehend. Chu Yi and her companion fervently shook their heads in denial at Dai's jest. Haha, alright, I shan't tease you further. Let us proceed to the Penglai Immortal Domain. Once we have settled Xiao Ruoshui, I shall accompany Xiao Yi to the Liuli Immortal Domain. Observing the rosy hue on the faces of Chu Yi and her companion, Dai decided to relent. Very well, let us first visit the Penglai Immortal Domain to seek out the individual you mentioned, Chu Yi replied without a hint of hesitation. Thank you, Sister Chu. Thank you. Third senior sister, Yu Ruoshui expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks between us. Let us go. I am also quite curious to see what the Penglai Immortal Domain is like. Soon, amidst laughter and chatter, the three young women made their way toward the Penglai Immortal Domain. In the lower realm, at the Flying Immortal Sect, after a night of restful slumber, Su Ming'er slowly awakened. What is this? A butterfly? Upon opening her eyes, Su Ming'er noticed a butterfly perched upon her nose. With a curious mind, she reached up and gently captured the butterfly resting on her. How could there be a butterfly in my room? Sitting up, Su Ming'er regarded the summer-winter butterfly in her hand with confusion. Oh, what is this? Unintentionally, her gaze fell upon a letter on the nearby cabinet. Without hesitation, Su Ming'er rose from her bed and approached the cabinet. Setting the summer-winter butterfly aside, she proceeded to open the letter. Little Ming'er, by the time you read this letter, I should have already departed from the Tianyuan continent. 3 fleeting years have passed in a blur. I am grateful for the joyful and carefree memories you have bestowed upon me. By the way, the butterfly is named the summer-winter butterfly. Let it accompany you in my stead. Lastly, may little Ming'er experience bliss and tranquility each day. As Su Ming'er perused the contents of the letter, her initial curiosity swiftly faded, replaced by a pair of reddened eyes. Master Uncle. No, I do not desire the butterfly. I only wish for you, Master Uncle. Why must you abandon little Ming'er? If I have upset you in any way, please let me know, and I shall amend my ways. Master Uncle, are you listening? Are you intentionally avoiding little Ming'er? Master Uncle. With her small hands tightly clutching the letter, tears cascaded down Su Ming'er's cheeks, landing directly upon it. Soon, the smile at the bottom of the letter became dampened by her sorrow, as her tears flowed uncontrollably. The summer-winter butterfly nearby seemed to sense her distress and gently alighted upon her hand. Little butterfly, has Master Uncle forsaken me? Have you also been abandoned by Master Uncle? Where do you think he has gone? Will I ever see him again? Feeling the gentle touch of the butterfly on her hand, Su Ming'er slowly lifted her gaze to meet the creature's delicate presence, as if seeking a confidant for her emotions. She choked back her tears while posing her questions to the summer-winter butterfly. Unfortunately, the butterfly was unable to provide the answers she sought. Time passed, and perhaps wearied from her weeping, Su Ming'er eventually rested her head against the bed and fell into a slumber. Chapter 0. The Enchanted Realm of Penglai. A meeting of dreams in the night in the celestial realm, upon a peak enveloped by rich ethereal essence. The master of the hall stands before the ascension gate of the Tianyuan continent, its seal having been breached. At this moment, a figure kneels before a man clad in azure robes, reporting earnestly. Is it true that they have acted in secrecy? The blue-robed man inquires softly. Esteemed master, according to our investigations, it was not those individuals who intervened clandestinely. Rather, someone from the Tianyuan continent has shattered the seal of the ascension gate. Moreover, one of our own has perished within the Tianyuan continent. I suspect that the one who breached the seal and took our comrade's life is the same individual. The kneeling man replies with utmost respect. Truly remarkable is the Tianyuan continent. Despite its restrictions, it can still give rise to such a formidable being. Very well. Issue the command. Our people shall continue to exert every effort in tracking down the remnants of the Tianyuan continent, particularly those who have recently ascended. Their identities must be meticulously scrutinized. Anyone hailing from the Tianyuan continent, or connected to it, must be dealt with ruthlessly. Additionally, reach out to the celestial halls of other realms and inform them of this matter, the blue-clad man states with a calm demeanor. Yes, I shall obey your orders. The kneeling man responds, rising to depart the mountain peak. The celestial realm, it seems, is poised for a resurgence of activity. Tianyuan continent. Last time you could not stir any tempest. This time shall be no different. The blue-robed man gazes after the departing figure, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Punlai Enchanted Realm. After a considerable journey, Dai successfully leads Chu Yi and Yu Ruoshui into this celestial domain. Without indulging in leisurely explorations, Dai promptly guides the two women to a secluded forest. Soon, the trio arrives at a modest bamboo cottage nestled within the woods. Is this the place? Chu Yi asks, eyeing the unassuming bamboo dwelling. Indeed, my acquaintance with her began here. It was by mere chance that I stumbled upon this location. Now let us enter. For your safety, you shall remain behind me, Dai responds. Understood, Chu Yi nods affirmatively. In no time, under Dai's guidance, the three women step into the bamboo courtyard. Upon crossing the threshold, Dai is enveloped by the familiar aura emanating from within the cottage. It feels like a long-awaited reunion, and a smile involuntarily graces her lips. Who are you? What brings you to this place? At that moment, a woman clad in a delicate blue dress emerges slowly from the cottage. Upon meeting the three, the woman clad in a light blue dress was the first to speak. I have encountered you, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion and kindly ask for your understanding. I am Chu Yi, and this is my junior sister, Yu Ruoshui, and she is. Chu Yi immediately stepped forward to introduce her companion. Ah, Yu Meng, it has been a long time since we last met. You remain as enchanting as ever, Dai exclaimed, smiling as she approached the woman in the light blue dress. The woman's name was Yu Meng, a dear friend often mentioned by Dai. Do we know each other? Have we met before? Why do I not recall you? Yu Meng pondered, trying to recall any memories associated with Dai upon hearing her name spoken so directly. Of course, I am familiar with you. As for your lack of recollection, perhaps I was not significant enough in your eyes before. No matter, you shall remember me now. I am your elder. So you may call me Sister Chu from now on. Come, little Yu Meng, do call out sister for me to hear. Dai said with a gentle smile as she stood before Yu Meng. Well, you certainly lack any sense of decorum. If you wish for me to call you sister, you must prove yourself worthy, Yu Meng replied, gazing at Dai with a hint of challenge. Haha, oh dear sister, I possess quite the capability. Why don't we retreat to your chamber, where I can adequately demonstrate my prowess? Dai jested. You speak nonsense. Leave this place at once, or I shall not hold back, Yu Meng warned coldly in response to Dai's banter. Oh, and how do you intend to show me your displeasure? I must admit, I am rather intrigued, Dai replied with a smile. In that case, receive my palm. With that, Yu Meng raised her hand and struck towards Dai. Impressive spatial energy, yet this time, you are no match for me. Time confinement. Dai mused to herself, a smile gracing her lips as she prepared to counter. What is this? Yu Meng's demeanor shifted as she sensed the powerful aura emanating from Dai, causing her to abandon her previous underestimation. Oh no, this power. Before Yu Meng could evade, Dai's time manipulation ensnared her body. In an instant, she found herself immobilized, utterly unable to move. Not only her body, but even her thoughts were completely bound. Ah, at last, you have fallen into my grasp. TSK, such a delicate face, such flawless skin, and those ample, supple assets, Dai remarked with a playful tone, reveling in her victory. As Dai approached Yu Meng, she began to engage in playful antics. Dai, could you perhaps tone it down a bit? We are still here. Chu Yi, observing Dai's actions, felt a flush of embarrassment creep across her cheeks. Oh, you are hardly strangers. Little Yi, would you like to join in? Dai chuckled. This sensation is far superior to yours, I must say. Please, don't mention our acquaintance again. Chu Yi retorted, her expression darkening. Hee. Sister Chu, you truly are quite unique, Fish Ruoshui chimed in with a smile. How utterly dull. With a wave of her hand, Dai declared, time, be freed. After retreating a few steps, Yu Meng's body returned to its normal state, her mind regaining clarity. What just happened? What did you do to me? Yu Meng demanded, abruptly regaining consciousness. Simultaneously, she felt an unusual sensation in certain parts of her body. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recollect, she could not decipher what had transpired. What else could have happened? Or do you wish to engage in something with me? Dai inquired with a teasing smile. Yu Meng was rendered speechless by Dai's statement. This person must be mentally unhinged. She sighed, resigning herself to her misfortune in encountering her. After some contemplation, Yu Meng decided not to dwell on the specifics of what had just occurred. Now speak. Why have you come here to seek me? Don't tell me it was by mere happenstance. I certainly do not believe that. Well, since you asked, I shall not hide it from you. We have indeed come here for a matter that requires your assistance. The question is whether you are willing to lend a hand. Dai replied with a grin. Assistance? What kind of assistance? Yu Meng queried. It's quite simple. Here's the situation. Dai proceeded to relay the entirety of their purpose for coming to her without hesitation. After a brief interlude, Dai concluded her explanation. The 10,000 sect war? You want me to help this little girl participate in the 10,000 sect war? Surely you jest. Not to mention, My strength in the celestial realm is only moderately above average. Even if I assist her, she cannot expect to achieve remarkable results in the 10,000 sect war. Or have you sought the aid of other powerful individuals apart from me? Yi Ming stated. Well, you are the first person we approached. Dai Yi admitted sheepishly. Upon hearing Dai Yi's words, Yi Ming was momentarily stunned, remaining rooted to the spot. Chapter 0. Persuading Yi Ming. Insights into space. There is no need for excessive contemplation. This young girl is far from ordinary. There remains ample time before the grand battle of the myriad sections. In this duration, she can undoubtedly establish a formidable sect of her own. Moreover, your strength will also progress significantly. When that time arrives, participating in the minor skirmish of the myriad sects will be a trivial matter. Dai Yi spoke up. Well said, then why not assist her? If you possess such confidence, what brings you to seek my help? Yi Ming replied coolly. I wish I could, but alas, I must also aid Xiao Yi. Primarily, this is a task assigned by their master. Alone, I cannot assist both of them. Hence, I came to solicit your assistance, Dai Yi responded. Their master? If that is the case, then she must be quite irrational. To send such a young girl into the fray of the myriad sects is akin to condemning her to death. You may be deranged, but I shall not accompany you in this folly. Return from whence you came. I cannot offer my help, Yi Ming stated, preparing to depart. Wait, do not be hasty. Here is the deal. If you agree to assist, I can enhance your mastery of spatial power. What say you? Upon seeing Yi Ming's intent to leave, Dai Yi swiftly grasped her and tempted her with the proposal. You also cultivate spatial power? Yi Ming questioned. No, I do not cultivate spatial power. However, I possess methods to elevate your command over it. You must understand that at your current realm, advancing further along the path of spatial mastery is exceedingly challenging. This is a rare opportunity. Consider it carefully before deciding whether to assist this young girl, Dai Yi replied. Upon hearing Dai Yi's words, Yi Ming fell into contemplation, occasionally glancing at Dai Yi, seemingly attempting to discern whether her words were deceitful. Very well. I shall agree to assist this young girl in participating in the grand battle of the myriad sections. However, I have one condition. You must first help me enhance my control over spatial power. Only then can I be certain you are not deceiving me. Yi Ming calmly articulated after a moment of reflection. Not a problem. I am more afraid of your refusal than your demands. Please wait a moment while I speak with Xiao Yi, Dai Yi replied, moving towards Chu Yi. You heard everything we discussed, did you not? Now it is your turn. Where are the tokens given to you by your master? Quickly summon your master here, Dai Yi instructed. Just now you spoke so confidently. I thought you had a way to assist her in mastering the power of space. Upon hearing Dai Yi's words, Chu Yi couldn't help but retort. I cannot wield the power of space. Naturally, I am unable to help her. Hurry up. If the other party changes their mind, I shall not be responsible. Dai Yi replied with an unflinching demeanor. All right, I understand. After speaking, Chu Yi produced a token and infused it with a trace of celestial energy. Moments later, a figure gradually materialized before her. Soon, a projection of Ruff fully manifested. Is there something amiss? After surveying the surroundings and detecting no imminent danger, Ruff inquired with a calm demeanor. Disciple pays respects to master. Master, the situation is as follows. Faced with Ruff's question, Chu Yi immediately recounted the entire sequence of events. After half a stick of incense, Ruff finally grasped the purpose of Chu Yi's summons. The power of space? I did not expect you to encounter someone adept in it so swiftly. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the path of space. Therefore, I can assist you with this endeavor. You, the one training in the power of space, come forth. With that, Ruff turned to gesture towards Yi Ming, who stood not far away. Is this really their master? They seem rather youthful, don't they? Moreover, why can I not discern their realm? Gazing at Ruff's projection, Yi Ming was filled with confusion. Ahem, Yu Ming, I'm calling you. Why aren't you coming over? Noticing Yi Ming's lack of response, Dai Yi hastily reminded her. Oh, brought back to reality by Dai Yi's voice, Yi Ming nodded and approached Ruff. Junior Yi Ming, pays respects to. Ruff, he replied nonchalantly. Junior Yi Ming has heard of Senior Li. Yi Ming spoke respectfully. Although it was her first encounter with Ruff, her sixth sense warned her that he was someone she could not afford to offend. Thus, she displayed such respect towards him. Well then, let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall now impart my insights into the path of space to you. How much you comprehend will depend entirely on your own fortune. Are you prepared? Ruff nodded slightly, and then spoke. Yes, Junior is ready, Yi Ming responded. Good. In the next moment, Ruff raised his hand and placed it on Yi Ming's forehead. Immediately, a torrent of insights regarding the path of space began to flow into Yi Ming's mind. This is the understanding of the path of space from the senior. How vast and boundless it is. It appears I have underestimated the prowess of my senior. At the moment Night Dream was struck with astonishment upon receiving Ruff's insights on the path of space. She was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, unable to remain in shock any longer, Night Dream quickly began to assimilate the information imparted by Li Ruffing. In the external world, Li Ruffing slowly retracted his right hand. Well, I have conveyed my understanding of the path of space to her. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, he said, turning to Chu Yi and Yu Ruoxue. Thank you, master. We bid you farewell, master. Chu Yi and Yu Ruoxue exclaimed, raising their hands respectfully. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, he added, and with that, Li Ruffing's avatar gradually dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Night Dream had entered a state of profound enlightenment, the power of space swirling around her. It seemed she would require a little more time to awaken. Having traveled a considerable distance, let us rest here for the night. After we resolve matters concerning Xiao Ruoxue tomorrow, we shall then proceed to the Liuli immortal realm. Yi remarked as she approached Chu Yi. Very well, I have no objections, Chu Yi responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Thank you, Sister Chu, and thank you. Third senior sister, Yu Ruoxue expressed her gratitude once more, having overheard their conversation. No need for thanks, fifth junior sister. We are all comrades here, Chu Yi replied. Hee, Xiao Ruoxue, since you are so grateful to me, why not share a bed with me tonight? Compared to mere verbal appreciation, I prefer something a bit more tangible, Yi said playfully, wrapping her arms around Yu Ruoxue with a grin. Sister Chu, this seems inappropriate. Third senior sister Yu. Upon hearing Yi's words, Yu Ruoxue's face flushed crimson, and she cast a pleading glance toward Chu Yi. Chapter 0, The Azure Cloud Immortal Realm, Azure Cloud Sect. Alright Yi, you frightened fifth junior sister. I am beginning to doubt you. Never mind, doubting you is akin to doubting myself. Forget I said anything. Chu Yi said helplessly. I was merely jesting. Little Ruoxue truly cannot handle a tease. With your disposition, I worry you might one day fall prey to some ill-intentioned man without realizing it. Yi remarked with a smile. That will not happen. Aside from master, I shall trust no other man, Yu Ruoxue replied resolutely. That's reassuring. I am feeling a bit weary, so I shall take my leave to rest. If you are not tired, just keep an eye on her, Yi declared, turning towards the bamboo cottage not far away, as if she were intimately familiar with the place. Fifth junior sister, do not take it to heart. She is simply that kind of person. Moreover, she is correct. You must remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives. Should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate to call for master. Do not let a moment of carelessness lead to irreparable consequences, Chu Yi advised. Thank you, third senior sister. I will remember. Yu Ruoxue nodded in acknowledgement. Good, as long as you understand. I wonder when senior night will awaken. It seems we must continue to wait a while longer. With that, Chu Yi seated herself on a nearby chair, her gaze fixed upon the meditative figure of Yi Yuming. Observing this, Yu Ruoxue also settled beside her, quietly awaiting Yi Yuming's revival. The Azure Cloud Immortal Realm. We are going to crash. We are going to crash. Bang. With a cacophony of exclamations, Suyong finally managed to land. However, the landing was somewhat tumultuous. Yet he was relieved to be free from the burdens of soaring through the skies. Phew. I am finally on solid ground. Ouch, my rear. Thankfully, I managed to dissipate most of the impact at the last moment. Otherwise, I would surely be bedridden for a fortnight. Rising slowly from a pile of rubble, Suyong rubbed his backside and murmured to himself. By the way, where's this place? I must quickly find someone to inquire which immortal realm this is. I wonder if I am in the upper 3 realms or the middle 4 realms. But given my prowess, master must have surely selected the upper 3 realms for me. It must be so. Casually brushing off the dust from his clothes, Suyong prepared to ascertain his exact location. This appears to be a secret chamber? How on earth did I end up here? I should venture outside to assess the situation. I hope there are no formidable individuals lurking about. After surveying the surrounding environment, Suyong decided not to linger any longer and proceeded towards the exit of the adjacent passage, preparing to leave the collapsed secret chamber. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, a voice broke the silence. Did you hear that tremendous sound just now? It emanated from the back mountain. Who do you suppose could have caused such a commotion? Along a mountain path, 5 or 6 figures were approaching the location of Su Yang's secret chamber. They were clad in uniform robes, indicating that they were disciples of a certain sect. At the forefront of this group was a somewhat frail-looking woman. Despite her delicate appearance, her ethereal beauty and striking features were undeniable. Her name was Lu Xinya, the senior sister of the Qingyan sect. The individuals trailing behind her were also disciples of the same sect. Suyong had descended upon the back mountain of the Qingyan sect, which was why the disturbance he caused upon landing had drawn the attention of Lu Xinya and her companions. Who knows? It could merely be the sound of a rock collapsing on the back mountain, one of them speculated. However, I've heard that there is an elder of our sect who has been in seclusion in a certain area of the back mountain for several millennia. Perhaps it was the sound of their breakthrough. Another exclaimed. If so, our Qingyan sect would be saved. While I hope that that's the case, don't you think the likelihood is nearly non-existent? The elder has been in seclusion for thousands of years. If they were going to break through, they would have done so long ago. The sect has long accepted that the elder passed away due to a failed breakthrough. A sigh escaped their lips, alas. Heaven does not favor our Qingyun sect. The disciples of the Qingyun sect held differing opinions regarding the source of the loud noise from the back mountain, each offering their own conjectures. Enough chatter, everyone. We are nearing the back mountain. Rather than speculating here, we should investigate for ourselves. Then we will know precisely what has transpired, Lu Xinya suddenly declared. Yes, senior sister. Upon hearing her voice, the disciples promptly fell silent, refraining from further speculation. Acknowledging their obedience with a slight nod, Lu Xinya quickened her pace. Before long, she and her fellow disciples arrived at the back mountain. Just then, a loud crack of shattering stones echoed, and a cloud of dust immediately erupted from a location on the mountain. Everyone be on guard, Lu Xinya exclaimed, drawing her long sword as she shouted. The disciples behind her quickly brandished their weapons, directing their attention towards the billowing dust nearby. Cough, cough, it has finally emerged. How unfortunate to have found myself in this predicament. Uncertain whether the commotion would attract the attention of others, Su Yang soon realized it indeed had. As he emerged from the swirling dust, he noticed Lu Xinya and her companions poised not far away, their focus immediately shifting to him. There were 6 of them. In terms of numbers, I was at a disadvantage, and their strength remained unknown. Currently, I stood at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, uncertain of my capability against adversaries of the immortal realm. Gazing at Lu Xinya from a distance, Su Yang refrained from making any rash moves, for he recognized the imbalance in both numbers and intelligence. Thus, he resolved to observe the actions of Lu Xinya and her group. Hey, doesn't that person seem somewhat familiar? One male disciple whispered. I feel as though I've encountered him before. Where could it be? Oh dear, why can't I recall? As Su Yang remained still, several disciples began to mutter among themselves. He does seem familiar, another remarked, puzzled. How is it that I can't place him? Before long, a realization struck one of the disciples. It's Ancestor Su, the portrait in the main hall of the sect. The likeness is identical. This is Ancestor Su, who has been in seclusion for thousands of years. Quickly, let us go pay our respects to the ancestor. As the disciples pondered, Lu Xinya's voice rang out in astonishment. Yes, I remember now. It's the painting in the main hall. I can't believe Ancestor Su is still alive. Ha ha, salvation has arrived. The Qingyun sect is saved. Heaven has bestowed its grace. Prompted by Lu Xinya's words, the realization dawned upon the disciples. They hastily sheathed their weapons and leaped towards Su Yang. Wait, are they attempting to overwhelm me with their numbers? Well, I suppose I shall test the waters. If it comes to it, I can always call for my master. The God-slaying spear. The sudden advance of Lu Xinya and her group startled Su Yang. Without hesitation, he summoned the God-slaying spear, preparing to engage in battle. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 2.5 meters, 1 meter. God-slaying spear, the 9 styles of God-slaying. As Lu Xinya and her companions drew within less than a meter, Su Yang began to gather his strength, ready to unleash an assault upon them. Disciple Lu Xinya respectfully welcomes the ancestor from seclusion. Disciple Zhao Gang congratulates the ancestor on his emergence. Disciple at that moment, Lu Xinya led the group in kneeling before Su Yang, expressing their utmost reverence. Stop, you all, get back, Su Yang exclaimed in alarm. Boom, bang. Confronted with this unexpected scene, Su Yang found himself utterly bewildered. However, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release it. The attack had been launched, leaving Su Yang with no time to retract. Thus, in that final moment of life and death, he could only shout aloud. As soon as Su Yang's voice faded, a deafening explosion erupted, surpassing even the commotion caused by his earlier descent. Chapter 0, The Elder of Qingyun. Enshrouded in doubt as the tumult gradually subsided, Su Yang stood firm, gasping for breath. Although he could not retract his attack in time, he exerted his utmost effort to slightly divert its trajectory at the last moment. This heart-stopping scene quickened Su Yang's pulse, leaving him breathless for quite a while. In stark contrast, Lu Xinya and the others were utterly paralyzed by terror on the ground. A few disciples trembled uncontrollably, their bodies betraying them. Even the usually composed Lu Xinya now harbored glimmers of fear in her gaze. Positioned at the forefront, she felt the brunt of Su Yang's attack, which had narrowly grazed the left side of her face, mere millimeters away. Had Su Yang not altered the attack's course, she would have faced certain death, caught unawares. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, Lu Xinya slowly turned her head to glance at the spot where Su Yang's attack had landed. Ah, is this the power of our elder? Had I been the target of that strike, I would surely be dead by now. The sight of the enormous crater in the hillside nearby left her in a state of shock. It was only at this moment that she comprehended how perilously close she had come to death. Why are you all like this? Instead of fighting back, you kneel and plead for mercy? If you must beg, must it be so close? And what is this elder nonsense? I am still quite young, hardly resembling an elder like you. Next time you concede, could you not find a more convincing excuse? It is you who are the elders. Your entire family is composed of elders. Ugh, How unfortunate to be addressed as an elder right off the bat. Does that not imply that I am nearing my demise? Regaining his composure, Suyang pointed at Lu Xinya and the others, unleashing a torrent of invective. This spectacle transformed the kneeling Lu Xinya and her companions from sheer horror to utter bewilderment. Elder. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xinya cautiously spoke, a tinge of apprehension in her tone. Elder what? Did I not make it clear that I do not wish to be called elder? I have a name. I am Suyang. Suyang interrupted Lu Xinya before she could finish her sentence. The disciple dares not. Upon hearing Su Yang's insistence on being addressed by his name, Lu Xinya immediately bowed her head in fear. Could it be that the elder has been in seclusion for too long, resulting in some confusion? Yes, that must be it. However, it is of little consequence. As long as the elder is present, those individuals shall no longer dare to harbor any ill thoughts towards the Qingyun sect. Lu Xinya dismissed Su Yang's words, believing instead that his prolonged seclusion had caused some disorientation. Please wait, elder. Zhao Gang, hasten to the main hall of the sect and retrieve that painting within. I suspect that the elder has been in seclusion for far too long, leading to a disarray in his memories. Upon seeing that painting, he should be able to recall something significant. Lu Xinya rose and approached Zhao Gang, softly instructing him after their meal. I see. Very well, senior sister. Please wait a moment. I shall go at once. Upon hearing Lu Xinya's words, Zhao Gang ceased his hesitation and swiftly made his way down the mountain. Where is he headed? Observing Zhao Gang's departing figure, Su Yang's vigilance began to stir. Cough. There is no need for concern. I have merely sent him to fetch an item. Once he sees it, you should be able to recover some memories. In response to Su Yang's confusion, Lu Xinya promptly replied, An item? Memories? What nonsensical matters are these? What is it that I need to remember? Su Yang expressed his bewilderment. Faced with Su Yang's perplexity, Lu Xinya became increasingly convinced that his prolonged seclusion had muddled his mind. Thus, to avoid inciting his irritation, she maintained a gentle smile while addressing him. Poor girl. So young yet with such apparent confusion. Very well, I shall not hold it against her. I will inquire about the information I urgently require. Noticing Lu Xinya's persistent smile, Su Yang felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Hence, he decided to divert the conversation to other inquiries. You. Su Yang began, his tone nonchalant. I am Lu Xinya. Lu Xinya promptly responded. Miss Lu, do you know where this place is? Which celestial domain is this? Kunlun, Taishu? Or perhaps the Shura celestial domain? Su Yang asked with urgency. Well, none of those. Lu Xinya was momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's question, further solidifying her belief that he had lost his memories due to prolonged seclusion. None of those. Very well, I can accept that it is within the middle four domains. Then tell me, which celestial domain of the middle four is this? Though somewhat disheartened, Su Yang found it not entirely unacceptable. That is also incorrect. We are in the Qingyun celestial domain. Lu Xinya replied timidly. In the next moment, Su Yang stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue. Even his breath seemingly halted. Qingyun. The Qingyun celestial domain? One of the three lower domains? After what felt like an eternity, Su Yang finally uttered in disbelief. Indeed. Lu Xinya, puzzled by Su Yang's peculiar reaction, nodded affirmatively. In the next moment, Su Yang collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling violently. Ancestor, what has happened to you? Upon witnessing Su Yang's fall, Lu Xinya hurriedly rushed forward to assess the situation. And no, I am fine. It appears that in the eyes of my master, I am merely worthy of the lowly realms of the Qingyun immortal domain. With a sigh, Su Yang lamented, Oh no, if Ji Wudao were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly mock me incessantly about it. Master, why must you treat your eldest disciple in this manner? Are you not intentionally providing them with ammunition to ridicule my inferior strength? Lying on the ground, Su Yang's gaze was vacant, and he muttered softly to himself, Master, Ji Wudao? Is there another ancestor? Why has there been no record of this within the sect? A multitude of questions arose in Lu Xinya's mind upon hearing Su Yang's murmurs. Senior sister, I have returned. I have also brought the portrait. Just as Lu Xinya was about to inquire further from Su Yang, Zhao Gang returned, holding a portrait in his hand. At last, you are back. Quickly, hand me the portrait. Upon Zhao Gang's arrival, Lu Xinya momentarily set aside her confusion. Here it is, senior sister. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang stepped forward and handed the rolled-up portrait to Lu Xinya. Thank you for your efforts. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Xinya swiftly approached Su Yang with the portrait. Ancestor, do you remember the person depicted in this portrait? In the next instant, Lu Xinya unfolded the portrait before Su Yang. Chapter 0. The Mysterious Portrait and the 9-Star Evil Palm. What? This portrait is unfamiliar to me. How could I possibly recognize the figures depicted within it? Wait, how on earth do you possess my likeness? In such a short span of time, you managed to produce a portrait of me? After casting a few glances at the figure in the portrait, Su Yang abruptly sat up, his expression riddled with confusion as he inquired. Ancestor, this is not something we conjured up on a whim. This portrait has been displayed in the main hall of our sect for several millennia. Do you truly have no recollection of it? You were the one who personally hung this painting in the hall. Lu Xingye responded. I hung this. How can that be? This is my first visit to the Qingyun immortal domain, and this portrait must have no connection to me. Su Yang vehemently shook his head in denial. Then how do you explain the fact that the person depicted bears an uncanny resemblance to you? Lu Xingye countered. Could it be that this individual is my half-brother? But that seems implausible. Or is it merely a coincidence? Su Yang murmured softly. Ancestor, it seems you have been in seclusion for far too long. Lu Xingye began to explain, observing Su Yang's profound bewilderment. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them from a distance, calling out in a panicked voice, Senior sister. It's bad news. Upon witnessing the commotion, Lu Xingye stood and looked towards the source of the voice, a grave expression slowly etching itself onto her face. Speak quickly, what has transpired? She demanded as the disciple from Qingyun's sect approached. Reporting to Senior sister, it's the Nine-Star sect. Their members have invaded Qingyun's sect once more. Furthermore, they have injured several of our disciples upon their arrival. The messenger disciple hesitated. What else did they say? Lu Xingye pressed, sensing the urgency. They also proclaimed that we must vacate Qingyun's sect today. From now on, the territory of Qingyun's sect will belong entirely to them, the Nine-Star sect. Anyone who defies them will be met with lethal force, the messenger disciple relayed. They dare. How despicable, these scoundrels who take advantage of the weak. Senior sister, we absolutely cannot cede Qingyun's sect to them. Let us confront them together. If we must perish, we shall do so with honor. One life lost is no great loss. Two would be a victory. Indeed, what Brother Zhaogang said holds true. Since they are so insistent, we shall not allow them to have their way, even if it costs us our lives. Let us fight back. Upon hearing that the Nine-Star sect sought to forcibly seize Qingyun's sect, the disciples of Qingyun's sect were utterly incensed, each prepared to confront their adversaries with unwavering resolve. I understand that none of you fear death, yet recklessness cannot resolve our issues. The Nine-Star sect desires us to relinquish the Azure Cloud sect, but it remains to be seen if they possess the capability to do so. With the ancestor emerging from seclusion, any schemes they devise are bound to fail as long as he intervenes. Lu Xingye spoke up. Indeed, with the ancestor's involvement, that rabble from the Nine-Star sect will certainly return empty-handed. Soon, several disciples of the Azure Cloud sect turned their gazes towards Su Yang, who sat awkwardly on the ground under their scrutiny. Ancestor, our sect is in peril. We implore you to take action. Noticing Su Yang's continued silence, Lu Xingye knelt before him. We beseech you, ancestor, intervene. The other disciples followed suit, kneeling in unison. What a turn of fate. Why must I encounter such matters upon my arrival? What is this Nine-Star sect? I know nothing of them. If I act rashly, I might court disaster. Thankfully, I have my master as a trump card. And what of that portrait? Su Yang gazed at the kneeling disciples of the Azure Cloud sect, feeling both speechless and filled with questions. Ahem, rise please. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet fate has conspired otherwise. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer feign humility. I reveal my true identity. Indeed, I am your ancestor of the Azure Cloud sect. Who would have thought that merely entering seclusion would lead to you, my juniors, nearly surrendering our sect to others? You have truly disappointed me. Su Yang slowly rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and feigned a look of disappointment as he spoke. We acknowledge our errors. We feel unworthy of your expectations, ancestor. We are prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Xingye immediately bowed her head in contrition. At this moment, her concern was less about punishment and more about her joy at Su Yang's restored memories. Yet, unbeknownst to her, all of this was merely an act. Punishment is warranted. However, considering your loyalty to the sect, I shall temporarily waive it. Now, let us address those who seek to trouble us. Following that, the ancestor has other matters to discuss with you, Su Yang stated, then began to descend the mountain. Yes, ancestor. Lu Xingye promptly rose and followed Su Yang, a smile gracing her face for the first time in years. Meanwhile, at the Azure Cloud sect's plaza, a group clad in purple robes appeared. They were the members of the Nine Stars sect. At the forefront stood a young man in his 20s, named Shi Jingxiang. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair, whose frail appearance belied an extraordinary power, accompanied him. Where is Lu Xingye? If she does not appear soon, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre at the Qingyun sect. In the square, Shi Jingxiang spoke coldly, his tone utterly arrogant. Shi Jingxiang, do you truly believe you can meet our senior sister? If you intend to fight, then do so quickly. For us to surrender the Qingyun sect, we would rather perish. In the face of Shi Jingxiang's threats, the few remaining disciples of the Qingyun sect displayed not a shred of fear or willingness to compromise. Those who remained had long resolved to face life and death alongside the Qingyun sect. Therefore, threatening them with their lives was utterly futile. Very well, a group of fools who refuse to heed reason. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you. Zhao Liang, eliminate them. Shi Jingxiang turned to the white-haired elder beside him and commanded coldly. Understood. Zhao Liang replied respectfully, then took a few steps forward. Die! He raised his right hand and struck towards the disciples of the Qingyun sect. In the next moment, a colossal palm attack surged towards them. This is a true immortal realm expert. Not good. Everyone, quickly evade. The quick-reacting disciples, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the attack, immediately shouted warnings. Overestimating yourselves. Immortal technique. 9-star slaughter palm. Zhao Liang showed no mercy, launching an even more formidable attack against the Qingyun sect disciples. This time, faced with the onslaught of multiple attacks, the disciples found themselves with no avenue for retreat. Since death is certain, let us fight with all we have. Everyone, form the Qingyun sword array. Confronted with the assault from a true immortal realm expert, these disciples, the strongest of whom were merely at the 6th level of the human immortal realm, prepared to make a final stand. The Qingyun sword array, is it? If wielded by someone of the true immortal realm, perhaps I would struggle to counter it. But you are merely a group of human immortal ants, daring to oppose me? All of you shall perish. With disdainful words, Zhao Liang increased the power in his hands. Not good. Hold your ground. Boom. Uft. Under the overwhelming force, the Qingyun sword array was ultimately shattered by Zhao Liang. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, as the array collapsed, suffered significant backlash. The Qingyun sword array is nothing more than this. Let us depart together. Zhao Liang coldly commanded, seizing the opportunity to deal a final blow to the severely wounded disciples. Born as disciples of the Qingyun sect, we shall die as its souls. We await you below. In the face of death, none of the Qingyun sect disciples displayed a hint of cowardice. Rather, they remained eerily calm. Ants are but ants. Even as the Qingyun sect faces annihilation, they foolishly oppose me. Soon, I shall summon all members of the Qingyun sect to accompany you. Beside me, Shi Jingxiang cast a glance at the group of severely injured disciples from the Qingyun sect, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Liang's assault arrived before the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Just as everyone from the Jiuxing sect believed these individuals were undoubtedly doomed, a resounding thud echoed. In an instant, a long spear soared through the air before the crowd, timely intercepting Zhao Liang's attack. Chapter 0. Su Yang strikes, soul obliterated. Who is it? Upon the sudden emergence of the spear, Zhao Liang's countenance grew grave. He sensed a force emanating from the weapon that rivaled his own strength. Shi Jingxiang, it is you once more. Your 9-star sect has repeatedly dared to provoke my Qingyun sect. This time, you shall not escape unscathed. At that moment, several chilling voices resonated from nearby. The speaker was none other than Lu Xinya. Lu Xinya, you have finally made your appearance. I was beginning to think you were too frightened to show yourself. Since you are here, it is fortuitous. My 9-star sect has set its sights on this place. Today, all members of the Qingyun sect shall perish. Of course, should you consider becoming my woman, I might contemplate granting you a chance at survival. What say you? Lu Xinya, I have treated you rather well, haven't I? Upon seeing Lu Xinya, Shi Jingxiang immediately boasted arrogantly. I did not expect that I would encounter a fool so soon after my arrival. It's one thing to lack intelligence, but to be ugly while imagining oneself beautiful is truly laughable. Su Yang could not help but respond coolly to Shi Jingxiang's taunts. You there, who are you? Do you dare to insult me? You seek death. Zhao Liang, kill him at once. Shi Jingxiang roared furiously in response to Su Yang's public humiliation. However, Zhao Liang, instead of complying readily, regarded the advancing Su Yang with a wary expression. Zhao Liang, why do you hesitate? Have you forgotten your own identity? I command you to kill him, this instant. Seeing Zhao Liang's inaction, Shi Jingxiang barked coldly. What a fool. If it weren't for your father, you would have met your demise countless times by now, Zhao Liang thought to himself as he listened to Shi Jingxiang. Young master, this individual possesses strength beneath my own. My duty is to ensure your safety, should I leave. Zhao Liang began to explain. Silence. I care not for his strength. I want him dead now. Hurry up and do it. Shi Jingxiang interrupted, not allowing Zhao Liang to finish. Very well. Though Zhao Liang felt displeased, he dared not defy the commands of Shi Jingxiang, the precious son of the 9-star sect's leader. With that, Zhao Liang advanced once more, standing face to face with Su Yang. You tend to the injured disciples. I will handle this one. Su Yang calmly addressed Lu Xinya, who stood aside. Yes, ancestor, do take care. Lu Xinya replied before hastily making her way towards the heavily injured disciples of the sect. Might I inquire as to your identity? I have never encountered you before. If you are merely here to defend the Qingyun sect, I advise you to depart at once. The 9-star sect is not something you can contend with alone. For the sake of a mere Qingyun sect, sacrificing your life is a poor bargain. Gazing at Su Yang, who wore a serene expression, Zhao Liang spoke softly. You certainly do ramble. I too wish to ascertain the extent of my own strength. You appear significantly stronger than that fool. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a chuckle, Su Yang summoned the god-slaying spear, eager to test his current prowess. Stubborn and unyielding. If that is the case, prepare yourself. 9-star fiend palm. Seeing that he could not persuade Su Yang, Zhao Yang ceased his hesitations and launched an attack. Ah, how fortuitous. God-slaying 9 styles. Second style, Soul Sever. In response to Zhao Yang's assault, Su Yang calmly raised the God-slaying spear and fired a single shot. In an instant, the spear's intent swirled, and with a speed that defied perception, it shattered Zhao Yang's 9-star fiend palm and pierced directly through his forehead. Thud! In utter astonishment, Zhao Yang fell. His soul extinguished, his breath extinguished. This is impossible. How could you be so powerful? This scene left Shi Jingxiang utterly dumbfounded. His previously arrogant demeanor was swiftly replaced by confusion and dread. Is that it? This is far too weak. I haven't even tried seriously. Su Yang was taken aback by how easily Zhao Yang had fallen, failing to withstand even a single ordinary strike. Through this encounter, Su Yang gained a preliminary understanding of his own strength. Next, it was time to deal with the remaining individuals. After dispatching Zhao Yang, Su Yang shifted his attention to Shi Jingxiang and the other disciples of the 9-star sect. No, what do you intend to do? I warn you. My father is the leader of the 9-star sect. He is not a worthless fool like Zhao Yang. My father is a true immortal of the 9th level. If you lay a hand on me, he will surely not let you go. As Su Yang approached, Shi Jingxiang hastily invoked his father's name as a threat. Oh, a true immortal of the 9th level? How terrifying. If I were to kill you, wouldn't your father come seeking revenge? Su Yang feigned fear. Humph. You should be aware of that. However, if you let me go, I assure you I will not trouble you regarding today's incident. What do you say? Believing Su Yang to be intimidated by his words, Shi Jingxiang began to swell with arrogance once more. Haha, how does that sound? I find it rather unremarkable. My interest lies more with your father. So, you shall perish. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of Su Yang's lips, he unexpectedly pierced through Shi Jingxiang's heart with a single shot. Uft! You! My father will not spare you. Shi Jingxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on Su Yang, his gaze brimming with resentment and fury. In the end, Shi Jingxiang met his demise beneath the divine retribution of Su Yang's gun. You shall join him, Su Yang declared, withdrawing the gun and swiftly eliminating the remaining disciples of the 9-star sect. Not far off, the disciples of the Qingyun sect watched in awe as Su Yang effortlessly dispatched the members of the 9-star sect, their faces alight with joy. How are their injuries? Su Yang inquired as he approached Lu Xinya. Reporting to the ancestor, their lives are not in danger. However, it will take some time for them to fully recover from their injuries, Lu Xinya replied. Very well, you shall make the necessary arrangements. Once you have settled these matters, come to the main hall of the sect. I have some questions for you, Su Yang instructed before making his way toward the distant main hall. Yes, ancestor. Lu Xinya responded with a respectful bow. Before long, news of Su Yang's emergence from seclusion spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of Qingyun sect were overcome with joy, moved to tears by their excitement. Simultaneously, the news of Shi Jingxiang's death reached the 9-star sect. Chapter 0, Unknown Destiny. The quest for resources in the Grand Hall of the Qingyun sect. Su Yang occupied the highest seat, cradling the token entrusted to him by Li Ruffin. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he infused a trace of celestial energy into the token. In an instant, Li Ruffin's figure began to materialize before him. Disciple Li Ruffin, greetings to my esteemed master. As Li Ruffin's apparition emerged, Su Yang promptly rose and approached with utmost reverence. Ah, little Yang, have you summoned me for a purpose? Li Ruffin turned to Su Yang, inquiring with curiosity. Master, my heart is laden with numerous uncertainties. Therefore, Su Yang began to articulate his thoughts. You wish to inquire why you bear an uncanny resemblance to the venerable ancestor of the Qingyun sect? Before Su Yang could complete his sentence, Li Ruffin interjected. Master, you were aware of this all along. Is that why you sent me here? I implore you to enlighten me regarding this matter. What is truly transpiring? Su Yang pressed for answers. Little Yang, should I disclose the truth? I too am oblivious to the intricacies of this situation, Li Ruffin replied with an air of nonchalance. Ah, even you do not know, master? Then why did you bring me here? Su Yang's astonishment was palpable. In this world, there exist myriad mysteries that elude my comprehension. Some answers must be sought and unveiled by you alone. As for why I sent you here, little Yang, are you familiar with the concept of destiny? Li Ruffin suddenly posed a question. Destiny? Su Yang's expression betrayed his confusion. Yes, destiny. Your destiny, Li Ruffin replied with an enigmatic tone. Disciple is dull-witted. I beseech you, master. To clarify, Su Yang expressed his respect. In this realm, every individual, every creature, indeed, every entity possesses its own destiny. Some are born as favored children of heaven, destined to dominate the ages. Others, however, remain perpetually ordinary, devoid of distinction. From the moment of their inception, the fate of all beings is irrevocably determined. Such is the essence of destiny. And you, little Yang, do you wish to uncover what your destiny entails? Li Ruffin's demeanor shifted to one of profound mystery as he posed the question. My destiny? Master, do you know what my fate holds? Though uncertain as to why Li Ruffin had broached the topic of destiny, Su Yang felt a keen curiosity about his own fate. In response to Su Yang's inquiry, Li Rufin did not provide an answer, but merely shook his head gently. Master, your continued shaking of the head, what does it signify? Su Yang's heart brimmed with confusion as he observed Li Rufin's reaction. My head shakes because I cannot specify what your destiny is. Or rather, I have not discerned even a trace of your fate. This only indicates one issue. Either there exists someone stronger than your master who has completely obscured your fate, or a being devoid of destiny simply does not exist. In other words, you are not Su Yang. No, how should I articulate this? Alas, I am uncertain how to clarify it for you. In any case, regardless of which possibility it is beyond your current grasp. Previously, I traversed the river of time for your sake, seeking even the faintest trace of information pertaining to you. The Qingyan sect, then, is my sole harvest from this temporal journey. Xiao Yang, at present, I can assist you only to this extent. As for the deeper truths, it is imperative that you investigate them yourself. However, there is no need for excessive concern, regardless of the ultimate truth or whoever has orchestrated events concerning you. As long as I remain, you shall not come to harm. Li Rufin spoke slowly. Meanwhile, Su Yang wore an expression of astonishment and confusion. He was astonished by Li Rufin's words and bewildered by the assertion that he himself did not exist. I do not exist. Then what am I? Is this not contradictory? Or is it possible that someone has meddled with my fate to such an extent that even my master cannot discern it? Qingyan sect, the ancestors. What secrets lie hidden within me? Su Yang lowered his head, repeatedly questioning himself in his heart. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not unravel the secrets concealed within. Thank you, master. Rest assured, regardless of what is hidden within me, I will one day unearth it personally. And you, no matter the time or place, will always be my master. After a long pause, Su Yang spoke solemnly. Haha, your resolve brings me great comfort. Now, let us not linger on these ethereal matters. Have you encountered anything within the Qingyan sect that requires my intervention? Li Rufin inquired with a slight smile. Oh, speaking of which, I do have a question to pose, master. I intend to use the Qingyan sect as a foundation to develop my own power. Subsequently, I shall participate in the grand battle of the myriad sects in the celestial realm under the banner of the Qingyan sect. Su Yang declared. This is a commendable idea. However, how you proceed is entirely up to you. I shall not interfere. What is it you wish to inquire about? Li Rufin responded with curiosity. Master. Developing the Qingyan sect must require substantial resources, correct? I lack the skills, techniques, weapons, and celestial stones. Thus, I wonder if you might possess any of these? Su Yang asked with a broad smile directed at Li Rufin. You rascal, do you intend to treat me as your resource reservoir? Your junior disciples have not requested resources from me, yet you dare to ask? Li Rufin remarked, his expression darkened. Ahem, esteemed master. You must show some understanding towards your disciple, Su Yang replied, feigning a look of profound grievance. You have cast me into the lower realms of the Qingyun immortal domain. And now I find myself at the Qingyan sect, which is on the brink of being encroached upon by other sections. This truly feels like an inauspicious beginning for me. If you do not assist me, I shall find myself in dire straits. As Su Yang spoke, he put on an exaggerated display of distress. Observing Su Yang's theatrical performance, Li Rufin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Enough of your dramatics. It would be a shame to waste your talent on such antics. Now, tell me what resources you require and in what quantity. As long as your requests are reasonable, I shall accommodate you. After a few moments, Li Rufin reluctantly uttered these words. Thank you, esteemed master. I knew you held me in regard, Su Yang beamed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing Li Rufin's consent to provide resources, Su Yang immediately transformed his expression into one of joy and, without waiting for a response, bounded toward the hall's exit. Li Rufin shook his head slightly, then settled into a nearby seat. Before long, Su Yang returned, accompanied by another figure. This individual was none other than Lu Xinya, the senior sister of the Qingyan sect. Who is that? Why is she seated in the sect leader's position? Upon entering the hall, Lu Xinya noticed Li Rufin occupying the main seat and was struck with curiosity, having never encountered him before. Master, I have returned. This is our senior sister from the Qingyan sect, Lu Xinya, Su Yang introduced. The ancestor's esteemed disciple. What? At Su Yang's revelation, Lu Xinya appeared momentarily dazed. Disciple Lu Xinya pays her respects to the ancestor. Upon regaining her composure, Lu Xinya promptly knelt to pay her respects to Li Rufin. Lu Xinya, why have you summoned her? She is rather young. I have no interest in her. Li Rufin remarked, casting a cursory glance at Lu Xinya before speaking with indifference. Chapter 0. The Wind Spirit's Feather Garment Takes Over the Qingyun Sect. Ahem, esteemed master. Your disciple is not well versed in the circumstances surrounding the Qingyun sect, which is why I have summoned you. Pray tell, Lu Xinya, how many disciples and elders remain in the Qingyun sect, and what are their levels of cultivation? Additionally, what is the current state of our sect's cultivation resources? I implore you to address these inquiries thoroughly. Although Su Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the words spoken by Li Rufin, he dared not voice any dissent, for Li Ruffeng was his revered master. Meanwhile, Lu Xingye, who had been keeping her head bowed, slightly raised it upon hearing Su Yang's questions. The earlier remarks from Li Ruffeng had indeed startled the young girl. Ahem, my dear disciple was merely jesting. Please articulate the answers to my queries one by one, Su Yang said, sensing Lu Xingye's lingering trepidation. Yes, esteemed ancestor. Since the sect leader was ambushed and grievously injured a few years ago, the Qingyun sect has been in a state of decline. After the unfortunate demise of our leader, the sect fell into utter disarray. Within less than 3 days, all the elders fled, and the disciples likewise abandoned the sect to join nearby ones. Currently, including myself, there are fewer than 20 disciples who have not yet departed the Qingyun sect. As for our cultivation resources, those elders took everything with them when they left. The only valuable remnants of the Qingyun sect are the structures themselves, Lu Xingye replied, her voice tinged with a mix of anger and resignation. Fewer than 20 individuals, and all cultivation resources have been appropriated by the elders? How do you manage the remaining disciples' cultivation needs? Su Yang inquired. In response, esteemed ancestor, we essentially do not rely on cultivation resources. Occasionally, I take a few capable disciples outside the sect to earn some celestial stones. However, due to our relatively modest abilities, we only manage to acquire a handful of stones each time we venture out. Without celestial stones for cultivation, our progress is exceedingly slow. Yet, we have grown accustomed to this predicament, Lu Xingye replied. Ah, I see. I am curious as to why you have chosen not to leave the Qingyun sect. Logically, it should not be difficult for you to join another sect. At this moment, Li Ruffeng interjected from above. In response to my revered master, since the day I joined the Qingyun sect, my destiny has been intertwined with it. Although I recognize that departing from the current Qingyun sect might be the wisest choice, it is not a choice I desire, even if it is the correct one. Perhaps it is due to foolishness, perhaps loyalty, or perhaps nostalgia. The precise reason eludes me. Lu Xingye confessed. Lu Xingye responded, haha, your answer is quite amusing. Xiaoyang, she is remarkable, nurture her well. Upon hearing Lu Xingye's words, Li Ruffeng rose to his feet and spoke with a smile. The disciple understands. Su Yang immediately replied, thank you, master. Lu Xingye followed suit with her gratitude. Here, I present to you 500 celestial level techniques and martial arts, along with 1,000 celestial weapons. In addition, there are 100 million celestial stones and various elixirs and resources for cultivation. This should suffice for the development of the Qingyun sect. As for what you may lack later, well, you shall find your own way to acquire it. The celestial realm is vast, abundant in resources. Li Ruffeng produced a storage ring and tossed it to Su Yang, while advising him, I am astonished. So much, Su Yang exclaimed in excitement. Thank you, master. With these resources, I am confident that I can elevate the Qingyun sect to become the foremost sect in the Qingyun celestial domain, perhaps even the entire celestial realm. Upon receiving the storage ring, Su Yang was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The forces in the celestial realm are not as weak as you might imagine. However, I look forward to the day when the Qingyun sect becomes the leading sect in the celestial realm, though I fear your adversaries may not be those sects, but rather the likes of Wu Dao and his companions. Li Ruffeng chuckled, haha. I too am eager to see which of your sects will claim the title of the foremost in the celestial realm. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. As for my junior brothers and sisters, with me around, they can contend for the title of the second sect in the celestial realm, Su Yang declared confidently. Is that so? Then I shall anticipate your performance. Well, the time is near. I must take my leave. That little girl, come here. Li Ruffeng suddenly turned and called out to Lu Xingye below. Me? Lu Xingye asked uncertainly upon hearing Li Ruffeng's words. Who else could it be? Master has called you. Come quickly, Su Yang urged without waiting for Li Ruffeng to speak. Oh, I am coming right away. Lu Xingye no longer hesitated and promptly made her way towards Li Ruffeng. Soon, she stood before him. The wind. Feeling the power of cultivation within Lu Xingye, Li Ruffeng raised his hand and touched her forehead. This technique is called Harmony of Wind Spirit. Devote yourself to its practice. This method will aid you in comprehending the essence of the way of wind. Once you achieve the realm where wind becomes you, and you become the wind, you will have fully mastered this technique. At that point, with a mere gesture, you will command the very forces of wind in the world. After a few moments, Li Ruffeng slowly lowered his right hand and began to explain. Moreover, this is the wind spirit feather garment, which will enable you to harness the power of the wind more effectively. I bestow it upon you. As he spoke, Li Ruffeng conjured a delicate azure dress. The moment it materialized, the wind spirit feather garment emanated waves of azure light, with the essence of wind swirling continuously upon it. This is far too precious. The disciple cannot accept. Upon witnessing Li Ruffeng present such a rare treasure, Lu Xingye instinctively attempted to decline. Precious? It's merely ordinary. If you perform well next time, I may even gift you something grander. You will need to assist Xiaoyang, and having insufficient strength is not acceptable. Well then, this is settled. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Before I depart, Do remind Xiaoyang for me. Do you recall what I previously conveyed? Trust no one but yourself, not even your master. Remember this well. With that, Li Rufeng's figure vanished from the Grand Hall before Su Yang could respond. Farewell, master. Farewell, ancestor. Su Yang and Lu Xinye respectfully uttered in unison. Trust no one. Did the master perceive something, hence this admonition? If that is the case, I shall uncover who is plotting secrets unknown to me. Su Yang felt a heightened sense of vigilance, recognizing that Li Rufeng's final words were not without reason. Ancestor, this. Just as Su Yang pondered, Lu Xinye's voice suddenly broke the silence. Oh, since this garment is a gift from the master, you should accept it. The master's words hold great truth. In my future endeavors to develop the Qingyun sect, I will undoubtedly require assistance. As the esteemed senior sister of the sect, you are the most suitable choice. Therefore, the stronger you become, the greater your aid will be to me. Su Yang returned to the present and spoke. Indeed, ancestor, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to assist you in advancing the Qingyun sect. With Su Yang's affirmation, Lu Xinye no longer resisted and subsequently accepted the wind spirit feather garment. By the way, please summon the disciples who have yet to leave the sect. Since they have remained during our most perilous times, they shall receive the sect's robust support in the future. I value their loyalty to the sect over mere talent. Henceforth, I can entrust certain affairs of the Qingyun sect to their management. Su Yang articulated. Yes, ancestor. I shall call them at once. Responding respectfully, Lu Xinye promptly departed towards the hall's entrance. Observing Lu Xinye's retreating figure, Su Yang settled down beside the position of the sect leader. Meanwhile, he continued to reflect upon the words Li Rufeng had previously imparted. Fate, Qingyun sect, Su Yang murmured softly, gradually lowering his head as he sank into a deep contemplation. Chapter 0. The Kunlun Immortal Realm, the Divine Pen of Creation. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Immortal Realm, atop a small hill, Li Rufeng gradually opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his corporeal form. There was once again an enigmatic aura that eluded my understanding. This journey through the immortal realm is becoming increasingly intriguing. I hope you do not render my experience too mundane. On Su Yang's side, Li Rufeng sensed yet another inscrutable presence. However, he harbored no undue concern about it. After all, he was eager to uncover the secrets that Su Yang concealed. Ding! A child of great fortune has been detected 50 miles away from the host. Would you like to view their information panel? Just as Li Rufeng was poised to continue his exploration of the Kunlun Immortal Realm, the system's notification resonated within his mind. A child of great fortune? Am I truly so fortunate to encounter such serendipity upon my arrival in the Kunlun Immortal Realm? System, display the individual's information panel. Understood, host. The information panel is now open. Name, Ma Liang, Realm, Human Immortal, 7th level. Fortune value, 3,500, increasing. Information, born with immense fortune and possesses a companion treasure. The Divine Pen of Creation. Divine Pen of Creation, an extraordinarily powerful and mysterious treasure, capable of creating and generating all things in the world. Even the potential to bring forth new life and worlds, as well as the ability to forge new laws of the Tao. A companion treasure. The Divine Pen of Creation? A mere pen capable of conjuring life and entire worlds? Is this not a bit excessive? How does this differ from cheating? Moreover, with a fortune value already at 3,500 and still increasing? Upon reviewing Ma Liang's information panel, Li Rufeng experienced a flicker of astonishment. Although Ma Liang's current strength was not formidable, his fortune and that companion treasure, especially its absurd capabilities, were indeed remarkable. To the host, Ma Liang's fortune is intrinsically linked to his treasure. If he can gradually awaken and master the powers of the Divine Pen of Creation, his fortune will continue to ascend. Should he succeed in creating a new world, he will, like the host, become the sovereign of that realm. At that point, he may even be able to engage in a few exchanges with the host. Goodness, is he truly that formidable? Will his power surpass mine? The host need not worry. As fellow sovereigns of worlds, the strength of each individual's realm dictates their power. Moreover, the host's primordial small world, once it flourishes, will become the most powerful realm in existence. Furthermore, with the host possessing this system, there is no need to fear that Ma Liang's strength will eclipse yours. However, when encountering such a promising individual, the host must not let this opportunity slip away. Oh, now that you mention it, I am reassured. Moreover, I certainly cannot miss out on such talent. System, please reveal this person's precise location to me. Li Rufeng responded. The specific location of Ma Liang has been transmitted to the host's mind, came the reply. Is he here? It would be quite splendid to take Ma Liang as a disciple. After reviewing the location in his mind, Li Rufeng murmured to himself. Immediately thereafter, his figure vanished from the spot, soaring towards Ma Liang's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in a mountain range 50 miles away from Li Rufeng, a gathering of several hundred figures was taking place. Crack! You worthless scoundrel! Hurry up! Are you tired of living? A voice filled with fury erupted from the crowd. The speaker was a fierce-looking middle-aged man wielding a black whip. This man, known as Black Kuei, was a squad leader tasked with overseeing the celestial stone mine. At Black Kuei's feet lay a ragged old man, who bore a long, bloody gash across his back, with fresh crimson blood oozing from the wound. Black Captain, I have been digging all morning without rest, so my speed has slowed. The elderly victim, despite being beaten and berated by Black Kuei, dared not show any sign of discontent. He even forced a smile in an attempt to appease him. I don't care if you're tired or not. Just get back to work. If I catch you slacking off again, I'll be the first to whip you to death. Black Kuei interjected coldly, cutting off the old man's explanation. Yes, I understand. I will get to work right away, the old man replied, struggling to rise from the ground, disregarding his injuries, and turning to enter the mine to continue excavating the celestial stones. Bah, a wretch should know their place. Old fool. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some strength left, I would have killed you long ago, Black Kuei scoffed, watching the old man's retreating figure with disdain. Clink, clink. Shortly thereafter, the old man arrived deep within the celestial stone mine, where the sound of stones being struck echoed all around. Grandpa Nyo, your back injury. That dog of a man struck you again? How despicable, such a bully. A young boy, noticing the old man's wound, exclaimed in anger. This youth was Ma Liang, clad in tattered garments, his face smeared with dust. Yet, even amidst such disarray, his handsome and resilient visage could not be obscured. What? That Black Kuei has struck again. Truly a wretched individual. Grandfather Nyo, how is your health? Do you need to rest for a moment? Soon, Ma Liang's voice attracted considerable attention. Upon learning that Grandfather Nyo had been assaulted, they all expressed their indignation. Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. Alas, I have long grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, with age, my strength wanes, making me susceptible to the blows from those individuals, sighed Grandfather Nyo. No, this cannot be allowed to stand. Grandfather Nyo, wait here. I shall confront He Kuei. He is merely a squad leader. I refuse to believe I cannot best him. The people here have all been captured from various regions of the Kunlun immortal domain to toil in the mines. Ma Liang was merely 10 years old when he was seized. Over the years, Grandfather Nyo has cared for him, treating him like a beloved grandson. Therefore, witnessing Grandfather Nyo being harmed ignited a fire within him. Child No, please do not act impulsively. A mere scratch will not bring about my demise. I am old now and do not have much time left. There is no need for you to provoke those individuals on behalf of a dying man. Moreover, even if you were to best He Kuei, what would that accomplish? He merely acts on the orders of those within the Kunlun Hall. By antagonizing him, you invite trouble from Kunlun Hall itself. That is Kunlun Hall we are discussing. Opposing them leads only to destruction. You are still young, and perhaps there will be opportunities for you to escape this place in the future. Therefore, do not commit any irreparable acts because of me. Seeing Ma Liang's furious expression, Grandfather Nyo grasped him firmly and implored him. Indeed, child, you are still young. Even if revenge for Grandfather Nyo is warranted, it should not fall upon your shoulders. We are here for support. Furthermore, Grandfather Nyo is right. He Kuei is backed by the Kunlun Hall, a force beyond our reach. Though difficult to accept, it must be said, if Kunlun Hall wishes us dead, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Rather than sacrifice our lives in vain, it is wiser to endure. Alas, it is better to exercise restraint. The others around them sighed in resignation. Kunlun Hall, the mightiest force within the Kunlun immortal domain. It is precisely for this reason that no one dares to offend it, even those of us who have endured much suffering. Cursed be the despicable Kunlun Hall. My parents perished at their hands for me. Now, the kind Grandfather Nyo and my uncles are still coerced into these arduous tasks. Were it not for the fear of drawing the attention of Kunlun Hall to that object's existence, I would have long since dealt with these tyrants. If I possessed formidable strength, I would not fear exposing my true capabilities, nor would I find myself in such a helpless predicament. At this moment, Ma Liang's heart was a tumult of rage and helplessness. Even he himself is unaware if he will ever have the chance to escape this wretched place in his lifetime. Chapter 0. The Celestial Stone Vein. Unexpected gains. All right, everyone, disperse now. Let us all return to our tasks. If today's objectives remain unfulfilled, I fear that He Kuei will once again unleash his wrath upon us. Shortly thereafter, Grandpa Nyo addressed the concerned onlookers regarding his injuries. Very well, we shall get to work. The crowd resolved to exert themselves today, each person vowing to alleviate some of Grandpa Nyo's workload, thereby granting him a chance for further rest. Swiftly, the surrounding individuals scattered, hastening to excavate the celestial stone vein. Grandpa Nyo, I too shall commence my duties. Once I complete my tasks, I will return to assist you. Ma Liang, standing nearby, ultimately refrained from seeking out He Kuei, for he understood that, even if he did, revealing his secrets would yield no beneficial outcome. Indeed, child, go ahead. Grandpa Nyo nodded in response to Ma Liang's words. Meanwhile, outside the celestial stone cavern, within a tent, He Kuei knelt respectfully before two young men and a woman of ethereal beauty. Greetings, esteemed sirs. May I inquire if you have any directives for us? The two young men were known as Fan Tung and Hong Shuangfei, while the woman was named Shangwan Yule. Heikuei's deference stemmed from their affiliation with the Kunlun Hall. Are you the one in charge of this celestial stone vein? Fan Teng coldly inquired. Regarding the kneeling Heikuei, reporting to you, my lord, I am but a mere squad leader, tasked with overseeing the miners. The true overseer of this celestial stone vein is Captain Zhang Hu. However, he has been absent for several days due to certain matters, Heikuei replied. Is that so? Whether he is present or not is of no consequence. We have come for two purposes. First, we shall take possession of all the celestial stones you've excavated. Second, we are here under orders to investigate a particular individual. You need only cooperate with us fully. Do you understand? Fan Teng stated coldly. Understood. I comprehend fully. Should you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. I shall ensure complete cooperation. Heikuei responded with utmost respect. Very well then. Enlighten us regarding the quantity of celestial stones you have mined over the past few months, interjected Hong Shuangfei, who had remained silent until now, a smile gracing his lips. Certainly. In these past months, we have excavated a total of 880 million celestial stones. Moreover, we have uncovered exceedingly rare celestial jade, Heikuei reported. What? You have discovered celestial jade? Pray tell, how much of it do you currently possess? Upon hearing the mention of celestial jade, Fan Teng was immediately astonished and inquired further. In the celestial realm, the most commonly utilized resource for cultivation is the celestial stone. However, the efficacy of celestial jade surpasses that of celestial stones. In terms of conversion, a single piece of celestial jade equates to 1,000 celestial stones, which highlights its exceptional rarity. Returning to your lord, there exists a total of 2,500,000 pieces of celestial jade, Heikuei promptly replied. What? 2,500,000. Such an abundance. Excellent, excellent. You have all accomplished a significant feat with this substantial harvest of celestial jade. Upon our return, I shall report your merits to the Kunlun Palace. Subsequently, rewards shall be bestowed upon you, Fan Teng remarked, a beaming smile adorning his face. Thank you, my lord. It is our honor to serve the Kunlun Palace. Upon hearing of the rewards, Heikuei was filled with delight. Very well. As long as you serve the Kunlun Palace with utmost dedication, you shall not be neglected. Now, let us address the second matter. Is there someone here named Ma Yu? Fan Teng continued his inquiries. Ma Yu? I recall. Indeed, there is a young man by that name here. May I inquire as to why my lord seeks this individual? Heikuei asked curiously. It is of no consequence to share. His true name is not Ma Yu, but rather Ma Liang, Fan Teng replied nonchalantly. Ma Liang. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, it is he. Ma Yu is actually the Ma Liang that the Kunlun Palace has been pursuing. Heikuei soon remembered the information about Ma Liang, his expression transforming into one of utter astonishment. Now that you are aware, our purpose here is to bring this Ma Liang back to the Kunlun Palace. Henceforth, you are to fetch Ma Liang. Additionally, bring forth the celestial stones and celestial jade that have been mined. We do not appreciate prolonged waiting. I trust you comprehend my meaning, Fan Teng stated coolly. Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment, esteemed lords. I shall promptly retrieve the individual and the items you seek. With that, Heikuei hastily rose and exited the tent. Ha, this fellow truly possesses the potential to be a commendable dog, Fan Teng chuckled. Holy maiden, I did not anticipate such an unexpected bounty this time. So much celestial jade will suffice for your cultivation for quite some time. After Heikuei departed, Fan Teng's gaze turned towards Shangwan Yule, who had remained silent. Although Fan Teng made a concerted effort to conceal his emotions, flickers of astonishment and desire danced in the depths of his eyes. Celestial jade must be submitted to the Kunlun Palace. Even I cannot utilize it at will. Furthermore, keep your eyes to yourself. Should there be another instance, you shall face dire consequences. Shangwan Yule's voice was remarkably calm, yet it conveyed an immense sense of oppression. Holy maiden, forgive me. I deserve punishment. I assure you, there will be no next time. Upon hearing Shangwan Yule's words, Fan Teng was so frightened that he immediately knelt and bowed his head in submission. To the side, Hong Shuangfei averted his gaze, not daring to utter a word in plea for Fan Teng's mercy. Casting a fleeting glance at the kneeling Fan Teng, Shangwan Yule retracted his gaze, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, after a considerable flight, Ruff finally arrived at the celestial stone vein where Ma Liang was located. It seems they are mining something here. What is it? Ah, celestial stones. I did not expect such an unexpected gain. A smile broke upon Ruff's lips at the discovery of the celestial stones being excavated below. Although he had no need for them himself, his disciple could certainly benefit. Moreover, since he had come across them, it would be illogical for Ruff to disregard these celestial stones. Swiftly, Ruff descended, landing upon an expanse that had already been excavated. His sudden appearance quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Who dares to intrude upon the celestial stone mine? This is the territory of the Kunlun Hall. You possess remarkable audacity. Several guards stationed at the celestial stone mine swiftly surrounded Ruff, speaking in cold tones. The Kunlun Hall, is that of any concern to me? Li Ruffeng replied flatly, regarding the guards before him. You, seeking death. All together now. Capture this arrogant individual. Witnessing Li